Chapter 601 Speculation. Is the Guardian Alliance busy with a huge project? Xiao Yu thought silently. Xiao Yu remembered something that the space creature once told him. The space creature said that even a 6th-level civilization can launch a river-level voyage. That method is very clever. Although it takes a long time to implement, it does not with difficulty. It was also said that the Guardian civilization was carrying out such a project and planned to escape to the Andromeda galaxy when the situation in the Milky Way became irreversible. Sail the river system with the strength of a 6th-level civilization? I probably know what the method is. This method does not have any technical content. But this project is indeed huge. I am afraid that with the strength of the Guardian civilization, it will take many years to complete. Xiao Yu sighed. Escape to the Andromeda galaxy. This is indeed a good way to avoid the Sweeper civilization. However, the Guardian civilization is not afraid of the situation in the Andromeda galaxy. It will be better than that in the Milky Way. Is the situation still worse? Or, the Guardian civilization has spent millions of years sending detectors to the Andromeda galaxy through regular navigation, and has already discovered the existence of the Andromeda galaxy. Situation? Xiao Yu thinks this is entirely possible. After all, the Guardian civilization has existed for such a long time. It is not a big problem to spend millions of years sending a detector. In addition to the Guardian civilization, another existence also attracted Xiao Yu's attention. Crocodile alien beast? Shooting Ji-Chi. Official? Xiao Yu said with some humor, remembering what he encountered that time. It was precisely because of that incident that Xiao Yu conducted a search for that star system and obtained a large amount of flesh and blood of alien beasts there. Thinking about it now, that star system should be the battlefield where the alien beast Taihao and the crocodile alien beast fought. The flesh and blood of the alien beasts that he got should have fallen from the crocodile alien beast. At this time, Xiao Yu suddenly discovered something unusual. Quite a while. Xiao Yu said with some difficulty. The Taihao Alliance refused to assist us. Their purpose is not to hinder the Sweeper civilization. Right. Cleaner? The accompanying ghost tribe asked in a somewhat strange tone. Yes. Xiao Yu said silently. According to the information you mentioned, when the tree tribe beasts planned to attack us and the Taihao civilization refused to assist, among the remaining powerful existences, only the Sweeper civilization at a critical moment against space creatures. At this time, they cannot separate themselves. If for some reason, the Sweeper civilization must ensure that we will not be exterminated by tree alien beasts. Then at this critical moment, when they fight against powerful enemies, is it reasonable for the alien beasts of the tree race to attack us? Judging from the intelligence that the Taihao Alliance is always hostile to the Sweeper civilization, this is very possible. But, what do we have to do with the Sweeper civilization? Xiao Yu thought hard. Until now, Xiao Yu has never had any direct interaction with the Sweeper civilization. But the Sweeper civilization is the most powerful potential enemy established by Xiao Yu. Arguably, from the beginning, Xiao Yu has no intention of coexisting civilly and peacefully with the Sweepers. This can't be the case. The accompanying ghost tribe replied. The space creatures have died in the battle with the Sweeper civilization. I witnessed this process with my own eyes. Do you know what happened? The accompanying ghost clan paused and said slowly. The space creatures at that time were at least 40% sure of destroying the neutron battle star of the Sweeper civilization. The situation at that time, if everything went well, even if the space creatures could not destroy it, the neutron battle star was destroyed, and we were absolutely sure to escape. However, at this moment, due to the Taihao Alliance's sneak attack, the space creatures died completely. So, to a certain extent, it can be said that the Taihao Alliance saved the Sweeper civilization. It saved the neutron battle star. This is consistent with your conclusion that the Taihao Alliance wants to hold back the Sweeper civilization. It goes against the grain. The companion ghost tribe said slowly. When Xiao Yu heard these words from the companion ghost tribe, Xiao Yu's heart suddenly tightened. Is the space creature dead? Xiao Yu asked. Yes. Dead, said the accompanying ghost tribe. My death is unjust and frustrating. Well, by the way, this is what the space creature gave me. These are the fragments of his body. He said that after you enter the 6th level civilization, you may be able to use this thing to develop two-dimensional weapons. Xiao Yu controlled the robot and retrieved something that was glowing with white light and looked like a small piece of white paper. At the first glance of seeing this thing, Xiao Yu was already sure that this thing only had length and width, but no height. These are undoubtedly the body fragments of space creatures. Two-dimensional weapons. Two-dimensional weapons? Xiao Yu murmured to himself. The technological content of destroying objects by reducing them to 2 dimensions is definitely higher than that of ordinary space weapons. Through with natural development, I'm afraid it would be difficult for a general 6th-level civilization to develop this kind of weapon. But with a solid 2-dimensional object as a research object, maybe I can really develop a 2-dimensional weapon. At this time, Xiao Yu once again thought of that ethereal figure. In Xiao Yu's speculation, it is very likely that it came to the Milky Way following Chen Mo's will. It spanned a distance of millions of light years, sent him the Tai, and also brought the entire star system turned into a 2-dimensional existence. After showing his strong strength, he said that he accepted the commission to clear the obstacles on his way forward, and then went to find the sweeper civilization for a duel. But I didn't expect that he would die like this, and he would die in such a depressed state. Are you sure it was the Taihao Alliance's sneak attack that caused the space creatures to die in such a painful way? Xiao Yu asked. Yes, I'm sure. I saw this scene with my own eyes. The space creature seems to have obtained some kind of legacy technology. It used more than a dozen stars as its energy base, turning the large starry sky into a 0-dimensional point. And the subwar star was trapped inside. Then at the critical moment of the battle, the Taihao Alliance took action and destroyed all 3 key stars among the dozen stars. In the fierce battle, the energy supply was suddenly lost. You can imagine what the consequences would be. So the space creature died? Before dying, he gave his body fragments to me and asked me to pass them on to you. The space creature replied. Tell me all your conversations, Xiao Yu said. Okay. The accompanying ghost tribe immediately told Xiao Yu the conversation between him and the space creature, word for word. After listening to these conversations, Xiao Yu thought silently and was speechless for a long time. In Xiao Yu's heart, some storms began to roll again. If you cannot complete the task, you will die? Xiao Yu noticed something else from the words of the space creature before it died. If you cannot complete the task, you will die. Does this mean that the space creature belongs to a well-disciplined organization? So if this tie was given to me by Chen Mo, what status does Chen Mo belong to in this organization? Or does Chen Mo not belong to this organization? And Chen Mo is just a simple client. There are many possibilities here. Xiao Yu only felt that a big curtain was unfolding in front of his eyes again, covering up the clear and bright world, making everything he looked at feel blurry and unreal. I can't speculate on what's going on here. I think I won't get the answer until I have the ability to navigate at the river system level, arrive in the Andromeda Galaxy, and meet Chen Mo or the client. Xiao Yu thought silently. But there is another point. Judging from the words of the space creature before it died, I feel very guilty for not completing the commission. It seems that there is no relationship between the space creature and the entruster. It's just a simple relationship between the entruster and the entrusted person. Do you have any conclusions? The accompanying ghost tribe asked. I have no conclusion, Xiao Yu replied. It is impossible to figure out this matter in a short time. Maybe we can only figure it out after we have the ability to sail across the river system. Let's not discuss this matter for the time being. In fact, I have always had a doubt. The Taihao Alliance has been pushing our development behind the scenes. What is the reason? What do they want to do? After millions of years of planning, it is unlikely that they will suddenly give up on us. Then what is the purpose of refusing to help us when the alien beasts of the tree tribe attack us? If it is not to lead to the sweeper civilization and hinder the sweeper civilization, it is difficult for me to think of any other explanation. But in the showdown between the sweeper civilization and the space creatures, the Taihao Alliance chose to help the sweeper civilization and instead killed the space creatures. This is very contradictory. Before he died, the space creature entrusted me to find out who detonated the 3 key stars, which led to his final failure, and entrusted me to avenge him after he became stronger. The accompanying ghost tribe said slowly. In fact, I have always known that this matter was done by the Taihao Alliance. But I did not tell the space creatures. I was afraid that there would be some conspiracy in this matter. Revenge? Revenge? Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Taihao civilization has a favor with us after all. Although this favor is for reasons other than profit. Forget it. Things like space creatures and revenge. Let's ignore it for now, and wait until we can truly stand in front of the Taihao Alliance and figure everything out before we decide on future matters. Now, let's focus on developing ourselves first. As long as we become stronger, we can find answers to all these doubts that trouble us. Chapter 602 Barbarians. During this period of time, Xiao Yu has completed the reception of all scientific and technological materials from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. That is data as huge as the ocean. Because the war finally stopped, Xiao Yu had a lot of free computing power. So while still traveling, Xiao Yu started analyzing these scientific and technological data with the cooperation of scientists. Even if they are both 5th-level civilizations, the technology of Xinzhou civilization and the 5th-level civilization alliance are still somewhat different. This requires scientists to start learning again, fully understand and master these scientific materials, and master the formulas, principles, and derivation processes, etc., and integrate it with existing scientific and technological data. This kind of thing has happened many times in the Xinzhou civilization. Every time new scientific and technological data is obtained, there will be such a process. But this time's technological integration is a little different from the past. The main difference is that there is too much scientific and technological data obtained this time. With a team of millions of scientists, and Xiao, who has powerful computing power, Udo could not complete this work in a short time. Perhaps I can use the help of the scientists from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. Xiao Yu thought secretly. Although those scientists still hate me at this time, under the threat of their lives, they have to start working. Even if the enthusiasm is not very high, it doesn't matter. It's good to share a little. As for those stubborn guys who would rather die than work for me, I don't have to force them. After they fully understand the Xinzhou civilization, they will naturally. He took the initiative to help me. Guided by this idea, Xiao Yu first started the work of promoting the integration of the two major 5th-level civilizations. This is something that is destined to take a long time. What Xiao Yu is doing now is the first step to integrate the upper-class people of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. So Xiao Yu issued relevant notices to the provisional government of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance and gave them a list, requiring those on the list to report to the number 10 homeship spacecraft within 10 days. This order caused some backlash from the provisional government, but it was strongly implemented by Xiao Yu. It was eventually implemented. As the greatest scientist in the 5th-level Civilization Alliance, Rudo's name, who led the development of planetary curvature navigation technology, is naturally on this list. In fact, Rudo, like Ares, is the one who received Xiao Yu's attention. Ares is the name of the former leader of the Pegasus civilization and the current leader of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. In the past, Xiao Yu had always called this person by the codename, Leader, until Xiao Yu obtained all the information on the 5th-level Civilization Alliance. Only then did I learn this person's name. In Xiao Yu's opinion, Rudo and Ares are no less talented than Luca 2 and Luca 3. At this moment, Rudo was walking around irritably in his home. His partner, a somewhat aging female intelligent creature, is packing some bags for him. There are also many young intelligent creatures in his home. These intelligent creatures are both male and female, and they are all his juniors. Obviously, these juniors knew that Rudo was about to leave the place where they had lived for hundreds of years, and was going to report to the home spaceship number 10. So they came here to see him off. There's no need to pack so many things. I'll find them myself when I get there, Rudo said a little irritably. Although Rudo is the greatest scientist in the Alliance, his home is not very spacious. All kinds of household facilities are very ordinary. However, now that all industrial facilities in the Alliance are used to support the needs of the war, and all industrial facilities have been basically destroyed after the defeat, having such a family is already an absolute symbol of the upper class. You must know that among the 5-level civilization alliances, the most common living place is less than 20 square meters, where 6 or 8 intelligent creatures live in bunk beds. How can we not bring more things with us? The aging female intelligent creature babbled. I heard that the intelligent creatures of the Xinzhou civilization are all barbarians. Although their war technology is advanced, they never pay attention to their living environment. I heard that the intelligent creatures of their civilization don't even wear clothes and can survive for several years. They don't clean their bodies. They don't even use utensils when eating, but eat directly with their hands. I heard Xiaolu say that the environment in the Xinzhou civilization's home spacecraft is very harsh, like HL, and the air there is just one breath will make you cough for a long time. Hey, the abominable Xinzhou civilization. Isn't it enough that it killed so many of our children? It also wants to take my partner to such a bad place. Grandpa, are you going to the world of barbarians? A young intelligent creature said in a childish voice. Grandpa, you must protect yourself. Clean your body regularly, and don't become gentle. Those savages are just as dirty. Hearing the child's voice, Rudo's affection softened a little. He knelt down and said softly, Don't worry. Good boy. Grandpa will come back intact. Grandpa will not turn into a savage. He will not be as dirty and rude as them. Uncle, you must take care of yourself. This is the breathing apparatus I prepared for you. It can purify the dirtiest air into breathable gas. You must carry it with you at all times after you arrive in the world of barbarians. Another young intelligent creature took out something similar to a mask and handed it to Rudo's hands with a sad expression. Boy! Rudo patted the young man's shoulder sadly, sighed, and was speechless for a long time. After a few seconds of silence, he said, While I am away, take good care of your parents. And you, Auntie, you are the most sensible among my juniors. You must take good care of our family. Uncle, please rest assured. The young man nodded solemnly. Uncle, can you not leave? Please ask the leader to let others go. Your health is not good, and there are some barbarians in the Shinjo civilization. I am really worried about your health. The young female intelligent creature said with a cry. Rudo's expression became heavy, and facing the expectant eyes of his juniors and his partner, he finally shook his head. Immediately, there was a sound of suppressed crying in the room. Okay, don't cry. Rudo picked up the suitcase packed by his partner, stood up, waved to these people, walked directly to the door, and never looked back. Scenes like this happen everywhere in this Continental-class residential spacecraft. There are more than 30,000 outstanding people, or more than 30,000 families, in this first batch of outstanding people who are confirmed to report to the Home 10 spacecraft. These more than 30,000 families, at this moment, all experience such a life-or-death situation. This is true, including Ares. Although Ares still nominally serves as the leader of the 5th-level Civilization Alliance, he no longer has any real power. Xiaoyu can surpass him at any time and achieve his own goals through the ubiquitous armed robots. These more than 30,000 people boarded different spaceships according to the different places where they lived. They left the place where they had lived, and worked for hundreds of years. In an uneasy mood, they flew towards the huge ship in the distance, the Home 10 spacecraft. At this moment, Xiaoyu is carrying out the final renovation work on the home spaceship number 10. Xiaoyu has a total of 20 Continent-class home spaceships, but only a dozen of them have completed the construction of internal facilities. They have complete internal atmospheric circulation systems, artificial rockeries, artificial suns, artificial oceans, and artificial. The other spaceships have not yet done any work on the beautiful scenery and deliberately stocked wild animals and plants, but have only built relevant defense instruments and power instruments. Now that he plans to recruit these outstanding people, Xiaoyu naturally cannot give in. Xiaoyu had already planned to give these bumpkin a shock. So Xiaoyu specially allocated 2% of the computing power and a large amount of resources to carry out large-scale construction in the home spaceship number 10. The work has progressed so far that it has been completed. What Xiaoyu is doing now is just the final debugging. Well, according to the research on the bodies of intelligent creatures of the Pegasus civilization, this type of light is most suitable for them. But the most comfortable type is another one. Anyway, let's move closer to comfort for the time being. There is no need to change the air humidity by adjusting the light. Presumably this kind of air and temperature will make them feel very comfortable. The Sextant Intelligent Creature Residential City has been adjusted to the best condition and is ready to move in. Seafuse City, Ship-based City Gemini City is fully furnished and ready for move-in. Xiaoyu thought silently and inspected the layout of home spaceship number 10 again. At this moment, the Home 10 spacecraft has completely changed its appearance. The illumination of the virtual sun is specially set. The urban style and various scenic spots, seas, lakes, grasslands, forests, etc. are specially designed according to the different aesthetic visions of different intelligent creatures. Even the wild animals released they are also placed according to the types of species that intelligent creatures like. As for the living environment, it goes without saying that the various decoration styles are completely based on the legendary paradises of different intelligent creatures. Xiaoyu believed that the things he built would be loved by these outstanding people. These bumpkins will probably be stunned here after seeing what's going on in home ship number 10. Xiaoyu thought secretly. Chapter 603 Home number 10. The ultimate carrying capacity of a home spacecraft is 30 billion people. If comfort is to be ensured, this number will have to drop to 10 billion. 10 billion is still a huge number. It would be a waste if the Home 10 spaceship was only open to these outstanding figures from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. After all, there are only more than 30,000 of them in total. The Shinjo civilization has always promoted a relaxed social environment. Residents of different spaceships can freely apply to change to other spaceships to live. Xiaoyu is also working hard to make each home spaceship have its own characteristics and be different from each other. In this way, Xiaoyu probably ensures that the population of each home spaceship is basically the same, without wasting space. Nor will the living experience be reduced due to exceeding the load capacity. The war with the Level 5 Civilization Alliance has ended. A large number of people from the Shinjo civilization have ended their overseas assignments and returned to their homes. After a long period of busy work, it is natural to relax. So various tourism trends have begun to rise in recent times. Even the newly completed Homeland Spaceship number 10 has become the target of these people. These more than 30,000 outstanding people from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance were not the first visitors to the Home 10 spaceship. Before them, billions of indigenous people from the Shinjo civilization had traveled here. And about 3 more around 100 million people decided to settle here. As for the problem that different intelligent creatures have different environmental requirements, it can be easily solved by Xiaoyu with his current level of technology. The most common clothes made by Xiaoyu have personal life support systems. No matter what kind of environment they are in, as long as they are not too extreme. These clothes can ensure the safety of individual intelligent creatures. These clothes are also equipped with a translation system, so any two races can communicate freely like old friends. This breaks down the barriers between intelligent creatures of different races to the greatest extent. Although there are some differences in the appearance of intelligent creatures of different races, if they live in the same place for a long time and can communicate with each other freely, the barriers between different species will naturally slowly disappear. Therefore, the mobility of intelligent creatures in the Shinjo civilized society is very high. Most of the cities are populated by a mixture of races, and there are intelligent creatures from every race. And this kind of fluidity is exactly what Xiaoyu hopes for, because this kind of fluidity plays a great role in the integration of different races. Now, there are more than 300 million intelligent creatures living in different cities on the Home 10 spacecraft. Xiaoyu plans. Let these more than 300 million intelligent creatures native to the Shinjo civilization assimilate these more than 30,000 outstanding people from the 5th level Civilization Alliance. This can also be regarded as an attempt by Xiaoyu to promote the integration of the two major civilizations. When these more than 30,000 outstanding people arrived at the dock of the Home 10 spacecraft with an uneasy mood, they were greeted by neatly arranged and soft-shaped robots. Xiaoyu's shadow stood in front of these robots. Welcome to Home Spaceship number 10. This will be the place where you will live in the future. Xiaoyu manipulated his shadow to greet him, and said in a soft voice. In front of Xiaoyu were a large group of intelligent creatures of different races with serious and even sad expressions. These intelligent beings all have different appearances. But one thing is the same. That is, each intelligent being carries a lot of baggage. Xiaoyu knew clearly why this was the case. However, Xiaoyu still pretended not to know, and manipulated his phantom to ask. Didn't I inform you already? I have prepared everything for you here. You don't need to bring anything. Please take us to where we work and live. Ares stood up and said to Xiaoyu. Oh, since you can't wait so hard. Fine. Please come with me, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Turned around and walked forward, under the guidance of a large number of robots that maintained order. These intelligent creatures boarded different vehicles in the spacecraft and began to travel to their respective cities through dedicated passages. Many ghosts of Xiaoyu also appeared, following intelligent creatures of different races to different cities. This kind of vehicle is made using anti-gravity technology. There is no inertia felt at all when starting, so it can go very fast without having to worry about overload. After it started for only 10 seconds, it stopped, and everyone followed the robot's guidance and came to the ground. After arriving on the ground, all these people stayed there. Even Ares and Rudo had shocked looks in their eyes and stood motionless. What appeared in front of these people? And just the right amount of sunshine, were wide and straight roads, warm and pleasant air, exquisite and unique urban buildings, a clear sky, and even a fountain in front of them. Small lake. Rudo couldn't help but murmur to himself. It's actually the stars in the sky. Ever since we left our home planet and moved to live in the spacecraft. How long have we not seen such a beautiful sun and blue sky? Oh, here there are also lakes. Isn't that the most precious lutefish on our home planet? It's so beautiful. Cities can still be built like this? How much space and resources will be wasted? Every continent-class spaceship is extremely precious. It should bear more responsibility for survival rather than comfort. This is too luxurious. It's such a waste. This is simply unimaginable in our spaceship. In our country, People who have such thoughts will be regarded as crazy. How much energy and manpower is wasted to create such beautiful scenery and maintain these fountains, virtual stars, and virtual skies? Ares, leader of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, murmured to himself, looking at everything in front of him in shock. If we had these resources and manpower, as well as the related industrial base, and built them into warships, how many ships could be built? But your Shinjo civilization actually used these resources here for the beautiful scenery? This is unacceptable. Forgive the waste. Ha! It doesn't matter. These things are not worth mentioning for our Shinjo civilization. In fact, we have 20 such huge spaceships, and each of them has its such a beautiful sight. The people of our Shinjo civilization can move freely between different spaceships, and they can choose which spacecraft to live in. No one will interfere with them. Oh! If you are all shocked by these things, then you should come and see this place again, Xiaoyu said, waving to the sky, and many spacecraft landed. Xiaoyu smiled and stretched out his hand to signal. Please. This scene happened simultaneously in more than a dozen different cities. More than a dozen Xiaoyu shadows saw with their own eyes the shocked expressions of more than a dozen outstanding people of different races when facing all this. Ares, Rudo, and a group of people boarded the sightseeing spacecraft prepared by Xiaoyu for them and began to fly in the sky. When passing through the city, people were intoxicated. These buildings obviously integrate the highest artistic achievements of our civilization. They are built like works of art. They are so beautiful. This place is like a legend. It's like a paradise. But it really doesn't matter that it's such a huge waste to sacrifice living space for the sake of artistry and beauty? When the spacecraft passed by the sea and mountains, people began to marvel. What kind of wasteful behavior is this? The space inside the residential Continental-class spacecraft is so precious. But your Shinjo civilization actually built seas and mountains inside? Some people began to cry bitterly. Since leaving our home planet, I haven't seen the sea and mountains for hundreds of years. I didn't expect that I could still see these things here. When the spacecraft passed by the forest and grassland, people began to become engrossed. They looked at the familiar animals and plants and refused to take their eyes back for a long time. When the ship passed over the beach, some people even urged to go down and take a look. Xiaoyu naturally agreed to this request with a smile. So these spaceships landed, and a group of people couldn't wait to run out, standing there in a daze facing the endless sea. Then a few people suddenly knelt on the soft sand and cried uncontrollably. There were already many people leisurely visiting this beach. After seeing this group of weird people, the people of Shinjo civilization secretly shook their heads. These people should be those bumpkins from the 5th level Civilization Alliance. Come on. It's so pitiful. They probably haven't seen the sea since they left their home planet. Yes, they are so pitiful. But it is different when they meet our Shinjo civilization. The master will definitely help them and let them live in a continent-level spaceship like ours. Look at the clothes they wear. Oh my god. They are so dirty. Don't they know how to clean their bodies? Or do they simply not have the equipment that can clean their bodies in an instant? Shh. Keep your voice down. They are guests. Don't let them hear it and hurt their self-esteem. The people of Shinjo civilization who were watching began to discuss in low voices. After almost touring the home 10 spacecraft, Xiaoyu took them to the city and placed them on the ground. Guests from the Alliance, are you satisfied here? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Chapter 604, Retreat. The various emotions of intelligent creatures are the most unreliable and fickle things. Xiaoyu admitted that there was a deep hatred between the Level 5 Civilization Alliance and himself, because in the past period of time, he had killed at least hundreds of billions of their compatriots. But Xiaoyu was sure that the intelligent creatures waiting for the Level 5 Civilization Alliance after an update or two, this hatred will evaporate, because the newly born intelligent creatures will only feel that living in the Shinjo civilization is so free. The material conditions are so superior, and the environment is so beautiful. At the same time, they have not personally experienced the tragic events of the previous generation. War. So it is certain that they do not share the hateful concepts of the previous generation. Even when the previous representative revealed that he wanted to subvert their lives, they themselves would actively oppose it. Therefore, in the universe and on a longer time scale, talking about hatred is really meaningless. Of course, this situation only applies to creatures with short life cycles, and creatures with long lifespans such as alien beast civilization, Xiaoyu, Ghost Tribe, Taihao, etc. are not included in this. It is for this reason that Xiaoyu strictly controls the genetic modification project of newly joined 5th-level Civilization Alliance creatures. Specifically, except for highly valuable scientists, politicians, war scientists, etc., all civilians will not be genetically modified, and they will only be allowed to live, grow old, sick and die according to natural laws. They will reproduce in large numbers, and they will die. Their descendants will inherit their blood, but their descendants will not inherit their hatred. Through such a simple process, Xiaoyu can achieve his goal, even after getting used to the superior living conditions in the Shinjo civilization. A large number of people in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance will choose to forget the past. After all, Xiaoyu brought them a better life. At this time, the more than 30,000 outstanding people from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance had already settled in the home spaceship number 10 under Xiaoyu's arrangement. Although in their hearts, there is still a deep gap between Shinjo civilization. But at least, Xiaoyu could sense that they still liked it here. Therefore, they chose to live in different cities according to different aesthetic concepts. And those who greeted them were also the friendly aborigines of the Shinjo civilization. The residents of Shinjo civilization expressed great concern for this group of poor outsiders. They enthusiastically helped these outsiders get used to the living environment and lifestyle here, teach them how to use some instruments they have never heard of or seen before, and tell them some relevant information. The 5th level Civilization Alliance has a deep hatred for the Shinjo civilization. But the Shinjo civilization has no hatred towards the 5th level Civilization Alliance. You know, in this whole war, although Xiaoyu lost a lot, the intelligent creatures did not lose much. So hatred naturally ceases to exist. Here, these scientists discovered for the first time that the residents of the Shinjo civilization were not barbarians. These residents of the Shinjo civilization even had a much higher education than they did. These people were elegant and full of energy. Be friendly and helpful. Here, they discovered to their shame that the residents of the Shinjo civilization were not barbarians, but they themselves were the barbarians. At the same time, Xiaoyu also deliberately arranged the living and working locations of these scientists to be dispersed. You know, group life is good for cultivating certain emotions, such as hatred. For example, fanaticism is the most beneficial. Spread these scientists apart, and this sentiment loses its fertile ground. Coupled with the kindness and friendliness of the residents of the Shinjo civilization, the wariness of these scientists is disappearing little by little. The weather is not very good today. The weather system controlled by a chaotic program made the sky a little gloomy today, and there was even a hint of drizzle. But the temperature is not too low, but a comfortable 38 degrees. In such weather, Rudo ended his day's work. I left the institute and prepared to return to my home. As soon as he walked out the door, a suspended traffic vehicle stopped in front of him, and the door opened. A face that was completely different from his appeared. Hey, friend! Let's go back together. I'll see you off. This situation is very common because of the mixed racial mix. In the homeship spacecraft, you can see a humanoid creature and a dog-like creature, or two orangutan-like creatures walking together everywhere. But this dog-like creature or orangutan is not a pet. They are also authentic intelligent creatures. These people may have just gone out to play together and then returned home. No need. Rudo shook his head. I'd better let the robot take me back. Come on. We are all neighbors. No need to be so polite. The man enthusiastically invited Rudo to get on his vehicle, and then quickly started driving. On the way home, this man and Rudo had a very passionate conversation. Are you used to living here? Are there any difficulties? You have just come here and are not familiar with this place. If you have any difficulties, just tell me, and I will definitely help you. Rudo was a little uncomfortable with this kind of enthusiasm. He said hesitantly, Thank you for your concern. I am fine here. There is no difficulty. Oh, by the way, there is a party in our area tonight. You should go too. It's just a good time for everyone to get to know you. Okay. Rudo hesitated for a moment, but agreed. The two talked all the way and arrived home a few minutes later. Rudo got out of the car and saw two intelligent creatures of purple civilization waiting in front of his house. One of them is an adult and one is a minor. Seeing Rudo's return, the underage purple civilized intelligent creature came over happily. Grandpa Rudo, you are back. The intelligent creatures of the purple civilization are known for their cute looks, which is recognized among the Shinjo civilization, which has gradually unified its aesthetic concepts. Obviously, on this point, Ruto's aesthetic concepts are the same as those of the people of Shinjo civilization. Seeing this cute little child, Ruto couldn't help but reveal a loving look in his eyes. Little guy, Grandpa is back. At this time, the adult intelligent creature came over and said with a smile, Uncle Ruto, I learned through inquiries that your race seems to like to eat a kind of food called purple sweet potato. I happen to have some at home, so I made it for you according to the method I found out. Now it is ready. You can come to our house to eat together. But I have promised to attend a gathering in our area today. Ruto hesitated before replying. It doesn't matter. The party won't start for a while. Why don't you go to our house and wait until we finish eating together? The purple civilized creature continued to invite with a smile. Okay. Thank you then, Ruto said and agreed. For hours passed before Ruto returned to his home. After opening the communication tool, Ruto wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. This is a private circle established by Level 5 Civilization Alliance creatures. Scientists who come to home spaceship number 10 usually communicate through this circle. In the past, the content of the conversation was nothing more than hatred and contempt for the Shinjo civilization, as well as disdain for those so-called hypocrisy. These people vent their dissatisfaction here in this way. In the past, Ruto was the most active speaker. But today, Ruto suddenly felt that there were some things that he could no longer say. By now, Ruto finally understood why the popularity of this private circle was getting lower and lower, and fewer people responded to him. When this private circle was first created, the average number of comments per hour dropped from tens of thousands to less than 5,000 now. Even the content of the conversation has changed, and some topics such as life, food, and entertainment have been added. Looking at the circle, topics such as, I went to a place today. The scenery is beautiful. Or, I discovered a new food today. Everyone should try it. Ruto smiled slightly. He sighed. And instead of making some hateful remarks like before, he closed the private circle. What Ruto didn't know was that there was another person in the Home 10 spacecraft who was falling into the same feeling as him. This person is the leader of the 5th level Civilization Alliance, Ares. At this moment, he was sitting there quietly, staring at the scenery outside the window in a daze, seeming to be thinking about something. The foundation I worked so hard to build was destroyed in the hands of Shinjo civilization. In order to lead our civilization and our alliance to enter the 6th level civilization, I have put in unimaginable hard work and effort. But all of this is gone now. Not only that, the Shinjo civilization also killed hundreds of billions of people in our alliance. I should hate the Shinjo civilization very much. But why can't I hate it now? Ares murmured to himself. I'm thinking hard about this problem. At this moment, Ruto was as confused as Ares. His son died on the battlefield. He once thought that he would hate the Shinjo civilization forever. But now, he seems a little unable to hate it. 3 days later, Xiaoyu received reports from Ruto and Ares at the same time. I apply to resign. From now on, I will live at the foot of peak number 3, spend the rest of my life among the mountains and rivers, and will no longer be involved in political affairs or scientific matters. Chapter 605 Arrival. Peak number 3 in the Home 10 spacecraft is a very ordinary mountain. Although the foot of the mountain can be regarded as a tourist attraction, its tourism index ranking is only in the middle, which is still considered a good place. However, this place seems to be particularly suitable for the aesthetic vision of the Pegasus civilization. Among the first batch of more than 30,000 scientists, more than 3,000 Pegasus civilization creatures love it here. Seeing the application reports of Ruto and Ares, Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, and then gave an approval. Okay, I agree to your application to resign from your job. You can freely transfer among all homeship spacecrafts. Not only peak number 3, but all places, except for restricted areas. You can live. With Xiaoyu's consent, the two people who were once the supreme leader of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance and the other were once the greatest scientists in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance seemed to have been relieved of some heavy burden in an instant. The two smiled at each other and said goodbye. Then they returned to their respective homes, took their belongings, took their robots, and left the city. Except for Xiaoyu, who knew everything here. No one knew where they had gone and could not contact them. Xiaoyu understands the psychology of these two people very well at this moment. Xiaoyu knew that they must all be very conflicted now. They like this place, but their reason tells them that they should not give up their hatred, and reality lets them know that they have no hope of revenge. Under this ambivalent mentality, choosing to live in seclusion as an escape seems to be a good choice. It's a pity that these two outstanding people can't be used by me. Xiao Yu sighed secretly. I put this matter behind me and started planning other things. They are just two outstanding people. Although it is a pity, it is not a big deal after all. Moreover, Xiao Yu believes that as long as they stay in the Shinjo civilized society, they will regard this place as their home sooner or later. Well, if this place is threatened with destruction, these two people will definitely come out to help themselves. Or in other words, come out to protect their own home. After the first group of scientists settled down, Xiao Yu began to prepare for the reporting work of the second group of scientists. This time the number was a bit larger, about 500,000. And because Xiao Yu did not prohibit the first batch of scientists from contacting their hometown, the living conditions in the homeship spacecraft have probably spread to the 5th Level Civilization Alliance, allowing those who remain in the 5th Level Civilization Alliance. I got a rough idea of life here. Xiao Yu believes that this time, the resistance he will encounter will be much smaller. Everything was just as Xiao Yu imagined. In the process of recruiting the second batch of scientists, Xiao Yu did not encounter much resistance. After the recruitment of the second batch of scientists was completed, under the auspices of Xiao Yu, and with the cooperation of the Social Committee, a massive publicity campaign was launched. The plan for this publicity event was drawn up personally by Luca too, and then submitted to the Social Committee for discussion. Xiao Yu also participated in this meeting and put forward his own opinions. After comprehensively considering the opinions of all parties, Luca too revised it several times and finally came up with the final draft, which was unanimously approved by the participants. This publicity is conducted in both directions, for the Level 5 Civilization Alliance and the Shinjo Civilization. What Xiao Yu hopes to achieve is to allow the people of Shinjo Civilization to understand how superior their current life is through comparison, and to further enhance national cohesion. Let the people of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance know how the people of the Shinjo Civilization lived and what their living environment was like, so that they would have a certain amount of admiration, and at the same time tell them through propaganda that in the near future, they will give them the same through this method. We can reduce the resistance encountered in the process of national integration. Then, a large number of field visit documentaries were produced. Among these documentaries, the media within the Shinjo civilization sent a large number of filming teams under the instruction of the Social Committee. Under the protection of robot guards, they entered the Continent-class spacecraft of the 5th Level Civilization Alliance and conducted interviews. A considerable part of the filming team began to shoot in the homeship spacecraft, recording the daily lives of the people of the Shinjo civilization and the beautiful scenery in the homeship spacecraft, and then broadcasting them in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. These documentaries can not only achieve the purpose of enhancing the national cohesion of the people of the Shinjo civilization and enhancing the admiration of the people of the 5 Level Civilization Alliance, but also further enhance the mutual understanding between the two different civilizations and reduce various obstacles that may be encountered in the integration process. As you can see, the place where I am standing now is the most prosperous city among the 5th Level Civilization Alliance's most prosperous residential continent-class spaceships. This city is equivalent to the 5th Level Civilization Alliance. The existence of the capital. In a documentary, the host said this. As you can see, the living conditions of the continental spacecraft of the 5th Level Civilization Alliance are indeed not very good. There are really too many people here, and they are everywhere. People flow, and the environment here is not very good. You know, this is what happened after our Shinjo civilization assisted here with at least 10 million cleaning robots to help them clean up. What? Those robots? Because the 5th Level Civilization Alliance cannot supply enough energy, so it's paralyzed a lot? So let's find a random person to interview. This is the total air circulation and purification system of the 5th Level Civilization Alliance continental level residential spacecraft. As you can see, this place is indeed very big, but these machines are a bit old, and the processing efficiency does not seem to be very high. You can take a look. Compare the picture below with the total air circulation and purification system in our homeship spacecraft. Now let's interview the staff here. Oh, you are saying that because of the lack of industrial base and social resources, your government is temporarily unable to carry out renovations here? This is really a pity. You know that this will lead to the emergence of people living in this spaceship. A lot of discomfort? This staff member seemed a little ashamed. He temporarily refused our interview because he was busy with work. It doesn't matter. We can take a look for ourselves and listen to the opinions of our accompanying experts. This is obviously an air purifier. It is obviously overloaded at the moment. Its parts have been damaged, so it cannot exert its full effect at the moment. Oh, by the way, this type of instrument, we eliminated it hundreds of years ago. What we now use in the Shinjo civilization is a special instrument specially developed by the Academy of Mechanical Sciences. This instrument has powerful functions, high stability, low energy consumption, etc. All kinds of advantages. This is a sewage treatment recycling instrument. It also suffered serious damage. In fact, I am confused. Can such a thing really clean sewage with complex composition? In just a few years, there have been probably thousands of documentaries like this. These documentaries were shot from different angles and cover all aspects of life in the 5-level Civilization Alliance society, including their living customs, current lifestyles, entertainment methods, as well as humanistic psychology, artistic achievements, etc. All were filmed come down and played on the home ship. At the same time, thousands of documentaries about the home ship spacecraft were produced and then broadcast in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. The two civilizations slowly understood each other. So far, all Level 5 Civilization Alliance scientists and their families have been relocated to the Home 10 spacecraft. At the same time, hundreds of millions of ordinary people have been dispersed to the remaining home spacecraft. Home Spaceship 13 is currently undergoing internal renovations. After the project is completed, 10 billion people from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, or the Shinjo civilization, will come to live here. The Shinjo civilization is rapidly assimilating the foreign race of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, with its unique social culture and inclusiveness. Under the combined effect of Xiaoyu's series of propaganda methods and various practical measures, the impression of Shinjo civilization within the Level 5 Civilization Alliance is being rapidly reversed. So far, the voices that support the integration into the Shinjo civilization and are looking forward to it have outweighed the voices that oppose the integration into the Shinjo civilization. Moreover, even those who opposed integration into the Shinjo civilization basically no longer had such extreme thoughts at this moment, and no longer thought about how to take revenge. Those who hate Shinjo civilization have become a minority at this moment. Time has passed like this little by little. And so far, more than 50 billion people from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance have moved to the home ship spacecraft. The first batch of 20 Continental-class home ship spacecraft built by Xiaoyu have all been occupied. If the population continues to move in, the living experience will be degraded. So Xiaoyu temporarily stopped the fusion plan and planned to continue this aspect of work after building a new home spacecraft. In the midst of busy work, Xiaoyu finally reached his destination, a stable star surrounded by several planets. This star system is stable and peaceful, and is the most suitable place for Xiaoyu's development. I hope no powerful existence will disturb me during this period of time, Xiaoyu muttered silently to himself. Tens of millions of warships have been stationed here, and the planetary battleship Earth has also entered an orbit around the star. Various large-scale industrial construction has begun again, and countless scientists and people have once again begun to be busy. Chapter 606, Test Passed. Compared with the Shinjo civilization, there are more scientific workers in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. And because scientific research talents are precious, they are well protected even during wars. So there is basically no damage. So far, these people have basically taken advantage of Xiaoyu. To put it bluntly, if we take away the powerful scientific research capabilities brought by Xiaoyu's terrifying computing power, and just talk about the scientific research power of intelligent creatures, the Shinjo civilization is not an opponent of the 5th level Civilization Alliance at all. And even half of the 5th level Civilization Alliance not comparable. This means that after being supplemented by the scientific research strength of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, Xiaoyu's scientific research strength has at least doubled. This is despite the fact that scientific researchers from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance generally have some resistance, and their morale is not very high. Xiaoyu believes that when he completely tames these scientists, his scientific research strength will be greatly enhanced. In this star system, Xiaoyu, together with nearly 10 million scientific researchers from various disciplines, began the process of exploring science and technology for Level 6 civilizations. The primary task before us now is to help me break through the limitations of computing power. In the conference room, facing dozens of scientist leaders, Xiaoyu said, "We already know that the 6th level civilization uses computers are based on light technology. And based on our current understanding, light computers are closely related to space technology. To develop a light computer, it is necessary to develop technology that uses curved space to accurately control the direction of light. As long as the light computer is after it is developed, My computing power can be increased to at least 10,000 times the current computing power. Yes, that's right. 10,000 times. After a pause, Xiaoyu continued. Everyone must know what 10,000 times the computing power means. This means that I will be able to control more than 100 billion warships at the current level at the same time. We even have with the current technological strength and the level of 6th-level civilization launching battle formations. This will be of great benefit to our civilization. You and me. Not only that, after my computing power breaks through, I can also use this computing power to participate in scientific and technological research. It will greatly increase the speed of our scientific and technological progress. This is a virtuous cycle, which is the basis for all subsequent development. Therefore, at this stage, we must put the research and development of light computers first. Well, I will make the following arrangements. This task will be led by me personally, led by the Academy of Space Sciences and the Academy of Computing Sciences, and all other scientific research departments will cooperate, temporarily reducing the proportion of other scientific research aspects, and shifting the focus to this project. 5 within a year, I will see the first prototype of a light-based computer. Xiaoyu's speech caused a discussion among the scientists present. Some people have doubts about the time within 5 years, thinking that it is impossible to achieve a breakthrough in such a short period of time. Some people express support for this, and believe that other technologies might as well slow down and study optical computer technology first. However, those who participated in the discussion were all scientists from the original Shinjo civilization and scientists from the 5th-level Civilization Alliance. Then each remained silent. Obviously, they still have some concerns about their current situation. One is that there is still a certain gap between Shinjo civilization, and the other is that he is worried about his status in Xiaoyu's heart at the moment. New scientists don't have to worry about this. Xiaoyu was keenly aware of this situation. So he said with relief, in the future, we will not be divided into the 5th-level Civilization Alliance and the Shinjo civilization. We are all part of the Shinjo civilization. Every one of us can feel and enjoy the benefits brought by scientific and technological progress. And we are striving for our own tomorrow. After a few words of relief to the scientists, Xiaoyu dismissed the meeting. Follow-up related research matters began immediately. Under Xiaoyu's strong leadership, various scientific research departments quickly united to launch research on optical computer matters. For light computers, Shinjo civilization already has a certain foundation. What Xiaoyu is using now is a hybrid light and quantum computer. However, this kind of computer does not use space technology, so all tasks inside the computer cannot be completed entirely by light. Quantum computing modules must be used to share certain tasks. Although this model reduces the difficulty of manufacturing, it also greatly reduces computing power. What Xiaoyu has to do now is to make things that can only be done by the quantum computing module now be done by the light computing module. All the internal modules of the entire computer can be completely handed over to the light. This must involve precise microcontrol of space. This kind of technology is undoubtedly only available to level 6 civilizations. But now Xiaoyu is at the pinnacle of level 5 civilization, and is qualified to conduct scientific research on this technology. In terms of computing science, the Shinjo civilization has an absolute advantage. While in space science, the level 5 Civilization Alliance has the advantage. After all, the 5th-level Civilization Alliance has developed space-wave weapons by relying on its own strength, while Shinjo, even though it has space weapons as samples, has not been able to truly develop its own space weapons. And the light computer happens to need to use both computing science and space science. So of course, this first major scientific research mission has become a process of cooperation and integration between the two major civilizations from a high level. Millions of scientists are involved in this task. All scientists related to optical computers are involved in this task. Only scientists from disciplines that are completely unrelated to optical computers are not involved. In addition to these millions of scientists, under Xiaoyu's control, there are hundreds of millions of robots and hundreds of millions of intelligent biological workers who have begun to build various instruments and places needed for research. Not only that, this research branch tasks were also divided by Xiaoyu and handed over to the hundreds of thousands of universities within the Shinjo civilization, so that these college students who were still in the learning stage could participate. There was no way. This task was too difficult. Even if Xiaoyu mobilized all the scientific research power he could now mobilize, he still felt a little powerless. In desperation, Xiaoyu handed over some subtle and relatively simple things. These students do it. This is a systematic and huge project. which requires millions of various branch technologies. The difficulty of developing optical computers can be seen clearly. In order to complete this task, Xiao Yu has mobilized all the power of Xinzhou civilization, and even temporarily gave up the manufacturing process of various weapons needed for the galaxy defense system, and instead handed over the defense task to the companion Ghost tribe, allowing he was responsible for this. Anyway, after a battle with the 5th level civilization alliance, the companion Ghost tribe has truly reached the top existence below the 6th level civilization, and he also has a unique speed advantage. Xiao Yu is relieved to hand over the galaxy defense system to him. All the bonds were released by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu led the integrated Xinzhou civilization and started the research and development of light computers wholeheartedly. Perhaps we can paraphrase a saying on Earth. Science has no borders. Although after this sentence, there is another sentence. But scientists have national boundaries. Xiao Yu did not persecute the newly joined people or scientists of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, but instead improved their living standards by several levels. Coupled with the unique inclusiveness of Xinzhou civilization, the barriers caused by national boundaries have gradually faded. And because everyone is striving for the same goal, they exchange research experiences and data and work together all day long, scratching their heads together for failure and cheering for progress together. Under this situation, Xiao Yu can be keenly aware that the scientists of the 5th level Civilization Alliance and the scientists of the Xinzhou civilization are gradually becoming harmonious. Scientists from the Super Civilization Alliance are also gradually identifying themselves as members of the Xinzhou civilization. This phenomenon made Xiao Yu very happy. A common goal is indeed the best way to promote integration. In this case, should I deliberately create an enemy and let it launch an attack on our Xinzhou civilization? With the help of war, the 5th level Civilization Alliance and Xinzhou civilization can completely integrate? Well, this seems to be somewhat feasible. After the task at hand is completed, let's call Luca too and plan together. In this situation, time passed little by little. With the Computing Science Foundation of the Xinzhou civilization and the Space Science Foundation of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, the first experimental model of the Ray computer was finally manufactured 5 years later. Today is the day of the final test. All scientists stick to their jobs, paying close attention to the data transmitted by this light computer, and are ready to deal with any emergencies at any time. There was a solemn atmosphere everywhere in the Central Academy of Sciences and its branches. Xiao Yu gently relaxed his mind and issued the start command. Well, the self-test passed. The light computer started successfully, and the related instructions are being loaded. Okay, the loading is completed. Everything is normal, and all hardware is working normally. Very good. Then the next item is to enter the receiving instruction state to perform the first computing task. Accept stability test. Accept reliability test. Accept extreme load pressure test. Accept stability test under unexpected circumstances. The entire test mission lasted for 3 days in total. During these 3 days, Xiao Yu and other scientists conducted hundreds of thousands of tests on the optical computer. Finally, after 3 days, Xiao Yu came to the conclusion. Xiao Yu solemnly announced the results. Test passed. Chapter 607, 10,000 times. The test results show that this experimental prototype has slightly greater computing power than the main engine of the Asia spacecraft that I am currently using. The reliability is 30% better than the main engine of the Asia spacecraft, and the stability is 60% better. 7. Ultimate load pressure wins. After telling a series of data, Xiao Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart, manipulated his phantom, and said loudly, Yes, we succeeded. We already have a light computer. Great. We finally have a 6th level civilization technology. This means that we have opened the door to the 6th level civilization. At least in terms of computing science. We have entered the 6th level civilization. Finally successful. I believe this is just the beginning. In the future, whether it is material technology, space technology, or casting technology, we will enter the 6th level civilization. At this moment, boiling cheers resounded throughout the Central Academy of Sciences and its branches. At this moment, both the scientists of the Xinzhou civilization and the scientists of the 5-level Civilization Alliance were cheering for joy, celebrating their victory and celebrating themselves. These 5 years of hard work have finally yielded fruitful results. At this moment, there is no longer any difference between the Level 5 Civilization Alliance and the Xinzhou civilization. Everyone has a common identity. That is, they are members of the Xinzhou civilization. This computer is just a test prototype. It is not perfect, and the power is too low. It still has huge room for improvement. But even so, such a simple guy has surpassed all data in all aspects. The main computer I am using now. This shows that we are on the right path. As long as we continue to research and develop light computers, we will definitely be able to create more advanced instruments. We have achieved a decisive victory. In the next research, we no longer have to work so hard, because the most solid barrier has been broken by us. And what we need to do next is only technical research. It is no longer scientific research. Xiaoyu continued with a smile on his face. Follow-up research no longer requires our Shinjo civilization to devote such huge social resources. So I will make arrangements for the second step. The Academy of Computing Science will still go all out to carry out the research and development of light computers. Other related each discipline will allocate part of its strength to assist the Academy of Computing Sciences. But this will no longer be its main task. The next task will be led by the Academy of Space Sciences. All efforts will be made to study curvature navigation technology in strong gravitational fields, as well as space shields, space communication methods, and higher speeds curvature navigation, as well as space weapons and space cutting technology. Level 6 civilizations can already create small universes. What we have to do now is to develop this technology and create our own small universe. According to Xiaoyu's current understanding of the small universe, the small universe has many advantages, the most important of which is concealment and safety. If a civilization relies on the development of the planet, no matter how hidden it is, there will always be some information sent out. It is better if no one pays attention to it, if someone is looking for it. Just like when Xiaoyu was looking for primary civilization, it was impossible to escape. But the small universe is different. First of all, it cannot be observed in the large universe unless the distance is close to a certain extent. It's concealment. And then, there's security. Xiaoyu used the existing data in his own simulation system. After simulating all the attack methods based on level 6 civilization technology that I could think of, I could only come up with a way to break through the defense line of the small universe. And this method is still difficult to implement. The small universe is such a special existence. It is precisely because of it that level 6 civilizations are completely distinguished from civilizations of level 5 and below. It's not just differences like faster speed and stronger attack power of the spacecraft. Regarding the technological differences between level 5 civilization and level 6 civilization, Xiaoyu summarized it. They are probably in the following major aspects. The first is space technology, which is fundamental. The second is computing technology. And the third is material technology. After mastering space technology, you can increase your speed to more than 100 times the speed of light. And you can sail at this speed whether in the star system or in the void of the universe. You also have space broadcast technology, space weapons, the creation of small universes, space shields, etc. All based on space technology. The biggest breakthrough in computing technology is the optical computer. And the biggest breakthrough in materials technology is the atomic polymerization material. Xiaoyu speculated that it is precisely because of the strong performance of atomic polymer materials, which can even exist stably at places hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from stars, that they can support the huge planet-class spacecraft or star-class spacecraft. Structural engineering. The 1990 spacecraft obtained by Xiaoyu and the Blood Blade Team spacecraft captured from the Guardian civilization have both been confirmed to be made of atomic polymer materials. Xiaoyu himself has also mastered some methods of making atomic polymerization materials. But the materials made by Xiaoyu are still very different from those made by these veteran 6th-level civilizations. But no matter what, I finally got through. There are also rudimentary versions of light computers, and rudimentary versions of space wave weapons. Space wave weapons are the prototype of authentic space weapons. In these three aspects, Xiaoyu has made achievements in all. So now, it is not wrong to say that Xiaoyu is a level 6 civilization. So now, what Xiaoyu needs to do is to go further in these three aspects, consolidate a scientific system, and develop more advanced instruments, in the cohesion formed by striving for a common goal. The scientist classes of the two major civilizations have been completely integrated. This convergence brings a huge scientific boost. 5 more years later, the first giant light computer was built. Just as Xiaoyu predicted, this giant light computer does have more than 10,000 times the computing power of the computer Xiaoyu is currently using. Xiaoyu happily installed it into the Asia spacecraft, and then transferred himself in. Xiaoyu's computing power increased by more than 10,000 times in just this moment. In the past, Xiaoyu was always troubled by insufficient computing power. For example, If he focused on scientific research, he would not be able to carry out large-scale construction tasks or launch large-scale wars. If he focused on construction, other projects that consume a lot of computing power would not be possible. But now, all the problems are gone. At this moment, in this star system, the computing power Xiaoyu invested in scientific research and construction each accounts for about 45% of the total computing power. And the remaining 10% of the computing power is taken care of by Xiaoyu. The remaining key aspects are carefully allocated. In the days when his computing power was insufficient, Xiaoyu learned to live a careful life and allocate his computing power. But now, all the troubles are gone. A full 10,000 times the computing power. This means that Xiaoyu can simultaneously carry out scientific research and construction tasks on the scale of 10,000 current star systems. This means that Xiaoyu can simultaneously control more than 100 billion warships at this stage. This means that Xiaoyu can all previously backlogged scientific research computing tasks will be digested and resolved. And various computing needs will be met as quickly as possible among future scientific research tasks. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt like a nouveau riche. Just like an ordinary family who lived a careful life and suddenly received a huge bonus of 5 million. So much computing power. Xiaoyu sighed softly. How should I use it? Then there will be no worries. All scientific research projects will be launched. If there is a shortage of manpower, let me use computing power to accumulate. All construction tasks will be started. All things that can be done now will be started. After Xiaoyu issued a new mobilization order and explained the current situation, the entire scientist class became excited. Countless construction or calculation requests were submitted to Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu satisfied them all without exception. Does it take a whole planet to build a base to test the curvature navigation technology in a strong gravitational field? It doesn't matter. The construction task will be completed in 1 year. Do we need to build 3 billion warp space acceleration bases to study higher speed curvature navigation? Very good. I can complete them in a year at most. Well, the transport spaceship is not enough? It's a small matter. I will build 1 million transport spaceships immediately. Insufficient resources in the star system? Can't keep up with the supply? Okay. I will send out a voyage fleet to transport 50 stars and 300 planets from other star fields. Do you need to study the latest war theory? I will build 2 million warships right away. You can use them to fight. I will personally control all the warships. But the power of command lies with you. I will fight how you command me. I will not control the war. Any comments on the process? After the giant light computer was put into use, some things that these scientists had never dared to think of before were realized. Under this situation, all scientists are enthusiastic, because they discovered that the Shinjo civilization was really a good place to study science and technology. Here, the leaders of the civilization would at least not reject them, because the industrial base needed to give priority to supplying war or maintaining social operations, as well as because of insufficient resources and manpower. Certain material requirements. Xiaoyu is fully capable of meeting all the requirements of the entire social system of Shinjo civilization at the same time. Under Xiaoyu's strong promotion, the technology of the entire Shinjo civilization once again began a new round of rapid development. Xiaoyu has clearly felt that a huge and earth-shaking change is waiting for him in front of him. Chapter 608 Breakthrough. Breakthrough. For the Shinjo civilization, computers are the foundation that supports everything. With sufficient computing power, the entire Shinjo civilization is developing at a speed that can stun other civilizations. Xiaoyu has completely completed the work of integrating the technology of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance and the Shinjo civilization. This is all disciplines. No matter which aspect of technology, Xiaoyu has integrated the technology of the two civilizations together and extended it. More advanced technology. Then Xiaoyu began to publish his experience for scientists to come and study, so that these scientists could catch up with him as soon as possible. After the integration of technology is completed, the real period of great development has arrived. 15 years after the light computer was put into use, Xiaoyu was able to build a spacecraft with a speed of 80 times the speed of light. 20 years later, space weapons based on the foundation of space science were successfully developed. At this time, all the space weapons obtained from the Tolar civilization were decommissioned. After all, it is a castrated version of the space weapon. Even if Xiaoyu's space weapon at the moment is quite rudimentary, its power is much stronger than the castrated version. According to Xiaoyu's calculations, with the same power, the power of the space weapons he created is about 3.7 times that of the castrated space weapons of the Troll civilization. Moreover, The space weapons we manufacture still have considerable development potential. With the continuous development of various technologies, the power of these space weapons will be further improved in the future. 30 years later, space broadcast technology was successfully developed. Although the existing tachyon communication technology can achieve real-time communication over long distances, it has a fatal shortcoming. That is, the communication radius is too short. Only about 150 light-years. More than 150 light-years away. If you want to use tachyon communication, you need to build a relay instrument. The space broadcast communication technology can achieve precise communication with almost no delay within 1,000 light-years. And the reliability is much higher. Another point is that after this period of research, Xiaoyu determined that space broadcast communication technology is an essential technology for communication between the large universe and the small universe. When technology develops to a certain stage, after creating a small universe, space broadcast communication technology must be used to communicate between the two universes. Because long-distance communication is not capable of this, tachyons can only propagate in this universe, and cannot propagate to other universes. 40 years later, a breakthrough was made in curvature navigation technology in strong gravitational fields. From this moment on, the spaceship built by Xiaoyu, it will be possible to freely adopt curvature navigation technology inside the star system without having to worry about being interfered by the gravity of massive stars. 50 years later, the space folding shield was successfully developed. From now on, the spacecraft built by Xiaoyu will have another layer of space folding shield added to the original shield system. Xiaoyu discovered the combination of the protection shield and the space folding shield will produce a more powerful defensive effect, which is far from as simple as 1+1. A breakthrough made with the space folding shield is atomic polymerization material technology. Now Xiaoyu can already fix atoms of helium element, convert gaseous state to solid state to create powerful performance. But the weight is very low, compared with lithium element atom polymerization materials. Helium element atom polymerization materials have more advantages. On the basis of helium atomic polymerization materials, we can go one step further and use hydrogen atomic polymerization materials. The spacecraft captured by the Blood Blade team from the Guardian civilization, as well as the spacecraft of the 1990s, are all made of hydrogen atomic polymerization materials. Of course, Xiaoyu has not yet reached this level. Xiaoyu is certain that there must be more powerful materials on top of the hydrogen atom polymerization materials. Technology Taihao's Meson spacecraft and the Guardian civilization's Glory spacecraft are most likely made of this material. It's just that Xiaoyu still doesn't know what this material is. But for Xiaoyu now, the helium atomic polymerization material is powerful enough. It can even be placed less than 50,000 kilometers away from the star, and exists stably in such an extreme environment. These are relatively major scientific and technological breakthrough projects. In the past 50 years, there have been countless breakthroughs in branch technologies. These millions of new technologies have brought Xiaoyu's technology to a whole new level. Although these important technologies have made breakthroughs as expected, Xiaoyu is not in a hurry to launch large-scale construction tasks at this stage, because Xiaoyu's current technology is still developing rapidly. The spacecraft built with current technology is likely to be completely outdated in just a few decades, and will have to be dismantled and rebuilt. This is wasteful and pointless. No matter how sufficient Xiaoyu's computing power is, he cannot squander it like this. Therefore, during this period of time, the spaceships owned by Xiaoyu were still the original ones. However, in order to ensure his own safety, Xiaoyu created countless interstellar forts, fortresses, interstellar bomb clusters, space weapon bases, etc., and combined the star system is tightly protected. Xiaoyu confirmed that with the cooperation of his companion Ghost Clan, it would probably take a lot of time for even an authentic 6th-level civilization to break through its own defenses. During this period of time, Xiaoyu had already thousands of warships were built. With these technological foundations, Xiaoyu can finally begin to try to fully analyze the Blood Blade team's spacecraft. After dismantling these spaceships into pieces and conducting a comprehensive analysis from the aspects of material performance, energy transmission, computer technology, spacecraft control system, weapon system, etc., Xiaoyu benefited a lot, and at the same time also understood again to the powerful technological strength of the Guardian civilization. I am certain that these spaceships are just the most common and low-level spaceships in the Guardian civilization. But they still possess technological capabilities that amaze me. For many of its components, I only know the general principles, but do not have any knowledge of them. There are ways to achieve it. Well, at the same level, the ratio of the spaceships of the Guardian civilization and the most advanced spaceship I can build at the moment is about 1 to 5. The lowest level spaceship still has such a powerful strength. I really don't know how powerful the elite troops of the Guardian civilization are. The Guardian civilization is truly worthy of being in existence that has been fighting against the Sweeper civilization for tens of millions of years. Although during this confrontation, the Guardian civilization has always been escape. But being able to escape with one's life from the Sweeper civilization is already strong enough. Isn't it? Xiao Yu is thinking about this issue secretly. Although the gap is still huge, Xiao Yu knows that there is no essential difference between himself and the Guardian civilization. It's like a contrast between Earth Age, World War I era aircraft, and the most advanced aircraft of the 21st century. This is only a technical difference, not a scientific one. This means that Xiao Yu has now truly entered the category of 6th level civilization. This means that Xiao Yu has truly become the top existence in the galaxy. It's just that I'm still not a complete 6th level civilization. After all, I can't create my own small universe yet. And I can't build a planet-level spaceship. The existing materials are still not strong enough to support a planet-level spacecraft. The huge power and toughness requirements, weapon systems, and defense systems are not worthy of the name of a planet-class spacecraft. If he had to build it, Xiao Yu could barely build a planet-class spacecraft with a diameter of 700 to 800 kilometers. But without enough technology to support it, this kind of spacecraft would only have poor maneuverability and defense, and would be completely useless. Value. The planet-class spaceships can take a break, but the matter of the small universe cannot be delayed. Without the small universe, residential spaceships, supply spacecrafts, and repair docks and other equipment can only follow the battleship group, which is very unsafe. Intelligent creatures have occupied an extremely important position in the Shinjo civilization. Every intelligent creature is a very precious resource. Needless to say, the importance of various ancillary facilities such as material spaceships and maintenance docks. These things, it is safe to stay in the small universe. Continue to develop here. I must create the small universe so that I can embark on the journey with peace of mind. Xiao Yu thought for a while and made up his mind. In the past few decades, we have made many brilliant achievements. We have space weapons, space shields, space broadcast technology, and light computers, but this is still not enough. At this moment, we still cannot be considered a complete version of the 6th level civilization, because we lack one of the most important things for a 6th level civilization: the small universe. Without the small universe, our Shinjo civilization will always be in danger. Various logistical facilities, residential spaceships, resource spacecraft, etc. will always be threatened. Only by hiding all these things in the small universe can the safety factor be greatly improved. Therefore, the next scientific research goal is determined. In the next time, our Shinjo civilization will focus on the technology of creating small universes. We must develop the technology that can create small universes within 50 years. Create a small universe. At a work summary meeting for all scientific researchers, facing hundreds of nearly 10 million scientists who attended the meeting at the meeting site or through communication equipment, Xiao Yu said, as long as we have our own small universe, we will become a true 6th level civilization, and the survivability of our Shinjo civilization will be increased several times. Chapter 6093 Questions. Xiao Yu's current technological strength has completely surpassed the 5th level civilization and has truly entered the 6th level civilization. But if you don't have your own small universe, it will be fundamentally different from the authentic 6th level civilization. No matter from which aspect, there is no doubt about the role of the small universe, and it is worth any price a civilization must pay in exchange. Now, there are several problems facing Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu can already cut space without any hindrance. Divide the space of the big universe and form a small universe. However, this small universe is uncontrollable. Since its birth, this small universe has followed certain mechanical laws to revolve around the big universe. It was running, and Xiao Yu had no way to move it as he wanted. Although Xiao Yu used that stupid method to manipulate the small universe and finally return to the big universe in the ruins of Tolar civilization, it is obvious that this method is not advisable. The second issue is the circulation of matter between the small universe and the large universe. That is, Xiao Yu wants to establish a channel between the small universe and the large universe so that spacecraft, intelligent creatures, etc. can enter and exit freely. This involves more advanced space science and Xiaoyu has no way to solve it yet. The third issue is regional issue. If a small universe wants to be practical, it must be large. For example, the small universe of the troll civilization, which is only tens of billions of kilometers in diameter, is completely unacceptable. At least, in order to meet his own supplies and the living needs of intelligent creatures. In Xiaoyu's plan, Xiaoyu believes that he must create at least a small universe with a diameter of 1 light-year. Xiaoyu plans to transport dozens of stars and hundreds of thousands of planets to this small universe, and then place all residential spacecraft, material spacecraft, maintenance docks, etc. in this small universe. Even in times of danger, the battleships can all hide in this small universe, and then close the passage between the small universe and the big universe. Defend against danger with the help of a small universe. In Xiaoyu's plan, intelligent creatures can freely choose whether to live on the planet or in a spacecraft. Stars can provide almost endless energy, and planets can provide a large amount of materials, with such a logistics base that can be carried around. Xiaoyu's survivability will be increased several times. Under the leadership of Xiaoyu, a new round of scientific and technological research operations is in full swing. This is different from the previous research operation. This time Xiaoyu already has sufficient computing power, and the stars and planets transported by Xiaoyu provide sufficient resources. So Xiaoyu can verify any method that scientists and himself come up with. Away! Even if the success rate is only 0.1%, Xiaoyu will spend huge computing power to verify it. This kind of extravagant use method was almost unimaginable by Xiaoyu before. With this mentality, within a light-year range around this star system, there are busy construction robots everywhere, busy spacecraft shuttles everywhere, and millions of huge bases transported by Xiaoyu. Nearly 1,000 planets have sprung up from the ground to supply the materials needed for the experiment, and hundreds of small microcosms have been cut out. Through space broadcast communication technology and Xiaoyu in the big universe, various experiments are conducted under Xiaoyu's control, trying to find a way to stably control the motion state of the small universe and connect the large and small universes. 30 years pass quietly like this. Xiaoyu has accumulated a lot of research data on various aspects, but Xiaoyu never found a concrete and feasible way. However, Xiaoyu had a hunch. I should be close to solving the problem. Xiaoyu came to this conclusion based on the recent performance of two of the most talented scientists, Luca 3 and Su Junpo. These two people have found a new way, although it is not yet known whether it is feasible. Xiaoyu believes that based on his confidence in these two people, these two methods should be possible. When these two most talented scientists started the latest stage of research at the same time, Xiaoyu himself also made a major breakthrough. Through the combination of extremely complex calculations and unimaginably precise space-cutting tools, Xiaoyu believes that he has found a way to cut a large area of the universe and separate it from the big universe into an independent small universe. Another 3 months passed. With the help of number 5, Luca 3 finally submitted his scientific research paper. After this paper passed the review of the scientists' meeting, it also passed the feasibility test established by Xiaoyu. Therefore, Xiaoyu immediately decided to use experiments and real data to verify the feasibility of this method. This method is really a new approach. It completely abandons the idea of moving by the power of the small universe itself, and instead uses the method of linkage between the large universe and the small universe to make the small universe move in a controlled manner. Then, first of all, we must establish a relationship between the large universe and the small universe. Each build a connected instrument based on gravity and space, and through the movement of the instrument in the large universe, it will lead to the corresponding movement of the small universe. Xiaoyu silently thought about this method and quickly began to build this instrument. This method is indeed a bit tricky, and its specific principle is like flying a kite. The kite itself cannot move, but a person standing on the ground can pull the kite to move through the lead in his hand. The instrument built by Xiaoyu in the big universe is equivalent to a kite flyer. The connected instrument based on gravity and space is like the string of the kite, and the small universe is equivalent to the kite. The instrument is equivalent to the connection between the kite string and the kite. Xiaoyu first created the instrument at the microcosm end, and then used the space-cutting tool to cut out the space and the instrument together, and a small microcosm was formed. Then Xiaoyu created the corresponding instruments in the universe and equipped them on a spacecraft. Then the experiment begins. Xiaoyu issued this order in front of tens of thousands of scientists. Through space fluctuation detection, Xiaoyu can clearly detect the location of the small universe at such a close distance, by analyzing the position of the small universe at different time periods. we can know whether it is moving according to its own control. Under Xiaoyu's order, the spacecraft equipped with special instruments began to move slowly. As a result, a large amount of data began to be generated, and through certain conversion procedures, the data was analyzed to reveal its internal meaning. The conclusion is that, under the traction of the spacecraft, the small universe is undergoing some regular displacement. Further analysis shows that there is a direct connection between this displacement and the movement of the spacecraft. At the three-dimensional level, there is a one-to-one correspondence between the displacement of the spacecraft and the displacement of the small universe. After reaching this conclusion, Xiaoyu gently let go of his nervousness. I declare that the experiment was successful. Yes, we have found a way to control the movement of the small universe. Although this method has certain flaws. For example, it must be pulled by the large universe in order to move, and the one built in the large universe can't move. There is a risk of the instrument being destroyed. But that doesn't matter. We can solve this problem by building a large number of towed instruments or spacecraft. Xiaoyu announced the news with passion. The venue immediately started cheering, because this means that their decades of hard work have not been in vain. And at this moment, they finally receive fruitful results. There is another question. At this time, another scientist raised an objection. He stood up and said, I noticed a piece of data. It seems that this pulling method requires a huge amount of energy. During the experiment, I saw that the pulling spacecraft at the end of the large universe only pulled the small universe forward for less than 100 kilometers. It consumes all the energy it carries. It doesn't matter, Xiaoyu replied. When we develop the technology that allows the large universe and the small universe to freely exchange matter, we can use the materials in the small universe to supply the tractor spacecraft on the large universe side. I also have a question, another scientist said. I wonder if this pulling mechanism can pull the small universe into superlight navigation. After all, if the small universe can only carry out conventional navigation, then this technology will still be a bit tasteless. Let me answer this question. Luca too stood up and replied. In our theoretical speculation, there is no problem at all in pulling this small universe to travel at superlight speed. And space motion is not limited by the theory of relativity. The only question is how much energy is consumed. As long as the energy is enough. The speed of the small universe can even reach a speed of 110 times the speed of light. I have another question. Another scientist stood up and said, my question is, if we encounter a very powerful enemy, he destroys all the tractor spacecraft we left in the universe, and then defends. What should we do if the exit of our small universe is destroyed as soon as a new traction instrument appears? You know, without the traction from the big universe, the small universe cannot move. There is no way to solve this problem for the time being. Xiaoyu replied, but I think that if we really encounter an existence that can block us in the small universe and cannot come out, then we can simply hide in this small universe and develop technology. Or it would be good to use the small universe as a barrier to resist invasion. The scientist who asked the question nodded slowly. At this moment, Su Junpo, who had been silent, stood up. I think I may have found a way to connect the two universes. Chapter 610, Teleportation Between Two Worlds. Following Su Junpo's words, the entire venue immediately became quiet, and everyone looked at him, including Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was startled for a moment, then laughed. Very good. Very good. Really good. It seems that we have a double happiness today. Su Junpo, you are really good, and you have lived up to my expectations. Your method, what is it then? This is my deduction process. Su Junpo said, controlling the personal computing terminal at hand and sending a large piece of data to Xiaoyu. When I was reading the history of our Shinjo civilization, I saw that the master once relied on the Klein bottle principle to break through the four-dimensional barrier set up for us by the semi-four-dimensional Taihao. This incident inspired me, and I began to have the following ideas. Imagine two three-dimensional universes that are not connected to each other are actually still in the same four-dimensional world from a four-dimensional perspective. Since the Klein bottle can break through the four-dimensional barrier, it should also be able to break through the four-dimensional universe, and the two three-dimensional universes are connected. However, during specific research, I discovered some difficult things, because the four-dimensional barrier is different from the real four-dimensional universe. The methods that are suitable for breaking through the four-dimensional barrier are not suitable for breaking through the four-dimensional universe. But I didn't abandoning the specific principle of the Klein bottle. I optimized the Klein bottle through some methods. After a lot of research, experiments and deductions, I finally came to a conclusion today. I think my method is feasible. At this moment, Xiao Yu has completely digested the research report submitted by Su Junpo. Even Xiao Yu couldn't help but marvel at the wonderful ideas contained in this report at this moment. At the beginning, Xiao Yu also imagined using a Klein bottle to connect the two universes. However, after encountering difficulties in research, Xiao Yu believed that this method was not feasible. So he gave it up. But Su Junpo did not give up this idea. He relied on his amazing intuition and keen insight to persist, and finally succeeded. Yes. Relevant instruments must be built at both ends of the large universe and the small universe at the same time. Only when the two universes work together can the channel be opened. Instead of breaking through the four-dimensional barrier, just use force on one side. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Carefully check the feasibility of this report. After a while, Xiao Yu raised his head. This report has passed my feasibility test. I think this method should be feasible. Very good. Now that the research on mobile small universe has made a breakthrough and been verified. So now, it's time to verify this method of connecting the two universes. At this time, Xiao Yu's words were interrupted. Su Junpo looked at Xiao Yu with some confusion and asked, has the technology that controls the movement direction of the small universe been developed? Who developed it? Huh? Xiao Yu was startled for a moment, and then said with a smile, didn't I issue an announcement a few days ago that the final verification would be carried out today? And I notified you to participate. And just now, didn't I already declare that the experiment was a success? As for the scientist who made this breakthrough, it was Luca 3. Su Junpo said slightly shyly, I'm sorry. I have been thinking about the problem of connecting the two universes these days, and I didn't come back to my senses until now. So I didn't notice the specific content of your notice. Oh, it was obtained on the third A breakthrough? Su Junpo turned his attention to Luca number 3, who was standing with a smile, and said sincerely, Teacher, congratulations. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Luca 3 seemed to be in a very smooth mood. He smiled and said, congratulations to you too. You are the most outstanding and talented student I have ever taught. I am very pleased that you can achieve what you have today. Teacher, thank you for your teaching. Without your teaching, I would not have achieved what I have today. Su Junpo bent down, bowed to Luca 3, and said sincerely, well, now, let us verify the feasibility of this method. According to the report submitted by Su Junpo, the required instruments are not difficult to make and can be made very easily. You may as well wait here. After a while, an hour later, the test will begin. Making instruments is a very simple matter, but the difficulty is coming up with this idea. This idea. It's like a magic trick. Before the answer is revealed, you can't guess what's going on. But after the answer is revealed, people will suddenly realize that this is what happened. In this scientific research mission, Su Junpo once again assumed the role of a magician. An hour passed quickly. Under Xiao Yu's control, two instruments at the large universe end and the small universe end were quickly built. Then the space where the small universe end instrument was placed was completely cut off by the space cutting instrument. Left the big universe under the control of the traction instrument. The small universe remained stationary relative to the large universe. At this moment, the universe connection instrument was turned on. Xiao Yu has already placed an asteroid with a radius of about half a meter in the small universe in advance. This asteroid will serve as the protagonist of this experiment. After Xiao Yu gave the order, the instruments at the two ends of the large universe and the small universe started working at the same time. Under the interference of finely controlled gravitational instruments, an inexplicable change occurred in the four-dimensional space. It was like a bottle being generated in the four-dimensional universe. Because it is four-dimensional, it does not appear to be the same on the three-dimensional level. The difference between inside and outside is that the inside is the outside. The outside is the inside. The small universe is the big universe. And the big universe is the small universe. Therefore, this asteroid did not make any movement. And it came from the small universe to the large universe. After seeing the asteroid appear out of thin air in the universe as if by magic, the cheers rang out again. Before the cheers stopped, the asteroid disappeared again. Xiao Yu controlled the Unicom instrument and transmitted it from the big universe to the small universe. Then, it appears again in the universe, and then disappears again. Xiao Yu performed this action, hundreds of times. After comprehensively verifying the reliability of this method, Xiao Yu came to a conclusion. Very good. I declare that this test was successful. Congratulations, Su Junpo, for your great contribution to our Shinjo civilization, Xiao Yu announced with a smile on his face. And this method has a very good. The great thing is that we can set the password of the transmission instruments at both ends, the gravitational emission intensity of the transmission instruments at both ends, and the gravitational cooperation between them must reach a consistent level before a Klein bottle can be formed and transmission can proceed. If either end of the two ends of the instrument does not match, it cannot be transmitted. This means that only those of us who have mastered the transmission password can freely enter and exit the small universe, while those who have not mastered the password cannot enter the small universe. This is it ensures the safety of the small universe to the greatest extent. Su Junpo, your method is really a genius idea. It all depends on the teacher's teaching. After getting the results, Su Junpo also had a smile on his face. He smiled and said, "It is my teacher who taught me the most critical scientific thinking, and the almost unlimited deduction capabilities you provided, so that I can achieve what I am today. The contributions I have made are just an idea. But this idea is precisely the most important thing," Xiao Yu said. "In our race, there was a saying that was called, success is 99% sweat plus 99% sweat. 1% of inspiration. But this 1% of inspiration is more important than 99% of sweat." After saying this, Xiao Yu withdrew his gaze and said to all the scientists present, "We can start celebrating now. So far, we have all the technology needed to build a small universe. Technology that controls the movement of small universes and connects large and small universes has emerged. But how do we cut out this huge area with a diameter of 1 light-year to form a small universe?" A scientist expressed his doubts. We know that if the microcosm is too small, it will not make much sense. And the technical requirements for cutting a microcosm with a diameter of 1 light-year have exceeded our current level of technology. "It doesn't matter," Xiao Yu said with a smile. "This problem has been solved by me. Just now, I overcame the last technical problem in front of us, and I have found a way to cut a large range of space. Now, let us all continue to work hard for a while to develop the instruments that control the movement of the small universe and the communication instruments to the point where they are truly practical. During this time, I will select suitable stars and planets and prepare to turn them into the first residents of the small universe of the Shinjo civilization." Now that there have been breakthroughs in science, it is very natural to have breakthroughs in technology. Xiao Yu is confident that within 5 years, he will lead the scientists in the Shinjo civilization to truly develop these two instruments to the point of practical use. After Xiao Yu announced the adjournment of the meeting, all the scientists left the meeting with excitement. Today is a good day for all scientists and all people of the Shinjo civilization, because they have seen that through their own efforts, their civilization is becoming stronger day by day, and their efforts have received generous rewards. Life in the future will only get better and better, and Shinjo civilization will only get stronger and stronger. Looking at the prosperous and continuously developing Shinjo civilization, Xiao Yu sighed softly. "We are getting stronger and stronger." Chapter 611, Building a Small Universe. No matter from which aspect. Now that he has the support of a huge database, Xiao Yu is an all-rounder. Xiao Yu knows all aspects of a society. Technology, governance, military, humanities, art, etc. Xiao Yu knows everything and knows everything. Moreover, as the most outstanding scientist on Earth, Xiao Yu also possesses outstanding scientific thinking. However, as the Shinjo civilization continues to develop and has hundreds of billions of people under its banner, Xiao Yu has to admit that among the races in the universe, some people's scientific thinking is really more outstanding than his own. However, this did not make Xiao Yu feel any emotion such as frustration. But Xiao Yu was very pleased with it, because Xiao Yu positions himself more as a leader than a pure scientist. Science is very important. But for Xiao Yu, science is just a means, a way to improve the strength of Shinjo civilization. As long as he ensures his position as a leader, the more outstanding scientists, the better. In the technological research to create small universes, there have emerged several beings who are at least on par with Xiao Yu in terms of scientific thinking. One is Su Junpo, a figure with a bizarre life experience and still a lot of mystery. He solved the problem of small universes. The problem of material exchange between the two is Luca 3 and Sinya 5. They solve the problem of controlled movement of the small universe. In addition to these people, Xiao Yu also knows that Luca 2 is at least equal to or surpasses him in terms of social psychology. The leader of the 5th level civilization alliance, Ares surpasses him in terms of war and overall situation. The fifth-level Civilization Alliance is the leader. An outstanding scientist. Ruto is at least equal to himself in scientific thinking in space science. And Luca 4 surpasses him in scientific thinking in life science. Xiaoyu feels very pleased to have so many talents. After all the scientific problems in creating small universes have been overcome, the creation of small universes has really been put on the agenda. Xiaoyu built a huge engineering fleet and launched a long voyage at a speed of 80 times the speed of light. Xiaoyu has selected about 30 stars, and these engineering fleets will manufacture relevant instruments for these stars, and then transport them to designated locations to gather together. In the end, Xiaoyu will cut this space and all these stars out of the big universe to form a small universe. These stars, and their accompanying planets, are the first visitors to this small universe. The first batch of stars to settle in this small universe comply with the following rules. In order to ensure the safety and stability of this small universe, Xiaoyu cannot just move any stars into it. For example, late stars and massive stars do not comply with the regulations, because these stars don't have much time to survive. They will end their lives in a violent explosion or slowly spread out soon, no matter which ending it is. For a small universe with a diameter of only 1 light-year, this is unacceptable. Therefore, the stars selected by Xiaoyu are all yellow dwarf level or slightly smaller stars. That is, stars about the same size as the Sun. This type of star has a long stable period. After its birth, it can have a period of stable energy output for at least 8 billion years. At the same time, their spectral types are also suitable for the sunshine requirements of most Shinjo civilization people. For planets, there is another set of restrictions. Xiaoyu plans to place a total of about 1,000 planets in the small universe. The planets are bases that provide resources for Xiaoyu. In order to prevent being trapped in the small universe by other civilizations for a long time and unable to escape, these planets must be able to provide Xiaoyu with sufficient resources of all types. Therefore, some of these planets must be rich in iron. Some must be rich in silicon. Some have rich reserves of rare earth elements. And some have rich reserves of actinide elements. At the same time, in order to solve the problem of generally insufficient reserves of hydrogen, helium and other elements in rocky planets, Xiaoyu also transported more than 30 giant gaseous planets. During this period of time, the fleet belonging to Xiaoyu even sailed as far as 2,000 light-years away to find suitable planets and stars. The entire relocation process lasted for more than 50 years. More than 50 years later, in a relatively empty void of the universe, 32 stars have gathered at this moment. These stars have relatively close orbits. The distance between two stars generally does not exceed 1 trillion kilometers. This distance is approximately the distance from the Sun to the Oort cloud of the solar system. 1/10 of that. You can imagine how high the density of stars here is. The close distance means that the gravitational interference between stars will be very strong. If there is no interference, these stars will slowly form a stable orbit on their own. Eventually, some stars will be thrown out, and some stars will form star cluster-like structure. This is what Xiaoyu tried his best to avoid. So after these stars were transported, the instruments responsible for transporting the stars did not retire, but continued to be responsible for adjusting the orbits of the stars. At the same time, planetary engines are also essential. In the battlefield of stars, planets are just insignificant things. At this moment, they belong to this star. Maybe the next one will be captured by other stars. Such changes would have disastrous consequences for intelligent creatures or various buildings living on the planet. Therefore, the planetary engine must also maintain operation and adjust the orbit of the planet when necessary. This cluster of stars is densely packed here. This form of existence is against the natural laws of the universe. In the natural evolution process of the universe, it is impossible for such a situation to evolve. However, under Xiaoyu's intervention, this spectacle was finally brought out by Xiaoyu. More than 50 years later, Xiaoyu finally completed the transportation of stars and planets. During this period, under the leadership of Luca 3, 5, and Su Junpo, breakthroughs were made in various technologies. The controlled movement technology of small universes and the connection technology of large and small universes finally changed from only what existed in a laboratory became something that could be manufactured on a large scale. Their energy consumption has been reduced by tens of millions of times, but their power has been increased by tens of millions of times. The controlled movement technology of small universes has improved to the point where a small universe with a diameter of 1 light-year or more can move forward at 100 times the speed of light, while large and small universes China Unicom technology has improved to the point where it can transmit 1 trillion tons of material in 1 second. The technology required to create a small universe has been fully prepared. At this time, even Xiao Yu could not conceal the excitement in his heart. Although I now have many technologies of the 6th level civilization, and can be said to be a true 6th level civilization, if I don't have my own small universe, I will always feel a little empty, and cannot be upright and confidently say, our Shinjo civilization is a 6th level civilization. Super civilization. Said this sentence. But after today, this situation will be completely changed. He will become a complete version of the 6th level civilization. No matter from every aspect, he is a 6th level civilization. In the previous 50 years of preparation work, Xiao Yu had already manufactured more than 30 trillion space-cutting instruments in advance and arranged them on the surface of this 1 light-year diameter sphere in advance. The distribution and arrangement of these space-cutting instruments follow certain strict mathematical rules. After Xiao Yu issues an order, these instruments will be started at the same time and work together to cut this spherical space with a diameter of 1 light-year, together with the objects inside it. All stars, all planets, and all man-made equipment are cut out from the large universe, allowing it to form an independent small universe. Over the past 50 years, manufacturing this kind of space-cutting equipment has occupied at least 70% of Xiao Yu's computing power. You must know that Xiao Yu's current computing power is not what it used to be. It has increased 10,000 times compared to before. However, in this construction task, 70% of the computing power is still occupied. There is no way. There are too many instruments that need to be built. Xiao Yu even built nearly 10 million foundries and supporting factories on more than 500 existing planets at the same time, and mobilized more than 200 billion Shinjo civilization people to participate in the construction. Only in 50 years within a period of time, more than 30 trillion space-cutting instruments were manufactured. In order to transport these instruments to the designated location, Xiao Yu even dispatched all of his own warships, totaling more than 40 million, to participate in the transportation, so that he could complete the task before the time limit was reached. From here we can also see how huge a project it is to create a small universe belonging to our own civilization. Xiao Yu believes that for an ordinary level 6 civilization to build its own small universe, it is estimated that it will take thousands of years to mobilize all the manpower, material resources and resources of the entire civilization to build it, and only then can the construction be successful. However, efforts and gains are directly proportional. The more you pay, the more you gain. The construction of the small universe consumes such a huge amount of energy and resources, and the rewards it can bring to a civilization are also huge. For something like this, spending decades or hundreds of years is really nothing. Now, all the equipment has been installed in place. The controlled movement instruments of the small universe and the material transmission instruments have been placed in the star field in advance. 32 stars and nearly 1,000 planets have all had stable. The track is running quietly there. Then it's time to start cutting. Xiao Yu gave the order. As a result, under the gazes of many scientists and Xiao Yu, the star field in the distance began to gradually become blurred, and eventually disappeared from the visible universe. Along with the disappearance of that star field, the matter around this star field has experienced varying degrees of displacement. Chapter 6:12 7 Earths. Just like a pool of water. If you lift a bucket of water somewhere in the pool, water from other places will quickly rush in to fill the place. Space also has similar properties. After the space in this area is cut away, the space in other places will flow in and fill it up again. This is the self-healing property of space. Xiao Yu knew that he had succeeded. He successfully cut out this spherical space with a diameter of 1 light-year, allowing it to form a small universe, and constructed a stable material transmission channel between the small universe and the large universe. Only you who have mastered the code can freely shuttle back and forth between the two universes, and no matter can enter or leave this small universe without your own permission. Just as the small universe was successfully separated from the large universe, Xiao Yu welcomed a new wave of data torrent. However, Xiao Yu had long been prepared to meet this data torrent, so nothing happened due to the impact of this data torrent. If Xiao Yu was still using the previous computing equipment at this moment, Xiao Yu would have died at this moment. The huge data torrent will burn all the computing components of the host where Xiao Yu is stationed, turning Xiao Yu's host into a pile of garbage. Without the computer as a shelter, Xiao Yu had no way to survive. But now Xiao Yu has adopted the newly developed light computer as the host computer, so it is still within his ability to cope with this data torrent. But a full 20% of the computing power is occupied. This data flow mainly comes from China Unicom equipment at both ends of the macrocosm and microcosm, controlled mobile devices in the microcosm, and stellar energy collection equipment. Maintaining the operation of these devices is not a simple matter. When the small universe is controlled and the communication equipment is turned on, unexpected events from the space level are happening at any time. These incidents must be handled by Xiaoyu personally. The stellar energy collection equipment is even more complicated. Although it does not consume much computing power individually, it is more successful because of its large enough number. Xiaoyu made nearly 1 trillion of them, and scattered them among 32 in the small universe. Next to the star. So many quantities add up. The computing power required is considerable. It seems that the light computer is the basic technology for creating a small universe, Xiaoyu thought with a slight smile in his heart. If the light computer had not been developed, I would not have been able to have such a stable small universe. This is just an incomplete version of the small universe. If this small universe is completely built and all the equipment is activated, it is estimated that 60% of my computing power will be occupied. Well, although 60% of the computing power will be occupied, but 40% of the computing power is left. It is still more than 5,000 times the previous total computing power, which is enough for me to deal with various events I encounter. The transmission equipment and traction equipment on the large universe side were built by Xiaoyu on a specially made large spacecraft. This spacecraft is just a little larger in size and mass, and there is nothing special about it. However, through it, matter can enter another universe. Its existence also firmly fixes the small universe in a certain place in the four-dimensional universe, so that it can only stay here and cannot move. Through space broadcast technology, Xiaoyu received the message from the device in the small universe. Through those devices, Xiaoyu felt quite emotional as he looked at the void of the universe with only 30 or so sparse bright stars in the sky. Because stars are so close to each other, they naturally appear bright. However, there are still some differences between the small universe at this moment and the ruins of Tolar civilization that Xiaoyu once visited. There is only one star among the ruins of Tolar civilization, but it looks like a sky full of stars. There are more than 30 stars in the small universe created by Xiaoyu, but they look quite sparse. Even the small universe is boundless, but it is limited. So when the star's light reaches the edge of the small universe, it will be bent back. It looked like another star had appeared out of nowhere. The specific principle is the same as when two mirrors are placed facing each other. Infinite shadows will appear in both mirrors. It is precisely because of this principle that even if there is only one star in the remains of the troll civilization, it will appear that there are many stars. However, the small universe created by Xiaoyu was born too short, and the light emitted by the stars has not yet traveled a sufficient distance. So it seems that there are only a few of them, because the diameter of this small universe is 1 light-year. Xiaoyu knows that in 1 year, through visual inspection, twice the current number of stars will appear in the sky, and in 2 years, there will be 3 times the current number of stars, and so on. If this small universe exists long enough, it is not impossible for a sky full of stars to appear in this small universe. After confirming that the existence of the small universe was stable, a large number of machines originally placed in the small universe immediately began the construction task. At this moment, Xiaoyu's task is very heavy. Xiaoyu wants to fully develop the 1,000 planets that were transported, or build them into residential planets, or build them into industrial planets. At the same time, there are a large number of stellar energy collection equipment that need to be controlled at any time according to the status of the stars. These stellar energy collection devices are not solar devices in the ordinary sense. Their working principles are completely different from solar devices. The instruments built by Xiaoyu are all made of helium atomic polymerization materials. They are all in orbits less than 200,000 kilometers away from the star. At this distance, they are stealing the star's mass all the time. Then, it is transported to the energy factory through a special transport spacecraft to supply traction equipment and communication equipment in 2 places in the large and small universes. These 2 devices, in addition to being large consumers of Xiaoyu's computing power, are also bottomless pits of energy consumption. It's better when it's in a stationary state. But if the small universe is pulled by the traction equipment on the big universe end and moves at full speed, the energy consumption will reach a terrifying level. Xiaoyu has made calculations. Under those circumstances, he would need to consume 8/1000ths of the sun's mass in 1 year to meet all energy needs. 8/1000ths of the solar mass is about 2,700 Earth masses. In other words, when the small universe is moving at full speed, Xiaoyu needs to consume more than 7 Earths every day. You can imagine how huge an industrial base this requires. and how much computing power Xiaoyu needs to consume for such a huge industrial base. Fortunately, most of these instruments can be built in the small universe, and the large universe is only responsible for receiving energy. This reduces many risks in the small universe. Otherwise, it would be a very troublesome thing if these key equipment were located in the big universe and then destroyed by the enemy. These equipment are in the later stage of construction, and Xiaoyu has not yet completed the construction of this huge project. Even if Xiaoyu's computing power has now increased by more than 10,000 times, such a huge construction task is still a bit overwhelming for Xiaoyu. So at this moment, although Xiaoyu built a small universe, this small universe did not have the ability to act. A small universe with a diameter of 1 light-year has dozens of stars and thousands of planets in it. After all, it is not comparable to a small universe that is only a few dozen kilometers away and contains nothing. Then it's time to carry out the construction of the small universe and the construction of a new battleship. Xiaoyu thought in his heart and issued the order full of pride. The technological reserves have been basically exhausted. Currently, Xiaoyu still has two-dimensional fragments obtained from space creatures that have not been analyzed. However, Xiaoyu believes that the analysis of two-dimensional technology is a long-term project and cannot be completed in the short term. So there is no rush. The current scientific and technological achievements are enough for you to take advantage of. So under Xiaoyu's leadership, real large-scale construction began. Xiaoyu estimates that he will build 50 million warships with a true 6th-level civilization and technology, as well as millions of supergiant energy bases built in this small universe, responsible for supplying energy to maintain the operation of the small universe. At the same time, construction will begin on the comprehensive transformation project of 1,000 planets and the construction of various supporting facilities. While Xiaoyu was carrying out a vigorous construction mission, thousands of light-years away from Xiaoyu, something like an asteroid with a diameter of more than 800 kilometers was surrounding an ordinary red dwarf star. As this red dwarf star moves quietly, it doesn't know how long it has been here. It has been quiet, but at this time, it made a little movement. A deep sigh came from him. Damn Ghost Clan! Your deception caused me to suffer a full blow from the neutron battle star, causing me to lose at least 80% of my strength. Until now, I've recovered a little bit. I must wipe out you and the Shinjo civilization. Only in this way can I vent my hatred. Well, by the way, according to the information Tai House civilization told me, if the Shinjo civilization is wiped out, it should be possible to my strength is back to 90% of what it was in its prime. I have now recovered 30% of my strength. It is no longer a problem to take down the Shinjo civilization and the Ghost tribe. So let's set out now to eliminate these two hateful guys. In the next moment, this huge existence had disappeared, and no one knew where it went. Chapter 613, Death. Xiaoyu is happily carrying out an unimaginably large-scale construction task. For the rest of the 6th-level civilizations, such a huge construction task would be impossible to complete without taking more than 1,000 years. However, under Xiaoyu's huge computing power, Xiaoyu compressed this time to less than 100 years. In such construction tasks, Xiaoyu's advantages are clearly demonstrated. During this 100 years, Xiaoyu dismantled all the battleships he owned before, recycled various rare materials, and then relied on the supply of hundreds of thousands of large raw material bases distributed on hundreds of stars. Using raw materials, such a construction project was launched in space. This is just an external construction task. In the small universe, various construction tasks are even more huge. Xiaoyu needs to build a huge energy base that can consume all the mass of 7 Earths in one day and its various ancillary instruments. Build tens of millions of transport spacecraft. Develop nearly 1,000 planets, etc. During this process, more than 200 continent-level warships, tens of thousands of national-level warships, nearly 1 million provincial-level warships, and more small warships were built. Xiaoyu's total fleet has reached the level of 50 million ships. This is the largest number of battleships that Xiaoyu can control while maintaining the normal operation of the small universe. Because the battleships of the 6th-level civilization require more computing power. The ratio of the computing power required by Xiaoyu's previous battleships is almost 100 to 1. However, Xiaoyu did not stop himself from continuing to build battleships. Xiaoyu is still continuing to carry out construction tasks, with an average of nearly 2,000 spacecraft per day. These extra battleships, which cannot be directly controlled by Xiaoyu for the time being, are stored in this small universe by Xiaoyu, ready to be used at any time. Now the warships built by Xiaoyu all use the latest space curvature engine. and the average speed reaches 100 times the speed of light. All spaceships are equipped with space-folding shields. And a few elite large spaceships are also equipped with four-dimensional protective shields. All spacecraft are equipped with authentic space weapons and adopt the latest light computer main control system. Compared to when it was still in the 5th level civilization, Xiaoyu's combat power has increased almost thousands of times. Xiaoyu finally understood. Why is it so difficult to advance to the 6th level civilization? We also understand why a city-level spaceship of the Guardian civilization can contain nearly 1 million of our own spaceships when facing the Marian civilization. The gap between level 6 civilization and level 5 civilization is so huge. In the past, Xiaoyu also had a huge number of spaceships stored in reserve. The plan to use numbers to bring down the 6th level civilization. But now Xiaoyu knows that this is simply an unattainable extravagant hope. I have just entered the 6th level civilization category. And I am already so powerful. So the old 6th level civilizations, such as the Guardian civilization, Sweeper civilization, Taihao civilization, and 6th level alien civilization. How powerful are they? To what extent? How powerful is the neutron battle star? And how powerful are the 2 remaining death balls in my hand? Thinking about these questions, Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. Xiaoyu did not forget that when facing the pursuers of the Guardian civilization, a ball of death will kill all living creatures in the thousands of spaceships of the Guardian civilization. How powerful is the 7th level civilization? I wonder if there are 8th level and 9th level civilizations above the 7th level civilization. If so, what kind of existence are they? Think about it. It's really fascinating, Ghost, how much do you know about the powerful existences in the galaxy? With our current strength? Well, of course it's just my strength. Without you, which one do you think I can fight against? During this period of development, the Ghost Tribe remained completely silent. If Xiaoyu didn't call him, he would not make any move. He always floated quietly outside Xiaoyu's flagship, the Asia spacecraft. For a while, at every turn, Xiaoyu once asked the Ghost Tribe if they had encountered anything with great concern. But the Ghost Tribe replied that he was thinking about something at the moment. If he could figure these things out, he would not be far away from being promoted to the 4th level Ghost Clan. Xiaoyu really didn't know much about the Ghost Tribe. When he asked the Ghost Tribe what they were thinking about, the Ghost Tribe said that there was no way to describe the problem in words. So Xiaoyu had to give up in frustration. Now, after hearing Xiaoyu's call, the companion Ghost Clan said in a lazy tone, although I have not fought against any powerful existence with a level 6 civilization, I have had close contact with them. For example, in China, I have had close contact with the Subwar Star, the glory spaceship of the Guardian civilization, the 3 Taihao, and the alien beasts of the Tree Tribe. But with all due respect, your current strength, even if you add the resources you have stored in this small universe, 40 million battleships are no match for any of the above-mentioned existences. Of course, I am talking about complete victory. So, which one do you think is the weakest among these beings? The answer from the companion Ghost Tribe was not beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. After all, it was only a short time since I entered the 6th level civilization, and I couldn't compare with those powerful beings of the old ones. Among the above existences, I feel. The Ghost Tribe thought for a moment and replied, the Tree Tribe's alien beasts are the weakest. As for the Python alien beasts and Crocodile alien beasts, I have never been in contact with them and don't know their strength, except for the Tree Tribe's alien beasts. In addition to the alien beasts, the technology is Taihao. But technology Taihao has a lot of Huahua intestines, and it has also joined forces with the Ghost Taihao and the alien beast Taihao. So the strength of the Taihao alliance actually exceeds that of the Guardian civilization. If they of the three are separated, no single Taihao can be an opponent of the Guardian civilization. As for the most powerful one, the Sweeper civilization, you also know this. The tree beast is the weakest? Xiaoyu thought for a moment. What do you want to do? You're not targeting the alien beasts of the Tree Tribe, are you? The accompanying Ghost Tribe asked. That's right, Xiaoyu said slowly. I still can't develop hydrogen atomic polymerization materials, so there is no way to build a planet-class battleship. I'm thinking, if our current strength is enough, I want to kill the alien beasts, and use the flesh and blood of the 6th level alien beasts to build planetary or star-level battleships. I now have the flesh and blood of some 6th level alien beasts in my hands, and after my testing, they are fully capable of building planetary-level battleships, or the requirements of a stellar-class battleship. It's impossible, the companion ghost tribe said. Although the alien beast of the tree tribe was extremely seriously injured by the impact of the neutron war star. If we can find him, we may really be able to eliminate him. However, although the alien beast is a bit clumsy, it is not stupid. If he is injured, he will naturally hide himself and recover from his injuries. There is no way we can find him. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment. Maybe we can also try the crocodile beast. The risk is too great, the companion ghost tribe denied. Although the crocodile alien beast was injured by the alien beast Taihao, it was far less serious than the tree tribe alien beast. Our current strength is not his. My opponent, including me, can't do it. If we start a war with the crocodile beast, I'm sure that 100 of your continent-class battleships will be wiped out in less than a day. And then yours will be wiped out in less than a month. The battleship group will be dispersed. And then you will be stuck in the small universe by the crocodile beast and unable to come out. Xiao Yu sighed slightly in his heart. We have reached the level 6 civilization. Although we have a small universe, we don't have a planet-level battleship to sit in. There is always something missing. It's okay for planet battle stars to play tricks in a level 5 civilization. We encountered the fleet of the 6th level civilization is just a thing that can be beaten. Without planetary level battleships, many of my plans cannot be carried out. Why are you so anxious? At this time, the companion ghost tribe turned around and began to comfort Xiao Yu. Your Shinjo civilization has made rapid progress in science and technology, and the small universe is a safe environment, allowing those intelligent creatures to do research. I believe it won't be long before you can develop hydrogen atom polymerization materials, or even more advanced materials. It's not that simple, Xiao Yu replied helplessly. Although we have gained astronomical technological reserves in the process of integrating with the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. Now, after acquiring space science and computing science, created a small universe, our scientific and technological reserves have been exhausted, and it will be difficult to achieve such rapid progress again in the future. I estimate that I will not be able to develop that kind of advanced materials without 1 or 2,000 years. Take your time. Don't be in a hurry, the companion ghost clan said. Our development is fast enough. Look at the 6th level civilizations in the galaxy. Which one doesn't have a history of at least 1,000,000 years? Like the Guardians and the Sweepers, which have a history of nearly 100 million years. It is already an anomaly for us to reach the present level in just tens of thousands of years. Okay, this is the only way, Xiao Yu said helplessly. Wait. At this moment, the companion ghost tribe's tone suddenly became solemn. I feel a familiar aura, Xiao Yu. Maybe we really hit the good luck. I feel the alien beast of the tree tribe is coming. Only a few dozen light years away from us. This fool is rushing toward us. Is it here to die? Chapter 614 Reinforcement of Space. If in the past, Xiao Yu knew that there was a 6th level alien beast, even a seriously injured 6th level alien beast, peeking at him secretly and preparing to hunt him down, Xiao Yu would definitely be able to run as far as he wanted. But now, Xiao Yu is no longer what he used to be. Although Xiao Yu's strength is still not as good as the tree tribe beasts in their heyday, you must know that after the impact of the Pegasus civilization capital planet and the full force of the neutron war star, after the attack, the strength of the tree beasts has now been reduced to a terrifying level. Xiao Yu was not surprised but happy. After receiving this news, Xiao Yu quickly launched his arrangements. We can't let this guy know that we have become a level 6 civilization. This was the first thought that flashed through Xiao Yu's mind. At the same time, many plans emerged. Okay, let's do it like this. Xiao Yu quickly made up his mind. First drive all the 40 million warships into the small universe to hide, and then let the flagship Asia spacecraft drag the small universe farther away, so that the tree alien beasts cannot detect the existence of the small universe. And then use the remaining 10 million battleships and your cooperation as ghosts to drag the tree alien beasts here. And then we will use all our power. Kill the tree alien beast. Use its flesh and blood to forge planetary or interstellar battleships. Very good. It will probably take another 3 to 4 months for it to get here. We have enough time to prepare these things, the companion ghost clan replied, with a bit of excitement in his tone. I have a hunch that if we can succeed in this sniper kill, let me devour the vitality of the tree alien beasts, and I can become a 4th level ghost clan. By then, our Shinjo civilization will be equivalent to 2 6th level civilizations. Alliance, even if the Taihao Alliance wants to deal with us, it will have to pay a heavy price. Okay, whether you can become a 4th level ghost race, And whether I can have a planet-level battleship all depends on this battle. Xiao Yu laughed in his heart. But I have a little question. Why are the tree aliens chasing us so persistently? What good will it do by killing us? At this time, the ghost tribe asked with some doubts. I always feel that the tree aliens or the fact that the beast has been chasing us has some connection with those 3 ghost guys from the Taihao Alliance. When we are strong enough, we can directly find the Taihao Alliance and ask questions in front of them. Xiao Yu replied. When I have a star-level battleship, and you are also called a 4th-level ghost race, we are qualified to have equal dialogue with the Taihao Alliance. Okay. The ghost clan answered with one word. And then continued. I will also hide first. In case the tree clan alien beast feels that our strength here is too strong and dare not come over. It will be bad. If it wants to escape, we have to. It's not easy to catch up. After a brief exchange, the ghost tribe quickly hid in this small universe, being towed by the flagship Asia spacecraft. Together with the small universe, it was pulled to other places at a speed of more than 80 times the speed of light. The small universe will have an impact on the large universe within a small range. This impact was unavoidable at first. When facing the ruins of Tolar civilization, Xiao Yu relied on this influence to find the entrance to the ruins. It is certain that if the small universe continues to stay here, the tree tribe beasts will definitely notice it when they arrive here. And the small universe means the 6th level civilization. After knowing that Xiao Yu has become the 6th level civilization, the tree tribe beasts might just run away. However, the scope of this influence is very small, probably within a range of 100 billion to 200 billion kilometers. On a cosmic scale, this distance is nothing. However, just in case, Xiao Yu still spent nearly a day pulling the small universe to a place more than 2 light months away. In the process of towing the small universe, Xiao Yu also tested the traction equipment he built for the first time. Just as Xiao Yu speculated, in just 1 day of sailing, the energy converted into more than 7 Earth masses was consumed. Most of the battleships are hidden in this small universe. In this star system, Xiao Yu only left about 10 million battleships, and the planetary battle star that Xiao Yu planned to eliminate. The Earth. Xiao Yu has followed the Asia spaceship to more than 2 light months away, where Xiao Yu will remotely command the battle. As if unaware of the coming danger, the 10 million spacecraft and various industrial facilities left here are still busy with their own affairs, as if in a normal state. Various industrial spaceships shuttled around, and the machines on the planet base roared day and night. It looked like a great development of civilization. Under this situation, 3 months have passed slowly. Xiao Yu arranged there in advance, and the detection instruments made with level 6 civilization technology were always reporting the location information about the alien beasts of the tree tribe. Xiao Yu saw that after the tree beasts approached the fleet that Xiao Yu left here at a certain distance, the tree beasts first hid quietly, as if they were observing something. This scene made Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel slightly nervous. But immediately, Xiao Yu felt relieved, because Xiao Yu saw it and seemed to be sure that this place was safe and that the opponent was weaker than himself. The tree tribe beasts began to move forward swaggeringly. This guy, alien beast, is very cunning, but his intelligence is too low. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Yes, cunning and wisdom are 2 different concepts. Regarding what Xiao Yu said, the companion ghost tribe agreed. After the tree beasts approached a certain distance, the fleet that Xiao Yu left there pretended to have just discovered the tree beasts, and began to prepare for battle in a panicked manner. A large number of spaceships gathered urgently and formed a battle formation. The galaxy defense system was quickly activated, and the fleet began to assemble towards the place where the tree tribe beasts were coming. At this time, Xiao Yu received a message from the tree tribe beast. The tone of the tree beast seemed to be very arrogant, and it even used the term, little reptile, to call Xiao Yu. Dear little reptile, last time you were lucky enough to escape due to the ghost clan's machinations. This time I'll see who else will come to save you. Tree tribe beasts, our Shinjo civilization has no grievances against you. Why do you come to invade us? Leave here immediately. Otherwise, our Shinjo civilization will not mind dying with you. Perish together? Then you must have this strength. The tree tribe beasts were moving forward quickly while speaking arrogant words. I am fully prepared this time. You can't escape no matter what. Ha ha ha. The alien tree beast laughed arrogantly and rushed into the battleship group left by Xiao Yu at a speed exceeding 100 times the speed of light. The things on it that looked like tree branches were whipping around. Almost the moment the 2 sides came into contact, at least hundreds of warships were destroyed by it. The fighting power of the alien beasts is really powerful. Xiao Yu sighed slightly. controlling the warship next to the alien beasts of the tree tribe, at a speed consistent with the 5th level civilization, pretending to be panicked and dodging around, while using equipment on the spacecraft. The negative matter cannon launched a fierce attack on the tree alien beasts. Planet Battlestar? Yes. We have reached the peak of the 5th level civilization. Are we about to enter the 6th level civilization? Yes. Yes. There is indeed great potential. Only after a civilization with such huge potential is eliminated can I recover from my injuries. Then kill your flagship first. The tree beasts continue to rush forward quickly. At this moment, surrounded by spaceships and galaxy defense system instruments that almost filled the void of the universe, the tree alien beast was like a peerless master, charging into the enemy formation. So brave that it was unstoppable. But it didn't notice that after it rushed into the galaxy, the 10 million battleships left by Xiao Yu had quietly launched a tactical encirclement operation behind it. And just when it rushed to a place not far from the planet Battlestar, the tactical encirclement was completed. The trap is in effect, and it's time to start closing the net. The planet Battlestar began to retreat rapidly. The tree tribe beasts continued to chase. However, the tree tribe beast suddenly discovered that its progress began to become difficult. Not only that, but it has also been subject to some inexplicable attacks. As a level 6 alien beast, it is very familiar with this attack method. It immediately knew that it was attacked by space weapons. At this moment, tens of millions of spaceships no longer refused to hide their strength. Their power completely exploded. They started curvature navigation inside the star system. The space folding shield opened, and the space weapons were activated. At this moment, countless thin black lines appeared, like raindrops all over the sky, attacking the tree tribe beasts. If it is just a space weapon attack, it will not pose any threat to the tree beasts, because it can escape. It can break the encirclement and escape. If a level 6 alien beast wants to escape, how can a mere 10 million spaceships stop it? But at this moment, more than 1 million strange-looking spaceships appeared. They did not directly participate in the battle. They just arranged around the tree beasts according to a certain pattern. Then, under the cover of nearly 10 million battleships, they activated the instruments equipped on the spacecraft. As the instruments on these spacecrafts were activated, the alien tree beasts were immediately squeezed out of the curvature space. At this moment, the alien beast of the tree tribe discovered that it could no longer travel through curvature navigation. That's right. The weapons equipped on these spaceships are the space reinforcement devices developed by Xiao Yu after he entered the 6th level civilization and mastered space technology. Chapter 615 Encirclement and Suppression War. Curvature navigation is achieved by folding and bending space. But space has its own toughness. The stronger the energy in the space, the harder it is to bend this space. It is precisely for this reason that the space cracks created by space weapons will be blocked by matter. Because matter is energy. It is precisely based on this principle that space weapons can kill various actually existing substances, such as spaceships and stars. Reinforcing space can reduce the lethality of space weapons. Similarly, reinforcing space can also prevent space from being bent and folded. Just like a piece of cotton cloth can be folded easily, but a piece of steel plate is difficult to fold. This is the same reason. What Xiao Yu is doing now is to use the instruments installed on the nearly 100,000 spacecraft to greatly strengthen the space where the tree tribe beasts live. This will naturally result in all matter in this area being unable to conduct curvature navigation. The alien beasts of the tree tribe are naturally included in this list. The inability to conduct curvature navigation means that the tree alien beast can only conduct conventional navigation at a maximum speed of no more than 300,000 kilometers per second, which means that its maneuverability has been reduced to a terrifying level at this moment. Xiao Yu's spaceship can aim at it freely, and then attack. At this time, Xiao Yu's main fleet, as well as the flagship, as well as the small universe, and the Ghost Clan, are rushing here from their hiding place at a speed of more than 80 times the speed of light. It only takes less than a day. Get here, and then start encircling and suppressing the tree tribe beasts. Despicable Shinjo civilization. You have actually reached the level 6 civilization. This is the trap you have set. At this time, the tree alien beasts, who were trapped in the reinforced space and unable to conduct curvature navigation finally realized this. As a result, Xiao Yu's signal receiving instrument once again received a message full of anger. Do you want to trap me in this way? You are too naive. The tree beast roared angrily again. This time, it did not use curvature navigation, but used conventional navigation, and quickly flew towards the surrounding spacecraft equipped with reinforced space instruments. The speed was actually very fast, even reaching 80% of the speed of light. Ships equipped with ruggedized space instruments are generally bulky. Their maneuverability is not high, and after strengthening this space, they themselves will be affected by the tough space, and they cannot conduct curvature navigation. In other words, as long as these spacecraft are destroyed, this space will return to normal. Or, simply don't destroy these spaceships at all, but just use conventional navigation methods to rush out of this space. The maneuverability of these spacecraft is too low, and it is impossible to keep up with the escape speed of the tree tribe beasts. And as long as the ability to navigate through curvature is restored, escape from this trap is not difficult at all for the tree alien beast, which is a level 6 alien beast. Although the intelligence of the tree tribe beasts is somewhat low, they are not stupid after all. At this moment, it had found the key point. It knows it's a trap. It was a bait to lure him here. After trapping himself, Shinjo civilization must have subsequent means to deal with him. It is not advisable to stay here for long. We must leave as soon as possible. That's what it plans to do now. The diameter of the trap arranged by Xiaoyu, which cannot carry out curvature navigation, is about 300,000 kilometers. Just rush out of this area. What greets it is the ordinary space where curvature navigation can be carried out freely. But Xiaoyu had no intention of giving it this chance. The 10 million warships that Xiaoyu arranged here in advance were not for nothing. Without the ability to conduct curvature navigation, the maneuverability of the tree beasts will be reduced to a terrifying level. And the reduced maneuverability of the tree beasts will create opportunities for these long-awaited warships. So, at this moment, just when the tree tribe beasts were about to rush out of this area, Xiaoyu's battleships had already taken action. Outside this area, Xiaoyu's battleship was sailing in a curvature, rapidly changing positions, and launched a blanket attack on this area. All kinds of powerful weapons manufactured using level 6 civilization technology all bombarded this area. In fact, about 3 million warships also entered this area and were unable to conduct curvature navigation. Then use conventional navigation methods to get very close to the tree beasts, and use space rift weapons to attack the tree beasts. Just because warp navigation is impossible does not mean that space weapons cannot be used. Although in such a space, the power of space weapons will be greatly reduced. However, the extremely close distance makes up for the loss of power caused by some solid spaces. These space weapons still have a certain degree of lethality. Along with the roar that reached the sky, the tree tribe beast discovered that with this impact, he did not rush out of this area. The crazy and reckless attack of the Shinjo civilization spacecraft actually blocked it in this area, making it impossible to escape. After all, it is not the 6th level beast in its heyday. After withstanding the impact of the Pegasus civilization capital planet and the full blow of the neutron battle star, it suffered extremely serious damage, and its strength dropped by a full 70%. This can be seen from its current size. Its current size is only about half of its original size. So it became even more angry. It once again tried to rush out of the area, but the spacecraft responsible for fighting and attacking it at close range had already reached it. There were 3 million warships, attacking it crazily and completely without regard to the consequences. A tree branch-like thing on its body was violently whipped, and a dozen spaceships were destroyed. But 10 were destroyed, and there were 100, and 100, and there were 1,000. Xiaoyu doesn't care about the loss at all, as long as he can keep the tree beasts here and buy time for his main fleet to get closer. Then Xiaoyu doesn't care even if all the tens of millions of warships are lost here. Anyway, after having sufficient computing power and resources, battleships are just numbers to Xiaoyu. With 10 million battleships, it is completely impossible to destroy the tree beast. Even if it is to be trapped here for a long time, it is impossible. But Xiaoyu doesn't need to hold it back for long. Just one day is enough. No, it doesn't take a day, because the companion ghost clan has separated from the small universe at this moment. For some unknown reasons, the companion ghost clan has a speed far better than Xiaoyu at the moment. Its fastest speed can reach more than 110 times the speed of light. At this speed, it only takes about 17 hours to get here. 17 hours? As long as my fleet can sustain it for 17 hours, the companion ghost tribe will arrive. If I hold it back for another 7 hours, my main fleet will arrive, and the tree tribe beasts will not be there. Remove any possibility of escape. On one side are the seriously injured level 6 alien beasts, and on the other side are the reckless attacks of 10 million level 6 civilized warships. Under such circumstances, the tree beasts were blocked here and could not escape. The tree beasts were still attacking crazily, trying to break out of this space and come to the free world. But no matter how violently they attacked, they could never break through Xiao Yu's defense line. Xiao Yu has made up his mind to keep the tree tribe beasts here no matter what. At this moment, the number of warships destroyed by the tree beasts has reached 700,000. 700,000 battleships of level 6 civilization, in the past, were enough to wipe out all Xiao Yu's power. But here, their role was only to hold back the tree tribe beasts for 6 hours. Time is still passing slowly. And up to now, 15 hours have passed. In just 2 hours, the companion ghost tribe will arrive. At this time, Xiao Yu had lost more than 3 million warships. 3 million ships? This is nothing, compared with all the flesh and blood of the tree tribe beasts. 3 million warships are really nothing, Xiao Yu thought with confidence, controlling the remaining of all the warships, except for those spacecraft with fixed space missions and the necessary escort warships. The remaining approximately 6 million warships were put into the battlefield. Time passed bit by bit, and every bit of time that passed made the tree tribe beasts even crazier. But no matter how crazy it was still unable to escape from this small space under Xiao Yu's even more crazy counterattack. Under such circumstances, the accompanying ghost tribe finally arrived here. Tree beast, didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Now I'm here. Let me see how you want to kill me. The accompanying ghost clan sent out a flurry of messages full of violent aura. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the battlefield. A third-level peak ghost clan, cooperating with millions of warships, facing this tree beast whose strength was severely damaged. The two sides launched a fierce conflict. Despicable guy. Despicable guy. You used such a conspiracy to seduce me. I will definitely kill you all. Leave no one alive. And exterminate you all. The tree beasts roared crazily, and the accompanying ghost beasts were like a puddle of transparent water, quickly crossing the empty and dark space of the universe, entangled with the tree beasts. Time is still passing slowly. Gradually, 7 hours passed, and Xiao Yu's main fleet finally arrived as scheduled. More than 40 million warships were already arranged in a strict battle formation and rushed in front of the battle group in an instant. The final encirclement and suppression finally begins. Success or failure depends on this. Chapter 616, Cut in 2. During this period of time, Xiao Yu has seized the time to create many instruments that can reinforce space and equip them on battleships. Therefore, at this time, more than 3 million warships separated from the large force and did not participate in the encirclement and suppression. Instead, they lined up around the battlefield and activated this instrument again. As a result, the space range where curvature navigation cannot be carried out immediately expanded from the previous diameter of about 300,000 kilometers to the current diameter of nearly 10 million kilometers. The battlefield expanded, and tens of millions of warships rushed in immediately. A third-level peak ghost tribe and a total of 50 million warships participated in the encirclement and suppression of the tree tribe's alien beasts. This is the most powerful combat power Xiao Yu can bring out. Although Xiao Yu had many battleships destroyed in previous battles, Xiao Yu had stored a lot of battleships in this small universe. Now that he needs them, he can just take them out and use them. Amidst the cannon fire that filled the sky and the attacks from space cracks that came and went, the roars of the tree beasts became louder and louder. From the messages that carried the aura of violence soaring to the sky, Xiao Yu could sense how angry the tree tribe beasts were at this moment. The Asia ship was not involved in the battle. After all, a level 6 alien beast is too powerful. It might do something crazy before it dies, and it cannot put the Asiatic ship in danger. The Asia spaceship is currently carrying about millions of escort warships, waiting quietly aside and watching this battle with cold eyes. Although Xiao Yu's body stayed here, Xiao Yu's eyes spread across the entire battlefield through the ubiquitous battleships and detectors. Xiao Yu saw that with the strongest space crack attack from a continent-class spacecraft, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the body of the tree beast, which was more than 10 kilometers long and nearly 1 kilometer deep. Along with the angry roars of the tree tribe beasts, countless pieces of flesh and blood of the alien beasts flew into the universe, like stones, after being blown into pieces. This is just an attack by a Continental-class ship. Now, there were nearly 100 Continental-class spacecraft and thousands of National-class spacecraft participating in the siege. There are countless smaller spaceships. Each spacecraft is equipped with space weapons, and all spacecrafts attack at the same time, which means that every second, tens of millions of space cracks hit the tree alien beasts. A single space crack may not be able to cause any significant damage to the tree beasts, But what about tens of millions of them? Tens of millions of space cracks are just one salvo. In fact, these spaceships have been attacking. At this point in the battle, the tree alien beasts have probably suffered hundreds of billions of space cracks. But the tree beasts were still fighting back crazily. At this moment, the powerful strength of the tree tribe beast as a level 6 beast was fully revealed. Although it was seriously injured, its strength still made Xiao Yu dare not underestimate it. With its strength greatly reduced, it is no longer Xiao Yu's opponent in terms of overall strength. But if it didn't take the initiative to provoke Xiao Yu and didn't fall into the trap Xiao Yu set for it, Xiao Yu still wouldn't be able to kill it. With calculated intentions and unintentional calculations, the defeat of the tree tribe's alien beasts is inevitable. After the battle lasted for 3 days, the movements of the tree beasts began to slow down. When it explodes at full strength, it can explode at a speed close to 80% of the speed of light. But now, its maximum speed cannot exceed 40% of the speed of light. It also gradually became silent, and no more violent messages were released. As Xiao Yu gained more and more upper hand, the tree tribe beast finally begged for mercy. "Let me go! I promise. If you let me go, I will never cause you any trouble. I can even repay you by letting me leave here. Please." A level 6 alien beast. Across the galaxy, no civilization dares to underestimate it. Even if it withstands a full blow from a neutron war star, it can survive. I don't know how long it has been living in the galaxy. It has witnessed and participated in countless heroic events. The beast, at this moment, finally begged for mercy. But it's no use. Xiao Yu's purpose is very clear, which is to kill the tree beast, and then use its flesh and blood to create planets or star-level spaceships. At this time, Xiao Yu could already evaluate the strength of the 6th level alien beast. Xiao Yu concluded that although the white dwarf alien beast he had encountered was also a 6th level alien beast, even in its prime, it is probably no match for the alien beasts of the tree tribe. The bit of flesh and blood of the white dwarf alien beast has been recycled by Xiao Yu. Even if the spacecraft is updated, it must be recycled and reused. And he is not willing to waste any of it. Now, he has the opportunity to get all the flesh and blood of an entire 6th level beast. How could Xiao Yu give up? This is no longer a matter of grudge between the two parties. It is not because the tree tribe beast once had murderous intentions toward Xiao Yu and tried to destroy Xiao Yu. So Xiao Yu refuses to let it go now. Even if there is no grievance between the two parties, Xiao Yu will never show mercy if given such an opportunity. The corpse of a level 6 alien beast. This is something that is enough to cause countless civilized wars in the galaxy. Xiao Yu simply ignored the words of the tree tribe beasts. Seeing that Xiao Yu did not respond, the tree tribe beast started to curse again. After a while, the tree tribe beast began to beg for mercy again. But no matter what it did, Xiao Yu never paid attention to it. "Ghost, I have to trouble you now. My fleet can't destroy it in a short time. If it takes a long time, I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. The corpse of a level 6 alien beast is too valuable. Just in case, it would be bad if it attracts the prying eyes of other level 6 civilizations. Use the method you used last time to fix it again. I will control the planet Battlestar and hit it again," Xiao Yu said. The accompanying ghost tribe did not hesitate at all, and replied very readily. "Okay. This time, the strength of the tree tribe beast has been reduced so much. To fix it, I no longer need to burn much more vitality." "Very good." Following the words of the companion ghost tribe, the tree tribe beasts that were frantically counterattacking Xiao Yu's battleship suddenly stopped making any movement. It still maintains its attacking posture, and the tree branches on its body are still in a whipping state. But those branches can no longer be whipped. "Okay. That's it." Xiao Yu laughed loudly. "Planetary war has lost its value to me. So let my most powerful weapon be the end of your life. Planetary war star. Let's go!" Under Xiao Yu's control, tens of thousands of planetary engines built on the planetary Battlestar began to roar violently at the same time, while maintaining the structure of the planet Battlestar without damage. The maximum acceleration of the planet Battlestar is only 200 meters per second. But now, Xiao Yu has planned to abandon the planet Battlestar. So naturally, he will no longer worry about whether it will be damaged. As a result, earth-shaking changes also occurred on this planet. Strong earthquakes and violent volcanic eruptions were completely a tragic scene of the end of the world. But no matter how tragic everything is, it can't make Xiao Yu give up his determination to destroy the planet. Planet Battlestar began to accelerate. Its speed is getting faster and faster. After an hour, Its relative speed relative to the tree beast has been accelerated to 7,200 kilometers. After an hour and a half, its relative speed has been accelerated to 1 kilometer per second. 13,000 kilometers. This speed is faster than the speed at which the capital planet of Pegasus civilization hit it. Although the tree clan beast could not move at the moment, its thinking was not affected. When it saw the planet Battlestar hitting it at such a high speed, it understood what would happen next. Damn Taihao Alliance. If you hadn't tricked me into dealing with the Shinjo civilization, how could I be in this situation today? Damn the Shinjo civilization. The damn Ghost Tribe. The damn Taihao Alliance. I'm going to kill you. I am going to kill you. The roar of the tree tribe beasts suddenly stopped. Because at this moment, the planet Battlestar has hit it at a speed of 15,000 kilometers per second. Just before the impact, the accompanying Ghost Clan had nimbly dodged it. Amidst the endless rubble, fire, and violent energy, Xiaoyu saw that the planet Battlestar had completely disintegrated at this moment. At this moment, the black spot that represented the alien beast from the tree clan had been hit and rolled backwards. Xiaoyu did not take it lightly. When dealing with a level 6 alien beast, no matter how cautious you are, you can't be too cautious. The spaceships responsible for strengthening the space move with the movement of the tree beast, always covering it in the solid space and preventing it from escaping by sailing in a curvature. Tens of millions of warships followed closely. After both parties moved a certain distance, Xiaoyu saw the scene of the tree tribe beasts at this moment. Xiaoyu saw that the huge tree tribe beast had been smashed into two halves at this moment. No, it's not two halves. There is an unknown object with a diameter of about 2,000 meters connecting the upper half and the lower half. Whatever it was of no use. A Continental-class spacecraft sent out a space rift, immediately cutting off the unknown object. From this moment on, the tree tribe beast truly became two pieces. But it's not dead yet. Xiaoyu could detect the faint breath. At this moment, the accompanying Ghost Clan rushed over quickly and covered the two bodies of the tree clan alien beast with its own body. The vitality of level 6 alien beasts is a good thing and cannot be wasted. At this time, Xiaoyu received a message from the accompanying Ghost Tribe. Chapter 617, Level 7 Civilization in Mechanical Direction. At this moment, the battlefield was completely quiet. Tens of millions of battleships are quietly suspended in space, closely guarded. In the center of the battleship group is a huge tree tribe beast. It has turned into two parts, and it is surrounded by a layer of clear water-like things. Xiaoyu knew that this thing was his companion Ghost Clan. Obviously, the companion Ghost Tribe at this moment is using some unknown method to Xiaoyu to absorb the vitality of the tree tribe beasts and enhance their own abilities. The thing about vitality is really too illusory. Xiaoyu shook his head in his mind. The Ghost Tribe improves its strength by devouring vitality. This method is also a bit too illusory. In fact, until now, Xiaoyu has not formed a complete concept of vitality. Xiaoyu still doesn't know what life is. Why can an individual composed of a bunch of various compounds and elements have its own thinking? What is the fundamental difference between a living life and a dead life? This question has not even the authority of life sciences. Luca number 4 was unable to answer Xiaoyu. You know, after a living person dies, from the perspective of elemental composition, it itself does not undergo any changes. A certain element in its body is still that element. But why is it dead? I always feel that the existence of the Ghost Tribe is not that simple. This is not something that my theoretical system can answer. Xiaoyu thought silently, watching the color of the Ghost Tribe's body wrapping the tree tribe's alien beast gradually fade. Xiaoyu knew that when the body of the Ghost Clan completely lost its color, when it becomes completely transparent, it becomes a level 4 ghost. A 4th level Ghost Clan. You will be able to possess the power of a level 6 alien beast at its peak, which can stand up to a complete level 6 technological civilization on its own. And after a level 4 Ghost Clan and a level 6 technological civilization unite, the combat power exerted is not as simple as 1+1. The corpses of tree alien beasts can bring Xiaoyu a large amount of excellent performance, which is enough for Xiaoyu to break through the current material technology bottleneck and build materials for star-rated battleships. The vitality of the tree alien beasts can allow the Ghost Tribe to upgrade to level 4. It is a foregone conclusion that Xiaoyu's strength will increase greatly. The tree tribe beast is dead. Just when Xiaoyu was thinking a lot, Xiaoyu received a message from the Ghost Clan. I have completed all the reserves to upgrade to the 4th level Ghost Clan. I will take a rest for 1,000 years. After I finish my rest, I will become a real 4th level Ghost Clan. Super Ghost Clan. Don't disturb me within this 1,000 years. Okay. You can cultivate in this small universe. I am already a true 6th-level technological civilization. And I can handle everything by myself. Xiao Yu answered with joy. Open the passage of the small universe and let the ghost race enter it. After the ghost tribe entered, they continued to say to Xiao Yu, there is one more thing. When I absorb the vitality of the tree tribe's alien beasts, I seem to absorb something else. These things may be some of the tree tribe's alien beasts. Some memory fragments. I don't quite understand these things, so I've sorted them out. Come and take them in. Okay. You can put this information into this information storage device. And I will conduct a detailed analysis of these things. Xiao Yu replied, preparing the information storage device and telling the Ghost Clan how to use it. Under Xiao Yu's guidance, there is a lot of information rolling in. Xiao Yu flipped through it casually and found that they were all fragmented fragments. There was nothing of value, so I didn't put much energy into it. I just allocated a little computing power and tried to organize and connect these things. This is all I have received. Okay. I'm going to rest. See you in 1,000 years. As he said that, the companion ghost tribe quickly disappeared. And I don't know which one was hidden in the small universe. Place. Finally a big thing has been solved. Xiao Yu thought with emotion. Ghost. I'm looking forward to fighting side by side with you and truly standing before the Guardian civilization, the Taihao Alliance, and the Sweeper civilization. The matter of the Ghost Clan has been resolved. And the next thing is for Xiao Yu to do. I wonder what the reason is for the Taihao Alliance to encourage the tree tribe beasts to come and deal with me. Xiao Yu thought silently. There seems to be some hidden secret in this. Xiao Yu has noticed the message sent by the tree tribe beast before it died. Through this message, Xiao Yu proved that the ghost tribe said that the tree tribe beast came to deal with him because he was bewitched by the Taihao Alliance. Speculation. Then, there is a question. Why does Taihao Alliance do this? If they really want to deal with him, they can just go out themselves. Even if Xiao Yu has been promoted to the 6th level civilization, there is absolutely no way he can be the opponent of the 3 Taihao combined forces. Or is it that the Taihao Alliance is unable to do it on its own for some reason? Or is it that the alien beasts of the tree tribe are simply the Taihao Alliance that lured me to deliver raw materials? I can't figure it out. Xiao Yu sighed softly and threw it away. Cleared up the chaotic thoughts in my mind. Xiao Yu took stock of his losses in this battle. The conclusion is that more than 6 million spaceships were destroyed by the tree beasts. And more than 7 million spaceships were damaged to varying degrees. 6 national-class spacecraft were damaged in the battle. And 3 continent-class spacecraft were seriously damaged. You must know that Xiao Yu's current strength is not what it used to be. However, under the situation where Xiao Yu's strength has greatly increased, and with the cooperation of the Ghost Tribe, he was still caused by a tree tribe alien beast whose strength was seriously damaged. A heavy loss. A level 6 alien beast should not be underestimated. But with your body as compensation, even if I lose twice as many spaceships, it will be nothing. Xiao Yu thought with joy. The body of the tree tribe alien beast is very huge, and its natural mass is also very huge. After the tree alien beast died, the gravitational shielding seemed to have failed, and Xiao Yu's instruments began to truly detect the attraction of the tree alien beast due to its huge mass. By measuring the strength of gravity and the current distance, Xiao Yu quickly calculated the mass of the tree beast. This number is about 2 billion tons, which is about 1/4 the mass of the moon. In Xiao Yu's plan, the mass of a continental spacecraft is only about 100 billion tons. The largest and most advanced Asia spacecraft has a mass of less than 200 billion tons when it is fully stocked with supplies. In other words, the body of a tree beast can be used by Xiao Yu to build 2 million Asia spaceships. The total mass of the planet-class spacecraft that Xiao Yu plans to build is about 20 trillion tons, and the total mass of the star-class battleship is about 100 billion tons. In other words, this corpse is enough for Xiao Yu to build 10,000 planet-level battleships, or 20 star-level battleships. What a huge gain! The corpses of tree alien beasts can provide me with sufficient top-notch construction materials, at least for the next 1,000 years or longer. I will not need to worry about building materials. The performance of the flesh and blood of tree alien beasts has already been it completely surpasses the performance of the flesh and blood of that white dwarf alien beast. It even surpasses the performance of the hydrogen atom polymerization material that I deduced. It is estimated to be comparable to the materials used to build the Glory, Meson and other spacecrafts. And the Glory, the Heijizi spacecraft, is a true star-level spacecraft. the flagship of a peak level 6 civilization. It is actually a bit wasteful to use such good things to build a planet-class battleship. But if I want to build a star-class battleship at this stage, there is no way to solve the problems of weapons, power, etc. There is no way. Still, let's build 10 planet-level battleships first. Xiao Yu made up his mind. The size of a battleship is also a benchmark for measuring the technological strength of a civilization, because warships are not simply a stack of materials, and not just any technological basis can build a huge warship. Every time a battleship doubles in size, its difficulty may increase more than tenfold. In Xiao Yu's reasoning, planet-class battleships are the symbol of a 6th-level civilization. Being able to build planet-class battleships and possessing a small universe means that this civilization has truly entered the category of 6th-level civilization. And being able to build a planet-class battleship is a symbol of a 6th-level civilization. Star battleships mean that this 6th-level civilization has reached its peak. Xiao Yu has just entered the 6th-level civilization, so naturally he does not have the technological strength to build a star-level battleship. Xiao Yu opened the passage to the small universe and took in the corpse of the tree beast. The subsequent large-scale construction tasks will be carried out within the small universe. The time to build a planet-class battleship can often be measured in hundreds or thousands of years. This is not a task that can be completed in a short time. But Xiao Yu now has enough time, so this is not a big deal. Then just stay here and develop technology honestly. When I have the ability to build stellar battleships, I will set off to find the Taihao Alliance and the Guardian Civilization. From the time he left the Earth and has been running until today, Xiao Yu finally has a safe and stable rear, as well as the strength to maintain this security and stability. For a 6th-level civilization, there is indeed nothing in this galaxy that needs to be too scrupulous. But at this moment, Xiao Yu noticed something else. That was a result of the memory analysis about the alien beasts of the tree tribe. This discovery made Xiao Yu's spirit immediately tense. Near the galactic center? A 7th-level civilization in the mechanical direction? Ruins? Will the ruins be opened in the near future? This is amazing. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Chapter 618, heading towards the center of the galaxy. From this message, Xiao Yu was keenly aware of a key word, which was the 4 words, mechanical direction. Behind these 4 words is the 7th-level civilization. It is easy to understand what the 7th-level civilization is. But what the mechanical direction means is worthy of Xiao Yu's careful thinking. The 4 words, mechanical direction, seem to be some kind of scope-limiting vocabulary, which explains and limits the type of this 7th-level civilization. It seems that there are many different types of 7th-level civilizations. The 4 words, mechanical direction, mean that the 7th-level civilization takes machinery as its development direction? Then besides the mechanical direction, are there other directions? What are the directions? Xiao Yu thought quickly. This is the first time Xiao Yu has received information about the 7th-level civilization. Prior to this, Xiao Yu knew nothing about 7th-level civilization except that it was extremely difficult to reach the 7th-level civilization, and that there would even be something like the so-called Taihao civilization. If this 7th-level civilization takes machinery as its development direction, then it is certain that there will be other 7th-level civilizations that develop in other aspects. Does this mean that after breaking through to the 6th-level civilization, because of the technological challenges faced, there are too many aspects and too complex, and a civilization's energy is limited? So a 7th-level civilization can only choose one aspect among these infinite technologies as its development direction? In fact, Xiao Yu has already noticed this problem, which is the existence of civilization's unique technology. In the process of being promoted to the 6th-level civilization, Xiao Yu eliminated the Molian civilization, the Predator civilization, the 5th-level civilization alliance, and acquired a large number of civilization-unique technologies before finally completing the accumulation and being promoted to the 6th-level civilization, level 6 civilization. But this process also shows that the energy of a civilization is limited. It cannot be exhaustive. There will always be something missing, and the technology that one civilization omits is placed in other civilizations. Maybe it's just a common thing. For the missing civilization, this technology is unique to other civilizations. It's like the light technology Xiao Yu obtained from the 5th-level civilization alliance. The technology in the 5th-level civilization category is no longer something that can be fully developed by a single civilization. So what about the 7th-level civilization? How big will the level of science and technology be faced by a 7th-level civilization? It will face almost endless research topics. I am afraid that even if every member of this civilization is a genius scientist, There will be no way to completely solve these problems. Right? The 4 words, mechanical direction, are easy to understand. The answer is obvious. The technological aspects faced by the 7th level civilization are too large, and it is impossible for it to cover everything. Therefore, it can only choose one direction among the infinite development possibilities, and focus all its scientific research energy on this direction as its development goal. And it's obvious. The 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction mentioned in the memory of the tree tribe alien beasts takes machinery as its development goal. Well, that's true. Xiao Yu confirmed his speculation from the memory data of the tree alien beasts analyzed next. Mechanical direction. That is, a 7th level civilization with various precision machinery manufacturing as its development direction. Because mechanical technology is too advanced. This type of civilization has a more advanced way of using energy than any other type of 7th level civilization. Their creations are so ingenious that it would not be an exaggeration to call them miracles. The mechanical direction of 7th level civilization can rely on an ordinary star as supplies, traveling back and forth through hundreds of river systems. This is all the records about the 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction that can be found in the memories of the alien beasts of the tree tribe where Xiao Yu belongs. This piece of information caused Xiao Yu to think deeply. With one star as a source of food, can we travel back and forth through hundreds of river systems? This is amazing, Xiao Yu murmured to himself. In comparison, my energy utilization rate is dragging for every year the small universe advances. It needs to consume 8,000ths of the mass of the sun. One star can only allow me to advance more than 10,000 light years. Although this message does not explain the span of the 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction. Does traveling across the river system carry other things? But one thing that is obvious is that even the sweeper civilization is far from being able to travel across the river system relying on one star. Not even 10 stars. Let alone traveling through hundreds of river systems. Compared with the sweeper civilization, in terms of energy utilization, this 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction is many times more advanced than the sweepers. Such a civilization is probably their most common creation. All of them can bring me a great development of science and technology. I am now nearly 20,000 light years away from the center of the galaxy. At my current speed, if I want to take the small universe forward, including the time for replenishment, it will take about 2,000 years to reach it. And the tree in the memory of the alien beast. The time when the ruins were opened is 2,300 years later. If I want to go to this ruins, the time is completely enough. But, Xiao Yu hesitated. There is no need to elaborate on the value of the things contained in the ruins of a 7th level civilization. It is enough to drive any civilization crazy. But it was precisely because the value was too high that Xiao Yu hesitated. Unfortunately, I didn't find any information in the memory of the tree tribe beast about how it got this message. So I can't speculate that this message is only known to it. Or is it also known to other 6th level civilizations? Such as the sweepers, guardians, and the like. No. If only it knows. That's good. If other civilizations also know, then this is exactly what Xiao Yu hesitates about. If the sweepers, guardians, Taihao Alliance, and the other 2 level 6 beasts also know the news and rush in when the ruins are opened, then Xiao Yu really doesn't have much confidence in getting the items hidden in the ruins. Or even I don't know if I can escape intact. After all, any one of the above-mentioned existences is much stronger than Xiao Yu. And any one of them can beat Xiao Yu until he runs away in embarrassment. Xiao Yu began to comprehensively evaluate his combat power at this moment. In 1,000 years, the ghost will reach the level of a 4th level ghost race, which is equivalent to a 6th level alien beast. In 2,000 years, if I start working at full strength, I can probably build 100 planet level battleships come out. But 100 planet level battleships are probably not the opponent of 1 star level battleship. The Guardian civilization has the glory. And its conventional combat power is definitely not low. Technology Taihao has the Messen. But are there any conventional ones? Its combat power is not yet clear. But it has formed an alliance with the Ghost Taihao and the Alien Beast Taihao. And its strength has surpassed that of the Guardian civilization. In general, under the protection of a 4th level ghost clan, escaping should not be a problem, but this is only for facing alien beasts. As well as the Taihao Alliance and the Guardian civilization. If I encounter the Sweeper civilization, I don't even know if I can escape. After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Yu made a hard decision. Wealth and wealth are at risk. If I can get even one of the most ordinary creations in the ruins, It will be a huge benefit to me. So let's do it. Set off and go to the center of the galaxy. If the situation goes bad, you will have to escape at worst. If you can't even escape, then I will admit it. After making this decision, Xiao Yu immediately controlled the Asia spacecraft and a convoy fleet, pulling the small universe towards the center of the galaxy at a speed of 108 times the speed of light. At the same time, within the small universe, large-scale construction tasks began again. The construction task in the previous stage is coming to an end. Xiao Yu has a total of about 50 million warships in reserve. In addition, he has another 50 million warships under his control that can be used for war at any time. Xiao Yu already has a total of 50 million warships. Billions of warships. In addition, the planetary transformation mission has not yet been completed. But stellar energy harvesting instruments and a huge energy base that can burn the equivalent of 7 Earth masses per day have been built. Traction of the small universe takes up 60% of Xiao Yu's computing power, and the other 20% is used to control battleships, carry out early warning, scientific deductions, transform the planet, etc. And there is still some leftover. Xiao Yu put 20% of the computing power into construction. Xiao Yu already has the technology to build interplanetary warships, but suffers from shortcomings in material technology, so he cannot manufacture them. Now, with the flesh and blood of tree beasts as a source of materials, the last obstacle for Xiao Yu to build a planet-class battleship has disappeared. As a result, a large-scale construction task was started again. And in this high-speed super-light curvature voyage, spaceships were being manufactured one after another. This time, Xiao Yu does not plan to just build 100 planet-class battleships. In conjunction with this, Xiao Yu also plans to use the flesh and blood of tree alien beasts to build at least 50 million conventional warships. Anyway, there is a lot of flesh and blood of the tree tribe beasts, so Xiao Yu is not worried that there will not be enough. The excellent performance of the flesh and blood of alien beasts will bring great performance improvements to these warships. In this way, Xiao Yu is doing everything possible to improve his own strength. Fortunately, in the matter of opening the 7th level civilization ruins, he can gain to obtain sufficient benefits. Just imagining the scene of controlling 50 million spaceships made of the flesh and blood of level 6 peak alien beasts to fight. Xiao Yu's heart will boil. In the entire galaxy, besides me, who else has such a big hand? I'm afraid even the Guardians and Sweepers don't have such a huge reserve of flesh and blood resources for level 6 alien beasts. Right. Xiao Yu was very proud, thinking, all construction tasks will come to an end when I arrive at the center of the galaxy. At that time, it will be the first time that our Shinjo civilization becomes famous in the galaxy. Under such circumstances, Xiao Yu's fleet was advancing rapidly. Chapter 619, From Stars to Planets. The center of the galaxy is a very dangerous place. Even if Xiao Yu has now reached the level of 6th level civilization, this has not changed, because there are too many extreme celestial bodies in the galactic center. This phenomenon is easy to understand. Under the gravity of the Earth, heavy things will sink, and light things will rise relatively. Under the gravity of the black hole in the center of the galaxy, dense celestial bodies with extremely high density will gather in large numbers toward the center of the galaxy. Relatively light stars, planets and other stars will be in the periphery. These principles are the same. The galactic center is the place with the highest density of stars in the entire galaxy. There, the density of stars can even reach the point where dozens of stars gather within a light-year range. These are crazy multi-star systems where the stars are mixed with various extreme stars and are rotating around each other crazily, also orbiting the large black hole at the center of the river system. That's right. There is a supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way. Its mass can reach millions of times that of the Sun. It controls the movement of the entire Milky Way, allowing the Milky Way to clump together without falling apart. The existence of supermassive black holes is the main force that created the universe. The reason why the universe is formed like this, with galaxies clustered together one after another, instead of a star here and there turning into a piece of scattered sand, is mainly because of the gravity of supermassive black holes. With the development of science and technology to this day, Xiao Yu has a profound understanding of the truth. That is, every kind of life is a legend, which develops under the influence of many factors. Take humans for example. If not for the explosion of a supernova near the solar system many billions of years ago, that provided enough heavy elements for the emergence of humans, humans would not have appeared. And without the supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way that brings together so many stars in the Milky Way and allows communication between different materials. Humans would not be possible if there are few outer giant planets in the solar system. And the moon, which has a disproportionately large mass, shielded the young Earth from crazy asteroids from outer space, which would destroy life on Earth as soon as it appeared. Without the moon creating tidal gravity, let the materials on the Earth be fully exchanged, and life cannot appear on the Earth. There are many similar conditions, too many to mention. It was under such a variety of conditions that life on Earth appeared, and eventually intelligent creatures, like humans, evolved. But among all these prerequisites, the supermassive black hole in the center of the river system is the biggest prerequisite. In a way, humans, are all native creatures in the galaxy. They can all be regarded as descendants of this black hole. Because there is no central black hole, life cannot exist in the Milky Way. Now Xiaoyu, with a complex mood similar to a pilgrimage, was driving quickly towards the center of the galaxy. More than 100 years after the warp voyage began, Xiaoyu witnessed with his own eyes the destruction of a star in this small universe. This star was originally a yellow dwarf slightly larger than the sun. It emits amazing light and heat all the time. But the stellar energy acquisition equipment manufactured by Xiaoyu is constantly stealing its mass. And its mass is decreasing at a rate of about 8 thousandths per year. The star's mass decreases. It will lead to a series of subsequent events. First of all, because the mass decreases, its internal pressure will also decrease. When the pressure decreases, the temperature will also decrease. The primary triggering condition for nuclear fusion is temperature. The higher the temperature, the greater the pressure, the more violent the nuclear fusion reaction it performs, and the more energy it releases. As Xiaoyu continued to steal its quality, Xiaoyu saw that its luminosity continued to decrease and became dim, gradually changing from yellow to dark red. This means that its surface temperature is decreasing, which means that its ability to radiate is weakening. Xiaoyu continued to steal its quality, and its color became redder and redder. Finally, due to the loss of mass, the star changed from a yellow dwarf to a red dwarf. At this time, Xiaoyu still did not stop stealing quality, so it began a new round of transformation. And the red light it released began to gradually dim. It got darker and darker. Until now. Today is a node. Because starting from today, because the mass is too low to bring enough pressure and temperature, the nuclear fusion reaction in the core of this star finally stops. Without the nuclear fusion reaction, which means that it can no longer release light and heat, it can no longer be regarded as a star. At least it is no longer a star in the true sense. Xiaoyu left behind hundreds of millions of images of this star, completely recording its entire process from a young star to a brown dwarf that cannot emit light. This star could have had a lifespan of tens of billions of years, spending its long life peacefully in the universe, eventually turning into a red dwarf star, and then spreading into a planetary nebula, leaving a white dwarf star in the universe as its own corpse. However, under the influence of technology, its destiny has been completely changed. In these more than 100 years, it hurriedly completed the remaining lifespan that originally took at least 8 billion years to complete, and it was not even able to leave its own corpse behind. Xiaoyu retrieved 2 photos from his mind. In the first photo, this star is still emitting a faint light. Although it is extremely weak, it can still be captured through extremely sensitive optical instruments after excluding the influence of other stars in this small universe. In the second photo, the star no longer shines at all. In the first photo, the faint red light seemed to be the most desperate but weakest accusation against Xiaoyu, the murderer who killed it. Under the power of technology, a star is nothing at all. A major war among level 6 civilizations may affect hundreds of stars and lead to their destruction. Even for the 5th level civilization. In order to pursue and intercept the 5th level civilization alliance, Xiaoyu once moved more than a dozen stars and deliberately detonated them to cause damage to the 5th level civilization alliance. In the face of technology, the once majestic stars are gradually becoming weak, and gradually turning into pitiful things that can be held in the palm of a civilization and destroyed wantonly. Perhaps, it is precisely because of this that the universe hates the existence of civilization, and that thing called luck appears. Xiaoyu looked at the dead star and thought silently in his heart. Xiaoyu personally destroyed a star again, turning it from a real star into a brown dwarf. A brown dwarf is an intermediate body between a planet and a star. It is neither a planet nor a star. In other words, it is a super large planet and an incomplete version of a star. Brown dwarfs are unable to fuse hydrogen, but some degree of deuterium fusion may occur at certain locations within their interior, because deuterium fusion is less demanding than hydrogen fusion. However, the scale of this nuclear fusion is too small and can be ignored. Xiaoyu still hasn't stopped destroying this star. Xiaoyu is still stealing its mass. In the end, the temperature and pressure inside the star could no longer sustain even the simplest deuterium fusion. It completely broke away from the star category and completely returned to the planetary category. At this moment, the star is like Jupiter in the solar system, turning from a star into a giant gas planet. The main components of stars are hydrogen and helium, and the main components of giant gas planets are also these two elements. Therefore, apart from their mass, there is essentially no difference between stars and giant gas planets. Therefore, when the mass of a star is reduced to a certain level, it will become a planet, and when the mass of a planet is increased to a certain level, it will become a star. The two can be transformed into each other. Now Xiaoyu has completed this transformation process. As the star's mass and volume continue to decrease, Xiaoyu is assigned a large number of mass-stealing instruments to work around other stars. Now this star has become a real planet, but Xiaoyu still has no intention of letting it go. There is no need for gaseous planets to exist in the small universe. It is not like a star that can provide energy to Xiaoyu, nor is it like a rocky planet that can be inhabited by intelligent creatures. It has no value to Xiaoyu. The only consequence of being worthless is to be completely destroyed by Xiaoyu, leaving nothing behind. As a result, those mass-stealing instruments continued to work around the planet until all its mass was completely stolen without leaving any residue behind. Then, they left here and were assigned by Xiaoyu to move around another star to continue this task. An extremely brilliant star has completely lost its trace in the universe. The purpose of its existence is just to allow Xiaoyu's huge fleet and the entire small universe to sail forward nearly 3,000 light-years at a curvature. At this moment, Xiaoyu controlled a huge fleet and a small universe to stay around a star system. Because early detection showed that there are a large number of certain precious elements that Xiaoyu urgently needs in this star system. Xiaoyu needs to make some supplies here before setting off on the road again. At this time, Xiaoyu received a message transmitted through space broadcast. Although it is very presumptuous, we still send this request to you. No matter which civilization receives this message, if you are a 6th level civilization, then we hope that you can come to help us in return. We are willing to. This small universe was given to us as the Pegasus civilization. Chapter 620. The Dilemma of Pegasus Civilization. This place is a very weird place. From the uniform spectral types and types of stars in the void of this universe, it can be seen that this is not a big universe, but a small universe. This small universe is very big, but very empty. There is only a solitary star inside it, and there are no planets orbiting it. What is there is just a weird-shaped base about a few kilometers in diameter. Around this base, a fleet with a completely different style is stationed. This fleet is not large and is extremely dilapidated. This fleet only has a total of about 100,000 spaceships, and each spacecraft has different characteristics. Degree of damage. Has the space broadcast been sent out? In the largest of these dilapidated spaceships, the new leader of the Pegasus civilization looked at the empty starry sky outside with a bitter look on his face, and looked at the people next to him without looking back. Asked, "The space broadcast has been sent out, but I don't think we can hold on until the other level 6 civilizations arrive." The assistant replied with the same bitter look. "Moreover, even if there are other level 6 civilizations that receive our message, willing to come here, we are also unable to confirm whether the 6th level civilization that came here is kind or malicious. Even if they are well-intentioned, it is unknown whether they will fight the 6th level civilization waiting outside for the sake of this small universe. We as the Pegasus civilization really at the end of its rope?" The leader's fists were clenched involuntarily, and the muscles on his face were twisted together. At this time, even a fool knows that the leader is suffering great pain in his heart at this moment. Why on earth is this? Why on earth is this why our civilization has to endure such great suffering? Has God really abandoned us? First, the Shinjo civilization broke our galaxy defense circle, and then the former leader defected and killed most of the elites of our Pegasus civilization. And then the alien tree beasts destroyed our planet. Then we encountered a black hole, and only escaped with the help of the Shinjo civilization after a narrow escape. This time, we finally encountered the relics of a 6th level civilization obtained this small universe. However, they were targeted by another 6th level civilization, and were blocked in the small universe and unable to get out. What should we do this time? Although with the help of the space broadcasting instrument in this small universe, the outside world has sent a distress message. But the universe is so dark. Is there really a well-meaning 6th-level civilization? Would we rather fight the 6th-level civilization waiting outside the small universe to save us? Where is our way out? Can we really just stay in this barren little universe until we run out of resources and die helplessly? The leader muttered to himself. The eyes were full of pain. He turned his head and asked his assistant, "How long can our energy reserves last?" The assistant replied sadly, "With the rationing system, we can probably support it for another year. Although there is a star here with almost infinite mass. Our technology is not enough to directly obtain the mass from the star. And as for solar energy, the lack of industrial base and raw materials makes it impossible for us to obtain enough energy in the short term. In fact, we are now dismantling the spacecraft to create solar energy collection instruments." After a pause, the assistant continued to answer. The answer given to us by the Academy of Life Sciences is that if our population once drops below 10% of the current stage, that is, if it is less than 1 billion people, then our civilization will have a technological revolution. Decline is inevitable. With such a small population base, it is simply impossible to pass on a 5th-level civilization. And now, all spaceships are home to a population that far exceeds the carrying capacity of the spacecraft. Even if we dismantle the spacecraft to obtain raw materials. And it's really impossible to dismantle many spaceships. Alas. The leader sighed deeply. Maybe. The assistant looked a little hesitant, and finally said the following. Maybe we can dismantle the base left by the 6th-level civilization. Our relevant experts have made an assessment. This base is very large, and has a lot of materials. If it is dismantled, relying on its quality, and the raw materials brought by dismantling it, we can support our civilization for at least 200 more years. No, we can't do this. The leader shook his head resolutely. We cannot cut off our own retreat. This base is the passage between the small universe and the big universe left by the unknown 6th-level civilization. If this base has been demolished. With our current technology, it is impossible for us to leave this small universe. What will greet us will be 100% death. And if we keep it, we still have at least 1/10,000 chance of survival. The leader said sadly. The leader couldn't help but recall what happened some time ago. That was after it separated from the Shinjo civilization. Because it obtained the supply spacecraft left by the Shinjo civilization. The Pegasus civilization was able to solve its immediate urgent needs and regain the ability to travel far. As a result, the entire civilization continued to move forward. But it did not expect that. It seems that the Pegasus civilization suddenly turned around and unexpectedly discovered the remains of a 6th-level civilization. A small universe that still has complete relics of connectivity and communication capabilities with the outside world. The scientific community of the Pegasus civilization was revitalized under the stimulation of this incident. Although all the elite scientists were taken away by the previous leader, and only some less outstanding scientists remained here. This incident it was so important that they burst out with unimaginable scientific research enthusiasm. In a short period of time, they studied various characteristics of the small universe, speculated on the usage of the small universe, and understood the importance of the small universe to a civilization. Huge benefits. But the good times didn't last long. Just when the Pegasus civilization was conducting vigorous research on this small universe, they encountered a new enemy. A primary 6th-level civilization discovered this place and tried to occupy this small universe. Because the technology of this elementary 6th-level civilization has not yet developed to the point where it can create a small universe. Such a complete version of the small universe has an irresistible attraction for them. So they attacked the Pegasus civilization. Even if it is a primary 6th-level civilization, it is a powerful existence that is impossible to resist for a 5th-level civilization. The Pegasus civilization suffered serious losses in a hurry, and then escaped into the small universe before the civilization was completely extinct, and closed the connection channel of the small universe, blocking out the 6th-level civilization. The Pegasus civilization fell from heaven to hell in an instant. It was only then that they discovered what a mistake they had made in not stocking up a large amount of supplies in this small universe in advance. This small universe is extremely empty. Apart from a star and a base, there is no other matter. Under such circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for the Pegasus civilization to survive, let alone develop technology. With that level 6 civilization waiting outside, the Pegasus civilization cannot leave this small universe. Although the 6th-level civilization issued many so-called peaceful coexistence announcements in an attempt to allow the Pegasus civilization to open the passage to the small universe, the new leader of the Pegasus civilization understood that this was just a very clumsy scam. for that 6th level civilization. I am just an ant-like existence, and my place has obviously angered the other party. So if I leave the small universe, I will definitely be crushed to death like an ant. A 6th level civilization will never feel guilty for wiping out a 5th level civilization. Being unable to leave the small universe means being unable to obtain supplies. The inability to obtain supplies means that even if the Pegasus civilization dismantles its base, it can only last for 200 years. After 200 years, the civilization will lose a large number of people. Once the population drops to 10% of its current number, the Pegasus civilization will be destroyed. Fortunately, the Pegasus civilization discovered that in this base, there is also a communication instrument that uses space as a carrier. Through this instrument, the Pegasus civilization sent the most desperate cry for help to the outside world. Although all intelligent creatures in the Pegasus civilization know that doing so has no effect. If a new 6th level civilization comes here and wipes out that 6th level civilization, we can leave this small universe, the leader said sadly. And because we have not offended this new 6th level civilization, there is a certain possibility that they will let us go. This is our only hope for survival. At this moment, the leader's heart was filled with pain. It is such a huge pain and humiliation for a civilization to place its hope of survival on the other party, not bothering to eliminate itself because of its humbleness. If after 1 year, we still haven't encountered a turnaround and things are still deteriorating, the leader's voice began to become firmer. We will dismantle this base that connects the small universe and the outer space, and use these resources to make us civilized. The people have spent the last 200 years with sufficient supplies. Even if our civilization is going to be extinct, it will destroy this small universe, and will never leave it to the group of demons outside. The leader knows that the 6th level civilization outside does not yet have the ability to connect the large and small universes. Destroying the base of the small universe and causing the small universe to lose its ability to communicate with the outside world means that the small universe has been destroyed. Chapter 621 Promise. Pegasus civilization? This, Xiaoyu began to feel a bit dumbfounded in his heart. Xiaoyu was deeply impressed by the Pegasus civilization. Xiaoyu has had quite a lot of dealings with the Pegasus civilization, from the initial galaxy war, to being plotted by the Ghost tribe, and then saving them and being in trouble, coupled with the subsequent 5th level civilization alliance. Xiaoyu has already, and the Pegasus civilization has dealt with it several times. This Pegasus civilization is really unlucky. Even if its homeland is destroyed, it also encounters a black hole. It doesn't matter if it encounters a black hole. Now it seems that it is still trapped somewhere, and it has never been sent through this aimlessly. The space broadcaster came to ask for help. It seems that they have reached the end of their rope. Huh? It's a little weird. Xiaoyu suddenly remembered a doubt. Is the encounter of the Pegasus civilization related to the so-called luck? Ever since the Pegasus civilization was defeated by me, it seems that they have been unlucky. If it weren't for me, the Pegasus civilization would have been, it should be extinct. Is this illusory thing like luck really so powerful? Can it influence the life and death of a 5th level civilization? The Pegasus civilization seems to have obtained the relics of a small universe. In the space broadcast, they specified that a 6th level civilization can save them. With my current strength, although I am only a 6th level primary civilization, I have no less than with the combat power of the 6th level intermediate civilization. It doesn't matter if I save them again. It's just a convenient thing anyway. However, if that kind of mysterious luck really exists, will saving them cause any harm to me? Influence? Xiaoyu was thinking about this problem silently. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyu made up his mind. Let's save them again. If there is such a thing as luck, then my luck should be very strong now, because Ghost and I have wiped out many civilizations along the way. With so much luck, even now the loss is nothing at all. Then, I am very interested in trying it. If the Pegasus civilization is saved from danger because of my intervention, can it change their fate of perishing due to luck? Save or not saving the Pegasus civilization is just a small matter. Testing the so-called rules of luck is a big deal to me. The space broadcast used by the Pegasus civilization cannot determine the signal source. Faced with this kind of space broadcast whose signal source cannot be determined, Xiaoyu can only use the same method to send out this kind of broadcast to the entire universe. So, Xiaoyu replied, Pegasus civilization. Hello. I am Shinjo civilization. We received your distress signal and plan to rescue you. Can you tell us again about the situation you encountered, as well as your current situation and location information, so that we can act as soon as possible? A moment later, Xiao Yu received another reply. Jinzhou Civilization. Hello. I am the current leader of Pegasus Civilization. There are many grievances between us, but we are still very grateful that you are willing to lend a helping hand to us now. But you don't have this ability. We obtained the remains of a 6th level civilization and a complete small universe. But another elementary 6th level civilization that has no way to create a small universe tried to destroy us and take this small universe as its own. In a hurry next. We all hid in the small universe and closed the channel connecting the large and small universes. But this small universe is very empty. Our current material reserves can only last for 1 year. In desperation, we issued a warning to the outside world, a distress signal. Thank you very much for your willingness to help us. But you are only a 5th level civilization. A 5th level civilization cannot be an opponent of a 6th level civilization. Xiao Yu's heart became slightly solemn. Xiao Yu's solemnity was not because of that elementary 6th level civilization. The reason was obvious. A elementary 6th level civilization that could not even create a small universe could not be Xiao Yu's opponent. The reason why he was solemn was because Xiao Yu now had a vague premonition in his heart. Xiao Yu immediately replied, Our current communication with you also uses space broadcast technology. We have broken up the 5th level civilization alliance and absorbed it into the Jinzhou civilization. After completing the integration, we have relied on our own. The power has created a small universe and entered the 6th level civilization. Now, I have a few questions to ask you. These questions will be related to whether our Jinzhou civilization is willing to lend a helping hand to you. You must answer them seriously. The first question is, does your small universe leave some kind of communication equipment in the big universe? You probably don't know much about the specific details of technology. You just need to answer me. Your small universe requires both the large and small universes. Can the connection channel be opened only by the joint activation of instruments from both sides? Or can the channel be opened by relying solely on the instruments of the small universe? This issue is very critical to Xiao Yu, because Xiao Yu now needs the cooperation of both the large and small universes to open the channel. This means an unsafe factor. What if most of Xiao Yu's power is hidden in the small universe? And then the Unicom equipment left in the big universe is destroyed by the enemy? Doesn't this mean that Xiao Yu can no longer escape from the small universe? Although Xiao Yu can still slow down the entire small universe by cutting space and finally merge with the big universe. But in this way, wouldn't the small universe that he worked so hard to create be destroyed? Obviously, the safest way is to rely solely on instruments from the small universe to open or close the channel. In this way, the safety factor will be greatly increased. A moment later, Xiao Yu received another reply from the Pegasus civilization. Yes, the small universe we are in does not leave any communication instruments in the big universe. We can completely turn it on or off with the instruments of the small universe. The communication channel with the universe. Xiao Yu began to feel faintly excited. Obviously, the technology of the 6th level civilization that left this small universe is a little more advanced than ours. If we can study this small universe, we can gain a lot. Xiao Yu quickly asked the second question. So, can the small universe you are in now move freely without the help of instruments on the large universe? Does the small universe you are in have the ability to move? After a moment of silence, Xiao Yu received the answer. No. If we want to move the small universe, we must first open the communication channel, and then place an instrument into the large universe. Only through the traction of this instrument can we move. This is a bit regretful. Xiao Yu sighed. Obviously, the technology that can move the small universe freely without the help of the instruments in the large universe is of greater value than the technology that opens the communication channel unilaterally. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu's casual words received a strong reaction from the Pegasus civilization. Xiao Yu heard that in the Pegasus civilization's reply, the leader's voice was full of sorrow and pleading. Is the technology of this small universe not attractive enough for you to start a war with a primary 6th level civilization for these technologies? I'm sorry that we can't come up with more things that attract you. But please trust us. Trust us the development potential of Pegasus civilization. Please also believe in the promise of a civilization with perseverance. If you are willing to rescue us, we will definitely repay you in the future. Even if the price required for this repayment is sacrifice. We do not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of most of our people. Please believe in our promise. This is the most precious thing we can offer. Huh? Xiao Yu sighed a little in his heart, and then replied, Please rest assured. I believe in your promise. Although I don't care much about your promise. And your promise means nothing to me. But I still plan to rescue you. Now, tell me your location information. And I will set off now to eliminate that elementary 6th level civilization. For this kind of technology that can open or close the communication channel unilaterally, launching a war with a 6th level primary civilization is completely worth it for Xiaoyu now. What's more, Xiaoyu has a vague plan in his heart. Xiaoyu plans to use the rescue of the Pegasus civilization to test the rules in the dark and explore what luck is. What will happen to a person? What kind of impact does civilization have? As for the promise of Pegasus civilization, Xiaoyu really didn't take it to heart. A civilization that is struggling in a dark universe, on the verge of extinction several times, and relies on its own helping hand to continue to exist. Is it going to repay itself in the future? This is really ridiculous. The possibility that I can use the Pegasus civilization in the future is too small. Our location is the Shinjo civilization. Please pay attention to this 6th level primary civilization that is trying to seize our small universe and eliminate us. There are about 30 million warships stationed here, and there are still more warships arriving here in a steady stream. Here we will not be able to observe external information for a period of time, but we believe that there will be no less than 100 million warships stationed here in this 6th level primary civilization at the moment. Very good. We are very close. I will arrive in a month. You continue to persevere. As for this 6th level primary civilization, just leave it to us to deal with it, Xiaoyu replied. At this time, Xiaoyu received a message again. This message was also sent using space broadcast technology. But it was obvious that this message was not sent by the Pegasus civilization. Is this the Shinjo civilization? What a loud tone. Chapter 622 Conditions. Because space broadcasting is not point-to-point information communication. It is more similar to the mode of radio broadcasting. So within a certain range, intelligent creatures with relevant technology can receive it. Obviously, his previous conversations with the Pegasus civilization were received by the 6th level primary civilization waiting outside the small universe. But Xiaoyu has already considered this and doesn't care about it. For Xiaoyu now, a 6th level primary civilization that cannot even create its own small universe is really not a big deal, because Xiaoyu has absolute confidence to defeat them. In the past period of time, Xiaoyu's large-scale construction tasks have been partially completed, and 20 planet-class battleships have been built. At this moment, Xiaoyu's flagship is no longer the Asia spaceship, but the Earth planetary spacecraft. Also completed at the same time were the Earth 2 planetary spacecraft, the Venus spacecraft, Jupiter, Saturn, Vesta, Neptune, Pluto, Xena, Sedna, Star of Hope, and Ceres, Number 1, Juno, etc. A total of 20 planet-class battleships. These 20 planet-level battleships are all made of the flesh and blood of tree alien beasts. The material performance of the tree alien beasts' flesh and blood will definitely not be lower than the materials used to build the Glory spacecraft of the Guardian civilization. Nor will it be lower than the technology, construction materials for Taihao's Meson spacecraft. This material is the ultimate material for level 6 civilizations that surpasses hydrogen atom polymerization materials. This means that the performance of these 20 planet-class battleships is much higher than that of ordinary planet-class battleships. What's more, in addition to these 20 planet-class battleships, Xiaoyu also built about 300 continent-class battleships, as well as national-class and provincial-class spacecraft, totaling 6 million. In addition to these 6 million spaceships, Xiaoyu also has approximately 130 million warships in reserve in this small universe. With such powerful war weapons, how could Xiaoyu be afraid of a 6th level primary civilization? Oh! This message should have been sent by the elementary 6th level civilization. Right. Xiaoyu thought with a little disdain in his heart. Answered. Yes. We are the Shinjo civilization. Frankly speaking, you are no match for our Shinjo civilization. If you don't want to conflict with us, you should retreat immediately. I am too lazy to pursue you. If you retreat, our Shinjo civilization will have no choice but to destroy all the warships you left here. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyu received a reply from this junior 6th level civilization. When our civilization was still in the Guardian Alliance, we had already noticed you and knew the powerful help hidden behind your Shinjo civilization. I know your relationship with the Taihao Alliance, Shinjo civilization, but your development speed is still beyond our expectations. You can actually reach the level of a 6th level civilization in such a short period of time, and have the ability to build yourself the ability of the small universe. You indeed have qualifications that are equal to or even surpass ours. But we hope you understand one thing. Even if our civilization is not an opponent of your Shinjo civilization, we can still cause serious damage to you. This serious damage, I'm afraid it will be very detrimental to your next actions. Right? Xiao Yu's heart became a little more solemn, because from the message of this 6th level primary civilization, Xiao Yu noticed something hidden. This 6th level primary civilization seems to have something in its words. This 6th level primary civilization turned out to be a member of the Guardian Alliance. This is the case with the Marian civilization. And this is also the case with this civilization. It seems that the battle between the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao from the large Magellanic cloud and the sweepers has indeed changed and affected the situation in the galaxy. It even broke up the Guardian Alliance, causing the Malian civilization and this civilization to break away from the Guardian Alliance and begin to exist independently. Xiao Yu thought silently, and at the same time, Xiao Yu was quite amused, asked, "So, what do you think our relationship with the Taihao Alliance will be? What do you think our next action will be?" In response to Xiao Yu's question, this 6th level primary civilization gave a very clear and concise answer. Your development cannot be separated from the protection and help of Taihao civilization. But unfortunately, the Taihao Alliance will never come out to help at this moment. Because the Taihao Alliance has already set off for the Galactic Center. We have detected your sailing direction. And you are also setting off towards the Galactic Center. Right? It seems that you are also interested in the ruins of the 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction. Think about it before want to get a share of the pie? The strength of your Shinjo civilization is inherently the weakest among the powerful forces. If you now start a war with our civilization and suffer serious damage in the competition between these powerful forces, there is no chance. This is our support. And we plan to use this support to negotiate a condition with your Shinjo civilization. Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat. This information about the 6th level primary civilization completely eliminated Xiao Yu's luck. Since a 6th level primary civilization knows that the ruins of a mechanical 7th level civilization are about to appear in the center of the galaxy, it is impossible for powerful beings such as the Taihao Alliance, sweepers, guardians, and several giant beasts not to know about it. This also means that all the powerful combat forces in the galaxy will start a melee in the center of the galaxy, the most dangerous and chaotic place, to snatch the ownership of the ruins of the 7th level civilization. This is very bad news for Xiao Yu. There is another piece of news contained in this message. That is, this 6th level primary civilization obviously has no intention to participate in this battle for the ruins of the 7th level civilization. They knew very well that this was not something they could participate in. At the same time, in this message, they also vaguely admitted that with the strength of the Shinjo civilization, they were qualified to participate in this matter. Xiao Yu is reevaluating the feasibility of this trip to the Galactic Center. At the same time, Xiao Yu did not take the so-called reliance of this 6th level primary civilization into consideration. The reason is simple. Xiao Yu was able to repel or eliminate this 6th level primary civilization without causing too much damage to his own strength. And even if he is seriously damaged, his strong recovery power can ensure that he recovers before he reaches the center of the galaxy. But Xiao Yu still replied, "Very good. Tell me, what terms do you want to negotiate with us? You can rescue this 5th level civilization trapped in this small universe. But the small universe belongs to us." This 6th level primary civilization once again gave a concise answer. This is impossible. In this regard, Xiao Yu directly gave a clear rejection. This small universe is also of some use to our Shinjo civilization. And we cannot leave it to you. We must save this 5th level civilization. We also want this small universe. If you don't want to suffer losses in the war, then retreat now. Just kidding. Xiao Yu plans to use the study of this small universe to obtain the technology to unilaterally control the Unicom channel. How can he give it to others? Moreover, even if Xiao Yu does not need this small universe, from an emotional point of view, Xiao Yu is more inclined to leave this small universe to the Pegasus civilization, rather than letting this 6th level primary civilization take away the small universe. Why? You already have the manufacturing technology of the small universe. This small universe is of no use to you. If your goal is to rescue this 5th level civilization, we have already agreed to let this 5th level civilization go. Why do you still have such important things? During the mission, are you going to fight with us at all costs? The 6th level junior civilization asked. I don't need to tell you my reasons. Retreat or fight. You only have these two choices. Xiao Yu replied. The universe is originally a place where the weak eat the strong. Morality is for the intelligent creatures within the civilization, not for the rest of the civilization. At this time, Xiao Yu didn't bother to explain his motives for doing this to this 6th-level primary civilization. Then, let's fight. After a moment of silence, this 6th-level primary civilization responded. In this answer, there is a determination not to hesitate to die with the enemy. Very good. Then let's fight. Xiao Yu also replied very simply. After the brief exchange, the two parties no longer exchanged any messages. But Xiao Yu knew that after the silence, this 6th-level primary civilization must be actively preparing for war. In fact, Xiao Yu is doing the same thing. Xiao Yu has extracted these 6 million new warships, together with more than 40 million ordinary warships, from the small universe, placed them in the cosmic space, and together with the small universe, are rapidly moving towards the goal. This is my first war with a 6th-level technological civilization. Although the 6th-level primary civilization is obviously not my opponent, it is good to use this war as an exercise, and as a prelude to the upcoming galactic melee. Moreover, said maybe I will get some unexpected gains, such as obtaining some unique technologies of this 6th-level primary civilization. That's right. After thinking about it, Xiao Yu once again strengthened his determination to go to the center of the world. Because Xiao Yu still has one last big weapon, the Ball of Death. Xiao Yu believed that even if he could not get the relics of the 7th-level civilization during his trip to the galaxy, it would still be a valuable experience to fight against several powerful beings. And because of the existence of the Ball of Death, his life should not be in danger. Under such circumstances, time passed quickly, and a month passed in a blink of an eye. Xiao Yu had already arrived at the target area and saw the huge number of warships. War is about to break out. Chapter 623 New Weapons. Since you choose war, let's fight. After arriving here, Xiao Yu did not hesitate at all, controlled his fleet, and immediately rushed forward. It was obvious that the 6th-level primary civilization in front of Xiao Yu was also ready for war at this time. All the information that the two sides need to exchange has been exchanged before. At this time, there is really no need to say anything more. Just start fighting and use your own military strength to decide the ownership of this small universe. Xiao Yu's flagship, the Earth spacecraft, still did not participate in the battle. Although the Earth spacecraft is the most advanced and most powerful of all Xiao Yu's spaceships. However, Xiao Yu believed that a battle of this level should not require his own flagship to personally participate in the battle. It would be enough for 15 planet-class battleships to participate. The rest, the Uranus planet-class spacecraft, and the 4 planet-class battleships Neptune, Pluto, and Saturn, led about 5 million escort fleets, guarding the Earth spacecraft, always watching for Xiao Yu. No matter what happens, your own safety always comes first. Xiao Yu's fleet is still in the curvature space at this moment. When a civilization reaches the 6th level of civilization, it completely breaks the law that war is not suitable for war in curvature space. Because space weapons can ignore the influence of curvature space and can advance at super light speeds. This is what the war of a 6th level civilization looks like. Spaceships constantly appear in the visible universe, then suddenly disappear, and then appear again. The distance between these two occurrences may be millions, or even tens of millions of kilometers. The spacecraft of a 6th level civilization can enter or exit the curvature space very conveniently, which brings an extremely obvious improvement in mobility, and also leads to a great expansion of the battlefield range. The strength of this 6th level primary civilization is about 100 million spacecraft. But there is only one planet-level battleship. So it is obvious that this planet-level spacecraft is the flagship of this 6th level primary civilization. Although the number of spaceships I can control at the same time is only 50 million. It is only half of the opponent's. But this number will not decrease, because no matter how many battleships I lose, I can take out spare spaceships from the small universe at any time, then continue to fight. But this 6th level primary civilization cannot do this. They lost one ship. Even if they lost one ship, they cannot get supplements like me. Well, for a 6th level primary civilization, these 100 million a battleship is at least 80%, or even 90% of their combat power. For this small universe, they do not hesitate to use most of their strength, and they are really willing to spend money. Xiao Yu was full of it, thinking with emotion. At this moment, the war is in full swing in this space. It has truly become a land of death, with countless dark space cracks crisscrossing it. Countless spaceships suddenly flashed into space, and then disappeared quickly. And there were constant explosions, and flames appearing out of thin air. Spaceship fragments continued to appear out of thin air. Xiao Yu knew that it was because the spacecraft in the curvature space was destroyed. After a spacecraft was destroyed, it was obvious that its wreckage could no longer maintain curvature navigation. It could only withdraw from the curvature space, which resulted in the current situation. It was as if explosion flames and debris suddenly appeared in the void space. As soon as the two sides started fighting, Xiaoyu quickly noticed the opponent's strength. The conclusion is that no matter in any aspect, the performance of the spacecraft of this 6th level primary civilization is not as good as our own spaceship. This is an obvious thing. After all, you can rely on your own power and technology to create a small universe. But the other party does not have this ability. The current situation on the battlefield is that Xiaoyu is slightly at a disadvantage, because Xiaoyu only had 50 million ships participating in the battle, but the opponent had more than 100 million ships. However, Xiaoyu is not worried at all, because Xiaoyu knows that under his constant losses, the number of the opponent's spaceships will only become smaller and smaller. When the number drops below 70 million, he will have the upper hand. It's time. In the chaotic battlefield, the 15 planet-class spacecraft participating in the battle fully demonstrated their powerful strength. This was the first time that Xiaoyu used a planet-level spacecraft in actual combat. And these planet-level spacecraft did not disappoint Xiaoyu. With a hull that is hundreds of kilometers long, these planet-class spacecraft have a combat effectiveness similar to that of a large space fortress. Tens of millions of engines and sufficient energy supply allow these planet-class spacecraft to possess space fortresses and bases that are impossible to achieve. Possessing strong maneuverability for protective shields, space folding shields and multi-layer hybrid shield systems provide these spacecraft with extremely powerful defense. Xiaoyu installed countless space weapons on the surfaces of these planet-level battleships, as well as various sub-level conventional weapons, such as negative matter cannons, light weapons, physical weapons, etc. These weapons are distributed in any corner of the planet-class battleships, which means that these planet-class battleships have no blind spots at all, and they can easily attack them from any direction. Planet-class battleships, combined with smaller battleships, form a complete combat group under Xiaoyu's control. These combat groups either all entered the curvature space, or some stayed in the visible universe, and some entered the curvature navigation, clashing left and right in the entire battlefield. Invincible. 15 planet-class battleships are 15 combat groups. These 15 combat groups, plus some spacecraft that roamed the battlefield and attacked wantonly, constituted Xiaoyu's entire combat force in this war. Because of its numerical advantage, this 6th level primary civilization has basically included Xiaoyu's spaceship at the core of the battlefield. But Xiaoyu has no scruples, because Xiaoyu knew that as long as he wanted to, he could rush out of this encirclement at any time. The highly efficient spaceship meat grinder of war is working rapidly. Up to this moment, Xiaoyu has lost 3 million spaceships. In contrast, the number of losses of this 6th level primary civilization is 10 million spaceships. The performance of Xiaoyu's spaceship is not as high as this. One of the most important reasons for such a battle loss ratio is that the 6 million new spaceships are all made of the flesh and blood of tree alien beasts. Xiaoyu saw that a new city-level spaceship was chasing an enemy's provincial-level warship, facing the city-level spacecraft that was much smaller than his own. The provincial-level spaceship barely fought back. Power. I don't want to eliminate all of you. If you retreat now, I can still guarantee that I will not hunt you down. At this time, after confirming that this 6th level primary civilization has fully understood its own strength, Xiaoyu issued such a message. But what responded to Xiaoyu was the silence of this 6th level primary civilization and its increasingly fierce attacks. This 6th level primary civilization answered Xiaoyu with its own actions. In this case, I have no scruples. Let you try the latest weapons I have developed, Xiaoyu said. After destroying your flagship, I believe you will have no intention of resisting. Although this flagship of the 6th level primary civilization is a planet-level battleship with a size and mass no less than that of the Earth spacecraft, it is made of ordinary materials, which means that in terms of hull structure and stress absorption, attack load and other aspects, it is inferior to any planet-class battleship in Xiaoyu's fleet. However, a planet-level spaceship is a planet-level spacecraft after all. Such a big thing, no matter how ordinary it is not so easy to destroy. But Xiaoyu is not worried, because Xiaoyu knows that he has this power, and as long as he makes up his mind, he can destroy the opponent's flagship. Because with the continuous deepening of space technology, Xiaoyu, together with the Academy of Space Science and the Academy of Weapons Science, have developed an enhanced version of the Space Rift weapon. This war was the first time Xiao Yu used this kind of weapon. This kind of weapon cannot be launched by a single spacecraft. Facing a planet-class battleship, at least 10 spacecraft are needed to use this weapon. This numerical ratio may not seem very cost-effective, but it is actually the most cost-effective. If Xiao Yu controls 1 or 2 planet-class battleships and fights with the opponent's flagship, although the opponent's flagship can be destroyed in the end, one of his own planet-class battleships will definitely be severely damaged. And if you use this kind of weapon, you can be sure that you will not suffer any losses. This method is safe and efficient. Under Xiao Yu's control, 10 planet-level battleships broke away from their own battle groups and began to move closer to each other with a small number of spaceships. The remaining 5 planet-level battleships, as well as a large number of spacecraft below planet level, then assumed the task of containment. They frantically attack any enemy spacecraft trying to get close to the enemy's flagship, trying their best to weaken the defense forces next to the enemy's flagship. Under this situation, the escort force around the enemy's flagship quickly decreased. At this time, the flagship seemed to feel the danger coming. It began to try to escape and rushed into the battleship group to obtain escort power. But its action failed. I don't know since when. 10 planet-level spacecraft have been quietly surrounding it. These planet-level spacecraft did not launch a real attack on it, but seemed to be following a certain pattern and trying to occupy several points around it. After dozens of minutes, these spacecraft stopped and began to maintain a relatively static state of motion. Chapter 624, Space Shattered. This flagship of the 6th level primary civilization is not as maneuverable as Xiao Yu's planet-level spacecraft. So Xiao Yu can easily control his own spacecraft and maintain a relatively static state of motion with it. This state can be maintained whether in the visible universe or in curvature space. Moreover, while maintaining this state of movement, Xiao Yu's 10 planet-level battleships also maintained a certain distance from this planet-level battleship. At this distance, it cannot launch an effective attack on Xiao Yu's planet-class battleship. Although Xiao Yu also had no way to launch an effective attack on it under this situation, Xiao Yu had no intention of using conventional attacks to destroy it. At this moment, there are about 300,000 escort spacecraft surrounding the flagship of this 6th level primary civilization, because they still didn't understand Xiao Yu's intentions. These escort spacecraft were closely guarding the flagship, guarding their flagship at all times and preparing to fight attacks from any direction. Now, such a situation has formed on the battlefield. Because of Xiao Yu's crazy sniping, no large-scale enemy force could break through Xiao Yu's defense line and reach the flagship in a short period of time. The flagship still remained intact, but it was surrounded by 10 planet-level battleships. Then it's time now! Space crushing starts! Xiao Yu gave the order. As Xiao Yu's order was issued, the 10 planet-class spacecraft that occupied several specific points around the enemy's flagship spacecraft simultaneously activated a special instrument equipped on them. This is the latest weapon developed by Xiao Yu. Space crushing, as the name of this weapon suggests. Its function is to completely shatter the space within a certain range. Its basic principle is similar to that of the space crack weapon, but it is indeed an enhanced version of the space crack weapon, and its power is much more powerful than the space crack weapon. After it was launched, all tangible or intangible, macroscopic or microscopic existences in this space will be fatally attacked as long as their defenses are below a certain level. Space has been shattered. How can matter that exists dependent on space maintain its integrity? Space is three-dimensional, and a cube has 6 sides. Xiao Yu's 10 planet-class battleships occupy different points on the 6 sides of the cube. These points are special points specially selected by Xiao Yu after calculation. As long as 10 planet-level warships launch space-shattering attacks at these points at the same time, the space within this cube will be completely shattered. The enemy's flagship is located in this cube. Xiao Yu wants to reach all the spacecraft that will be in this space by completely smashing the space within this range. The result of the total destruction of all matter. As this weapon was activated, an inexplicable spatial fluctuation began to occur. It was like an earthquake. The difference is, an earthquake is a shaking of the planet, but now it's the vibration of space. As the space began to fluctuate, the light passing through this area, or the light trying to come out of this area, was immediately distorted. This area also began to become blurry, unable to see clearly, and began to have some inexplicable phenomena. Irregular black lines, like lightning, began to appear, and then quickly disappeared. With a generation of such distortions and fluctuations, the spacecraft in this area was affected almost immediately. Xiao Yu vaguely saw tens of thousands of weak fires bursting out. Xiao Yu knows. This is caused by the explosion of the small escorting spacecraft with the lowest defense. Obviously, the changes in space have affected them, tearing apart their hull structures and causing them to explode. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyu saw that the enemy's flagship planetary spacecraft immediately emitted light that was several times more intense than usual. Among this area, it has the largest volume, and accordingly, the impact it has received is also the greatest. But its defense is also the most powerful. Space fluctuations of this intensity cannot destroy it. This planet-class spacecraft began to move wildly. It had sensed the imminent danger. It tried to escape, but it soon discovered that it could no longer sail using curvature. The inability to use curvature navigation is one of the side effects of space-crushing weapons, which is similar to space reinforcement instruments. Space reinforcement weapons prevent the spacecraft from being distorted by strengthening the space, so that the spacecraft cannot enter the curvature navigation, while space-crushing weapons smash the space and create a lot of chaos, so that the spacecraft cannot enter the curvature navigation. If you can't enter the curvature navigation, you can only escape by conventional navigation. But its maneuverability is not as good as Xiaoyu's spacecraft. It moves forward 1,000 meters, and Xiaoyu's 10 planet-level spacecraft also moved forward 1,000 meters. It retreated 1,000 meters, and Xiaoyu's 10 planet-class spacecraft also retreated 1,000 meters. It tried to rush towards the place where its own warships gathered in large numbers, trying to use external forces to solve its predicament. But the rest of Xiaoyu's containment force used violent attacks to clean up the spacecraft there before it arrived. It is like a tiger, and Xiaoyu's 10 planet-level spacecraft are constructed into a strong cage that cannot break out no matter what. The space-crushing weapon was still being activated. Xiaoyu saw that the explosions and flames coming from this space were becoming more and more frequent and dense. In this short period of time, more than 90% of the 300,000 escort spacecraft of this flagship have been lost. It is expected that within 5 minutes, there will be only one spaceship left in this area, and that is the flagship. Everything was just as Xiaoyu imagined. 5 minutes later, the flagship spacecraft lost its last escort spacecraft. At this moment, the light it emits is getting brighter, which means that it is constantly improving its defense level, trying hard to resist the impact of the chaotic space on itself. But its defense improvement speed seems to be inferior to Xiaoyu's speed of shattering space. The increasingly chaotic and fragmented space around it is constantly eroding the complete and peaceful space occupied by the spacecraft, trying to make this space chaotic and fragmented. If this flagship spacecraft can keep the integrity and calmness of the space it occupies, it will withstand Xiaoyu's attack. If it cannot keep it, then it will be torn into pieces by the chaotic space and completely destroyed. This is a war at the space level, and it is also a confrontation between the technological strengths of two level 6 civilizations. Shenzhou civilization lets us surrender. Let's go now. At this time, Xiaoyu received a message from the flagship of the 6th level primary civilization through space broadcasting. Because this space has been completely chaotic and broken, the space broadcast has also been affected, and the messages received by Xiaoyu are also intermittent. But Xiaoyu can still understand the meaning of this message. This level 6 primary civilization obviously cannot hold on any longer. Isn't it too late to think of surrendering now? My space-crushing weapon has not yet tested its offensive capabilities. So let your civilization's planet-level flagship become my experimental product. Xiaoyu simply ignored the surrender message from the flagship spacecraft, and once again increased the output power of the space-shattering weapon. Xiaoyu began to notice that the flagship spacecraft became brighter and brighter, and there was a tense, dignified and dangerous atmosphere spreading throughout the space. But these tense, solemn and dangerous atmospheres are for this 6th level primary civilization, and Xiaoyu will not feel any danger. At the same time, Xiaoyu could clearly sense how fearful and desperate the intelligent creatures in this planet-level battleship must be at this moment. You should have retreated from the beginning, Xiaoyu thought. From the moment you decided to fight me, you should have been prepared to suffer heavy losses. Don't worry. After destroying your flagship, the rest of you will if your spaceship wants to retreat and escape. I will not pursue it. It would be of no benefit to me, and would be too troublesome. I am too lazy to eradicate you. The power of the space-crushing weapon has been increased to the maximum. At this moment, the light emitted by this flagship spacecraft has begun to be as bright as a star. Xiaoyu knew what this meant, which meant that they had maximized their energy load. Under this power impact, the instruments inside the spacecraft simply could not sustain it for too long. However, after 3 minutes, the light that had already reached its limit increased once again. At this moment, it was simply brighter than a star. But Xiao Yu knew that this increase in brightness was not because the defense of the flagship spacecraft had been improved again, but that it could no longer withstand the intrusion of chaos and broken space. It had been destroyed and exploded. Only the most heroic death can erupt with such intensity of light. With the destruction of this flagship-class spacecraft, the space that was originally kept intact and calm by its existence quickly began to become chaotic and fragmented under the influence of the surrounding space. Up to now, this space has been completely shattered by Xiao Yu, and there is no longer a perfect place. As long as it is matter in this space, it will be completely shattered, and even the structure of molecules, atoms, and quarks cannot be maintained. This is the most complete crushing. These substances can no longer be called substances. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief quietly and turned off the space-crushing weapon. Chapter 625. Unilateral Control Principle. This is the first time Xiao Yu has used space-crushing weapons in actual combat, which completely proves the power of space-crushing weapons. With the cooperation of 10 planet-level spacecraft, Xiao Yu basically destroyed a flagship spacecraft of a 6th-level civilization with 0 damage. This was simply unimaginable before. Even the flagship spaceship is gone, and these secondary spaceships probably have no combat effectiveness. Xiao Yu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After these 10 planet-class spacecraft returned to their battle group, the battlefield situation showed a one-sided situation. Under Xiao Yu's fierce attack, the fleet of this elementary 6th-level civilization began to retreat. They have lost the command from the highest level. Without the command from the highest level, it is impossible to achieve coordination in the cooperation of the battleship group. Although their number is large, they are just a mess. They have lost the ability to match their numbers. Combat effectiveness. Finally, after the battle continued for a few more minutes, the spacecraft began an organized escape in groups of battleships. Xiao Yu knew that this was because this elementary 6th-level civilization still had middle-level commanders. Without the top-level command, although these combat groups with Continental-class spacecraft, as the Corps can no longer cooperate so tacitly, the coordination within the combat group can still be done well. During this organized and orderly retreat, the enemy warships were slowly withdrawing from the battlefield. Facing the enemy's retreat, Xiao Yu did not launch a large-scale pursuit, but only gave a symbolic strike. Seemingly sensing Xiao Yu's mercy, these spacecraft retreated faster and faster. In less than an hour, they retreated from the battlefield and escaped using curvature navigation. Don't know where to go. In this war, this 6th-level primary civilization lost its only planet-level battleship and nearly 30 million other spacecraft of various types. Xiao Yu lost more than 10 million national-level or below-national spaceships. Declare the end. After completely repelling the enemy, Xiao Yu finally relaxed. After sending tens of thousands of captured spacecraft into the small universe for analysis to obtain the intelligence and technology of this civilization, and then cleaning up the battlefield a little, Xiao Yu sent out a space broadcast message again. Pegasus civilization. We are Shinjo civilization. The enemy has been repelled by us. You can come out of the small universe, Xiao Yu said. After this message was sent, Xiao Yu saw it after a while. A very low-level and crude detector appeared out of thin air in space. This is obviously because the Pegasus civilization in the small universe has opened a connection channel to the large and small universes and released its own detectors to observe the situation in the external space. This detector was made using extremely advanced level 5 civilization technology. But in Xiao Yu's eyes at this moment, it was just a simple thing that was not worth mentioning. It was so crude that Xiao Yu had no interest in looking at it. After seeing the densely packed warship fragments everywhere in the outer space, I confirmed that they were waiting outside at this moment. It is indeed after the Shinjo civilization, and not that hostile civilization. The Pegasus civilization leader finally let go of his high-hanging heart. Under the command of the leader, all the spaceships left this empty small universe, and came to the big universe that although the separation was not long, it seemed like they had been separated for countless years. Looking at these shabby and pitiful spaceships in front of him that seemed to be trembling in the dark universe, Xiao Yu felt in his heart. I actually felt a little emotional. During this period, you must have encountered many unimaginable difficulties. Don't worry. You are safe now. No one can threaten you. You can freely develop technology, obtain resources, and reproduce the population. If you need help if so, within my ability, I wouldn't mind giving you a little help, Xiao Yu said. Thank you, Shinjo civilization. In response, the leader gave his own answer. Thank you for saving our civilization once again. Being able to regain a new life is already the best outcome for us, and we dare not expect any more. We will get the rest of your help from you. And we don't need the rest of your help, because we are confident in relying on our own abilities to develop again. Please remember that the promise of our Pegasus civilization will always be valid. If you really encounter trouble, our Pegasus civilization will repay you even if we sacrifice most of our power. Although the power of our Pegasus civilization is humble, at the spiritual level, we do not think that we are inferior to anyone else. I don't want to have to rely on your charity to survive. Faced with this answer, Xiao Yu felt quite dumbfounded. You have reached this level, and you are still so stubborn. I don't know whether this spirit is good or bad for a civilization. But since you say so, I have no reason to insist on helping you. Xiao Yu secretly thought. Replied. Very good. I look forward to the day when you will truly stand with me as equals. This is the password for the entrance and exit of this small universe. From now on, it belongs to you. The leader of Pegasus said. Now, please allow us to leave here. After obtaining supplies from other star systems, we will escape from here, looking for a safe and hidden place to develop our technology. Thank you again, Shinjo civilization. Well, I'm not very interested in this small universe. As long as we explore within this small universe, figure out the operating mechanism of this small universe, and obtain this technological information, this small universe will still be yours. This small universe is originally if you discovered it first. There is nothing wrong with returning it to you in the end. Xiao Yu replied. To be honest, I admire your civilized spirit very much, and I want to take a look at the things supported by this spirit. Where will you end up? Will you one day be able to truly stand in front of me as equals? There was another reason that Xiao Yu did not say. Xiao Yu is basically certain that because of the demise of most of the Pegasus civilization, the luck of this remnant of the Pegasus civilization has dropped to its lowest point. This can be seen from the various hardships they encountered along the way. Then Xiao Yu is very interested in experimenting to see if a civilization whose luck has reached its lowest point can still have a chance to make a comeback. Xiao Yu doesn't mind paying a little price for this experiment, because it is obvious that a small universe that can only be owned by a 6th-level civilization will greatly increase the survival probability of the Pegasus civilization. In other words, from now on, the Pegasus civilization has become Xiao Yu's experiment. The leader of the Pegasus civilization was silent for a moment and gave his own answer. Thank you, Shinjo civilization. We accept your kindness. No matter how much hatred we had before, in the face of your kindness, we choose to forget the past. Then you will continue to stay in this small universe at this moment. Our spaceship will transport you the necessary supplies. You can wait here for a while. Xiao Yu made arrangements for their fate. At the same time, regarding the matter of forgetting the past, mentioned by the leader of the Pegasus civilization, he laughed it off and ignored it, because Xiao Yu doesn't care about these things at all. Whether you forget or not, whether you hate me or not, what does it have to do with me? If you continue to hate me, will it affect me and cause my battleship to explode on its own? However, despite his disdain, Xiao Yu was not so bored that he deliberately attacked the other party's civilized spirit. Under Xiao Yu's arrangement, the Pegasus civilization once again entered the small universe. Xiao Yu arranged a continent-level transport spacecraft to transport hundreds of billions of tons of various materials from his small universe, supplies, and even sent several national-level spaceships to be transformed into a living environment suitable for the people of the Pegasus civilization to survive, for the overcrowded people of the Pegasus civilization. But Xiao Yu's help only goes so far. Xiao Yu strictly prohibited the scientific workers of the Pegasus civilization from researching their own technology, and did not give them any scientific and technological guidance. You should do your own research on technological matters. This is Xiao Yu's idea. After everything was arranged, Xiao Yu quickly started researching the large and small cosmic communication instruments left by the unknown 6th-level civilization in this small universe. The technological gap between Xiao Yu and this unknown 6th-level civilization is only technical, not scientific. So analyzing these technologies, although a bit troublesome, is not something Xiao Yu cannot do. A large amount of scientific research equipment was moved here by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu conducted a comprehensive study on this huge instrument from all aspects such as energy supply, generation mechanism, driving principle, and component structure. Along with this, there are also a large number of intelligent biological scientists wearing personal life support equipment. Teams of scientists including outstanding figures such as Su Junpo, Luca 3, and 5 will almost be destroyed during this period. I looked at the entire huge instrument. A large amount of data is transferred to Xiao Yu's mind every moment. and Xiaoyu uses his huge computing power to analyze the data. This huge research operation lasted for more than a year. Xiaoyu stopped this operation until he could no longer obtain useful data. With sufficient data support, Xiaoyu quickly took the next step. 3 full days later, Xiaoyu sent this message to all the scientists. I have understood the principle of unilateral control of China Unicom channels. Chapter 626 Loya Cup. This small universe left by an unknown 6th-level civilization does not have the ability to move on its own without being pulled by the larger universe. During the research, Xiaoyu quickly confirmed this. At the same time, Xiaoyu also confirmed that this small universe, it does have the ability to unilaterally control the communication channel with the big universe. If we look at the normal scientific and technological development rate of a 6th-level civilization, this unknown 6th-level civilization is at least 2,000 years ahead of me in terms of technological level. However, my technological development speed is not comparable to that of ordinary 6th-level civilizations. If I develop at the normal speed, I will be able to develop this technology in about 200 years. Well, after saving 200 years, the harvest this time is not too small. Xiaoyu thought secretly. Xiaoyu knew that the metaphor he made was only for ordinary 6th-level civilizations, and technological civilizations such as sweepers, guardians, and technological Taihao were not included in this category. In fact, in Xiaoyu's speculation, Xiaoyu believes that the technology of these civilizations has probably reached a peak, and it is impossible to make major progress before breaking through to the 7th-level civilization. This is a very absurd conclusion, because if there are unknowns ahead, then you can start research and harvest something. Under the normal development of a civilization, it is unlikely that science and technology will stop developing. However, due to some unknown reasons, this situation has probably already occurred in these 3 technological civilizations. The specific reason is still unknown to Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu knew that it was precisely for this reason that weird things like Taihao were produced. And maybe this reason was somehow related to the Ghost Clan and the existence of luck. After Xiaoyu announced that he had learned the information about unilateral control of the China Unicom channel, Xiaoyu received inquiries from numerous scientists. So Xiaoyu once again held a meeting of scientists. Facing many scientists present, Xiaoyu explained his views in detail. We all know that 0 dimension is a point. 1 dimension is a line. 2 dimensions are a surface. And 3 dimensions are a body. 4 dimensions are a superbody. At the same time, we all also know that a circle is composed of 1-dimensional lines. But it can only exist in the 2-dimensional world. The Mobius strip is 2-dimensional, but it can only exist in 3-dimensional space. The Klein bottle is 3-dimensional, but it can only exist in 4-dimensional space. In fact, it is with the help of the Klein bottle principle that we can connect the large universe and the small universe and establish a channel between the large and small universes. Although this kind of channel must operate together with the instruments at both ends of the large and small universes in order to be effective. So, have you ever thought about the fact that the 4-dimensional space is similar to a 2-dimensional circle? The 3-dimensional Mobius strip and the 4-dimensional Klein bottle are things that can only exist in the 5-dimensional world. What should it be? Xiaoyu asked a question. This question aroused deep thought among the scientists present. At the same time, Xiaoyu saw Su Junpo and Luca number 3, the 3 most outstanding scientists, as well as number 5. All looked a little thoughtful. Although we are all creatures in the 3-dimensional world, we can already deduce these things through mathematical methods, Xiaoyu said. Yes, there are also such things similar to the Mobius strip and the gram in the 4-dimensional space. The Rhine bottle is composed of a 4-dimensional superbody, but it cannot be truly displayed in the 4-dimensional space. It can only exist in the 5-dimensional space, Xiaoyu said, waved his hand, and issued an order. As a result, the 3-dimensional projection equipment immediately projected a patch of light and shadow in front of Xiaoyu. In this light and shadow, something strange and irregular in shape appeared. There is dense data surrounding this thing. That's right. This thing is the projection of a Klein bottle-like thing composed of a 4-dimensional superbody in our 3-dimensional world. I named it the Loya Cup. Of course, we are in the 3-dimensional world. There is no way to show its original appearance. And its original appearance requires all of us to imagine it in our minds with the help of physical and mathematical thinking. It is already complicated enough for 3-dimensional creatures to imagine the structure of 4-dimensional objects, which is enough for many ordinary people to figure it out, let alone imagine the structure of 5-dimensional objects. But the scientists here are all truly outstanding people with a level 6 civilization, and they are still capable of doing this. After Xiaoyu said the name of Loya Cup and demonstrated its structure through mathematics and physics, many scientists present showed signs of enlightenment. Although they still don't understand the specific details, they can roughly figure out the principle. That's right. The secret of unilateral control of the connecting device between large and small universes is hidden in the Loya Cup. Through this weird guy who is composed of a four-dimensional super body, but can only show the whole picture in the five-dimensional world, we will be able to. It is like using the Klein bottle principle to directly break through the four-dimensional barrier arranged for us by the semi-four-dimensional Taihao from one side. It is like breaking through the barrier between the small universe and the big universe from one side, without having to rely on instruments at both ends to open the channel at the same time. Xiaoyu said this with a smile. There was a lively discussion in the conference room again. Many scientists took out their personal computing terminals, input a large amount of data, and began to calculate some key data related to the Loya Cup. I have sent the specific construction principles and formula derivation to everyone's personal computing terminals. This construction principle has passed the inspection device I set up and has been proven to be correct and effective. Of course, if you are interested, if so, you can also calculate it yourself first, and then compare it with my results to verify your ability. Well, although we are already familiar with this principle, there are still certain difficulties in replicating this instrument. Starting from now on, the Academy of Space Sciences and the Academy of Foundry Sciences, as well as the Academy of Materials Science and the Academy of Physical Sciences will launch this research operation under my leadership and strive to actually manufacture this instrument within 20 years. Okay, that's it, come on. Let's break up the meeting. Xiaoyu turned off his ghost display and allocated part of his computing power to follow up research. From this moment on, this small universe has no value to Xiaoyu. So, Xiaoyu connected to the communication band of the Pegasus civilization leader and sent a message like this. Our Shinjo civilization has now completed the technological analysis of this small universe, and there is no need to stay here anymore. We Shinjo civilization will leave here and continue our journey to the center of the galaxy. Let's say goodbye. Pegasus civilization, I wish you good luck. Xiaoyu has evacuated all his power, including spaceships, equipment, personnel, etc., from this small universe and returned to his own small universe. He has also completely returned the control of this small universe to the Pegasus civilization. Xiaoyu plans to continue his journey and set out for the center of the world. That is his destination, whether it is the Pegasus civilization or the 6th level primary civilization. For Xiaoyu, it is just an episode on the way forward, not worthy of investing too much attention. I got the relics of a 6th level civilization for no reason, and once again escaped from death. It should be a great joy for the Pegasus civilization. I hope you can go all the way and let me see the potential of your civilization. Xiaoyu thought silently, and just as he was about to launch his fleet to leave here, he received a reply from the leader of the Pegasus civilization. Although this request is very presumptuous, I still put it forward, and I hope you can fulfill my small wish. In this message, the leader of the Pegasus civilization said in a rather humble tone. Huh? Hasn't the Pegasus civilization always believed in the national spirit of independence and self-reliance? Why did it start to beg me so humbly at this time? What could have caused the leader of the Pegasus civilization to beg me like this? Facing Pegasus, Xiaoyu quickly became interested in the request from the leader of the Horse civilization. So Xiaoyu replied, Let's talk. If it is within my ability, and I am willing to help you, I don't mind agreeing to it. I would like to ask if your Shinjo civilization has completely defeated the 5th level civilization alliance formed by the former leader of our Pegasus civilization, and absorbed most of the population of the 5th level civilization alliance? Yes, Xiaoyu replied, and at the same time his heart moved. The request he made is not to ask me to return Ares to them and accept their punishment. Right. Ares is better than me in terms of war and overall situation. I also want an outstanding person, and it would be a pity for such a person to be killed by them like this. If this is their request, then I cannot agree to their request. So is the former leader of our Pegasus civilization still alive? Is he in your civilization? Yes, Xiaoyu replied. Ares is indeed in our Shinjo civilization. He is still alive and well. Then, the current leader of the Pegasus civilization pondered for a moment, and then made a request that was completely beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. I ask you to allow me to enter your civilization and communicate with the predecessors of our Pegasus civilization, Leader Ares, for a face-to-face conversation. It's actually this request? Xiaoyu was a little surprised, but then agreed. This request is not too much. I can agree to it. Of course. As for whether Ares is willing to see you or not, that is not something I can control. It's a matter of time. In 5 minutes, I will send a spaceship to pick you up. Chapter 627, Former Leader and Current Leader. Actually, there is nothing wrong with the saying that the successful are princes, and the defeated are thieves and bandits. Xiao Yu thought silently. When Ares led the Pegasus civilization and the 5th level civilization alliance to confront me, I took some extreme measures. But I have to admit that these extreme measures are indeed effective. If I hadn't had endless trump cards, I might have been defeated by Ares. At that time, I was promoted to level 6. The civilized one is probably the 5th level civilization alliance under the leadership of Ares. Not our Shinjo civilization. Ares failed not because of his lack of ability, but because, perhaps so to speak, he was so unlucky. But anyway, Ares failed in the end. So he became a thief instead of a hero. In the eyes of the orthodox Pegasus civilized people, Ares is a sinner who committed a heinous crime. Is the murderer who brought the entire civilization to the brink of extinction. However, if the final result is that Ares wins, how will the people of the Pegasus civilization view Ares? I don't know the current leader of the Pegasus civilization what is going on in his mind. Why does he want to see Ares? Is it just to condemn the sinner in their eyes face to face? No, that shouldn't be the case. He is not that shallow. The request from the current leader of Pegasus civilization aroused great interest in Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was very curious as to why he came to see Ares, and whether Ares would agree to meet the current leader who classified himself as a sinner. This was also something Xiao Yu was very interested in. Therefore, Xiao Yu quickly agreed to the request of the current leader of Pegasus civilization and immediately began to arrange the meeting. Ever since the 5th level civilization alliance was broken up by Xiao Yu, and it was confirmed that intelligent creatures could have better living conditions in the Shinjo civilization, 2 outstanding figures, Ares and Rudo, chose to retire. They completely changed their appearance and physical characteristics through biotechnology, and continued to wander among the various homeship spacecrafts. If you feel good about it, you can stay there for a while. When you get tired of living there, you will move again. Xiao Yu acquiesced in the behavior of the 2 people, and Xiao Yu kept their whereabouts completely confidential, and the bank information of these 2 people always maintained the level of rich people. As long as it does not have a great impact on the intelligent biological society of Shinjo civilization, Xiao Yu will not interfere. After Xiao Yu had his own small universe and began to transform thousands of planets into a paradise-like place on Earth, the 2 people also bought their own travel spacecraft and traveled through space all day long, wandering on different planets. Except Xiao Yu. No one knows their whereabouts. Now, Xiao Yu knows that Ares is visiting a scenic area on planet 659. He is like an ordinary tourist, sometimes traveling with other intelligent creatures, and occasionally having romantic encounters with female intelligent creatures of the same race, and disappearing without a trace the next day. Sometimes he would use the internal circulation currency of Shinjo civilization prepared by Xiao Yu for him to buy some expensive items that ordinary people could not afford and give them to others at will. Once, he even acted like a street gangster, risking being caught by patrol robots and intelligent creature security guards, and severely beat up an intelligent creature that he couldn't stand for no reason, and then succeeded. Escape before security arrives. Of course. In this process, he was able to escape successfully, and Xiao Yu contributed part of his efforts. He also had many experiences of getting drunk late at night, and some of the crazy things that happened during them surprised even the well-informed Xiao Yu. Ares lived a very comfortable life. He basically goes wherever he wants. He can do whatever he wants and play however he wants. He will never be able to spend all the money Xiao Yu has prepared for him. He regularly receives the most advanced genetic modifications, giving him a long life and always being healthy no matter how crazy he is. And young body. He has almost everything. But he has nothing, because everything he has was given to him by Xiao Yu. Not obtained through his own efforts. Xiao Yu can give him everything, and he can take it all back at any time. Xiao Yu knew that Ares must be in pain, and he also knew that Ares was using this seemingly bohemian lifestyle to anesthetize himself, so that he could temporarily forget the pain in his heart. But Xiao Yu just let it go and never interfered. But now, Xiao Yu must intervene. When Ares was sitting casually on a stone to rest, a voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Ares, I am Xiao Yu. Ares? Who is Ares? Who is Xiao Yu? Ares looked around blankly. Although you have a new name and a new identity, I know that deep in your heart, You have never forgotten that your real name is Ares. Nor have you forgotten that you were once the leader of a huge civilization. I am Xiao Yu. I have something to ask you now, Xiao Yu said, following Xiao Yu's voice. Ares' expression gradually changed and finally settled. At this moment, Ares' height and appearance have not changed much, but his temperament has changed. It seemed that Xiao Yu's words touched on some of the most secret secrets deep in his heart. At this moment, he once again became the leader of a huge civilization commanding hundreds of millions of spaceships and hundreds of billions of people. Tell me what you want from me, Ares said quietly, although there was no one around him at the moment, and he didn't see any mechanical equipment. He seemed to be talking to the air, but he knew that his voice could be heard by Xiao Yu. I think you probably don't know what the people of your Pegasus civilization encountered after you left the capital galaxy of your Pegasus civilization, Xiao Yu said, recounting all the experiences of the Pegasus civilization one by one. Tell it once. During the narration process, Xiao Yu was still paying attention to Ares' emotional changes, but much to Xiao Yu's expectation, Xiao Yu found that no matter what he talked about, whether it was the capital planet being destroyed, encountering a black hole, encountering a primary 6th-level civilization, or the entire civilization being on the verge of extinction, Ares was not involved at all. Any reaction. His expression did not change. His heartbeat did not change. And various physiological indicators did not change. You came to me just to tell me these things? Ares said lightly. Okay. I understand. Xiao Yu was silent for a moment, and then continued. There are other things. Yes. The Orthodox Pegasus civilization is staying next to our Shinjo civilization at the moment. And the current leader of the Pegasus civilization. He proposed to me a request. He asked to see you. I am here to ask for your opinion. Do you want to see him or not? Xiao Yu noticed that after he raised this question, Ares' eyes narrowed slightly, and there was an inexplicable emotion flowing in it. He didn't know what Ares was thinking in his mind at the moment. Okay. Let him come to see me. I'll wait for him here. After a moment, Ares said. Very good. He will be here in 10 minutes. And I will be here too, Xiao Yu said. The spacecraft welcoming the current leader of the Pegasus civilization is already waiting in the outer layer of the planet's atmosphere. After getting Ares' answer, the spacecraft began to accelerate rapidly, but due to its extremely excellent shape and material design, it made no noise due to the violent friction with the atmosphere. 3 minutes later, the spacecraft arrived less than 500 meters above the ground. Its speed dropped rapidly and finally landed slowly on the ground. 5 minutes later, the hatch opened, and 6 minutes later, the current leader of Pegasus civilization appeared at the hatch. He looked at the ordinary-looking man sitting on the stone in front of him with an inexplicable and gloomy expression. It took him 4 minutes to walk to Ares, and at this moment, exactly 10 minutes had passed. At this time, the three-dimensional projection equipment on the spacecraft was turned on, and Xiao Yu's shadow was projected. Xiao Yu's three-dimensional projection equipment at this moment has become advanced enough to give virtual projection a real touch. When Xiao Yu's feet step on the ground, the low plants on the ground will be squashed, and they will leave footprints on the ground. When the breeze blows, Xiao Yu's clothes will flutter in the wind. Xiao Yu was wearing a decent black suit and black tie, and his energetic short hair revealed a shrewd and capable atmosphere. Xiao Yu is not tall, only 1.75 meters at most, but he has a good figure, which is completely standard. Xiao Yu wears black full-frame glasses that clearly have the style of the Earth Age. He looks like a young man from the Earth Age who has a successful career, with a warm smile on his face. Xiao Yu walked towards the two leaders of the Pegasus civilization who were sitting on 2 stones, and sat on another stone. 3 people, showing a rough equilateral triangle shape. You two. I guess you don't need me to introduce each other, Xiao Yu said with a smile. To show respect for you two, I specially asked my shadow to come here. You can say whatever you want. Say, don't worry about my existence. The current leader of the Pegasus civilization looked at the ground sadly. After a while, he raised his head and said to Ares, Talents like you will be treated very well even in the Shinjo civilization. Right. Yes, Ares replied. Chapter 628 Concept. Xiao Yu sat here quietly, watching the leaders of the 2 generations of Pegasus civilization communicating here, somewhat beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. The current leader's first sentence was to ask Ares such a question, and Ares' answer was even more straightforward, with 2 simple words. Yes. Xiao Yu had a smile on his face all the time. Xiao Yu just looked and didn't speak. Xiao Yu and the 2 people in front of him have completely different appearances. But these three people sitting here have an inexplicable harmonious atmosphere. Relative to thought, physical obstacles are nothing. After hearing Aries' answer, the current leader's expression gradually became excited. I know that Shinjo civilization will definitely not let talents like you suffer even a little bit of abuse. Shinjo civilization must treat you very well. You don't have to worry about the future. You don't have to think about safety. You don't have to think about sometimes having no food to eat, no clothes to wear. And you don't even think about what it will be like when you can't even provide the most basic survival guarantee. Scene. You live comfortably here. The Shinjo civilization provides you with everything you need. But have you considered it? Have you considered our Pegasus civilization? You just fled irresponsibly, and took away the elite of our civilization, also escaped the disasters that our civilization will encounter next. Our capital planet, the Cup Tree Tribe, was destroyed by alien beasts. We encountered a black hole during our escape. We were attacked by a level 6 civilization. It almost became extinct. The population of our civilization has dropped to less than 10 billion. Our civilization has fallen into the current situation. The beginning of all this suffering is because of you. Why didn't you choose to coexist peacefully with the Shinjo civilization? Why choose war? It was your choice that dragged our civilization into the abyss of suffering. Then, under the protection of Shinjo civilization, you can still live a comfortable life. You are not a qualified leader. A leader should not be so emotional. In the position of leading a civilization forward, you must make the most beneficial choice for your civilization between various pros and cons. On this point, you are still far away. Aries' expression was very indifferent. He glanced at the current leader lightly and said calmly, "There is no way I can do what you did, abandoning hundreds of millions and billions of lives." The current leader said with some trembling in his voice, "If the development of a civilization is at the expense of the people in the civilization, then I don't think this development is meaningful. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If the Shinjo civilization didn't have so many hidden trump cards, I would have succeeded a long time ago. Our Pegasus civilization may have reached the level of a 6th level civilization. Of course, I have failed now. There is no such thing as what's there to say." Aries glanced at Xiaoyu and still said calmly. Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, and said, "Yes, I admit this. In terms of war tactics and overall concept, I am not Aries' opponent. I was able to win the final war because of some other reasons." "Reason? No." The current leader shook his head resolutely. "Things are not what you think, even if you win in the end. But what does this have to do with the people and soldiers who were abandoned by you and died innocently? They should not pay the price for the development of a civilization. They do not have the obligation and responsibility to die like this and let other people reap the benefits. This is not in line with the spirit of our civilization. If you have been insisting on your idea, then there is no need for you to come to me today," Aries said lightly. "As a leader, you are still very young, and you still have a long way to go. Me? Are you confused by some questions recently? So you want to find the answer from me?" The current leader did not answer this question directly, but answered in an incomprehensible tone. "During the escape of our civilization, we once encountered a wandering black hole, which destroyed most of our civilization's spaceships. They were all attracted and could not escape. In this case, our scientists gave me a statistic. They told me that the success rate of using a spaceship to rescue a trapped spacecraft is 3%. 10! But if the rescue fails, the spacecraft sent to rescue will also be trapped by the black hole. I want to know, in this case, how should you make a choice? It's very simple. There is no need for us to risk 70% of being destroyed for a 30% success rate," Aries replied. "Since we have suffered losses, we must find a way to minimize the loss. If you can't even figure out such a simple question, then I can only say that you are a fool. Then your choice is to abandon these spaceships that still have 30% chance of being rescued and leave?" "Yes," Aries replied. "How did you choose at that time? Before I had time to make a choice, I encountered the Shinjo civilization. The Shinjo civilization rescued most of our trapped spaceships," the current leader said. "But if I had not encountered the Shinjo civilization, I think I would have chosen go rescue these ships." "Stupid," Aries said 2 words lightly. "Maybe it's just because the people trapped around the black hole are not your fault." The current leader slowly shook his head. "I just hope to create such a civilized atmosphere. I hope everyone in our people knows that no one will be abandoned. If you are in danger, civilization will do its best to rescue you, regardless of the cost. I don't want our people to make a value for themselves in their hearts. I estimate that as long as the cost of rescue exceeds my estimate of my own value, I will wait there quietly for death. I hope that every person can understand that everyone is priceless and precious. In order to save, no one will be civilized at any cost. I believe that such a civilization is a harmonious, united civilization with development potential. Only with the cohesion of this civilization will the people's sense of belonging to the civilization be enhanced. If you are like you in that way, only the cold value relationship remains between civilization and society. So, even if this civilization is promoted to the level of a 6th level civilization, what is the point? You haven't felt the blood, and you don't know how desperate the people trapped by the black hole were at that time. But what kind of reaction they had when they learned that civilization would rescue them at all costs? The current leader said, his body actually trembling slightly. They know that the chance of being rescued is very small, and they will even drag others down. So they actively asked not to rescue them. There are even some extreme people who want to rescue them. They did not hesitate to blow up the spaceship they were riding in to prevent civilization from rescuing them. They willingly sacrificed their lives for civilization. Have you ever felt these passions and emotions? In the Pegasus civilization under your leadership, have you ever appeared? As if being touched in some way, Ares' expression finally lost its calmness. There was a little trembling in his voice. But you still came to me. You think you are right. But you still encountered problems that you can't solve. So you came to me and tried to find out from me. The current leader looked directly into Ares' eyes and said calmly, you are undoubtedly the center of the entire civilization. Now, in order to atone for our Pegasus civilization, you must do something. I admit, there are many shortcomings. So I came to ask you for advice. Although I don't agree with your governing philosophy, I have to admit that there are some parts of your governing philosophy that are worth absorbing and learning from you. So now, tell me all your experience in governing for thousands of years, so as to help me better lead our civilization and make our civilization stronger. I am a sinner. I am a sinner. Ares murmured to himself. His face seemed to have aged for a moment. Okay, I will tell you all my feelings, and I will also place my hope on you. I look forward to one day receiving news that our Pegasus civilization has become a level 6 or even level 7 civilization. Xiaoyu kept smiling, sitting on the stone, watching the former leader and the current leader talking continuously, listening to their conversation carefully. This conversation lasted 8 hours. 8 hours later, the current leader of the Pegasus civilization said goodbye to Xiaoyu politely. He boarded the spacecraft again, and Xiaoyu sent him back. Then Xiaoyu saw that the Pegasus civilization had manipulated the small universe and entered the endless depths of the universe. Pegasus civilization, I wish you good luck, Xiaoyu said in his heart. And at the same time, he told Ares the news that Pegasus civilization had left. Maybe it's time for me to change my lifestyle, Ares said. I plan to marry a female intelligent creature from the Pegasus civilization as my wife, and then raise a few children. Very good. If you don't mind, I will attend your wedding, Xiaoyu said. No, you better not come, Ares said. Your arrival will break our peace. And now I just want to live peacefully with my wife and the children I may have in the future. Since you don't welcome me, I won't go. But my gift will be delivered on time, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Chapter 629, Two-Dimensional Weapons and Two-Dimensional Protective Covers. Whether it is this elementary 6th level civilization or the escaped Pegasus civilization, it is just an episode in Xiaoyu's journey. Xiaoyu is still moving forward indomitably. The Shinzhou civilization has returned to peace, and Xiaoyu once again focused on construction and travel, as well as research and development of technology. The battle with this 6th level primary civilization caused Xiaoyu to lose 10 million spaceships, and more spaceships suffered varying degrees of damage. Damaged spaceships need to be repaired, and lost spacecrafts need to be replenished. In the small universe, large-scale construction tasks have never stopped. However, in this war, Xiaoyu was not without gains. Obtaining the structural principles of the Loya Cup is one gain, and another gain is obtained by analyzing the spacecraft of these 6th level primary civilizations. This achievement once again allowed Xiaoyu to confirm his idea that it is impossible for a civilization to take into account all the current technological aspects, because by analyzing these captured spaceships, Xiaoyu once again harvested some unexpected technologies. The direct consequence of these technologies is that Xiaoyu made a key breakthrough in his research on the body fragment of a two-dimensional creature. We are exploring the possibility of using two-dimensional technology to construct a new layer of protective cover. During the scientists' meeting, Su Junpo reported to Xiao Yuhui. The four-dimensional protective cover uses one more dimension than the three-dimensional world. All attacks suffered are transferred away. The two-dimensional protective cover has a completely different principle from the four-dimensional protective cover. When an object enters the two-dimensional world, it will also be two-dimensional, and the two-dimensional world has no height. It only has length and width. This means that objects that enter the two-dimensional world can only move in the length and width directions, but not in the height direction. So can we do this? We cover the outer layer of the spacecraft with a layered two-dimensional space to resist attacks from the outside? Xiao Yu understood the meaning of what Su Junpo said. In fact, after acquiring the technology of the sixth-level primary civilization, when his technological system made some progress, Xiao Yu began to think about this issue. The principle of the secondary maintenance cover is very simple. Whether it is a light weapon attack or a physical weapon attack, it needs to move forward. And this forward direction can be regarded as a movement in the height direction. But the two-dimensional world has no height. So when these attacks enter the two-dimensional world, how will they move? They will obviously be trapped in their own two-dimensional world by the two-dimensional shield. And they will move in the height direction, will be converted into length and width direction movement. The second-level protective cover covers the entire spacecraft hull, which means that attacks from the front will be carried to the back of the spacecraft by the second-level protective cover. Then the second maintenance cover can also release it. Because the second-dimensional protective cover is not a true two-dimensional world, the matter that enters the second-dimensional protective cover will only temporarily lose the third dimension, and will not release strong energy due to the fall of the dimension. Things, after they are released from the secondary cover, they will regain a third dimension. This is the entire defense principle of the secondary protective cover. About the principle, Xiao Yu and this group of scientists have already understood and proven the feasibility of the two-dimensional protective cover in theory. All that needs to be done now is to realize it through technical means. With the body fragments of two-dimensional creatures as physical references, Xiao Yu believes it's not too far away to get a real breakthrough of your own. In addition to the two-dimensional protective cover, research on two-dimensional weapons is also ongoing intensively. Xiao Yu is very sure that only he has two-dimensional technology in the galaxy. So if you can develop a two-dimensional weapon, you will have certain advantages. The killing principle of two-dimensional weapons is also very simple. It uses some kind of encapsulated two-dimensional space fragments containing a certain amount of energy as an inducer, and then uses some kind of triggering device to trigger it at a specific location. With the supply of energy, this two-dimensional fragment has enough ability to two-dimensionalize a certain range of three-dimensional space. Since space has become two-dimensional, the matter within the space is naturally not immune. No matter whether it is a spaceship or a star, it cannot escape the fate of being two-dimensional. The three-dimensional universe has certain self-healing properties, so the two-dimensionalization of space caused by two-dimensional fragments will not spread infinitely. After consuming all the energy it carries, the process of two-dimensional space will stop. Then, under the erosion of the self-healing effect of the three-dimensional universe, it will gradually shrink its scope of existence and eventually disappear from the universe. Trace. Unlike two-dimensional shields, the two-dimensionalization caused by two-dimensional weapons is permanent and irreversible. Any physical matter that has been two-dimensionalized will convert the extra dimension into energy at the moment when the dimension falls, and then violently release it. Finally, as the two-dimensional space continues to fade, it will disappear from the three-dimensional universe. There will be no trace left in it, and no trace will be left behind. Of course, this is only theoretical. During the actual manipulation process, it may also be the case that the energy in some places is too abundant and the space is too solid, making it impossible to make matter two-dimensional or falsely two-dimensional. For example, a low-power two-dimensional weapon is obviously unable to turn a planet into a two-dimensional existence. For example, from his companion Ghost Race, Xiao Yu knows that the neutron battle star of the Sweeper civilization also has it as two-dimensional and then restored to three-dimensional structure. But no matter what, the two-dimensional weapon is a powerful weapon after all, and it is worth studying by Xiao Yu. There are still about 1,500 years before reaching the galactic center. During this period, Xiao Yu launched large-scale research activities on this. The Academy of Space Sciences and the Academy of Physical Sciences once again received Xiao Yu's attention. A team of scientists headed by Su Junpo, Luca 3, and Luca 5, under the leadership of Xiao Yu, once again launched a research operation. Countless scientists are busy all day long, and countless information are being exchanged with each other. This situation has lasted for more than 200 years. Finally, when Xiao Yu had replenished supplies 3 times and embarked on the journey for the 4th time. A key breakthrough occurred in the research of two-dimensional weapons. Xiao Yu witnessed this incident with his own eyes in the laboratory. It was a transparent glass box. Inside this box is a vacuum of extremely high purity. Except for a particle of dust that is only about 1 millimeter in diameter. There is basically no other material present. In this situation, a two-dimensional fragment filled with a certain amount of energy entered the box under the packaging of the packaging equipment. Because of the anti-gravity equipment, there is no gravity in this box. The dust was suspended quietly in the box, waiting for its unknown fate. Because of the initial acceleration given, this two-dimensional fragment is slowly advancing at a constant speed. When the distance between the two shortened to less than 1 decimeter, Xiao Yu gave the order. The two-dimensional weapon is activated. Scientists, please pay attention to the various data during the experiment. As Xiao Yu issued the order, a series of indescribable reactions occurred inside this iron-like thing. The two-dimensional space fragments encapsulated in this piece of iron suddenly spread, as if they had taken a tonic pill. The first thing it swallowed were the iron pieces wrapping it, and they were quickly reduced to 2 dimensions. During this process, Xiao Yu detected a very obvious energy release reaction. The two-dimensional space continued to expand, eventually swallowing up the dust that had been set in advance. This two-dimensional space finally spread to a diameter of about 1 meter before finally stopping. After this experiment ended, Xiao Yu and other scientists immediately started the follow-up data analysis work. After analyzing all the data, Xiao Yu announced the results. This test was successful. The two-dimensional fragments that we packaged in advance successfully transformed the intended target into 2 dimensions under our control. But this test there are still some problems exposed. That is, the power is too low. The range of damage cannot be expanded on a large scale. And the problem of effective fixed-point strikes cannot be carried out. These 2 problems result in the two-dimensional weapons still being unable to be used in actual combat. In the next step, we will continue to study both issues. Two-dimensional weapons are the basis of two-dimensional protective cover, because two-dimensional weapons can be regarded as uncontrolled two-dimensionalization, while two-dimensional protective covers can be regarded as controlled two-dimensionalization, because the two-dimensional protective cover needs to release the absorbed three-dimensional objects or light in the future. If it is not released, the intense energy released by the fall of the three-dimensional entity may have other adverse effects on the protective cover of the spacecraft. The relationship between the two is somewhat similar to the relationship between hydrogen bombs and controllable nuclear fusion. There is no doubt that the hydrogen bomb is the basis of controllable nuclear fusion. Likewise, 2D weapons are also the basis for 2D shields. Two-dimensional weapons have already taken shape. I believe that it is not far away that two-dimensional weapons that can truly participate in actual combat will be developed. There is also hope in the development of two-dimensional protective covers. Time continues to pass slowly. After another 100 years, the technology of unidirectional control of the communication channel between the large and small universes based on the Loya Cup technology was finally developed and put into practical application. From now on, Xiao Yu will no longer need to use instruments on the macrocosm side, but only need instruments on the small universe side to conveniently control the opening and closing of the channel. This means that the security of Xiao Yu's small universe has been improved to another level. In the slow development, time gradually passed 300 years. Chapter 630, Level 4 Ghost Tribe and Arrival. Unconsciously, 1,000 years have passed since Xiao Yu embarked on the journey to the center of the galaxy. In this 1,000 years, almost earth-shaking changes have taken place in the Shinjo civilization. The most important change is that the total number of warships held by Xiao Yu has reached 160 million. This number has completely exceeded the number of warships that a 6th-level primary or intermediate civilization can possess. And this number continues to increase. Among these 160 million spaceships, about 30 million are new-type spaceships made entirely from the flesh and blood of tree tribe alien beasts. These new spaceships will become the core and most elite force in Xiao Yu's huge fleet. It is expected that by the time it reaches the center of the galaxy, Xiao Yu's warship reserve will reach 300 million. The number of new warships will reach 50 million, and the number of planet-class warships will reach 100. Although this combat power is not as good as several high-end combat forces in the galaxy, such as the Guardian Sweepers, this combat power has the qualifications to attract their attention. The tasks of planetary transformation and the construction of various energy bases, energy collection equipment, etc. have been completed. 1,000 planets have been transformed into residential planets, tourist planets, or industrial planets according to Xiao Yu's plan. Those previously built residential continent-class spacecraft are still in service. Xiao Yu even built 2 new planet-class residential spacecraft, which can be regarded as a complete solution to the problem of nowhere to live due to the increasing number of intelligent creatures. Intelligent creatures can freely choose to live on planets or spaceships. Xiao Yu provided them with a complete internal transportation system in this small universe. Transferring between 2 different planets or spaceships was not troublesome at all. At the same time, Xiao Yu predicted that based on the current growth rate of intelligent creatures, he would not need to carry out such construction for at least 5,000 years. Completion of various large-scale construction tasks. Let Xiao Yu take back a lot of computing power, so that Xiao Yu can focus more on warship manufacturing and technology research and development. Under this situation, a perfect 2-dimensional weapon that can be used in actual combat has finally been developed. To this end, Xiao Yu deliberately stopped his progress and selected a star system as a shooting range for testing new weapons. Under the control of Xiao Yu, a continent-class spacecraft equipped with 2-dimensional weapons approached a rocky planet about the size of Mars, and then released 2-dimensional space fragments that were filled with energy and encapsulated. Under the watchful eyes of Xiao Yu and a group of scientists, the planet, which was invaded by 2-dimensional space and began to fall from 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional, erupted with unimaginable huge energy. This kind of energy, it is even comparable to the explosion of some stars. At this moment, the light emitted by this rocky planet has completely exceeded the brightness of the star it orbits. After the energy burst, Xiao Yu saw a 2-dimensional planet. From a 3-dimensional perspective, Xiao Yu saw all the internal and external structures of the planet at the same time, and also noticed that this 2-dimensional space was constantly shrinking under the erosion of the 3-dimensional universe. Perhaps, in the future, the huge energy released by the fall of space into lower dimensions will also become a way to obtain energy that transcends elemental decay and antimatter fusion. But judging from the technological level of a 6th-level civilization, I can't see the possibility of mastering the source of this energy. Perhaps, when I reach the level of 7th-level civilization, I can master this energy source. Xiao Yu thought silently. Perhaps it is precisely because of this energy source that 7th-level civilizations are not restricted by river systems and can freely travel back and forth between different river systems. Through several different weapon tests, Xiao Yu mastered all the characteristics of the 2-dimensional weapon. And after making a series of improvements to it, everything was as planned by Xiao Yu. At a precise point in time, from a certain corner of the small universe, Xiao Yu noticed this fluctuation. The difference is that this kind of fluctuation is much smaller than the fluctuation before the accompanying Ghost Clan fell into sleep. If Xiao Yu hadn't made great progress in science and technology during this period of time, Xiao Yu really wouldn't have been able to detect it. Ghost! Have you become a 4th-level Ghost Clan? Xiao Yu posted a message full of joy. What greeted Xiao Yu was a deep sigh. Yes, I have become a 4th-level Ghost Clan. At this moment, I finally know the answer to that question. So that's it. That's it. The companion Ghost Clan once said that there is a problem that is bothering it. If it understands this problem, it can become a 4th-level Ghost Clan. But when Xiao Yu asked, the companion Ghost Tribe said that there was no way to express this question in language or words. You have now become a 4th-level Ghost Clan. So, can you tell me what the problem is? Xiao Yu asked curiously. Well, I have organized the language to express this question, but I can't tell you the answer. The accompanying Ghost Tribe said, this question is simply what is life? I now have the answer. So I have become level 4 Ghost Clan. But unfortunately, I still have no way to express my answer in language or text. That's it. Xiao Yu replied with some annoyance. Then let's talk about this later. Ghost, how is your combat strength now? In the near future, our Shinjo civilization will encounter a major challenge. Your combat strength is crucial. What is my combat power? The companion Ghost Clan pondered for a moment and replied. My current combat power is probably similar to the combat power of the Tree Clan beasts at their peak. This is the combat power of a complete version of the 4th-level Ghost Clan. As for what the challenge is? After the Ghost Tribe entered a 1,000-year slumber, Xiao Yu found out the news that there were 7-level civilization ruins in the direction of the galactic center, and that all the major forces in the galaxy had planned to get involved. So the Ghost Tribe did not know about these things. Xiao Yu told the companion Ghost Tribe in detail, and the companion Ghost Tribe laughed. Very good. Very good. Then let's go. With me and the Death Ball, as well as the 300 million ships and equipment we will have by then. A powerful battleship with 2-dimensional weapons. Even if we fail to achieve the final goal, there is always no problem in escaping. In other words, I have been looking forward to the day when we can truly stand in front of the Taihao Alliance, the Sweepers and the Guardians. Okay, then let's wait for this day to come. Xiao Yu also responded with a comfortable laugh. Two-dimensional weapons have been successfully developed, and the development of two-dimensional protective covers was immediately put on the agenda. There is still 1,000 years before arrival, and Xiao Yu is not worried that he will not be able to research the technology he needs during this period. 500 years later, the experimental second-hand protective cover was successfully developed. Xiao Yu loaded it on a spaceship model with a length of only 1 meter, and then adopted various offensive methods to test the various performances of the second-hand protective cover, while constantly carry out various aspects of transformation actions on the secondary maintenance cover. This is a key technological breakthrough. With this breakthrough as a basis, subsequent research will be much easier. Another 300 years passed, and Xiao Yu finally obtained the complete version of the second-hand protective cover technology. During this period of time, the two-dimensional weapon transformation work on the original warships has been completed. After the secondary cover technology matured, Xiao Yu immediately began a new round of spacecraft transformation work. From this moment on, Xiao Yu's spacecraft not only has mature two-dimensional weapons, but also has mature two-dimensional cover technology. At the same time, in the process of installing two-dimensional weapons and two-dimensional protective covers on these spacecrafts, Xiao Yu also adopted a large number of information blocking technologies, trying his best to improve the difficulty for enemy civilization to analyze the technology after the spacecraft was captured. Xiao Yu is convinced that even if the Sweeper and Guardian civilizations capture his spaceship, it will not consume a lot of manpower, material and social resources, and a long time to analyze the two-dimensional weapons and two-dimensional cover technology from his spaceship. It is impossible to parse successfully. The last 200 years are the final time for Xiao Yu's various construction tasks. In the past 200 years, Xiao Yu has fully completed various construction tasks. The spacecraft reserve has reached the expected 300 million ships, and all 50 million new warships have been completed. The combat power of Xinzhou civilization has reached its peak. Since the birth of Xiao Yu, Xinzhou civilization has never been as powerful as it is now. By observing the increasing density of stars around him, the various extreme stars that began to appear more frequently, and the increasingly obvious supermassive black hole ahead, Xiao Yu knew that he had reached the galactic center. The ruins of the 7th-level civilization in the mechanical direction are about to be opened, and the carnival feast of all the powerful beings in the galaxy is about to begin. Come on! Our Xinzhou civilization is ready. Chapter 631 Central Black Hole. The supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way is the undisputed absolute core of the entire Milky Way. Because from the perspective of the Milky Way, all stars, whether planets, stars, star clusters, or gas clouds, are actually rotating around it, although the planet is orbiting the star. Don't forget that the star is also orbiting the black hole. It is like the king of a huge empire. Any powerful star, whether it is other black holes or other dense celestial bodies, such as neutron stars, is insignificant compared with it. All matter in the galaxy is its subject, surrendering in front of it and rotating around it. Even if Xiao Yu has reached the level of 6th-level civilization, Xiao Yu still can't get too close to it. Its gravitational pull is too strong. If you get too close to it, Xiao Yu's spaceships made with level 6 civilization technology will be torn apart by it. Extremely strong gravity means a higher orbital speed. Therefore, the stars in the galactic center area are rotating very fast, and each of them is like a crazy giant beast, rotating rapidly around it. They have to move fast, otherwise they will be attracted into the black hole. Here, there are aging giant stars everywhere, neutron stars, white dwarfs and other dense objects everywhere, and various interstellar dust clusters are also very common here. Xiao Yu even observed extremely obvious X-ray bursts and extremely violent jets around this giant black hole. This jet starts from the black hole, along the two poles of the black hole, and jets thousands of light years into the universe. It was a relatively unlucky large mass of interstellar dust and gas. Its total mass is about 10 times that of the Sun. If it were located elsewhere, under certain initial conditions, they would begin to collapse and eventually form stars and planets similar to the Sun or the Earth. But where they are, it was decided that they were not so lucky. This gas cloud is like a layer of fog, shrouding the giant black hole, and they are accelerated by the black hole's terrifying gravity, falling into the black hole while constantly rotating. Extremely high speed of movement means violent collisions. In such collisions, they gain extremely high energy to escape the black hole's gravitational field, and eventually form spectacular jets that stretch for thousands of light years. Everything here is crazy and extreme. Xiaoyu has never been in such a harsh environment before. The harsh environment here is probably enough to make it difficult for a 4th-level civilization to move forward and eventually die here. 5th-level civilizations must be careful. And only the 6th-level civilization has initially mastered space technology. Only then can I move a little freely here. Faced with this situation, Xiaoyu began to adopt a hybrid method of conventional navigation and curvature navigation. Because of the too strong gravitational field and the influence of those crazy stars. In some places, navigating the warp becomes very dangerous. When encountering such a section, Xiaoyu will give up the curvature navigation. But no matter how bad the environment was, Xiaoyu never gave up on his progress. According to the information obtained from the memories of the tree tribe beasts, the ruins of this 7th-level mechanical civilization should be in an orbit around a black hole. The distance is between 15 and 20 light years. Between them, it is probably above the ecliptic plane of this black hole. This greatly reduces the scope. But I don't know what state the relics of this mechanical 7th-level civilization exist in. Does it exist in a small universe, like the relics of Tolar civilization? Or is it the base of a typical technological civilization, located in the visible universe? How can I confirm whether something is or is not its relic? This is a question without an answer, which makes Xiaoyu's search much more difficult. After all, the 7th-level civilization is beyond Xiaoyu's imagination. When things have reached this point, Xiaoyu can only take one step at a time. If calculated based on the error of 0.5 light-years above and below the ecliptic plane, then the thickness of the search range required by Xiaoyu is 1 light-year, and the distance limit of 15 to 20 light-years limits this search area. It becomes a ring with the central black hole as the center. The volume of this ring reaches 600 cubic light-years, which is similar to the volume of a cube with sides of 8.5 light-years. And you have to know that the Earth is only about 1 100,000th of a light-year away from the Sun. This is undoubtedly an extremely large search scope. And the most important thing is that Xiaoyu doesn't know what kind of existence the ruins of the 7th-level civilization are. If it is a grain of dust, and the space technology is used to construct a space in the dust to place the relics, Xiaoyu really has no way to find it. However, Xiaoyu did not obtain detailed information about the ruins of the 7th-level civilization in the memory of the tree tribe beasts. With no other option, Xiaoyu had no choice but to choose the stupidest method. He extracted billions of detectors from the small universe and began to search in this area to filter out everything with some special characteristics, properties of the material, and then further analyze it to confirm whether it is a relic of a 7th-level civilization. On the way forward, Xiaoyu took this into consideration. So he manufactured many detectors in advance, and now they are all released at once. After being released, these detectors immediately dispersed into the vast and endless dark universe using curvature navigation, and began to search for the thing Xiaoyu wanted. Immediately, an endless torrent of data poured into the screening server set up by Xiaoyu. Useless information was discarded. Useful information was classified. Information about the natural phenomena of the universe was stored. And abnormal information was sent to in Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu personally conducted the analysis. During this search operation, 100 years passed again, and there were only less than 200 years left before the 7th-level civilization ruins were opened according to the message from the minds of the tree tribe beasts. But Xiaoyu still knows nothing about its location, or even its existence form. On the contrary, some gains have been made from other aspects. During this period of time, the detectors spread out by Xiaoyu explored more than 100,000 aging stars, more than 300,000 neutron stars of various types, and nearly 1 million white dwarfs of various sizes at close range. More than 30 stellar collisions have been observed. There was even a stellar-level black hole that was eventually captured by the central black hole under the chaotic gravitational pull, and then attracted towards it. The two black holes merged. The small black hole disappears, and the mass and event horizon boundary of the large black hole increase again. The fusion process of two black holes is peaceful. They do not explode with huge energy like the collision of stars, white dwarfs, or even neutron stars. Because it's obvious, black holes are cheapskates, and nothing can escape from them by conventional means. Then the collision of two black holes will naturally not cause an explosion of energy or scattering of matter. Instead, some of the stars and dust clouds surrounding the two black holes collided with each other, exploding some energy. Even so, this kind of thing still opened Xiaoyu's eyes. Xiao Yu felt that even if he could not find the ruins of the 7th level civilization in the end, he could harvest so much astronomical landscape information, and his trip would not be in vain. The exploration operation is still continuing. Xiao Yu has a comprehensive understanding of all the information about the Galactic Center, making up for his previous data gaps in this area, feeling the greatness and vastness of the central black hole, and witnessing the heroic events that have happened or are happening now. Amazing story. But Xiao Yu still hasn't found the remains of the 7th level civilization. At this moment, it has been less than 50 years since the 7th level civilization ruins were opened. Xiao Yu can be sure that if he misses this time, he will definitely miss this precious relic. Did thousands of years of preparation finally lead to this result? Could it be that this trip, I can only return empty-handed? A creation of a 7th level civilization. Even the most common creation of a 7th level civilization, for a 6th level civilization, are extremely precious treasures, and may even allow me to speculate on what is preventing the 6th level civilization from advancing to the 7th level civilization. This opportunity is too precious and rare. If I just retreat like this, I am really not willing to do so. At this time, Xiao Yu received a message from his companion Ghost Clan. Xiao Yu, I feel a strong familiar breath from this direction. I can confirm that the alien beast Taihao, the ghost Taihao, and the technology Taihao are all here. This breath is so strange, but it seems to be similar to something I heard. The existence mentioned above matches. Well, this existence must be a python alien beast. Also, this is a crocodile alien beast. This is the guardian civilization tomorrow. These powerful existences are actually gathered there. Where are they? Do what? Huh? After receiving this message, Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. The most important thing in the Galactic Center in the near future is the opening of the 7th level civilization ruins. These existences are the most powerful existences in the galaxy. They all gather there. What else could be the reason? I am sure that the location where the 7th level civilization appeared must be there. The Taihao Alliance, the Guardian Civilization, and the remaining 2 alien beast civilizations, all very good. Very good. Ghost, get ready to fight. We are heading there now. Chapter 632, Cuboid. Xiao Yu was not surprised why the ghost tribe could send certain messages there, but his own detector could not detect them, because detectors are relatively simple things after all. These powerful beings have 10,000 ways to hide from their own detectors and prevent themselves from being detected by the detectors. After confirming the coordinates of this location, Xiao Yu controlled his huge fleet and quickly flew to that place. Xiao Yu doesn't care how these top beings in the galaxy know that the ruins of the 7th level civilization are there. Xiao Yu only cares about the ruins of the 7th level civilization itself. The environment in the Galactic Center is too chaotic. In addition, they are now in a calm state, and no conflicts have broken out. Therefore, even through the special sensing method of our ghost tribe, it is still very difficult to sense them. Accompanying the ghost tribe said, "Fortunately, I was promoted to the 4th level ghost clan. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to sense their aura. Are they all in a peaceful period?" This sentence made Xiao Yu ponder. Technology Taihao and the Guardian Civilization seemed to have some disputes. And the ghost told me that the alien beast Taihao once beat the crocodile alien beast into he was seriously injured. And technological civilization and alien beast civilization seem to be incompatible. It is very strange that these existences are all in a peaceful state there without fighting. Unless it is because of mutual restraint. It is precisely because there is hatred between each other that they dare not take action easily. Because they cannot confirm what choice the third-party civilization will make after they take action against their enemies, and whether they will help them. I will still beat up the drowned dog. This means a certain risk. Under such circumstances, staying calm is the best choice. This also means that even if I join the situation, there will still not be changed. This is very important to me. It is good news for everyone. But why didn't the Sweeper civilization come? As the most powerful 6th level civilization. As the 6th level civilization with the greatest potential to be promoted to the 7th level civilization. It is impossible for the Sweepers to ignore the ruins of the 7th level civilization. Not interested. Is it because they are already here and the ghost can't sense them? Or is it for other reasons? During these few days of progress, Xiao Yu thought of many things and analyzed many things. That place. It is only a little over 3 light years away from Xiao Yu's original residence. This distance is really nothing to Xiao Yu now. Less than 9 days after setting off, Xiao Yu arrived here and saw with his own eyes the powerful beings gathered here. Xiao Yu saw the giant spacecraft at a glance, which was like a planet and emitted light that seemed to contain some mysterious meaning. Xiao Yu knew that this was the flagship of technology Taihao, Meson spacecraft. Until now, Xiao Yu didn't know whether technology Taihao was an individual civilization similar to alien beasts, or a technological civilization with a complete social structure. But Xiao Yu knew that technology Taihao must have very strong strength. This is the third time Xiao Yu has seen the Meson spacecraft. It was the first time I saw the Meson spacecraft, when he was still weak. With the help of the semi-four-dimensional Taihao, Xiao Yu obtained a little information from the information storm caused by the black hole explosion. It was this piece of information that allowed Xiao Yu to confirm the impact of technology Taihao on the emergence of human beings. Played a huge role. The second time I saw the Meson spacecraft, it was around the broken neutron battle star left by the silicon-based civilization that Xiao Yu saw the battle between the Meson spacecraft and the glory spacecraft of the Guardian civilization. Now, here, Xiao Yu saw it again. The difference is that Xiao Yu is no longer what he used to be, with the existence of accompanying ghost tribe. In addition, he has truly been promoted to a 6th-level civilization. Xiao Yu believes that he has the qualifications and strength to truly stand in front of technology Taihao. I have many questions to ask you. The technology is too powerful. Xiao Yu muttered silently to himself, controlled his fleet, continued to move forward slowly, and finally stopped in one place. In addition to technology Taihao, Xiao Yu also saw other powerful existences. The Guardian civilization Glory spaceship, which he has had a relationship with, and the ghost Taihao who once pretended to be a ghost race of the previous generation and taught him something, and the alien beast Taihao he has never met before, as well as 2 other powerful 6th-level beasts, crocodiles and pythons. From the first moment he saw these 2 strange beasts, Xiao Yu knew that these 2 strange beasts were more powerful than the Tree Clan beasts in their heyday. Among the 2, the python is the most powerful. It constantly exudes an aura that seems to be cold and cunning, which makes Xiao Yu understand that the python beast not only has strong strength, but also has wisdom, or conspiracy, that the alien beast civilization generally does not have. The situation was indeed, as what the companion ghost tribe said. The powerful beings present all maintained a calm state. No war or confrontation occurred. Even Xiao Yu's addition did not cause much change in the situation on the field. These powerful beings not only showed no hostility towards Xiao Yu, but even the crocodile beasts that were too close to Xiao Yu quietly moved away from Xiao Yu, as if they were unwilling to let Xiao Yu attack him because they were too close. Is it really because of mutual restraint? Xiao Yu murmured to himself. To the Guardian civilization, the crocodile beast is a large piece of walking high-level precious material. It also has enmity with the Taihao alliance, but it dare not take action against any existence because it is worried that the Guardian civilization will join forces with the Taihao alliance to kill it. Similarly, the Guardian civilization does not dare to take action against any existence because the Guardian civilization is afraid that the remaining civilizations will join forces to deal with it instead. It is in this careful mutual defense that the situation becomes so calm. Sure enough, the Sweeper civilization did not appear here. Where did they go? Are they waiting for some kind of opportunity? Planning to suddenly appear at a certain critical time? Or do they have other plans? How should I deal with the current situation? No matter what, the Taihao alliance and I have always maintained a superficial peace. These powerful beings also know the inextricably complicated relationship between me and the Taihao alliance. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, Taihao and I the Hao alliance is a team. At least they will not attack each other. So, I should use this to show my goodwill to the Taihao civilization. I believe that under the current situation, the Taihao alliance will not be able to support me as a strong support. Happy to accommodate. Thinking like this, Xiao Yu quietly moved the position of his battleship group and moved closer to the Taihao alliance. The alien beast Taihao noticed this change. Its huge body moved, and a ferocious and arrogant aura came out. It seemed eager to try and attack Xiao Yu, but for some reason, it became quiet the next moment, ignoring Xiao Yu's approach. Therefore, Xiao Yu finally moved closer to the Taihao alliance. The rest, the 2 giant beasts and the Guardian civilization, are still scattered. It seems that the low intelligence of the alien beast civilization is a real thing. It is obvious that in the Taihao alliance, although the alien beast Taihao is the most powerful, it has the least status. It is always under the command of the other 2 Taihao. The python seems to be a special case, but I don't know to what extent its intelligence has reached. And can it be on par with technological civilization? apart from the superficial alliance formed between me and the Taihao Alliance. I wonder if there is any alliance structure between these two alien beasts and the Guardian civilization. Is it possible that these two alien beasts have formed an alliance? My companion Ghost Tribe, and the alliance formed by these three Taihao are already the top existence in the galaxy. Although I don't know whether they can fight against the sweepers. The Guardian civilization is definitely not our opponent. It's just that can fight against the sweeper civilization for tens of millions of years. The Guardian civilization must have its own trump card. Also, if the two alien beasts form an alliance, their strength will surpass me. But they are still not too how an opponent of the alliance. But it is enough to have a huge impact on us. The most important thing is that the sweeper civilization has never shown up. Well, the current situation is really chaotic. At this moment, including me, there are a total of 8 powerful beings nearby. If the sweepers appear again, then the high-end combat power in the galaxy will be complete. It can be foreseen that the next battle will be the most powerful in the history of the galaxy. The most fierce competition in history. Even the war in which the semi-four-dimensional Taihao provoked the entire galaxy's scientific and technological civilization to besiege the sweepers was much inferior in comparison. In this war, who will have the last laugh? Who will get the maximum benefit? Finally, the day has come when I can use my own strength to participate in such a battle. After carefully observing the situation at the scene, Xiao Yu focused his attention on the core of this area. After adjusting the accuracy of the optical equipment to the highest level, Xiao Yu saw something that looked very strange. That's a real rectangular parallelepiped. It appears to have a mirror-like surface, but it does not reflect any light or radiation except visible light. It itself does not emit any light or radiation. At least Xiao Yu did not detect these things. Even with Xiao Yu's current level of technology, Xiao Yu could only barely detect its existence through weak visible light reflection. A total of 8 powerful beings are quietly scattered around this cuboid, quietly following its trajectory and orbiting the central black hole of the Milky Way. Chapter 633, No Error. The cuboid is a very common thing in geometry. Even in real objects, there are many cuboids, such as a box, a suitcase, a pack of cigarettes, and a cabinet. These common things are all cuboid structures. Even if Xiao Yu has now become a level 6 civilization, this situation has not changed. But these cuboids, whether they are the cuboids of the human era or the cuboids of the current 6th level civilization, are not cuboids in the true sense. Or they can only be said to be cuboids in a vague sense, because they just look like rectangular parallelepipeds. Using slightly more sophisticated detection methods, you can find that they are just irregularly shaped objects. Maybe one face is slightly tilted, or one edge is a bit longer or shorter than the rest. Because there are always errors in mechanical manufacturing. The development of science and technology can reduce errors, but it cannot completely eliminate them. But the cuboid in front of Xiao Yu at this moment is different from those cuboids in the vague sense. It is a real cuboid. Its two opposite faces are absolutely parallel. All its opposite edges are absolutely equal. And the two edges that intersect between the two faces are absolutely vertical. There is no error in it. At least it seems like this to Xiao Yu. The ratio of its length, width and height is exactly 3:1:1. Based on the distance calculation, Xiao Yu measured that the length of the cuboid was 9.3 meters, and the width and height were 3.1 meters. This data is very accurate. Neither more nor less. At least Xiao Yu cannot detect its error now. A thing without error is a very scary thing. It is something that exceeds the limit of Xiao Yu's understanding. Xiao Yu didn't know how to create such a thing. Now Xiao Yu can manufacture precision, mechanical parts, with an error of only 5 femtometers. 1 femtometer is equal to 1/4,000,000th of a meter. This is so precise that humans in the Earth age cannot imagine it. However, if there is an error, there is still an error. In other words, it is impossible for Xiao Yu to create a steel plate that happens to be 1 meter long. No matter how careful Xiao Yu is, how sophisticated the equipment he uses is, the steel plate created by Xiao Yu will always be a little more or less than 1 meter. This is error. Something that even a 6th level civilization cannot eliminate. But at this moment, the cuboid presented in front of Xiao Yu has no errors. Its length is exactly 9.3 meters. The width and height are exactly 3.1 meters. Neither more nor less. Moreover, its surface is absolutely smooth. Even with Xiao Yu's femtometer level resolution, Xiao Yu still cannot find any unevenness on its surface. This is very similar to the water droplet detector Xiao Yu once encountered. Xiao Yu, who was still a child, was amazed by the seemingly absolutely smooth surface of the water droplet detector when he first saw it. But this was only for Xiaoyu at that time. With Xiaoyu's current detection ability, Xiaoyu can easily detect the surface material structure of the water droplet detector, thus knowing that it is not absolutely smooth. In fact, water droplet detectors' ruggedness began to appear at the picometer level. But Xiaoyu could not detect these things at that time. It was just an ordinary rectangular cube, which made Xiaoyu feel a shocking feeling like the world was overturned. Xiaoyu never thought that such precision could exist in this universe. Something without error. Think about it. If the balls in mechanical manufacturing can appear as absolute spheres with absolutely smooth surfaces, and if the teeth of the two gears fit perfectly, there will be no friction at all. So, how efficient will the force transmission be? How terrifying will the energy utilization rate be? I'm afraid, in such a machine, lubricating oil is a completely redundant thing. No, it's not possible. The error cannot be eliminated. This should be the truth in the universe. Even if this civilization has reached the level of 7th level civilization, they have absolutely no way to break this theorem. It must be like this. It must be the error of this cuboid is too small. So with my current detection ability, I cannot find this error. It must be like this. It must be like this. Xiaoyu murmured to himself, trying his best to calm down his tumbling feeling. Is this the manufacturing capability of a level 7 civilization in the mechanical direction? Even such a precise cuboid can be manufactured. So what else can they not create? No wonder they can travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers with the mass of a star. The mechanical manufacturing capabilities of this river system have reached such a level. This should be the ultimate. Although it is theoretically possible to completely convert a piece of matter into energy with the help of elemental decay and annihilation of matter and antimatter as energy sources, this is not the case in practical applications. Because Xiaoyu has no way to utilize all this energy. There will always be inevitable losses during the mechanical operation. This is the biggest bottleneck restricting the efficiency of mechanical improvement. Error. It is conceivable that Xiaoyu can completely eliminate the error, or only eliminate the level of this 7th level civilization. What a huge leap Xiaoyu's energy utilization will make. This mechanically oriented 7th level civilization displays its technological strength unscrupulously through a simple rectangular parallelepiped, mocking this group of humble existences. At this moment, the shock in Xiaoyu's heart had turned into a feeling of powerlessness. Xiaoyu seemed to see a mountain that he could never climb lying in front of him. Now Xiaoyu can't even have the thought to surpass this 7th level civilization in his heart. This should be the relics left by the 7th level civilization. Right. Are there relics just a rectangular shape like this? Xiaoyu thought with doubts in his heart. Why don't these powerful beings waiting nearby move to rob it? Where has the sweeper civilization gone? Although it is a bit weird to use a rectangular parallelepiped as the relic of one's own civilization, it is not unacceptable. At least, by studying the manufacturing process and material technology of this cuboid, we will be able to make leaps and bounds in related fields of our own civilization. Moreover, this is the creation of a 7th level civilization, which means that as long as your own civilization has not yet become a 7th level civilization, your own civilization can always draw nutrients from this thing. Science, on the other hand, is a matter of analogy, at least for civilizations below level 7. So, in a sense, it is not impossible to use this cuboid to promote the scientific and technological progress of the entire civilization. Moreover, the most important point is that if the 7th level civilization really has different development directions, then for a 7th level civilization that is intensively studying space technology, this thing made by the same 7th level civilization, it still has great value to itself. Therefore, in a sense, this thing is very attractive even to level 7 civilizations. Since its appeal is so huge, why don't any of the powerful beings looking around try to snatch it? When the situation is uncertain, following the crowd is the safest approach. Xiaoyu also very wisely suppressed his thoughts of taking it away. Although this thing has such a strong attraction for Xiaoyu that Xiaoyu can't refuse it. This is a creation of a 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction. The neutron battle star of the sweeper civilization is a creation of a 7th level civilization in the extreme star direction. The two-dimensional fragments of space creatures you obtained are space creatures mixed with part of a 7th level civilization in the space direction, made by civilized technology. At this moment, Xiaoyu unexpectedly received a message sent to him by Technology Taihao. Xiaoyu didn't feel strange about what Technology Taihao knew. In fact, since his birth until now, Xiaoyu has never completely gotten rid of the influence of Taihao's civilization on him. Xiaoyu's heart moved slightly. Xiao Yu noticed two terms. One is the 7th level civilization in the extreme star direction, and the other is the 7th level civilization in the space direction. What was quite beyond Xiao Yu's expectation was that the neutron battle star that had dominated the galaxy for tens of millions of years turned out to be the creation of a 7th level civilization in the extreme star direction. And the two-dimensional weapons he developed were actually mixed with it as acquired part of the technology of the 7th level civilization in the space direction. These two terms completely confirmed Xiao Yu's guess. It seems that my speculation is correct. Sure enough, there are many 7th level civilizations with different development directions. Telling me this information is the Taihao Alliance taking the initiative to convey goodwill to me? Very good. Although for some unknown reasons, the Taihao Alliance incited the tree tribe beasts to attack me. But at least the two of us, the group, has not completely turned against each other on the surface. So, given the current situation, it is natural for us to form an alliance. Very good. As long as the sweepers do not come. The two beasts, even with the addition of the guardian civilization, are not our opponent. Why didn't the cleaners come? What are you waiting for? Why didn't you take action to snatch this cuboid? Xiao Yu asked 3 questions in a row. These questions are all about the current situation, and none of them involve the grudges between Xiao Yu and Taihao civilization. Xiao Yu also used this to express his attitude. That is, any grudges between us will be discussed after this incident has passed. Xiao Yu believed that technology Taihao would definitely understand what he meant. But beyond Xiao Yu's expectation, Tech Taihao's answers to these 3 questions only had the same answer, and it was extremely concise. Wait, Technology Taihao said. Chapter 634, Alliance. Wait. Then continue to wait. After receiving Taihao's answer, Xiao Yu also fell silent, and began to have many ideas. Many thoughts swirling in Xiao Yu's mind. Perhaps, these powerful beings are just waiting for the moment when the ruins are opened. The ruins of this 7th level civilization may have some technological restrictions, and this restriction has caused all powerful beings now not to dare to act rashly. After all, a 7th level civilization is just a relic of it, and the attack from it may be unexpected, making it impossible for all 6th level powerful beings to withstand. Under this situation, Xiao Yu also became quiet. However, there was no peace within the Shinjo civilization. Xiao Yu is still activating his huge industrial base, manufacturing spaceships all the time, increasing his warship reserves, and at the same time, convening scientists to hold meetings again and again to discuss any possible future situations and responses. Method. Time is still passing by bit, and 100 years have passed slowly like this. On the surface, everything is still calm as usual. In fact, these powerful beings, including Xiao Yu, have been following this absolute cuboid around the giant black hole at the core of the Milky Way during this period of time. More than 3 laps. But Xiao Yu knew that under this seemingly calm situation, there were many undercurrents flowing. During this period of time, Xiao Yu did not expose the existence of the accompanying Ghost Clan. A 4th level Ghost Clan can be regarded as his trump card, although most of the existences present have guessed his relationship with the companion Ghost Clan. As long as the companion Ghost Clan does not appear, the other powerful beings must have something to do with it. Scruples. This effect. It is much better than the deterrent caused by the direct appearance of the accompanying Ghost Clan. During this 100 years, Xiao Yu received different messages from the Guardian Civilization, Python Beasts, and Crocodile Beasts. The Guardian Civilization once sent a message to Xiao Yu. Hello, Shinjo Civilization. We have had some unpleasantness in the past, but I believe, since we have now become a level 6 civilization, what happened before things should be considered trivial to us. Now, we have to admit that your Shinjo civilization has indeed gained the strength to participate in the highest level group in the galaxy. So, I have a suggestion. I don't know if would you like to hear our explanation in detail? Are you trying to win over me? I just don't know how much of this statement is true and how false. Xiao Yu sneered secretly in his heart. Xiao Yu has never forgotten how much trouble the Guardian Civilization caused him when he was still weak. They even forced him to almost have no way out. If his companion Ghost Tribe hadn't suddenly appeared at that time and took him more than 6,000 light years away to avoid this disaster, he might have died. Even so, the Guardian Civilization also destroyed the star that brought great development to itself. Tianyuan. This is an unforgettable hatred. It is impossible for Xiao Yu to forget that Xiao Yu has been looking for opportunities to take revenge. But there is no need to show this emotion here. So Xiao Yu quickly replied, "We are happy to listen." That's good. Guardian Civilization continued. Maybe you don't quite understand the situation here. We believe that you have also surmised that the current situation maintains such stability, all because of mutual concerns and mutual defenses. They only appeared under mutual checks and balances. But you have to know that the ruins of this 7th level civilization will be opened in a few decades. By then, there will be at least 30 creations of the 7th level civilization. At that time, the peaceful situation on the scene will be windbreaking. Frankly speaking, our Guardian civilization is not an opponent of the Taihao Alliance. So I hope that your Shinjo civilization can become an ally of our Guardian civilization. Together, we can obtain the greatest benefits from this battle. A joke, Xiaoyu replied. You must also know the relationship between me and the Taihao Alliance. Why did I leave the Taihao Alliance, which had shown goodwill to me many times, not to form an alliance, but instead formed an alliance with you? Everything is interest, Guardian civilization replied. Although the Taihao Alliance has contributed a lot to the development of your Shinjo civilization, you have to understand that the Taihao Alliance does this based on its own interests. Your Shinjo civilization has nothing to do with them. It is just a chess piece that can be discarded when it is used up and has no value. You must have known about the tree beasts. So you know why the Taihao Alliance incited the tree beasts to deal with them. You? Xiaoyu's heart moved. In fact, Xiaoyu did not hesitate to reject the Guardian Civilization Alliance proposal, and was just retreating in order to advance. Xiaoyu's real purpose is to extract some of the Taihao Alliance's true intentions from the mouth of Guardian Civilization. Tell me about it, Xiaoyu replied. Regarding this issue, Xiaoyu once made speculations. Xiaoyu guessed that the Taihao Alliance did this in order to contain the sweeper civilization that was going all out to deal with space creatures at that time. Although Xiaoyu did not know why the tree tribe alien beasts were allowed to attacking yourself can affect the sweepers. And you don't know what the relationship is between yourself and the sweeper civilization. However, this speculation was rejected by Xiaoyu after the neutron war star was trapped in the zero-dimensional space by space creatures, and the Taihao Alliance helped the sweepers kill the space creatures. Your appearance is the result of the joint support of the cleaners and the Taihao Alliance. Guardian Civilization replied. It's just that the cleaner civilization is superior, and did not do it himself, but just allowed the Taihao Alliance to be busy there, working for you, protecting and solving problems. You have finally grown to where you are today. Otherwise, why would the sweeper civilization have been indifferent to your appearance? You have to know that acquiescence means approval. It is ridiculous that the Taihao Alliance has not been aware of it. At this point, I have paid a huge price, but I have done a great favor to the sweeper civilization. Xiaoyu thought silently in his heart, because Xiaoyu found that it was difficult to tell the truth from the false information about the Guardian civilization. In some parts of this information, it is completely consistent with the information that I already know, so it is very difficult to judge the authenticity of those parts that cannot be confirmed. Xiaoyu knew that Guardian civilization had successfully made him doubtful. So, why is my existence so special? Why do the Taihao Alliance and the Sweeper support me? Xiaoyu directly asked the most critical question. I can't answer you on this point. You just need to understand that you are very critical to both the Taihao Alliance and the Cleaners. But the degree of criticality is not the same. How important you are to the Cleaners. It is even more important than the Taihao Alliance. Therefore, you should be able to think that annihilating you is something that the Taihao Alliance is happy to do. For example, annihilating you can only cause harm to the Taihao Alliance. 10 points of damage can cause 30 points of damage to the cleaning civilization. So, will the Taihao Alliance take action against you? And the reason why it does not take action against you directly, but instead lures the alien beasts of the tree tribe to deal with you, is that it's just because the Taihao Alliance is unwilling to offend some mysterious beings. Of course, they failed in this operation. But this time, in the melee after the 7th level civilization ruins were opened, the Taihao Alliance will definitely, I will not let you go. Believe me, if you want to continue to survive and obtain enough benefits, forming an alliance with our guardian civilization is the only way out. Xiaoyu's heart suddenly turned cold. In this message, some of them have been confirmed by Xiaoyu, and some of them have not been confirmed by Xiaoyu. But if you think according to this logic, Taihao Alliance may indeed take action against itself. But suddenly, Xiaoyu thought of another possibility. But don't forget, after the neutron battle star encountered a huge threat from space creatures, it was the Taihao Alliance that took action, killed the space creatures, and saved the neutron battle star. Xiaoyu said coldly. If you think according to your logic, then there is no reason for Taihao Alliance to do this. No. 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 You are wrong. Shinjo civilization. The Guardian civilization replied, "Perhaps you have heard a piece of news and know that tens of millions of years ago, our Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization joined forces to eliminate them together. An extremely powerful ghost clan was born. And our Guardian civilization undoubtedly had enmity with the Sweeper civilization. So why did we unite at that time? The answer is simple. It is profit. Because we know that if we let this, the Ghost Tribe has wiped out the Sweeper civilization. And our Guardian civilization will be its next target. If this Ghost Tribe is allowed to wipe out our Guardian civilization, then the Sweeper civilization will not be spared. That's why we united. And at that time the same is the case. If space creatures are allowed to destroy the neutron battlestar, the Taihao Alliance will be the next target to be destroyed. So they will briefly unite. This alliance only serves interests and does not represent a position." Xiao Yu fell silent, because Xiao Yu discovered that the rhetoric of the Guardian civilization was, at least logically, impeccable. If it destroys itself, it will cause more serious damage to the Sweeper civilization. Then the Taihao Alliance may indeed take action against itself. So what should I do in such a situation? Which position should you choose? I promise you, our Shinjo civilization will form an alliance with your Guardian civilization. Xiao Yu replied. Chapter 635 Alien Beast Alliance. Xiao Yu chose to agree to the Guardian civilization's request and form an alliance with them. This kind of alliance also does not represent Xiao Yu's position. Xiao Yu is still waiting for the development of the situation. Xiao Yu may continue to form an alliance with the Taihao Alliance, or he may form an alliance with the Guardian civilization. Everything depends on the actual situation. However, from the information about the Guardian civilization and some of his own guesses, Xiao Yu has confirmed one thing. That is, he also plays a very important role in the Sweeper civilization. Although he does not know this role. What exactly is it? But that doesn't matter. Since it has a function, it can be exploited, perhaps one day in the future. With the help of this, Xiao Yu can gain some benefit from the battle with the cleaning civilization. Xiao Yu has never regarded the Sweeper civilization as an existence that can live in peace. Xiao Yu clearly knew that if he continued to develop, he would one day face off against the Sweeper, the most powerful being in the galaxy. Either the Sweeper will kill himself, or he will kill the Sweeper. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. It is nothing more than this. The Guardian civilization is not trustworthy, and the Taihao Alliance is also not trustworthy. In fact, except for its own companion ghost race, no one in the galaxy is trustworthy. Xiao Yu would not refuse this kind of thing that gives him one more choice. Then please tell me, what aspects of our alliance will I be responsible for? Xiao Yu asked. It's very simple. If a melee breaks out in the end, I hope you can resist the crocodile beast, at least for 3 days. The Taihao Alliance will be dealt with by our Guardian civilization and the Python beast. Before we fight with you, we have reached an intention to cooperate with the Python beast. As long as you hold back the crocodile beast and we block the Taihao Alliance, then the situation between us can maintain a rough balance. Only in this balance can we obtain maximum benefit. The opportunity to obtain the most creations of the 7th level civilization. Guardian civilization replied. This was an extremely important message. This message shocked Xiao Yu's heart a little. Have you actually formed an alliance with the Python beast? Although Xiao Yu was shocked in his heart, he did not show it, but replied, Okay. Please don't worry. If you feel that you can't resist it, you might as well bring out some of your trump cards. Guardian civilization said with ulterior motives. The Guardian civilization once suffered a loss from the death ball in the hands of Xiao Yu, and also knew the relationship between Xiao Yu and the accompanying ghost tribe. Xiao Yu knew what this metaphor meant. Xiao Yu smiled lightly in his heart and did not answer. Just as the communication with the Guardian civilization came to an end, Xiao Yu received another message. To Xiao Yu's expectation, this message was actually sent by a python. Hello to the Shinjo civilization that I have never met before. First of all, congratulations on becoming the top being in the galaxy and being qualified to participate in this dispute. Secondly, I have a small request. I hope you can listen to me. One time. Xiao Yu's heart moved. The Python beast has never interacted with Xiao Yu in the past. This most powerful of the 3 strange beasts always seems to be shrouded in a layer of mist. Until now, Xiao Yu still knows nothing about pythons and strange beasts. However, Xiao Yu has never relaxed his guard against this most powerful beast. Please tell me, Xiao Yu replied cautiously. My request is very simple. That is to form an alliance with our Alien Beast Alliance and seek the greatest benefits in this melee. The Python alien beast said, although your Shinjo civilization once killed the tree tribe alien beasts. But you have to know that there is not only no friendly relationship between our three alien beasts, but there is hatred between each other. Your civilization killed the tree alien beasts, which can be regarded as removing one for me and the crocodile threat. And being able to eliminate the tree beasts means that you are qualified enough to form an alliance with us. Wait a minute, Xiaoyu replied. If I heard correctly, what you call the alliance of alien beasts, does it mean the alliance between you and the crocodile alien beasts? Yes. Scientific and technological civilization has a deep prejudice against our alien beast civilization. So under the pressure of the situation, we two alien beasts can only choose to form an alliance to fight against the Guardians or the Taihao Alliance. Python alien beast replied. Whether it was the Guardian civilization or the Python beast, they all adopted an extremely covert approach to the message sent by Xiaoyu. And Xiaoyu also adopted this approach in his answer. Therefore, when communicating with each other, there is no need to worry about being noticed by other civilizations. But don't forget, I am also a technological civilization. Why should I choose to form an alliance with you instead of leaving the ready-made Taihao Alliance, which is also the guardian of technological civilization, or the Taihao Alliance, which has always been inextricably connected with me? To form an alliance? Xiaoyu asked with interest. Or, can you tell me your reasons? The reason is very simple. The Taihao Alliance is not trustworthy, and the Guardian civilization is even less trustworthy. You may not know your identity very well. You are a common chess piece of the Sweepers and the Taihao Alliance. But now you, for the Taihao Alliance, has lost its value. So the Taihao Alliance is happy to eliminate you to cause some trouble to the Sweepers. Similarly, the Guardian civilization also has this idea. But our alien civilization is different. We have no intersection with the Sweepers. In fact, we have a happy attitude towards the promotion of the Sweeper civilization to the 7th level civilization. Because if the Sweeper civilization becomes the 7th level civilization, it will leave this galaxy. And then the galaxy will become a few of our own. A paradise for beings with the same strength. So we are not hostile to you. And it is most cost-effective to choose to form an alliance with us. The Python beast replied. Xiaoyu's heart moved slightly. This Python beast is not simple. Guardian civilization said that they have formed an alliance with the Python beast. But the Python beast said that he has formed an alliance with the crocodile beast. True. False. False. False whether it's true or not. It's really complicated. But I still don't have the need to refuse. And I'll wait until I agree. A verbal promise has no binding force. Before reaching an agreement on the alliance, I hope you can answer some questions for me first. Xiaoyu said. Why didn't the Sweeper civilization come? The Python beast paused for a moment before answering Xiaoyu. I don't know. Why do the Sweeper civilization use me as a pawn? What are their plans, and what goals do they want to achieve? Xiaoyu continued to ask. This issue is very critical for Xiaoyu. Regardless of whether the Python's answer is true or false, Xiaoyu can analyze something from it. I can tell you this question. According to my understanding, this is the plan of the Sweeper civilization. The Python beast replied. The Sweeper civilization plans to use your Shinjo civilization to advance to the level of a 7th level civilization. From what I think of you to understand the Shinjo civilization, I can answer this question with the help of an illusion from your civilization. You are the poison raised by the Sweeper civilization. When you reach the most powerful state, the Sweeper civilization will come out to eliminate you, thus greatly increase the strength of your own civilization and become a 7th level civilization. Therefore, the Sweeper civilization will not kill you before you reach the top. This answer made Xiaoyu's heart move slightly. Xiaoyu had an intuition that this explanation was true, because it seemed to be in line with the logical reasoning drawn from the current intelligence. Why would you become a 7th level civilization if you killed me when I was the most powerful? I don't know. This is not something I can understand and come into contact with. The Python beast replied simply. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyu replied, I promise to form an alliance with you in order to obtain the greatest benefit from this melee. Facts will prove that this is a wise choice. Then, in our alliance, you will have the following tasks to undertake. The Python beast said, I know you have a hidden trump card. So, I hope you can temporarily contain the Guardian civilization in the melee. Just when the two beings were discussing the details of the alliance, Xiaoyu received a message again. Hello, Shinjo civilization. I am the crocodile beast. I am here to discuss the alliance with you on behalf of myself. the Beast Taihao, and the Python Beast. You may know that I once had a battle with the alien Beast Taihao, and I also suffered some injuries. But I can tell you that it was just acting. And the purpose was just to make the Ghost Taihao and the Technology Taihao believe in the alien beast. The position of Beast Taihao. Technology Taihao is too gloomy and has too many conspiracies. It is a very unwise choice to stand with him. Only by forming an alliance with our alien beast alliance can we obtain the most generous benefits. Shall you? You need to temporarily hold back the crocodile beast in the subsequent melee. Our 3 Taihao civilizations will come to deal with the guardians and python beasts, as well as guard against the sweeper civilization that has not yet appeared. The strategic goal of this alliance is not only to obtain the relics of the 7th level civilization, but I also plan to use this opportunity to eliminate the weakest crocodile beast, divide its flesh and blood, and enhance our strength. At this time, Xiao Yu received another message from Technology Taihao. The difference is that Xiao Yu heard a completely different arrangement from KG Taihao's mouth. There is no problem in forming an alliance between us. But I hope that after this incident is over, you can answer a few questions for me and relieve some of my doubts. Xiao Yu replied, I am no longer you, it's completely under control. Chapter 636. The ruins are opened. Yes, we have witnessed your growth with our own eyes, and watched you slowly grow from a weak existence to a powerful force that can truly affect the situation in the galaxy. In the future, I will change our strategy. We are allies. It is no longer the relationship between the controller and the controlled. After this incident is over, as long as we can answer your questions, we will answer them for you. Technology Taihao replied, very good. With 3 Taihao civilizations, plus me, a technological civilization equivalent to a 6th level intermediate civilization or even a little beyond, and a 4th level ghost race equivalent to a 6th level alien beast. Our alliance it is the most powerful force now. Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu did not hide the existence of the ghost tribe, because the existence of the ghost tribe was definitely not a secret to the Taihao alliance. They had definitely known about it for a long time. Xiao Yu finally chose to form an alliance with the Taihao alliance, and chose deceptive promises to the guardians, python beasts, and crocodile beasts. Xiao Yu had enough reasons to make this choice. Moreover, this choice was not made emotionally. For example, Taihao Wenming had helped him before. It was purely based on rational analysis. The reason is very simple. The Guardian civilization said that they formed an alliance with the Python alien beast, and the Python alien beast said that he formed an alliance with the crocodile alien beast. But the crocodile alien beast said that he formed an alliance with the Python alien beast, and the alien beast Taihao. All formed an alliance. 3 existences, 3 interpretations. In comparison, the Taihao alliance side is much more consistent. Neither Ghost Taihao nor Alien Beast Taihao released any messages to him. Only Technology Taihao, as the representative of Taihao alliance, discussed alliance matters with him. Then it will be clear who is trustworthy and who is not, coupled with the inextricable relationship that he has always had with the Taihao alliance, and his speculation that the Taihao alliance is unlikely to attack him. Xiao Yu finally chose Taihao as the alliance partner in his heart. Alliance. Of course, there are certain risks, such as, if what the Guardian civilization said is true, and the Taihao alliance really intends to attack itself and eliminate itself to cause more serious damage to the sweeper civilization, then Xiao Yu will have no choice but to use the ball of death to escape with all his strength. However, compared to forming an alliance with the Taihao alliance, forming an alliance with the Guardians or 2 strange beasts is more risky. There is such a strange situation in the field. Xiao Yu knew that these powerful beings could not only extend an olive branch to him, and they would also conduct many tests with each other. They plotted against each other. Under this seemingly calm situation, I don't know how many turbulent undercurrents are flowing freely. Xiao Yu also began to comprehensively sort out the information he had obtained so far. About the sweepers, about the Taihao alliance, about myself, and about my significance to the sweepers civilization. Xiao Yu thinks. What the Python Beast said about his statement about goo insects from the Cleaners Alliance is very credible. This could explain a lot of things and is consistent with current intelligence. At the same time, it can also explain the ambiguous attitude of Taihao Alliance towards itself. The reason is very simple. No one can predict how far one will grow, and there is that unknown power somewhere. This power determines that if the sweeper civilization eliminates itself, it can be promoted to the 7th level civilization. Then will this unknown power lead to the Taihao Alliance that has been cultivating itself if it eliminates the sweepers? Promoted to level 7 civilization? These are all bad things to say. But Xiaoyu thinks this is very possible. And this is probably the reason why Taihao Alliance has been cultivating itself. At the same time, this reason can also explain why the Taihao Alliance first bewitched the alien beasts of the tree tribe to deal with itself, hoping to hinder the sweeper civilization, and then chose to help during the critical period of the battle between the sweeper civilization and space creatures. The sweeper civilization instead destroys space creatures. The reason is very simple. Occasionally pulling the back of the sweeper civilization and weakening the power of the sweeper civilization will have certain benefits for the final victory in the future. And it will also have certain benefits for the Taihao Alliance. However, the sweeper civilization only can be eliminated by oneself. So at that critical moment, the Taihao Alliance chose to help the sweepers instead. What is the corpse of the microstar civilization? The Taihao Alliance has pointed out the direction for me to eliminate the neutron battle star. As long as the neutron battle star, the creation of the 7th level civilization in the extreme star direction, is eliminated, the conventional combat power of the sweepers will be fundamental. There is no way to resist the Taihao Alliance and me. Then, the corpse of MSI civilization is a key point. After this incident is over, I should probably set off to find this thing. Xiaoyu thought silently. Xiaoyu knew that the existence form of MSI civilization was similar to his own, both of which were the combination of soul and foreign matter. The difference is that he integrated with the computer and embarked on the path of developing technology, while MSI civilization integrated with the stars and embarked on the path of strengthening itself. So Xiaoyu can make some rough guesses about what the corpse of MSI civilization is. Xiaoyu believes that the corpse of the MSI civilization is likely to be a dense structure similar to a white dwarf or a neutron star. For some reason, after finding the corpse of the MSI civilization, he will be able to manipulate it. Think about this key point. Should be on one's own companion Ghost clan. Because the Ghost Taihao and Wei Xing civilization were originally a pair. Their relationship was similar to his relationship with the companion Ghost clan. But now that the Ghost Taihao is no longer a pure Ghost clan, his accompanying Ghost clan is very crucial. And Xiaoyu is certain that by manipulating a dense star similar to a white dwarf or a neutron star to hit the neutron battle star, the neutron battle star can be destroyed. This has been confirmed when the broken neutron battle star of the silicon-based civilization was destroyed. And even if the merger of a white dwarf star and a neutron star is still not enough to form a black hole that can swallow everything, the collision and merger of two dense stars will also cause the star to vibrate violently. And both the internal and external structures will undergo earth-shaking changes. This drastic change can definitely destroy all artificial creations inside the neutron star. The companion Ghost tribe is a key point. And the corpse of the MSI civilization is another key point. It's just unclear whether the sweeper civilization knows this, and whether they know that I am looking for the corpse of the MSI civilization. If they know, what will they do? What are your plans and how to deal with it? Xiaoyu was silently thinking about all this, the problems he might encounter in the future, and the current situation. Time passed little by little, and about 100 years passed. Xiaoyu's warship reserve has reached 400 million. Xiaoyu knows that this number of warships has completely exceeded the number of warships owned by even a 6th level peak civilization. Xiaoyu believes that now, even if he does not rely on the companion Ghost tribe, he can still compete with the regular combat power of the Guardian civilization for a while. Time is passing slowly. At this time, Xiaoyu received a message from Technology Taihao. Xiaoyu, be ready for battle. It will be time to open the ruins soon. Really? Xiaoyu muttered silently, taking out 50 million battleships from the small universe. These 50 million warships are all made of the flesh and blood of tree tribe alien beasts, including 100 planet-class warships, thousands of continent-class warships, and tens of thousands of national-class warships. This is the most powerful combat power Xiaoyu can bring out. Xiaoyu also notified the companion Ghost clan, who had been hiding in this small universe, asking him to be ready for battle. During this period of time, the situation in the scene has been quietly changing. Now for Xiaoyu, no one can be trusted except the companion Ghost clan and the battleship in his hand. The Taihao Alliance can only be trusted to a certain extent. In Xiaoyu's view, anyone can form an alliance with another unknown existence. Regarding these existences, Xiaoyu has no idea who has formed an alliance with whom, who has really formed an alliance, and who is just perfunctory. Just after speculation, Xiaoyu believed that the possibility of the two alien beasts forming an alliance was higher, and the Guardian civilization might also be independent, or it might have reached some agreement with Technology Taihao. At this time, Technology Taihao issued a message to everyone present. This message was sent by broadcast rather than encrypted, so it could be clearly received by everyone at the scene. The ruins of the 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction are about to be opened. But according to previous intelligence, even if it is opened, we still need to use our own strength to break its defense. By then, we will no longer be attacked by it. A counterattack with level 7 civilized weapons. So, let's all work together to break this defense. Then, what each of us will gain depends on our own methods. Agree. Xiaoyu, the guardian of civilization, the python beast, and the crocodile beast simultaneously released a broadcast message to express their position. Then let's get started, Technology Taihao said, launching his own attack first on the absolute cuboid at the core of the scene. Xiaoyu saw that there were many instruments running on the Meson spacecraft of Taihao technology. Some places of the Meson spacecraft were dented, while others were raised. Many kinds of weapons appeared on the surface of the Meson spacecraft. Above, in the next moment, fierce artillery fire rushed towards the rectangular parallelepiped. At the same time, all the powerful beings in the field launched their own attacks. Chapter 637, Broken. During the attack on the rectangular body in the center of the battlefield, there was a certain similarity in the attack methods between Technology Taihao and Guardian Civilization, and they were even very similar to Xiaoyu's attack methods. These three civilizations are all technological civilizations after all, although there are some differences in attack intensity, specific details, weapons, etc. They are generally similar. The attack modes of the three alien beasts, including the python alien beast, the crocodile alien beast, the alien beast Taihao, and the ghost Taihao, are somewhat different. Xiaoyu saw that after Technology Taihao issued the command to start the attack, the alien beast Taihao arrived first at the cuboid Jiqi. In the void, it suddenly rotated its body without relying on any external force, and a tail-like tail appeared. Something as thick as a tentacle suddenly hit the rectangular body. The attack methods of pythons and crocodiles are also very similar to this. The strange thing is that the ghost Taihao, for some unknown reason, is shrinking extremely, until it has shrunk to the point where ordinary intelligent creatures cannot see it with the naked eye. And then it just sticks to the rectangular body quietly. Do something. 3 strange beasts. 3 technological civilizations. Plus the ghost Taihao. A total of 7 powerful beings launched an attack on this cuboid. Amidst the skywide artillery fire, vertical and horizontal black thin lines, black curtains, shattering space, space collapse and other attacks. The weird rectangular body is still floating there quietly. The thin black line is undoubtedly the most conventional space weapon. The shattering space weapon was used by Xiaoyu. 30 continent-class battleships rushed around the cuboid, covering the cuboid and the surrounding space. Then the weapons were activated, and the space immediately began to become chaotic. Space collapse weapons are used by the Guardian Civilization. The activation principle and killing principle of this weapon are somewhat similar to Xiaoyu's space-crushing weapon. But there are also many differences between the two. Among Xiaoyu's speculations, this space collapse weapon seems to be somewhat similar to the effect of black holes on space. These 7 powerful beings are all top beings in the galaxy. If these 7 form an alliance, then Xiaoyu estimates that even the sweeper civilization will have to avoid the edge for the time being. It is estimated that it is only a very simple matter to eliminate the conventional combat power of the sweeper civilization. It's just that it's still hard to say whether they can win against the neutron battle star. Suddenly, this area truly turned into a deadly place. A terrifying zone that was no less dangerous than the edge of the event horizon of the supermassive black hole in the center of the Milky Way. Xiaoyu believes it. Even if a white dwarf star is here, it will be crisscrossed by space weapons, as well as various light weapons, negative matter weapons, entity weapons, and the special attacks of the ghost Taihao, as well as the violent side effects of the alien beast Taihao. Physical attacks with space attack effects were smashed into pieces. 6th level alien beast. It is already an incredible existence that is powerful enough to survive on the surface of a white dwarf star. The white dwarf alien beast that Xiaoyu once encountered had survived on that white dwarf star for who knows how many years, with an extremely weak body. The strength of the white dwarf alien beast in its heyday may not be comparable to the 2 alien beasts present. If a 6th level alien beast uses its full strength and relies on its own powerful strength, it is not impossible to change the orbit of a white dwarf star. In comparison, technological civilization is somewhat inferior in this aspect. Scientific and technological civilization uses instruments that are made from materials beyond the polymerization of hydrogen atoms. Although it can exist on the surface of a white dwarf star, there is no way to promote the movement of the white dwarf star, let alone transform a white dwarf star into a white dwarf battle star. The reason is very simple. The intensity of gravity experienced by large instruments and small instruments is different. Small instruments can rely on their structural advantages to withstand the terrifying gravity of white dwarfs and exist on the surface of white dwarfs. However, to push a white dwarf forward, it must be manufactured that super large propulsion engine. This engine, it is certain that there is no way to build it on the surface of a white dwarf star. But no matter what, the joint attack of technological civilization, alien beast civilization, and a ghost Taihao is definitely an attack with unimaginable intensity. Such a place, 10 stars will also be destroyed instantly. But something very strange happened. Xiaoyu saw that under such a violent attack, the absolute cuboid still maintained its orbit and slowly rotated around the central black hole. It did not shift at all, and it did not change at all under the violent attack. It is still a Jedi cuboid structure, and its surface is still absolutely smooth. The tail-like and tentacle-like thing of the alien beast Taihao whipped towards it violently. The tail, or tentacle, is hundreds of kilometers long and more than 10 kilometers in diameter, and the cuboid is only less than 10 meters long. The size of the two is really different. What surprised Xiaoyu happened was that the tail of the alien beast Taihao had completely covered the cuboid. And after the tail was whipped, the cuboid still stayed there quietly. It's as if it is not an actual thing. It is like a phantom, not affected by the attack of the alien beast Taihao. The attacks on technological civilization also faced the same situation. Xiaoyu saw that no matter how powerful and huge the space attack was, even the space where the cuboid existed had been shattered to the point that it could no longer be shattered and collapsed. And the cuboid was still suspended there quietly. It seems that it can exist directly without relying on space. But Xiaoyu knew that his side's attack was still effective, because Xiaoyu noticed that the attacks of light weapons and negative matter weapons did not continue to move forward after passing through the cuboid. After reaching the cuboid, these attacks seemed to be annihilated. And since it can annihilate these attacks, it is impossible for this cuboid not to pay the price. This means that it is still vulnerable to these attacks. Space attacks and alien beast attacks are ineffective. It seems to be just an illusion created by it. It seems that the other powerful beings are also very aware of this truth, because neither the alien beast civilization nor the technological civilization stopped their attacks at this moment. Similarly, Xiaoyu did not stop his attack. 50 million warships belonging to Xiaoyu are fiercely attacking that position. Gradually, Xiaoyu discovered that the luster reflected by this cuboid seemed to be dimming a little. This dimness is almost undetectable, but Xiaoyu has been observing it with extremely high-precision optical instruments. So Xiaoyu discovered this immediately. Xiaoyu felt happy. This thing itself does not emit any light or radiation. It can only reflect light from other stars. In previous tests, its reflective ability was 100%. That is, when a certain intensity of light shines on it, the light reflected by it is still of this intensity, and the light will not be lost at all during the reflection process. But now its luminosity has decreased, which means that it can no longer reflect 100% of the light. Does this mean its surface has lost its absolutely smooth nature and has become rugged under our attack? This is a good sign. Xiaoyu immediately observed this thing, trying to confirm his conjecture. Unfortunately, the observation instruments told Xiaoyu that they still could not find any unevenness on the surface of this thing. However, the reduction in the intensity of reflected light is real. In this regard, Xiaoyu could only explain that his observation equipment was not enough, so he could not detect it. My observation instruments have discovered uneven areas on the surface of this cuboid. This means that our attack has had a certain impact on it, and it is degrading towards a level that we can understand. If we continue to maintain this offensive intensity, it will be broken by us soon. At this time, the Guardian civilization issued a message. It seems that the technology of the Guardian civilization is indeed more advanced than mine. Things that I couldn't discover were discovered by them. Xiaoyu thought secretly. Yes, I also found the uneven places. Technology Taihao also gave this answer. The attack continued for another 10 minutes, and Xiaoyu's observation instrument finally discovered this. Among Xiaoyu's observation instruments, Xiaoyu saw that there seemed to be some densely packed small pits and dots on the surface of the cuboid. Obviously, it is the existence of these small pits and dots that causes the intensity of the light reflected by it to decrease. From this sequence, We can also see the technological strength of the three technological civilizations present. There is no doubt that the Guardian civilization is the strongest, followed by technology Taihao. And Xiaoyu is the weakest. However, although Xiaoyu is the weakest, Xiaoyu is still a level 6 civilization after all, and not an ordinary level 6 civilization. He is still qualified to participate in this event and attract the attention of powerful beings. Very good. I see that this concave and convex situation is getting worse. It is estimated that we are not too far away from breaking it and exposing its internal structure, Guardian civilization said. Yes, I also observed the same situation, Tech Taihao replied. At this time, Xiaoyu's observation instrument observed a magical phenomenon. Xiaoyu saw a thin black line quietly appearing on the cuboid. Xiaoyu knew that this thin black line was not emitted by the space crack weapon, but that the rectangular structure was cracked. Chapter 638. The Sweeper appears. Under the continuous attacks of several powerful beings in the field, this creation of the 7th level civilization was like a piece of glass, quietly revealing a gap, a crack. Xiaoyu has always believed that errors cannot be eliminated. No matter how advanced a civilization develops, errors can only be reduced, but not eliminated. This theorem is true for me, and it is also true for this mechanically oriented 7th level civilization. The appearance of this crack well confirmed Xiaoyu's guess, allowing Xiaoyu to confirm that there was an error in the creation of this 7th level civilization. It was just that he could not observe it, but it was not that there was no error in it. Now Xiaoyu can easily detect its errors. For example, its two opposite surfaces are no longer absolutely flat and parallel, but have begun to appear a little concave and curved. Its two opposite edges it is no longer completely balanced and the same length, but there is a certain degree of imbalance. Is it about to be destroyed? Presumably after this cuboid is broken, the secrets hidden inside it will be exposed, and the melee between the top beings in our galaxy will also begin. Who can get the final victory? Interest. Who suffered heavy losses in this melee? Xiaoyu thought silently. Ghost. Prepare to fight. It is estimated that in 2 months at most, we will be able to break this thing. By then, it will be time for our Shinjo civilization to fight with all its strength. I have prepared the ball of death and am ready to launch it at any time. I can confirm that for all carbon-based creatures, the ball of death has unparalleled lethality. Those alien beasts are also within the category of carbon-based creatures. The only thing that needs attention is the ghost. How? If he wants to be detrimental to us, hold him back. If our alliance with Taihao is still maintained, pay attention to dealing with other entities. Okay, Xiaoyu, the companion ghost clan replied. I can already feel my fighting passion boiling. I have been looking forward to fighting against these powerful beings. Just thinking about it will make my blood boil. Shinjo civilization. The final result will be announced soon. I hope you will remember the agreement between us. We protect the civilization. You Shinjo civilization. There are also pythons and strange beasts. The three of us will advance and retreat together to seek the greatest interests. When cracks appeared on this absolute cube, Xiaoyu received a message from the Guardian civilization. Okay. I also hope that you will remember our agreement. When I snatch the creations of the 7th level civilization, you should not interfere with my actions. Anyway, there must be more than one creation of the 7th level civilization. Let us each take what we need. Xiaoyu also replied in the same way. Shinjo civilization. On behalf of myself and the crocodile beasts, I would like to confirm the alliance information with you for the last time. In the upcoming melee, there will be no neutral party, either allies or enemies. We hope that we will be allies, not each other. Fight. We are all here to obtain the creations of the 7th level civilization. Aren't we? We have common interests. Okay. Our Shinjo civilization is a civilization with a good reputation. You can rest assured of what we promise you. Xiaoyu replied. At the same moment, the crocodile beast also sent a similar message to Xiaoyu. Here, I don't know how many conspiracies are intertwining with each other. There are alliances and enemies everywhere. Real and fake. Fake and fake. No one knows who they are until the final result is revealed. What will happen? I hope our Shinjo civilization can be lucky. Xiaoyu thought silently. No one can be trusted. No one can be trusted. The fierce attacks from several powerful entities are still continuing. Even, Xiaoyu began to secretly be alarmed by the terrifying defense power of this 7th level civilization creation. Xiaoyu really couldn't imagine how advanced technology was needed to create such a thing. It seems that although the 7th level civilization claims to be mechanically oriented, The four words mechanical orientation do not refer to pure machinery. It is very likely that through this outstanding mechanical thinking, they can use the knowledge of manufacturing precision machinery to methods to manipulate certain advanced materials, and finally constructed such a thing. It seems logical that the 7th level civilization is a 7th level civilization after all. Although their development direction is mechanical, it is certain that in space, computing, and materials their attainments in science, physics and other aspects are definitely better than any level 6 civilization. But compared to these aspects, they are the most proficient in mechanical manufacturing. From this aspect, Xiaoyu once again realized the power of the neutron battle star. The reason is very simple. Since the 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction can create something as heaven-defying as this absolute cuboid, then there is no possibility that the neutron battle star created by the 7th level civilization in the extreme astral direction will be weaker than these things. Across the Milky Way for tens of millions of years, it has always stood at the pinnacle of the Milky Way. The cleaner civilization and the neutron battle star are really powerful. However, the cleaner civilization only got a weapon from a 7th level civilization. It is so powerful and so true. How powerful is the 7th level civilization of China? The entire galaxy is like a well. Those of us who think we are powerful, whether it is the sweeper civilization or the Taihao civilization, or me, are all frogs sitting at the bottom of this well, just relying on the bit of sky we can see. We can roughly speculate on the existence and strength of the 7th level civilization. There are infinite possibilities in the future. To have these infinite possibilities, the first step is to leave the Milky Way, the real go, and see the vast world outside. The violent attack continued, and finally, a second crack appeared on the rectangular body. But it seemed that the material used to construct this thing had some extraordinary toughness, and it never directly shattered as Xiaoyu imagined. And if this thing does not break apart, the top beings in the galaxy surrounding it will not be able to peek into the secrets contained within it, and the attack will not be stopped. As the second crack appeared, a third crack appeared after 5 days of intense attacks. After the third crack, there is the fourth and fifth crack. So far, at least 87 cracks have appeared on its surface. These cracks are crisscrossed and densely packed, like poisonous snakes crawling on its body. But it still didn't break. The long attack even made Xiaoyu feel a little bored, because this thing is so tough that it exceeds Xiaoyu's imagination. Xiaoyu believed that his estimate of the previous 2 months was too optimistic. Now it seems that it may take half a year, or even a year. Xiaoyu believed that the other powerful beings on the battlefield must have the same idea as him, because during this period of time, everyone's attacks began to become somewhat mechanical and rigid, and no one sent them messages such as forming an alliance. The attacks on the battlefield are still fierce, but it always feels like robots are fighting. Under this situation, Xiaoyu suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. At the same time, the accompanying ghost clan issued a message to Xiaoyu extremely quickly. I feel it! I feel it! It's a neutron battle star. Definitely a neutron battle star. The sweeper civilization is coming. Are the sweepers civilized? You are finally here. Xiaoyu's spirit suddenly tightened, and Xiaoyu's detection instrument suddenly pointed in the direction of this huge aura. Several powerful beings in the field seemed to have noticed this aura at the same time. At this moment, the intensity of the attack on the rectangular body at the core of the battlefield was reduced a lot. But no one backed down. Everyone seems to be waiting for something. In this atmosphere mixed with tension, solemnity, silence, and suppressed emotions, Xiaoyu's detection instrument detected this thing. This thing is invisible in the visible light band, but extremely bright in the X-ray band. This means that it has an extremely high energy level. Its arrival caused layers of fluctuations in space, which means that it has an extremely high mass, so that even space will be significantly affected. But the surrounding stars have not been affected in any way, and they are still moving quietly according to their own orbits. This means that this massive star has shielded itself from its own gravity. This is undoubtedly the neutron battle star, the only neutron battle star in the galaxy that has full combat capabilities, allowing the sweeper civilization to dominate the galaxy for tens of millions of years, has finally arrived. Through the detection of the X-ray band, Xiaoyu saw this famous weapon for the first time, which can be said to be as powerful as a thunder in the galaxy. It is very small, probably only the size of Xiaoyu's provincial and municipal spacecraft. But it is also very large because it has a mass no less than that of a sun. In this way, carrying the domineering and majestic power of being arrogant and contemptuous of all others. It arrived at the place where the relics of the 7th level civilization were stored. Xiao Yu saw the neutron battlestar rushing forward in an extremely fast conventional sailing manner. It seemed that it had been shocked in some way, and the crocodile beast that had been blocking it didn't even react. It wasn't until the moment before the two collided that the crocodile beast screamed and escaped. Neutron War Star ignored the escaping crocodile beast. It continued to move forward, and finally collided with the rectangular parallelepiped left by the 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction. The rectangular body, which had been attacked by powerful beings from the Milky Way for a long time, with only some cracks appearing, suddenly shattered into pieces under the impact of the neutron battlestar. The next moment, many weird things sputtered out. Chapter 639 Domineering. Domineering? Xiao Yu never thought that the famous neutron battlestar would appear in such a way. It seemed that it didn't even bother to deal with the many beings present, and instead directly targeted the cuboid that contained the relics of the 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction. With a single impact, the cuboid immediately shattered, sputtering out a lot of things. So majestic. So domineering. This is the sweeper. This is the neutron battlestar. Although Xiao Yu has become a 6th level civilization, facing the neutron battlestar and the domineering momentum of the sweeper civilization, Xiao Yu still I couldn't help but feel a shocking feeling in my heart. So much so that Xiao Yu subconsciously ignored the things sputtered out of the cuboid, and instead focused all his attention on the neutron battlestar. At this time, Xiao Yu couldn't help but compare his combat power with the neutron battlestar. The results of the comparison made Xiao Yu feel a little desperate. Xiao Yu can control 50 million battleships at the same time, including 100 planet-level battleships. Moreover, these battleships are all made of the most powerful material, the flesh and blood of 6th level alien beasts. These battleships above all are equipped with two-dimensional protective covers and two-dimensional weapons that are unique in the galaxy. There are also about 30,000 warships equipped with four-dimensional protective covers that neither the Guardian civilization nor technology Taihao has. These warships are under the unified control of Xiao Yu. Under the hood, it also possesses unparalleled coordination and cooperation performance that ordinary 6th level civilizations simply cannot have. With the support of such powerful combat power, Xiao Yu dares to challenge all existences in the galaxy, including the alien beast Taihao, including Guardian civilization. But Xiao Yu did not dare to challenge the sweeper civilization or the neutron battlestar. Even if there is no neutron battlestar guarded by conventional forces, Xiao Yu still does not dare to challenge. Xiao Yu knows these powerful combat capabilities that they are proud of can only be regarded as paper in front of the neutron battlestar. His most powerful battleship, the Earth Planet-class battleship, faced the neutron battlestar. It couldn't even withstand a frontal attack from it. At this moment, Xiao Yu deeply realized the power of the neutron battlestar and the sweeper civilization. The impact of the neutron battlestar smashed the cuboid into pieces, but it also seemed to have suffered a very powerful backlash, and it began to float quietly in space, like a statue, and the entire battlefield seemed to be silent. It seemed that all the beings were shocked by the powerful combat power of the neutron battlestar. It wasn't until this moment that Xiao Yu separated his mind a little bit, and it was only then that Xiao Yu discovered it. What are those things that are sputtered out from the cuboid? Those are some very mundane geometric creations. For example, a cylinder, a triangle, a cube, a sphere, or even a trapezoid, and so on. But there is one thing. The geometric creations sputtered here are all absolutely regular geometric creations. At least that's what Xiao Yu's detection ability looks like. For example, the sputtered cylinder is an absolute cylinder. Its upper and lower surfaces are absolutely circular, without any error. The lengths connecting the points between any two opposite circles are exactly the same. Or that triangle, which looks like an absolute equilateral triangle. The four faces that make up this triangle are all exactly the same equilateral triangles. Each of its angles is 60 degrees, which is not much. Quite a few. And that cube. And that sphere, too. These things are not exactly similar to the cuboid at the beginning, because the rectangular body at the beginning seemed to be softened by some kind of space technology. The attack of the alien beast Taihao would pass through it like a phantom. And these things are sputtering out at this moment. It doesn't have that characteristic anymore. Xiao Yu knew that these things were things that he could really touch and study. If you obtain these things, you can put them under a microscope in the laboratory to conduct detailed research on them and explore their casting process, material properties, and other data. This is something that can completely improve your technological strength. Come to think of it, This is the legacy left by that mechanically oriented 7th-level civilization. It used the creations it left behind to proudly declare its power to the 6th-level reptiles present. Now Xiaoyu still feels that his thinking is a little difficult. Until Xiaoyu saw that the speed of the various sputtered geometric objects suddenly slowed down, and quickly began to turn around and fly towards the neutron battlestar staying in place. Xiaoyu knew. Oops. Xiaoyu knew what was going on. When the flying speed of these things began to slow down, and they began to turn back, Xiaoyu detected a powerful gravity fluctuation emanating from the neutron battlestar. This is obviously because the neutron war star has cancelled its gravitational shielding in a certain direction, and used its own strong gravity to try to completely collect these things away. The sweeper civilization wants to monopolize the remains of the 7th-level civilization. We have worked hard here for so long. How can we let all the final fruits of victory be taken away by the sweepers? Let's all go together. I don't believe that there are so many top beings like us. Can't even deal with a sweeper civilization. At this time, Xiaoyu received a message from the Guardian civilization that contained strong anger. Xiaoyu also felt a surge of anger in his heart. The sweeper civilization is really too overbearing, to the point where all the advanced civilizations present can't stand it. Think about it. There are 7 technological civilizations, alien beast civilizations, and Taihao civilizations present. 7 powerful beings. They have been attacking this cuboid for nearly a year before they finally crack some gaps. Everyone after spending so much energy. Isn't that the final reward? But as soon as the cleaners came, they smashed the cuboid into pieces, and then even tried to rely on their own gravity to take away all the about 10 items, refusing to leave any of them to others. This is too overbearing. Too overbearing. He was so domineering that even Xiaoyu, the weakest being in the field, could not suppress his anger. At this moment, Xiaoyu saw the alien beast Taihao suddenly open his body and rush towards the neutron battlestar at a speed that was almost imperceptible. When he was about to reach the neutron battlestar, next to him, the strange beast Taihao actually curled up his body and turned it into a sphere. It seems that he actually wants to hit the neutron battlestar directly with his own body. This is really crazy. They actually hit the neutron battlestar directly. Only the neutron battlestar collided with others. How could anyone else hit the neutron battlestar? Is the alien beast Taihao really interested in his own? Are you so confident in your strength? In the flash of lightning, such a thought flashed through Xiaoyu's mind. And then, Xiaoyu saw the python and crocodile beasts also rushing out. And the ghost Taihao also rushed out. After getting out, the long body of the python beast spread out, and it seemed that it wanted to completely entangle the entire neutron battlestar. The huge tail of the crocodile beast, which was hundreds of kilometers wide and nearly 1,000 kilometers long, was already tall at this moment, raised high. It seems that he wants to use this surprisingly big tail to beat the neutron war star. The alien beast Taihao collided. The python is entangled with strange beasts, crocodile and alien beast whipping, the 3 major alien beast civilizations. At the critical moment when they saw that the fruits of their labor were about to be taken away by others, fully unleash their strength. Then there is the ghost Taihao. Xiaoyu saw that ghost Taihao's body curled up into an almost invisible dot again, and quickly flew towards the neutron battlestar. Immediately, Xiaoyu noticed that the space in the area where the ghost Taihao existed began to fluctuate violently, and he did not know what kind of attack method the ghost Taihao used. But their speed still can't keep up with the speed of those geometric objects and the neutron battlestar approaching. Because when these geometric objects quickly approached the neutron battlestar through conventional navigation, the neutron battlestar also launched an extremely fast curvature navigation and approached these geometric objects. Estimating based on the distance and speed, the neutron war star has enough time to collect all these things before the attacks of these powerful entities reach itself. And if these things enter the pockets of the sweeper civilization, Xiaoyu can be sure that no one of these powerful beings present can take these things out of the pockets of the sweeper civilization. At this moment, at the rear, there are still 3 technological civilizations left. Xiaoyu's Shinzhou civilization, Guardian civilization, and technological Taihao. Perhaps the wisdom of the alien beast civilization and the ghost tribe is really low. Or maybe they were stunned by anger. The Guardian civilization just gave a call and rushed out regardless. In comparison, we the 3 technological civilizations are still here, and they are not so impulsive. At this moment, Xiaoyu, although impulsive, still retains a certain degree of self-control. The pace of the 3 major technological civilizations is 1 beat slower than the movements of the 4 individual civilizations. In the next moment, the 3 technological civilizations launched their own attacks. Obviously, during this moment of hesitation, the decision-makers in the three technological civilizations had already considered thousands of possibilities in their minds before finally deciding on their own plan of action. But no matter what, the situation of the 7 major civilizations besieging the sweepers has been formed. If you add the accompanying ghost clan that Xiaoyu has never exposed, then the number is 8. The top beings in the 8 galaxies besiege the sweepers together. Chapter 640, Space Starburst. When the 4 major single civilizations kicked off the siege of the sweeper civilization and the neutron battle star, these 3 technological civilizations also joined the battle group. Xiaoyu saw that although technology Taihao still did not show the conventional combat power that Xiaoyu had guessed, its flagship, the Meson spacecraft, also began to fly towards the neutron battlestar and was still moving forward. On the road, patches of space began to collapse, turning pitch black like a black hole, and countless pitch-black shadows rushed toward the neutron battlestar at hundreds of times the speed of light. Xiaoyu knew that this was technology Taihao's unique space attack weapon, causing space to collapse. The performance of the Guardian civilization was not very impressive. Xiaoyu saw that there were about 30 million spacecraft of the Guardian civilization, arranged in neat combat formations, and began to rush forward. Countless crisscrossing space cracks and various forms of conventional attacks began to attack the neutron war. Star hit it. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, left more than 15 million escort spacecraft to guard the Earth planet Battlestar, and then sent out all the remaining 30 million spacecraft to attack the neutron Battlestar. At this moment, Xiaoyu actually prefers to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and tigers, watching from the sidelines as these powerful beings fight with each other. But Xiaoyu had to consider one thing. That is, now that all the beings present have begun to attack the sweeper civilization, if he chooses to be neutral, will he also become the target of these beings? Because at this time, Xiaoyu must show a certain tendency to express his position. Here, there is no so-called neutrality, either an ally or an enemy. Therefore, whether it is for inner anger, to express his position, or to really fight against the sweeper civilization to obtain some information about the neutron battle star, Xiaoyu must take action, and the intensity of the attack cannot be too weak. Under such circumstances, a total of nearly 70 million warships of technological civilization, as well as 4 major individual civilizations, jointly launched an attack on the neutron battle star of the sweeper civilization. At this moment, the neutron battle star arrived, smashed the cuboid, and more than a dozen geometric objects sputtered out and were attracted by the gravity of the neutron battle star. Later, the 7 major civilizations jointly besieged the neutron battle star. The formation time has only passed a total of more than 10 seconds. The neutron battle star is still rapidly approaching those geometric objects. Behind those geometric objects, it is the 4 major alien beast civilizations that are fiercely pursuing them, and more than 70 million battleships from 3 technological civilizations. Certainly, most of the more than 70 million battleships belong to Xiaoyu and the Guardian civilization, because technology Taihao has only produced 1 flagship so far, which is its Meson spacecraft. At this moment, Neutron Battlestar took action. Xiaoyu seemed to see the Neutron Battlestar move slightly. Then a breath of destruction came out. For some reason, the space in front of the Neutron Battlestar suddenly disappeared. And when a space disappears, the space around the disappeared space will naturally fill it up, just like scooping a cup of water from a bucket. And the water from other places will flow over. However, matter exists dependent on space. When space flows, the matter in space will naturally flow. For some unknown reason, a large area of space between the neutron battlestar and the geometric objects that were constantly approaching it disappeared. So it was natural. The distance between the two became closer again. The neutron battlestar is only a short distance away from those geometric objects. Can you shorten the distance between yourself and the target by cutting space? Although this ability is powerful, there is nothing surprising about it, Xiaoyu murmured to himself. Although the current situation is very critical, it is so critical that it is very likely that all the energy and effort Xiaoyu has spent during this period will be completely wasted and nothing will be achieved. He couldn't get a piece of geometry. But Xiaoyu is still calm in his heart at the moment. Xiaoyu believes that there is nothing strange about this method. He can do it himself. Although he cannot do it without relying on external instruments like the sweeper civilization, it is still nothing strange. But the next moment, Xiaoyu knew that he was wrong. Very wrong. Very wrong. Because at the next moment, when the large space disappeared, Xiaoyu noticed an energy fluctuation that was extremely violent. Faintly, Xiao Yu even felt that this energy fluctuation had the ability to compete with violent events such as supernova explosions and even neutron star collisions. But at the same time, Xiao Yu felt unusually familiar with the type of energy. I don't know why. In just a moment, Xiao Yu understood. Xiao Yu's heart immediately aroused a shocking feeling like a stormy sea. Is this the normal attack method of neutron battle star? Xiao Yu thought in shock. Ever since I heard the term neutron battle star, whether it was from what I heard or saw, or from what others told me, it seemed that the neutron battle star had only one attack method, and that was direct impact. For example, hitting the semi-four-dimensional Taihao, hitting the alien tree beasts, hitting the space creatures, and now, hitting this cuboid. Although the impact of the neutron war star must have incorporated some kind of space technology. Otherwise, the impact of the neutron war star would not have killed half of the four-dimensional Taihao and space creatures. Nor would it have been possible to destroy this cuboid. Crash. Because obviously, these three kinds of existence are related to space. But Xiao Yu still thinks that this attack method is too monotonous. Neutron battle star cannot have only this kind of attack method. You know, the 7th level civilization in the extreme star direction can already transform a neutron star. So, will it be very difficult to develop several more conventional attack methods in the category of 7th level civilization? Absolutely not. In other words, the neutron battle star must have other types of attacks. But they have never been revealed. This situation may also be caused by the fact that the enemies faced by neutron battle star have always been powerful single creatures. For example, space creatures are single creatures. Semi-four-dimensional Taihao is single. And tree alien beasts are also single creatures. Body? Perhaps in the eyes of neutron battle star and sweeper, the most effective way to deal with a single civilization is direct collision. But now, facing the 4 major single civilizations, and more than 70 million powerful battleships, neutron battle star finally came up with another attack method of its own. What was a bit strange was that Xiao Yu felt this kind of energy. And he felt extremely familiar with it. Xiao Yu knew what this energy was, its source, and its basic principles. At the same time, he also proved a guess in his mind. This energy is energy divided by space. The purpose of the neutron battle star to annihilate a large space in front of it is not only to shorten the distance between itself and those geometric objects, but more importantly, the neutron battle star completely annihilates this large space into energy. With the help of this energy, come and attack the many enemies in front of you. The principle of this attack is just like when Xiao Yu's 4-dimensional shield explodes. The space falling from 4 dimensions to 3 dimensions will release huge energy. For example, when a 2-dimensional weapon attacks, the space and matter fall from 3 dimensions to 2. When dimensional, huge energy will also be released. There are various indications that space itself contains huge energy. Xiao Yu even made a guess. Xiao Yu believes that using space as an energy source is likely to be the energy source of civilizations of level 7 or above. This energy source is very convenient. Xiao Yu speculates that the 7th level civilization is likely to use this energy source to complete the journey across the river system spanning millions of light years without the need for any midway supplies. The reason is very simple. There is a vacuum between the river systems. There is no matter there, but there is space. For the 7th level civilization that has mastered this technology, as long as there is space, there is no need to worry about insufficient energy. Now, the neutron battle star turns a large space in front of it into energy to attack the powerful beings in front of it. This completely proved Xiao Yu's guess. Is this the attack method of the neutron battle star when facing many targets and a large area? This is really amazing. The neutron battle star is worthy of being a neutron battle star and a creation of a 7th level civilization. Xiao Yu silently muttered with shock in his heart. This attack method should have a resounding name. It is born with the help of space, and it can explode with powerful energy like a supernova explosion. Then, this attack method is named Space Starburst. By now, Xiao Yu already knows the 2 attack methods of neutron battle star. One is a direct impact, and the other is a space starburst. These 2 attack methods from the 7th level civilization allow the neutron battle star to rampage across the galaxy without ever encountering an opponent. And it maintained this state for tens of millions of years. This kind of violent attack is not something I can withstand. Even if all my spaceships are made of the flesh and blood of tree alien beasts, and equipped with 2nd and 4th protection covers, my spaceship still can't withstand it. This kind of attack. Retreat. Retreat immediately. At this moment, Thousands of thoughts went through Xiao Yu's mind. And at this critical moment, he quickly issued the order to retreat. Of course, Xiao Yu did not evacuate all the spacecraft. Those spacecraft that are too close to the scope of the space starburst are no longer able to escape. Even if they adopt curvature navigation, they will not have time to escape. So Xiao Yu simply gave up on these spaceships, and just used them to test the attack strength of the space starburst. Just a moment later, the space starburst had affected these spacecraft. Chapter 641 suddenly disappeared. This new type of attack method, space starburst, undoubtedly possesses unparalleled powerful attack power. Xiao Yu simply didn't think that his spaceships that could not escape could survive such a violent attack. In fact, before the attack range of the space starburst reached Xiao Yu's spacecraft, it had already come into contact with the 4 major single civilizations rushing ahead. However, these 4 major single civilizations seem to have been mentally prepared for this kind of space starburst attack. Even the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization and the Meson spacecraft of Taihao technology have witnessed this kind of space starburst attack. They were all prepared in advance. Be prepared? Only Xiao Yu's spaceship was unprepared. When seeing this scene, Xiao Yu felt a little bitter in his heart. Each of these existences present has an existence time of at least 10 million years. In such a long life, there is no doubt that a lot of knowledge will be gained, and a lot of experience and knowledge will be gained. As for Xiao Yu, although he has been promoted to the 6th level of civilization in just over 30,000 years, the accumulated shortcomings have always been Xiao Yu's flaw. This kind of flaw is really showing now. It's like all the other beings know about the space starburst attack, but only Xiao Yu doesn't know about it and has never heard of it. Naturally, he can't deal with this kind of attack in advance. Make adequate preparations for the attack. Xiao Yu saw that although the 4 major single civilizations had made preparations in advance before facing the space starburst attack, they were still seriously injured. Xiao Yu had no way to evaluate the intensity of this kind of damage for the time being. Xiao Yu could only see the crocodile beast, the python beast, and the alien beast Taihao. At this moment, countless pieces of flesh and blood were splattered from their bodies. Fragments. These flesh and blood fragments leave their respective bodies. Immediately under the attack of the space starburst, it turned into nothingness. Xiao Yu estimated that the 3 major alien beast civilizations lost at least 100 billion tons of flesh and blood under this attack. The situation of Ghost Taihao is not so clear. Xiao Yu only saw that the intensity of the space fluctuations that represented the existence of the Ghost Taihao was reduced by at least 20% after a round of space starbursts. Although these 4 major individual civilizations were severely damaged by the space starburst, no matter what, they finally withstood this wave of blows. Behind them, the Meson spacecraft of Taihao technology suddenly released an extremely strong light. This strong light turned the entire Meson spacecraft into a kind of holy heaven-like existence. After the energy fluctuation of this space starburst passed, the entire Meson spacecraft dimmed, and it continued to dim to an extent that it was even less bright than when it had not been attacked before. Obviously, the Meson spacecraft also suffered a certain degree of trauma at this moment. In stark contrast to the Meson spacecraft is the Glory spacecraft of the Guardian civilization. The moment before the violent energy of the space starburst arrives, the Glory spaceship disappeared out of thin air. It did not disappear from the visible universe because it entered the curvature space. Because even if it entered the curvature space, it could not escape such a strong attack. It completely disappeared. No matter what detection method he adopted, Xiao Yu could not detect the existence of the Glory spacecraft. After the violent energy of the space starburst passed, Xiao Yu saw it. The glorious spaceship appeared again. It still rushed towards the neutron battlestar as usual. It did not deform, did not dim, and there was no delay in its movements. It seems that it did not suffer any damage from this wave of space starbursts. What's going on? Xiao Yu was shocked again. Xiao Yu found that his accumulation was too shallow. He was too unfamiliar with some of the secrets of the universe and the powerful beings in the galaxy. And the information was too scarce. So far, the Sweeper civilization and the Guardian civilization have used 2 technological methods that Xiao Yu has never heard of or seen before. One is space starburst, and the other is the one currently used by the Guardian civilization. It seems a bit mysterious. So Xiao Yu's avoidance method was completely confusing. But there is no way. This is an inevitable flaw caused by too rapid development. If you want to develop rapidly, you must sacrifice these accumulations. This kind of accumulation is not an entity like technology or warships. It is a kind of soft power. Obviously, Xiao Yu is now very lacking in these accumulations. which is why Xiaoyu is now like a country bumpkin who came to the city from the countryside. Feeling novel about everything, and having never seen anything before, Xiaoyu immediately recorded this scene and allocated part of his computing power to start analysis. After several powerful beings had all avoided the space starburst attack, although Xiaoyu still could not make an assessment of the strength of those individual civilizations, he could make an assessment of the strength of technology Taihao and the Guardian civilization. The conclusion is that the strength of the Guardian civilization is undoubtedly greater than that of technology Taihao. This can be seen from the way the two flagships, the Meson and Glory spacecrafts, avoid space starburst attacks. Another point is that the Glory is only the flagship of the Guardian civilization. In addition to the Glory spaceship, the Guardian civilization also has a large number of conventional warships, which will definitely not be less than 100 million. And whether technology Taihao has conventional warships? Xiaoyu doesn't know until now. And even if technology Taihao has conventional battleships, its overall strength is definitely not as good as the Guardian civilization. It is indeed a powerful existence that has been fighting against the Sweeper civilization for tens of millions of years, but has never been eliminated by the Sweeper civilization. Now I even have some doubts, in terms of technological development, whether the Guardian civilization is further ahead than the Sweeper civilization even further. If the Sweeper civilization does not have the neutron battlestar, will they still be the opponent of the Guardian civilization? This question is destined to have no answer. But there is no doubt about the power of the Guardian civilization. Regarding the sentence of the Guardian civilization, the strength of our civilization is stronger than any Taihao civilization. It is because the three Taihao formed an alliance that their strength surpassed ours. Xiaoyu thinks it is true. After technology Taihao's Meson spacecraft, the Guardian civilization's Glory spacecraft, and the four major single civilizations all escaped the attack of the space starburst, it was finally the turn of Xiaoyu's spacecraft that had no time to dodge. And the Guardians, the civilized army, has come to be tested. From the performance of these spaceships, Xiaoyu once again saw the gap between himself and the Guardian civilization, because of the preparations made in advance. The small spaceships in the Guardian civilization fleet have long been hiding behind the large spaceships, and are held by those national level, continent level, or even planet level battleships in front. The violent energy attack of space starburst. These spacecraft obviously did not have the technology to suddenly disappear like the flagship Glory spacecraft, so they could only rely on their own equipment performance to withstand this attack. The final result was that the Guardian civilization lost about 10%, about 3 million battleships, and the remaining battleships were more or less damaged. But in any case, the Guardian civilization's fleet was finally withstood the space starburst attack launched by the Sweeper civilization. On the other hand, Xiaoyu's fleet was much miserable. There were probably more than 2 million spacecraft that Xiaoyu had no time to escape, including 3 planet-class spacecraft and more than 100 continent-class spacecraft, due to the failure to evade in advance. Among them more than 2 million spacecraft, except for the planet-class spacecraft and the continent-class spacecraft that barely withstood this attack. The rest of the spacecraft were completely destroyed, and no one was spared, regardless of whether it is a fourth maintenance cover or a second maintenance cover, whether it is a space folding shield or a negative matter shield. All shield layers will disintegrate and explode due to excessive energy load when faced with a space starburst attack. Then the hull of the ship was turned into ashes under the powerful energy of the space starburst. This result made Xiaoyu feel very distressed. Spaceships are nothing, even if they are made of the flesh and blood of tree tribe alien beasts. Because Xiaoyu has the flesh and blood of many tree tribe beasts. What distressed Xiaoyu the most was the loss of the 4 protective covers. Xiaoyu has not been able to make 4-dimensional protective shields until now. They are the kind of things that use one less one. The excellent defensive performance of the 4 protection cover determines that Xiaoyu's elite troops cannot do without the 4 protection cover for the time being. Before being attacked by the space starburst, Xiaoyu only had about 35,000 4-level shields left in total. And this attack by the space starburst caused Xiaoyu to lose nearly 3,000. What a huge loss. In fact, Xiaoyu would rather lose 3,000 or even 30,000 national level spaceships than lose these 3,004 protection covers. One is renewable, and the other is non-renewable. There is no comparison between the two. Perhaps because the Sweeper civilization deliberately controlled the attack area. Those geometric objects were not affected by the space starburst attack. They were still quickly approaching the neutron battle star, and finally came into contact with the neutron battle star. At this time, attacks from the 4 major single civilizations also arrived at the same time, just as Xiaoyu thought in advance. The python beast really entangled the neutron war star. The crocodile beast also raised its ridiculously big tail and fiercely attacked the neutron war star. After the beating, the alien beast Taihao, who curled up into a ball, collided with the neutron battle star. And the ghost Taihao also attached to the neutron battle star. In addition, the attacks from Technology Taihao and Guardian Civilization also arrived as scheduled. Chapter 642 Melee. Among the many powerful beings present, only Xiaoyu's attack arrived a little slower. Because Xiaoyu did not have the ability to withstand the space starburst attack with relatively small losses, Xiaoyu had no choice but to escape. Moreover, the attack method of space starburst does not seem to be simple. Just like an energy attack, like a hydrogen bomb explosion. This means that even your own small universe may be affected by space starburst attacks. There was no other way. Xiaoyu could only lead his huge fleet to escape for billions of kilometers using curvature sailing. He waited for the violent energy of the space starburst to decay to a level that he could bear, and then forced it back. After resisting, he controlled his fleet again and quickly approached here. From this point on, it is obvious that the strength of the major civilizations is revealed. There is no doubt that Xiaoyu Xinzhou civilization is the weakest among the many powerful entities present. However, after evading the attack of the space starburst, Xiaoyu still rushed here quickly, even if it wasn't to express his position or launch an attack on the neutron battle star. Xiaoyu had to come here, because the purpose of Xiaoyu's trip has not been achieved. Xiaoyu has not obtained even one artifact of the 7th level civilization, and Xiaoyu has not obtained any of those geometric objects. This is unacceptable to Xiaoyu. After confirming that the sweeper civilization was cultivating itself like a goo insect and was unlikely to kill itself now, Xiaoyu eliminated one of its most powerful enemies. Although the remaining civilizations had the strength to defeat themselves, but with the help of the Death Ball and the accompanying Ghost Clan, they can't destroy themselves. So Xiaoyu is back now. On the way, Xiaoyu saw an amazing scene. Xiaoyu saw that, perhaps in order to receive the returning geometric objects, the neutron battle star did not avoid the attacks of these powerful beings. The crocodile beast's thick tail slapped the neutron battle star hard. The body of the alien beast Taihao collided directly with the neutron battle star. The long body of the python alien beast also completely entangled the neutron battle star. The ghost Taihao also attached to the neutron battle star. And the space collapse attack from Technology Taihao and various space attacks from the Guardian Civilization also arrived at the neutron battle star at the same time. Immediately afterwards, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. Even with the strength of the neutron battle star, it cannot withstand so many attacks at the same time. Then, Xiaoyu saw that under the whipping of the crocodile Taihao's thick tail, it seemed that some neutron star material invisible in the visible light band was sputtered out of the neutron battle star, because it lost the huge compression force of the neutron star itself. The neutron star material that was knocked out quickly exploded. Then quarks, protons, neutron, the electrons began to combine freely, and they turned into the most common substance in the universe, hydrogen gas. This was just the first wave of attacks. Under the impact of the alien beast Taihao, more neutron star material was sputtered out and turned into hydrogen gas. Then, all the hydrogen was completely destroyed by the omnipresent space weapons attack by Technology Taihao and the Guardian Civilization, and no one knew where it went. At this moment, the neutron battle star seemed to want to escape, but it only moved slightly and then stopped, because the huge body of the python beast has tightly entangled it. It cannot move and can only stay there and accept the powerful attacks from all existences. Xiaoyu keenly noticed that there seemed to be some strange things among the materials sputtered from the neutron battle star. Those things have a proportional structure with almost no errors, such as a perfect sphere, a perfect cube, or a perfect triangle, cylinder, or something like that. There are a total of 16 of these geometric objects originating from the 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction. Xiaoyu saw that under this round of attacks by many powerful beings, a total of 13 geometric objects were sputtered out. It is obvious that the neutron battle star has temporarily lost the ability to recover these geometric objects at this moment. Then, a very dramatic scene happened. The seemingly unbreakable alliance that was united a moment ago and shared the same hatred to attack the neutron battle star was shattered in this moment. Xiaoyu saw that the Guardian Civilization did not know what method they used at this moment. Their flagship glory disappeared in an instant, and then appeared next to these geometric objects. He did not know what method they adopted. In the blink of an eye, 3 relatively close geometric objects were taken into the spacecraft by them. Technology Taihao's reaction speed was not slower than that of the glory spacecraft. but its forward speed was much slower. It grabbed the lead. After the glory spaceship, a geometric object was taken away. The remaining 9 geometric bodies happened to appear next to the python and crocodile beasts. The crocodile alien beast had better luck. At this time, 4 of them were taken away. The python alien beast took away 1. And the ghost and the alien beast Taihao each took away 1. There were still 2 geometric bodies left, which happened to be in front of a planet-class spacecraft that withstood the space starburst attack during Xiao Yu's first attack. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yu immediately opened the passage and put the 2 geometric objects into his bag extremely quickly. The 2 geometric bodies received by Xiao Yu were a sphere and a cube. I didn't expect that things would develop to this point. It's time to go. There are 2 geometric objects that are enough for me to study. There is no need for me to get entangled with them here. At this moment, Xiao Yu quickly turned around in his mind after thinking this. I planned to turn around and leave. But at this moment, after these 13 sputtered geometric bodies were divided up by many beings present, another thing happened. Xiao Yu saw that the Guardian Civilization flagship Glory, which had obtained 3 geometric objects, did not retreat at this moment. It did not leave the battlefield to find a safe place to study and digest the technology contained in these geometric objects. Instead, it was here in an instant. He brazenly launched an attack on the strange beast Taihao. It seems that the alien beast Taihao did not expect to be attacked by the Guardian Civilization at this time, when it was surrounded by spaceships in the sky and attacked by endless space weapons. It was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. Stand up. In the Taihao Alliance, the strange beast Taihao was already known for his bad temper and being careless in doing things. Now he suddenly suffered such an unreasonable disaster. How could he endure it? So it immediately launched a counterattack. Although the head-on collision with the neutron battlestar caused serious damage to it, it still chose the most violent attack method. Its body curled up into a ball again, facing the flagship of the Guardian Civilization. The spacecraft slammed into the past. Shenzhou Civilization! It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Help me resist the crocodile beast. The python beast will help me resist the attacks of technology Taihao and ghost Taihao. When I destroy the alien beast Taihao, I will help you. Once the Taihao Alliance is eliminated, we will fairly distribute the geometric objects they possess. At this time, Xiao Yu received a message from the Guardian Civilization. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and agreed, because this request to help fight against the crocodile beast is in Xiao Yu's own interests. Xiao Yu still decided in his heart to form an alliance with the Taihao Alliance. And the existence of the crocodile beast was an unstable factor for both the Guardian Civilization and the Taihao Alliance. Therefore, with this move, he can make good friends with the Taihao Alliance and the Guardians and Python Alliance at the same time. Fight quickly! Take advantage of the opportunity that the neutron war star has suffered some trauma and is repairing itself. End the battle quickly, and then we will escape together. Xiao Yu once again received a message from the Guardian Civilization. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and rushed towards the crocodile beast not far away. At the same time, the accompanying ghost tribe also rushed over from the small universe. Let's deal with the crocodile beast together. Xiao Yu quickly told the accompanying ghost tribe the relevant instructions. The companion ghost clan's answer was equally concise. No problem. In this flash of lightning, a melee between several major civilizations has begun. The Guardian Civilization and the alien beast Taihao fought together. Upon seeing this, Technology Taihao and the ghost Taihao quickly rushed towards the Guardian Civilization. But they were entangled by the python and alien beast on the road and could not move forward. Among the 3 major Taihao civilizations, the alien Taihao is the most powerful, followed by the ghost Taihao, and the technological Taihao is the weakest. The python alien beast is the most powerful among the 3 alien beasts, although it was at a disadvantage in the fight against the combination of technological Taihao and ghost Taihao. In a short time, it always defeated these 2 Taihao. The Hao civilization held them back, preventing them from going to the alien beast Taihao to deal with the Guardian Civilization together. At this time, Xiao Yu had already dealt with the crocodile beast. Under Xiao Yu's control, tens of millions of warships densely surrounded the crocodile beast. With the cooperation of the accompanying ghost tribe, they launched a fierce attack on the crocodile beast. And quite unexpectedly, when the neutron battle star was damaged and temporarily unable to move, these powerful beings all gave up attacking it. This phenomenon seemed strange, but after Xiao Yu thought about it for a moment, he understood why. The reason is simple. No powerful existence wants to destroy the neutron battle star at this time. This should not be a question of whether you want to do it or not, but a question of whether you can do it. Because they know that since there is no way to destroy the neutron battlestar, why waste time there? It's important to eliminate your opponents early. Grab a few more geometric objects, and then escape. Chapter 643, The Disappearing Glory. The idea of several powerful beings present proves the power of the neutron battlestar from one aspect. Even if several powerful beings jointly attack, so that the neutron battlestar has suffered a certain amount of damage and is now unable to move, these powerful beings still have no intention of completely destroying the neutron battlestar. Xiaoyu doesn't think that these powerful beings are too smart to seize good opportunities when they encounter them. The only possibility for them not to seize it is that this opportunity is not actually an opportunity. Therefore, a melee broke out immediately on the battlefield, and the previous situation of working together was immediately broken. The Python alien beast is fighting against the technology Taihao and the ghost Taihao alone. The guardian civilization is catching the alien beast Taihao and chasing him fiercely. Xiaoyu and the accompanying ghost tribe are working together to deal with the crocodile alien beast. Xiaoyu, you must hold back the crocodile beast and not let it join the battle group between us. Otherwise, our Taihao alliance will certainly perish, and you will not be able to escape. At this moment, Xiaoyu received the slightly urgent voice of technology Taihao. Xiaoyu immediately responded, "Okay, I will deal with the crocodile beast. Do you need any help?" The alien beast Taihao suffered some damage when it hit the neutron battlestar before, so it is not an opponent of the guardian civilization. The ghost Taihao and I are working together to deal with the Python alien beast. At present, it is up to us to eliminate the Python alien beast first, and then go to support the alien beast Taihao to deal with the guardians. Should the guardians deal with the alien beasts first, Taihao comes to join forces with the Python alien beasts to deal with us. But you don't have to participate in all this. Just drag the crocodile alien beasts. Got it! The current situation is very critical, and beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. As the situation develops, the key point of the battle actually falls on himself. Both the guardian civilization and technology Taihao require themselves to hold back the crocodile beasts. On the other hand, the crocodile beast, under the joint attack of Xiaoyu and the companion ghost tribe, angrily began to question. Zhenzhou civilization, haven't we already formed an alliance? Why are you still dealing with me? Xiaoyu simply ignored the slightly idiotic question about the crocodile and alien beast. A 4th level ghost clan. It is equivalent to a 6th level alien beast in its peak period. Although a single ghost tribe is still no match for the crocodile alien beast. The crocodile alien beast has suffered some injuries at this moment, coupled with Xiaoyu's tens of millions of warships. Xiaoyu has completely suppressed it. Xiaoyu still did not forget to observe the situation on the battlefield. The neutron battlestar is still floating there quietly, and the alien beast Taihao has angrily begun to collide with the flagship of the guardian civilization, the Glory spaceship. But what is very strange is that every time the alien beast Taihao is about to hit the Glory spacecraft, at that time, the Glory spaceship will disappear, reappears after some time. The original Glory spaceship. It is by this means escaped the space starburst attack launched by the neutron battlestar. Xiaoyu originally thought that this was the unique technology that the guardian civilization obtained from the ruins long ago. 4-dimensional jump? But after observing for a while, Xiaoyu was sure this way of avoiding the Glory spaceship is not a 4-dimensional jump at all. It has basically no similarity to 4-dimensional jumping. 4-dimensional jumping is a relatively advanced way of navigation, which can be used as a means of escape when necessary. In fact, it is precisely by relying on this method that the Guardian civilization has repeatedly escaped the pursuit of the Sweeper civilization. The current avoidance method adopted by the Glorious spacecraft is more like a clever use of space, using certain characteristics of space to temporarily hide itself. This method can only be concealed, and can't escape. There is no doubt that this is another unique space technology possessed by the Guardian civilization. Just like Xiaoyu's space smashing and technology Taihao's space collapse, the Guardian civilization also has its own unique space technology. This kind of space technology is very mysterious. Xiaoyu saw it. Although the alien beast Taihao is a member of the Taihao Alliance, its attack cannot have an effect on the Glory spaceship at all, because its attack cannot reach the Glory spacecraft at all. But it happened to be like a stubborn donkey with red eyes, deciding on the target in front of it, and ignoring the tens of millions of smaller spaceships that were surrounding it and violently attacking it. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. He is indeed an idiot. At this critical moment, It is impossible that Technology Taihao did not remind him to give up the attack on the Glory spaceship first, and deal with those small spaceships first, or come to help him fight against the Python Beast. Then it is only possible that the alien beast Taihao was stunned by anger and ignored the orders of Technology Taihao. In fact, until now, even if the war situation has reached its most tense moment, Xiao Yu still regards himself as an existence outside the matter, because Xiao Yu has achieved his goal during this trip. For Xiao Yu, the geometry of 2 7th-level civilization creations is enough for him to study, and the sweepers are unlikely to kill him, let alone the Taihao Alliance. He said that, coupled with the Ball of Death and the accompanying Ghost Clan, he was almost certainly not in danger. Still staying here, Xiao Yu just doesn't want to see the Taihao Alliance be wiped out, because the existence of Taihao Alliance is beneficial to itself. Without the Taihao Alliance, the Guardian Civilization and Python Beasts alone would be enough to give Xiao Yu a headache. The neutron battle star still remained there, motionless. It did not move, and no one present dealt with it. It seemed that it was just an ordinary neutron star that posed no threat to everyone. But Xiao Yu knew that when the neutron war star regained its ability to move, the melee on the battlefield would end immediately, regardless of whether they received the planned victory or not. Everyone would break up and run for their lives. No existence is willing to deal with the neutron battle star. The previous situation where everyone worked together to deal with the neutron battle star was just a last resort move, because all the benefits were taken by the neutron battle star. The aura of the alien beast Taihao was obviously weakened. Obviously, the continuous attacks of tens of millions of Guardian Civilization spacecraft had caused considerable damage to him. But his anger became stronger and stronger. Xiao Yu could feel this. And it is precisely because of this that the alien beast Taihao still did not give up the pursuit of the glory. And the glory spaceship was like an excellent monkey charmer, teasing the alien beast Taihao wantonly. Technology Taihao and Ghost Taihao are still working together to deal with the Python Beast. Although in such a battle, the 2 Taihao civilizations had the upper hand. They had no way to escape, because as long as a Taihao civilization tries to leave the battlefield here and go to help the alien beast Taihao, the Python alien beast will fight to get hurt, and pull it back to prevent it from affecting the alien beast Taihao and the alien beast Taihao. The battle between Guardian civilizations. Here, Xiao Yu has completely controlled the situation. A crocodile beast is no match for Xiao Yu and the Ghost tribe. In fact, until now, Xiao Yu has not even used 2-dimensional weapons, nor has he used the combined efforts of dozens of planet-level spacecraft to use his most lethal weapon, space crushing. Because Xiao Yu feels that now is not the time to use 2-dimensional weapons or space crushing. Keep these 2 trump cards. They may come in handy at some point in the future. Damn it! Damn it! Shinjo civilization. We are allies. You should not attack me. Let your annoying companion Ghost tribe stop attacking me. The right way is for us to deal with the Guardian together. What are you crazy about? The crocodile alien beast resisted the attack of the accompanying Ghost clan with all its strength, and at the same time tried its best to destroy the tens of millions of spaceships. Its attack power is also quite powerful. Xiao Yu saw that one of his own national-level spaceships was suddenly slapped by the crocodile beast's tail because it could not avoid it. Immediately, the 2nd and 4th protective covers, as well as the remaining multi-layered protective systems equipped on this national-level spacecraft, immediately shattered, and the entire spacecraft exploded into pieces. Damn it! I lost another 4 protection cover. Xiao Yu became more and more angry, and at the same time he began to think secretly in his heart. Should I use all my strength to destroy the crocodile beast, and then help the Taihao Alliance? After all, although the Taihao Alliance has evil intentions towards me, without them, I will have a lot of troubles in this galaxy. Even if it is like I guessed, the Taihao Alliance supports me and just wants me to fight against it, the Sweeper Civilization. But in the process, I have benefited after all. Before I had the ability to fight against the Sweeper Civilization, we were natural allies. Before Xiao Yu could make up his mind, he discovered something strange. Xiao Yu discovered that under the crazy pursuit of the alien beast Taihao, the flagship of the Guardian Civilization, the glorious spaceship, disappeared once again. But this time when it disappeared, the glorious spacecraft did not adopt the clever way of avoiding space, but jumped in 4 dimensions. There is no reason why the Guardian Civilization would escape, Xiao Yu thought with some doubts. But the next moment, Xiao Yu felt a chill that penetrated his bones, because the disappeared spaceship Glorious appeared next to his flagship, the spaceship Earth. At the same moment, the crocodile beast, which had been gradually weakening, became stronger again as if it had taken a tonic pill. And even the accompanying ghost tribe was somewhat unable to suppress it. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly realized. It turns out that the two alien beasts, the crocodile alien beast and the python alien beast, have long been united with the Guardian civilization. They were just acting. The goal of the Guardian civilization is I. Chapter 644. The Strength of the Glory. It wasn't until the Glory spaceship suddenly appeared next to Xiao Yu's flagship, the Earth spacecraft, that Xiao Yu suddenly figured everything out and understood everything. Xiao Yu understood that before. Three entities. The Guardian civilization, the crocodile alien beast, and the python alien beast, contacted him to form an alliance. And each existence mentioned different allies. What was going on? Previously, Xiao Yu only thought that this was the product of intrigue and deception between the three of them. However, he did not expect that this was just a cover-up. The purpose was to make Xiao Yu not think that the three of them had actually been married for a long time. The purpose of forming an alliance is to deal with Xiao Yu by surprise now. The goal of the Guardian civilization has been set on Xiao Yu from early on. All the deception and planning in the early stage were all for this moment. Now, the Guardian civilization has basically achieved its goal. Technology Taihao and Ghost Taihao were dragged down by the Python beast. The beast Taihao was seriously injured and was completely played by the Guardian civilization, while the crocodile alien beast the beast has blocked Xiao Yu's companion Ghost tribe. And now, the flagship of the Guardian civilization, the Glory spaceship, appears in person next to the Earth spacecraft. The Glory spaceship already belongs to the category of stellar-class battleships in Xiao Yu's plan, while the Earth is just a planet-class battleship. In terms of size alone, there is a huge gap between the two flagships. Not to mention, the flagship of the Guardian civilization, the Glory spaceship also possesses so many technologies that Xiao Yu has never mastered. The Earth battleship is no match for the Glory spaceship. Even if 100 Earth battleships can withstand the attack of the Glory spaceship, it is already considered a great thing. At this moment, Xiao Yu felt a chill coming from his heart. Xiao Yu thought of many things at this moment. From being an existence that was treated as a poisonous insect by the Sweeper civilization, to the Taihao civilization cultivating himself, to the Sweeper civilization trying to use him when he was the most powerful. After being eliminated, the Guardian civilization has been chasing and killing itself repeatedly and never let go. At this time, Xiao Yu connected all the clues with a line. Xiao Yu came to a terrifying conclusion. That is, the Guardian civilization intends to gain certain benefits by annihilating itself, and then block the Sweeper civilization from advancing to the 7th level civilization. Moreover, the Guardian civilization is not afraid of the threat of the Sweeper civilization at all. He is not afraid of retaliation from the Sweeper civilization because he hinders the advancement of the Sweeper civilization. Because the answer is obvious. The Guardian civilization has been fighting against the Sweeper civilization for tens of millions of years. If possible, the Sweeper civilization would have wiped out the Guardian civilization long ago. The only reason why they have never eliminated the Guardian civilization is that they can't do it. That's right. The Sweeper civilization can't do this. Although the neutron battle star is extremely powerful, it has never encountered an opponent in the galaxy, and can keep suppressing the Guardian civilization. Even the Force Guardian civilization has the idea of escape to other river systems through huge construction. But the Sweeper civilization cannot destroy the Guardian civilization. The Guardian civilization has completely proved this with tens of millions of years of perseverance. Now, for the Guardians, it's a perfect opportunity. Because now, with the help of this incident, the Guardian civilization has formed an alliance with the crocodile alien beast and the python alien beast. And these two alien beasts have completely held back the Taihao alliance and Xiao Yu's accompanying ghost tribe. And the Sweeper Central Z Zhanqing also temporarily lost his ability to move due to some damage. There's no better opportunity than this. So the Guardian civilization decisively launched the flagship of a powerful existence that has been in the 6th level civilization for tens of millions of years used a completely unprepared method of 4-dimensional jumping to approach Xiao Yu's flagship. Perhaps, the Guardian civilization originally knew that Xiao Yu was just a mechanical civilization-like existence. As long as the Earth battleship was destroyed, the mission of wiping out the entire Shinzhou civilization would be completed. Their target was chosen accurately, and the blow to Xiao Yu was very fatal. Just when the Glory spacecraft arrived next to the Earth spacecraft, Xiao Yu felt a violent space fluctuation occurring in the space where the Earth battleship was located. Xiao Yu saw it around the Earth battleship. There is a black curtain full of terror appearing. This black curtain is wrapping up the entire Earth battleship very quickly. and at the same time, it is surrounding the Earth battleship. There are a large number of black lines flashing continuously, like black lightning across the universe, which is full of the atmosphere of death and terror. Xiao Yu knew very well what it was, and what attack method it was. He also understood what would happen if the Earth battleship was wrapped in such a black curtain. This must be the most powerful killer weapon hidden in the Glory spaceship. The principle of this weapon is to first use some means to completely separate a certain space from the universe, turning this space into a small universe. After leaving the big universe, because the space of this small universe is too small, the entropy value of the small universe will increase rapidly. I will make the entire battleship uniform in a very short time equivalent to that of the big universe, spread to the entire small universe to increase the entropy value to the maximum. And then, I died without any surprise. This attack method is similar to a simplified version of the technology of making small universe. The principle is very simple. Xiao Yu can also cut out a space and a time that is so short that ordinary people cannot react. However, this can only be done when Xiao Yu is facing a void space. Because if there is matter in the space, it means that this space is relatively tough and the difficulty of cutting will be greatly increased. And a battleship undoubtedly has more energy than ordinary matter. What's more, to cut a small universe, Xiao Yu has to make arrangements in advance, and arrange corresponding instruments at several specific points in this space. This can only be done after everything is coordinated properly. And Xiao Yu can be very sure that the Guardian civilization did not make any preparations in advance. They just jumped the Glory spaceship next to Xiao Yu, and then directly launched the technology of cutting the small universe to cut Xiao Yu from the big universe. Go out. But if that's all it is, it's still nothing, because Xiao Yu has mastered the Loya Cup technology. After being cut out, Xiao Yu can use this technology to escape from the small universe again and return to the big universe. However, Xiao Yu does not believe that the Guardian civilization does not know this. Since they know this and still do this, it only shows that the Guardian civilization is sure to block the return channel created by Xiao Yu, preventing Xiao Yu from returning smoothly. This is a bit scary. But if this is the only way, it is still not enough to show the power of the Guardian civilization. Because behind this space-cutting attack method, there is another layer of attack method hidden. Because at this moment, Xiao Yu noticed that a large number of space cracks had been created in the space where the Earth battleship was located. This was clearly an enhanced version of Xiao Yu's space-crushing attack. Moreover, the space-crushing attack of the Guardian civilization is many times more powerful than Xiao Yu's. The most important point is that the intensity of space crack attacks has a great relationship with the stability of the universe. The big universe is undoubtedly the most stable. So in the big universe, space cracks, or space smashing, or space collapse attacks will be restricted. And in a small universe, with a diameter of only a few hundred kilometers, to what extent will the attack intensity of space cracks increase? Xiao Yu couldn't imagine this. Xiao Yu only knew that his Earth battleship, even if it was equipped with so many defensive shields, would never be able to withstand it. This is the strongest combat power of the glorious spacecraft, the flagship of the old 6th-level civilization called the Guardian civilization. Only now did Xiao Yu have some general understanding of the strength of the Glory spacecraft. The strongest attack method is this kind of attack method that mixes the two weapons of instant cutting of the small universe and space smashing. The strongest defense method is the instant disappearance technology that Xiao Yu has not yet understood the principle of. The strongest escape method is Xiao Yu is even more confused about the four-dimensional jumping technology. Xiao Yu believes that it is precisely by relying on these three methods that the Glory spacecraft has always failed in the confrontation with the neutron battle star. But it has never been destroyed by the neutron battle star. In this moment, the situation on the battlefield has undergone a shocking reversal for Xiao Yu. The unexpected move of the Guardian civilization quickly pulled Xiao Yu from a bystander to the real battlefield, and caused Xiao Yu to suffer the most serious crisis since he entered the universe. As long as Xiao Yu cannot stop the attack of the Guardian civilization in this extremely short period of time, Xiao Yu's flagship, the Earth spaceship, will be directly hit by the Guardian civilization's flagship, the Glory spaceship, into the small universe. And as soon as it entered the small universe, the battleship Earth was dead, with no chance of survival. Guardian civilization! Our Shinjo civilization is at odds with you. As long as our Shinjo civilization is immortal this time, we will definitely hunt you to the ends of the earth and the edge of the universe. At this critical moment, Xiao Yu roared in his heart. He made a sound, and then detonated the ball of death without hesitation. The ball of death is Xiao Yu's last trump card, Xiao Yu's final hope, and the only powerful killer weapon that may change the current situation. Chapter 645. Why do you still have it? Moments before the ball of death was detonated, Xiao Yu received a message full of despair sent to him by the accompanying ghost tribe. Xiao Yu, you don't want to die! Xiao Yu knew that he and the companion ghost clan were not only emotionally close, not just because he and the companion ghost clan were both from the earth. There is still a strict restriction between Xiao Yu and the companion ghost clan. This restriction means that if Xiao Yu dies, the companion ghost clan will also die. Therefore, both emotionally and rationally, the companion ghost tribe cannot accept the death of Xiao Yu. But now, the companion ghost tribe is tightly entangled by the crocodile beast, and there is no way to rescue Xiao Yu, so it could only roar in despair. The same is true for the 3 Taihao civilizations in the Taihao Alliance. Under the plan of the Guardian civilization, they now have no ability to rescue Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu received an angry space broadcast from Technology Taihao. Guardian of Civilization, our Taihao Alliance will fight you until death. Even at this moment, Xiao Yu saw that even the neutron battle star of the sweeper civilization moved slightly, as if it wanted to come to rescue Xiao Yu. But the neutron battle star never started moving. Xiao Yu believes that this is probably because of the previous injuries. At this moment, Xiao Yu also thought of another possibility. That is, the overall condition of the neutron battle star seems to be good. But why was its power system so severely damaged that it lost the ability to move at all during this period? This is weird. The only possibility is that when all the powerful beings in the galaxy are besieging the neutron battle star, under the deliberate control of the Guardian civilization, all attacks are concentrated on the neutron battle star's power system. This is basically a game set by the Guardian civilization. In this game, whether it is Xiao Yu, Taihao Alliance, or even the sweeper civilization itself, they have all fallen into the trap of the Guardian civilization. The Guardian civilization calculated the ultimate goal of all existences present, just to make the sweeper civilization unable to rescue Xiao Yu, so that he can finally free his hands to eliminate Xiao Yu. At this moment, even Xiao Yu himself, after thinking about all this, couldn't help but marvel at the generosity of the Guardian civilization and the deep scheming of the Guardian civilization. I'm afraid, from the moment I first appeared here, the Guardian civilization started planning all this to plot against me. Until now, Xiao Yusai put all this into perspective, completely connected, understood all the planning details of the Guardian civilization. But the situation at this moment has indeed reached the most critical moment for Xiao Yu. If the ball of death does not achieve the expected effect, Xiao Yu will have no choice but to accept the ending of death. In fact, as early as after approaching the galactic center, and before coming into contact with these powerful beings, Xiao Yu was already ready to detonate the ball of death. He also prepared the ball of death in an activated state, and could activate it at any time. Otherwise, at such a critical moment, Xiao Yu would have died before he took out the ball of death from the warehouse. All intelligent creatures have been placed in this small universe by Xiao Yu, so there is no need to worry about being affected by the ball of death. So, Xiao Yu didn't hesitate to detonate the ball of death. In the past period of time, no matter how critical the situation was, Xiao Yu did not use the final trump card of the ball of death. Even when facing the 5th level civilization alliance, when he could not achieve the final victory without the arrival of his accompanying ghost clan, Xiao Yu did not think about using the ball of death, but just thought of other methods. Because there are only 2 death balls. These 2 death balls are Xiao Yu's ultimate life-saving trump card. Now, all Xiao Yu's persistence in the past finally worked this time. The ball of death was detonated. Intangible and qualityless. The killer weapon developed by the 7th level silicon-based civilization specifically to target carbon-based organisms was detonated at this moment. The surging death ray, with a detonated ball of death as the core, quickly spread to the surroundings. After the ball of death was detonated, Xiao Yu saw an astonishing scene. Xiao Yu noticed that the flagship of the Guardian civilization, the Glory spaceship, suddenly became brighter at this moment. The huge spacecraft, with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers, was as bright as a small sun at this moment. It emits an astonishing amount of light and heat, and is obviously desperately trying to resist the death energy emitted by the ball of death. Xiao Yu did not expect that a ball of death could wipe out the Glory spacecraft. Xiao Yu has already tested this in the ruins left by the silicon-based civilization. The conclusion is that although it will suffer some damage and consume a lot of energy, the Glory spacecraft can withstand the attack of the death ball. However, this is all Xiao Yu needs, because it is obvious that a large amount of resources are spent on defense. At the same time, the energy put on attack will inevitably decrease. This means that Xiao Yu can buy himself some time, and then let himself escape. The development of the situation did not exceed Xiao Yu's expectations. Xiao Yu saw that now that the brightness of the Glory spacecraft had increased tens of thousands of times. The space where the Earth spacecraft was located was being fragmented, and the intensity of the space-crushing attack had instantly decreased. Xiao Yu took advantage of this opportunity and immediately escaped from this area, temporarily avoiding this disaster. After the Earth spacecraft escaped, Xiao Yu once again saw an amazing scene. This scene is seen from the crocodile beast. The crocodile alien beast is a huge beast with a body length of almost 2,000 kilometers. It is bigger than the tree alien beast. It is like a planet. But at this moment, this planet-like beast seems to be disintegrating. Xiao Yu saw that the large amount of flesh and blood on the crocodile beast was being attacked by the death ray, and was quickly transformed from the original dark color into a substance with a dark color, like lime. Unidentified substances. This unknown lime-like substance does not seem to have any strength at all. At this moment, it is fighting with the ghost tribe, and every slightest attack by the ghost tribe can knock out large swaths of this kind from the crocodile beast. Lime-like substance. It is like a collapsing planet. Endless rubble is crumbling from it. And then, in the chaotic universe, it is turned into powder by the unknown energy running rampant everywhere. The most frightening thing is that this attack seems to have some kind of persistence. Xiao Yu saw that after part of the gray matter was peeled off the body of the crocodile beast, the original skin luster of the crocodile beast was revealed. But these normal as soon as the flesh and blood was exposed to the death ray. It was immediately transformed into a stone-like gray substance without any vitality. Then it was peeled off again. And then the newly exposed flesh and blood was once again peeled off. Transformation. And so on. Xiao Yu received the shrill roar of the crocodile beast. In sharp contrast to the crocodile beasts are the accompanying ghost tribe. The companion ghost race is not a carbon-based creature, so it is not affected by the death ray. The crocodile beast received the same treatment as the python beast and the beast Taihao. Xiao Yu saw that under the attack of the death ray, the python beast also began the same transformation process as the crocodile beast. It's just that because it is much further away from the explosion point of the ball of death than the crocodile beast, the damage it receives is also much less. But this level of damage is enough to have a certain impact on its combat power. As a result, Technology Taihao and Ghost Taihao, who were originally held back by it, immediately evaded its obstruction. The two Taihao civilizations rushed towards the flagship of the Guardian civilization, the Glory spaceship. For some unknown reason, Technology Taihao seemed to ignore the attack of the death ball. This attracted Xiao Yu's attention. However, Xiao Yu now does not have time to analyze what kind of valuable information is contained in this matter. Taihao, the alien beast farthest from the ball of death, was also affected to a certain extent. But perhaps because of the distance, the impact on it was not great. Xiao Yu saw that the side of its body facing the explosion of the ball of death instantly turned gray-white, as if it was covered with a layer of lime. Then the body of the alien beast Taihao seemed to tremble, and the layer of lime was shaken off by it, revealing the normal flesh and blood underneath. The death ball's effect on it ends there. But it seemed that the attack of the death ball made it recover from its rage and regain its senses. It froze in place for a moment, and instantly followed the footsteps of Technology Taihao and Ghost Taihao, heading towards the Glory spaceship. Rushed over. The Ghost tribe also temporarily abandoned the miserable crocodile beast and rushed towards the Glory spaceship. Xiao Yu did not hesitate at all, and immediately controlled his own side, and at least 80 planet-level battleships rushed towards the Glory spacecraft. 3 great Taihao, a 4th-level Ghost clan and Xiao Yu, a total of 5 powerful beings, rushed towards the Glory spaceship at the same time. At this moment, the Glory spaceship seemed to have finally withstood the attack of the death ball. Xiao Yu received a burst of angry messages. Why? Why do you still have the death ball? We have been observing you for so long. You didn't take out the ball of death at the most critical moment of the battle with the level 5 civilization alliance. You should have no more ball of death. But why do you still have it? Why do you still have the ball of death? Chapter 646, Siege of the Glory. Hearing the angry roar of the Guardian civilization, Xiao Yu felt a chill in his heart. It turns out that the Guardian civilization has been spying on me for a long time. They don't know how much I have obtained from the ruins of the 7th level silicon-based civilization. A ball of death. After confirming that I no longer have a ball of death, they launched this plan. It is such a deep calculation. For this siege plan, the Guardian civilization has been preparing for a long time. But precisely because of this reason, Xiao Yu's murderous intention for the Guardian civilization is even deeper. Because no one can live at ease under the gaze of a powerful 6th-level civilization that has existed for tens of millions of years. If Xiao Yu wants to live a stable life in the future, he must kill the Guardian civilization at this moment. And now is indeed the best time to kill the Guardian civilization, because the 3 Taihao civilizations have shown strong intention to attack at this moment, plus themselves and the accompanying Ghost Tribe. Although this powerful force may not be the opponent of the Neutron Battlestar, it is enough to deal with the Guardian civilization. Moreover, the 2 allies of the Guardian civilization, the Crocodile Alien Beast and the Python Alien Beast, were seriously injured by the attack of the Ball of Death. Even in order to destroy the Guardian civilization here, Xiao Yu doesn't mind taking out his last remaining Ball of Death and using it. Xiao Yu did not respond to the Guardian's angry questioning. Xiao Yu's 80 planet-level battleships had quickly flown towards the Glory spaceship. And before Xiao Yu's 80 planet-level battleships arrived, Ghost Taihao had already arrived first. It transformed into an invisible dot again and quickly hit the glorious spacecraft. The diameter of the Glory spacecraft is nearly 2,000 kilometers, and the Ghost Taihao has transformed into a small dot. The size difference between the two is not on the same level at all, but this is the small point incarnated by Ghost Taihao. However, he showed an attack power that did not match his body size. Xiao Yu noticed that when the small dot incarnated by the Ghost Taihao hit the Glory spacecraft, the Glory spacecraft shook violently, and the brilliance that had dimmed became bright again. After the Ghost Taihao, there is the accompanying Ghost Clan. The accompanying ghosts did not turn into small dots, but suddenly expanded, and finally turned into something like a curtain, wrapping the entire glorious spacecraft. As a result, the brightness of the glorious spacecraft increased again. After the accompanying Ghost Clan, it is the Meson spacecraft of Taihao technology. The Meson spacecraft had already launched its own attack millions of kilometers away from the Glory spacecraft. Endless darkness immediately enveloped the glorious spacecraft. This darkness caused the light emitted by the glorious spacecraft to become blurry and blurry, making it difficult to see clearly. Xiao Yu knows this is a space attack weapon unique to the Meson spacecraft of Taihao technology, causing space to collapse. After technology Taihao, Xiao Yu's 80 planet-class battleships finally arrived. 80 planet-class battleships each occupied 80 specific points in the space around the glorious spacecraft. Then the space-shattering weapons equipped on the interplanetary battleships were launched at the same time. With the cooperation of the technology Taihao space collapse weapons, the space-crushing weapons exploded with the strongest combat power. This space immediately began to become fragmented. The last one to arrive was the Alien Beast Taihao. The Alien Beast Taihao still adopted the direct impact attack method. Its body curled up into a ball, like a meteor from the sky, and quickly hit the glorious spacecraft. There are 5 powerful beings in total. The 5 attack methods are all concentrated on the Glory spacecraft. 5 powerful beings launched attacks at the same time, acting on the Glory spacecraft at the same time. Such a powerful combat power. Not even the Glory spaceship can bear it. Through the fragmented and scattered brilliance emitted by the Glory spacecraft, Xiao Yu could guess that the current situation of the Glory spacecraft must be very critical. After all, the Glory spacecraft suffered a heavy damage in front of the Ball of Death. And now, it was attacked by 5 powerful beings at the same time. Xiao Yu saw that the broken brilliance had almost turned into blood-red color at this moment. After destroying your flagship, I see what else your Guardian civilization can rely on. It must be very difficult to build a 4-dimensional jumping instrument, a universe-cutting and space-shattering weapon, and that kind of inexplicable hidden instrument. Otherwise, in this number, in tens of millions of years, you will not only build one flagship, without the flagship of the Glory spaceship, the day when your Guardian civilization will perish is not far away. At this moment, Xiao Yu felt a sense of revenge in his heart. Xiao Yu's hatred for the Guardian civilization has reached an unforgettable level. If the Guardian civilization is not exterminated, Xiao Yu will not have peace of mind. Just when the 5 powerful beings launched a siege on the flagship of the Guardian civilization, the Glory spaceship, the Python Beast took the lead in resisting the influence of the Ball of Death. It seemed to have suffered considerable damage, but still maintained its fighting power. Sensing the danger of the Glory spaceship, it quickly rushed towards it, rushing over at the same time as the Python Beasts. There were tens of millions of regular spacecraft of the Guardian civilization, as well as tens of millions of battleships belonging to Xiao Yu. After the Python Beast began to rush over, the Crocodile Beast barely recovered. It was most affected by the Death Ball and suffered the most severe trauma. Xiao Yu saw that the size of the crocodile beast had shrunk by a full third. According to estimates, its combat power at this moment had definitely dropped to less than 50% of its peak. But I don't know why. Maybe the Guardian civilization has some important meaning to it. So even if it is seriously injured, it still rushes over regardless of it to rescue the Glory spaceship. During this series of processes, Neutron Battlestar always stood from the perspective of a bystander, quietly watching everything that happened in front of him. Because of the calculations of the Guardian civilization, its power system was definitely severely damaged, and it could only stay there quietly and watch all this happen. Xiao Yu's huge fleet has become entangled with the huge fleet of the Guardian civilization. Violent artillery fire crisscrossed this star field, and the various brilliance erupted even eclipsed the stars in the surrounding star field. The destructive power caused by the fierce attack seems to be somewhat inferior to the central black hole not far away. At this moment, Xiao Yu had already taken out all his trump cards. Xiao Yu has begun to use two-dimensional weapons on a large scale to attack the fleet of the Guardian civilization. As a result, such a strange scene immediately appeared in the battlefield. Countless three-dimensional spaces, and the warships inside it began to fall to 2 dimensions. In the process of falling, strong energy was emitted, and the violent explosions never occurred. Paused. A large number of two-dimensional pieces of paper began to appear on the battlefield. And on these two-dimensional pieces of paper, pictures of battleships were lifelike. Just as Xiao Yu had guessed, two-dimensional weapons possess unparalleled lethality. Even the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization cannot withstand this attack. Of course, whether it can withstand the attack of two-dimensional weapons also depends on the specific situation. For example, the power of the two-dimensional weapon launched by Xiao Yu's county-level spacecraft is not enough to two-dimensionalize a county-level spacecraft of the Guardian civilization. At most, it can only two-dimensionalize a township-level spacecraft. But don't forget that Xiao Yu's technological level is many years behind the Guardian civilization. To put it bluntly, Xiao Yu's battleship is no match for the Guardian civilization's battleship. Only with two-dimensional weapons, Xiao Yu's warships can barely fight against the fleet of the Guardian civilization. And only with two-dimensional weapons can they cause the greatest damage to the warships of the Guardian civilization. In the battlefield, countless two-dimensional battleships began to float, even in some two-dimensional spaces. In addition to battleships, there are also the wreckage of various battleships, or half of a battleship. This situation is very common, because not every two-dimensional attack can two-dimensionalize a battleship. It may only affect half of a battleship. As a result, half of the battleship became a two-dimensional existence, while the other half was still a three-dimensional existence. This means that the battleship is separated from it. And what will greet it will be destruction without any surprise. The three-dimensional universe is constantly eroding these two-dimensional fragments. And the final fate of these two-dimensional fragments is to explode and eventually turn into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. Xiao Yu's fleet, in addition to containing most of the conventional warships of the Guardian civilization, also allocated part of its strength to deal with the crocodile beasts, whose strength had greatly declined. Because Xiao Yu now has no ability to stop the python beast from participating in the siege of the Guardian civilization, so he can only attack the crocodile beast to contribute as much as possible. The python beast has been stopped by Tech Taihao. 10 interplanetary warships, leading a total of 10 million warships, are besieging the crocodile beast, blocking it here and preventing it from rescuing the Glory spacecraft. The situation on the entire battlefield has reached an indescribable level of chaos. And in this chaotic situation, another change occurred. Xiao Yu saw that under the attack of Tu Taihao, himself and 4 powerful beings of the Ghost Tribe, the flagship of the Guardian civilization, the Glory spaceship, disappeared again. Under the condition of withstanding the unprecedented intensity of the attack, the Glory spaceship once again displayed its powerful strength. And once again, it disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 647, Space Folds. At this moment, in the battlefield, the attack on the Glory spaceship has reached an extremely violent level. There was the violent collision of the alien beast Taihao, and the unknown attack methods of the 2 ghost tribes. Although he didn't quite understand the mechanism of this attack, Xiao Yu knew that the intensity of this attack would definitely not low. Others were space-crushing attacks launched jointly by 80 of their own planet-class battleships. Perhaps the Neutron Battlestar could withstand this level of attack and take it calmly. But it was definitely not something that the Glory spacecraft could withstand after being attacked by the Ball of Death. So the glorious spacecraft disappeared once again. At the moment when the Glory spaceship disappeared again, Xiao Yu's heart was frozen for a moment. But he recovered in an instant, because Xiao Yu was afraid that the Glory spaceship would once again adopt a four-dimensional jump, came to the side of the Earth battleship, and once again used the kind of attack method that combined cutting the universe and smashing space against the Earth. If the Glory spaceship uses this attack method again, Xiao Yu will not be able to save even the last ball of death. But after the Glory spacecraft disappeared again in an instant, Xiao Yu immediately noticed the difference between this disappearance and the disappearance of the four-dimensional jump. Xiao Yu knew that this was once again the Glory spacecraft using an avoidance method that Xiao Yu did not understand the principle for the time being, instead of jumping in the fourth dimension. Fortunately, under such a fierce attack intensity, the Glory spacecraft has temporarily lost the ability to jump to the fourth dimension. Otherwise, the Glory spacecraft would be too outrageous, and I would be in trouble, I noticed. At this point, Xiao Yu gently relaxed his nervous heart. The Glory spaceship disappeared, and all attacks fell into the air. Whether it was the attack of the two ghost tribes, the impact of his 80 interplanetary warships, or the alien beast Taihao, they all lost their targets. This method of avoiding attacks is really too advanced. Its technological content is almost as high as that of four-dimensional jumping. I just don't know where the Guardian civilization got this technology. It is the same as four-dimensional jumping. It comes from seven-dimensional jumping, obtained from the relics of an advanced or higher civilization. Or did you research it yourself? At this moment, Xiao Yu's brain started working quickly, and Xiao Yu was thinking about ways to crack this avoidance method, because it is obvious that if there is no way to break the dodge method of the Glory spacecraft, I will miss this excellent opportunity to destroy the Glory spacecraft today. After the Glory spaceship disappeared, the alien beast Taihao, the ghost Taihao, the accompanying ghost tribe, and Xiao Yu all stopped attacking because they had lost their target. Under this situation, whether it is Xiao Yu or the rest of the existence, they can only wait for the Glory spacecraft to appear again before they can continue to attack. But there is an obvious problem. That is, if Xiao Yu cannot crack the dodge method of the Glory spaceship, the Glory spacecraft will always be in an invincible position. Because it is obvious that if the Glory spacecraft adopts this method to hide whenever it encounters danger, Xiao Yu's power will never have a chance to eliminate it. Xiao Yu thought of a possibility. Xiao Yu noticed one thing. That is, when facing the attack of the Ball of Death, the Glory spaceship did not hide in this way, but relied on its own defense to withstand the attack of the Ball of Death. Past. Perhaps this method of avoidance cannot resist the attack of the Ball of Death? Then, should I use the Ball of Death again to force it out? But I only have one Ball of Death left. Now I can't analyze the technology contained inside the Ball of Death at all. And I can't even make a replica. If I use the Ball of Death now, I will no longer have this life-saving method. Xiao Yu was a little unhappy. I thought willingly. After a moment, Xiao Yu thought of another possibility. As a result, a large number of advanced instruments equipped on the 80-planet-class battleships immediately started working. Xiao Yu is measuring some technical parameters of this space at this time. Xiao Yu tried to analyze these data to analyze the principle of the hidden method of the Glory spacecraft. Even if he still couldn't crack this hiding method, Xiao Yu still needed to know how it was hidden. At this moment, Xiao Yu collected trillions of pieces of data. These data included some parameters of flat space, as well as the parameters before the glorious spacecraft used this hiding method, as well as the space parameters at this moment. After analyzing this large amount of data, Xiao Yu gradually understood. I think I roughly know what the principle of this hidden method is. Although even if I understand the hidden principle, I still can't copy this method and make it my own technology. That's it. That's it. That's it. Xiao Yu muttered silently. The Guardian civilization deserves to be called the Guardian civilization. In terms of space technology, they really surpass me by so many. That's right. Xiao Yu has roughly understood the principle of this hidden method at this moment. In fact, it is very simple to put it bluntly. It is nothing more than a fold in space. The glorious spacecraft is hidden in a certain fold in this space, so it disappears from the visible universe. So it can avoid being attacked from any level. Attack. Still using the two-dimensional space as an example. If a towel is a two-dimensional space, then first lay out the towel. Make two relatively parallel straight lines on the towel with some space in the middle. And then imagine an ant. It is a two-dimensional creature. So, at this time, put an ant between these two. Then, fold the towel so that the two relatively parallel straight lines are touching. What will happen is obvious. That is, the towel will wrinkle, although it is still flat from the surface. Part of the towel has actually broken away from this plane and is hanging downward. At this moment, in the eyes of the other ants, the ant that was originally placed between the two straight lines had undoubtedly disappeared, because at this moment, it has been hidden in the folds of this two-dimensional space and has disappeared from the visible universe. The Guardian civilization used this method to create such a fold in the space of the three-dimensional universe. The glorious spacecraft was hidden in such a fold and disappeared from the visible universe. And perhaps because the three-dimensional universe is too broad. After the glorious spacecraft used this hiding method, neither Xiaoyu nor Technology Taihao noticed the displacement of the matter around this space at all. Phenomenon. Whether it is Xiaoyu, the two ghost tribes, or any other existence in the three-dimensional universe, after the glorious spacecraft entered the folds and was hidden, they were still on this three-dimensional plane. So naturally they could not, even if the glory spaceship is found. It is impossible to attack the glory spaceship. It's like an ant lying on a towel, unable to find the ant that has entered the folds of the towel. This method is more like a four-dimensional technology, although it is only a pseudo-four-dimensional technology. Perhaps it is because the ball of death can ignore the wrinkles caused by this pseudo-four-dimensional technology. So when facing the ball of death, the glory spacecraft simply did not use this hidden method, but adopted a hard-on approach, withstood the attack of the ball of death. After all, Xiaoyu didn't understand the specific attack method of the ball of death. It is entirely possible for the ball of death to have some kind of space-level attack method. This method of hiding oneself is simple in principle, but extremely difficult to implement. This involves extremely complex operations on space, which is not a little more difficult than cutting space. At least, with Xiaoyu's current understanding of space and his own technical means, Xiaoyu can't see any hope of realizing this technology. After roughly guessing the principle of this evasion method of the glory spacecraft, Xiaoyu began to think nervously about how to crack this hidden method. The first thing that came to Xiaoyu's mind was the space reinforcement technology that Xiaoyu had used to restrict the curvature navigation of tree beasts. After all, wrinkled space is also a curved space. If this space is reinforced, then of course the wrinkles will be smoothed out, eventually causing the glorious spacecraft to reappear. It's like replacing the towel with a steel plate, and the ant will naturally be unable to create such wrinkles again. So Xiaoyu immediately controlled the 80 planet-level battleships and activated the space reinforcement instruments equipped on them. But unfortunately, after Xiaoyu turned on the space reinforcement instrument to its maximum power and reinforced this space to the most durable level, the glory spacecraft still did not appear. Xiaoyu didn't know the reason for this. Maybe the power is still not high enough. Or maybe this method has no effect on spatial wrinkles at all. But in short, this method has no effect. Xiaoyu continued to think nervously. In Xiaoyu's mind, plans, ideas, and methods flowed one by one. Gradually, a term appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu's spirit instantly lifted. I think I have found a way to crack the technology of hiding oneself in space folds. I think this method will definitely be useful. Then let's try it. Guardian civilization. Without the technology of hiding oneself in space folds, I think you still can't. Is there any way to avoid our attack? Chapter 648. Destruction of Planetary Battleship. Space fold technology is a very profound and complex space utilization technology. Its technical content is undoubtedly much higher than space cutting and even space crushing. Xiaoyu has not mastered this technology. But in speculation and theory, Xiaoyu thought of a way to make space fold technology ineffective. That is the two-dimensional technology that Xiaoyu has mastered. Theoretically speaking, as long as the space around the glorious spacecraft is reduced to 2 dimensions, the 3-dimensional space for the glorious spacecraft to hide will naturally be revealed, because it hides itself through the folding of the 3-dimensional space. For the purpose, now that there is no 3-dimensional space, how can it hide? This method is very feasible in theory. Although Xiaoyu was very sure that the 2-dimensional attack would not cause too much trouble to the glory spacecraft. The glory must have a way to resist the 2-dimensional attack. However, Xiaoyu had no intention of destroying it with a 2-dimensional attack. He only needed to use a 2-dimensional attack to destroy it. Just use the dimensional weapon to force it out of the fold to space and let it appear. The subsequent attack will be completed by the space-smashing attack of 80 planet-level battleships, the collision attack of the alien beast Taihao, the ghost Taihao, and the accompanying ghost tribe. After deciding on this action plan, Xiaoyu immediately started taking action. Under Xiaoyu's control, the 2-dimensional weapons equipped on the 80 planet-level battleships were activated together, and according to the route planned by Xiaoyu in advance, their respective 2-dimensional fragments were launched. After these 2-dimensional fragments obtained sufficient energy replenishment and lost their restraints again, They immediately began to activate. Immediately, a chain reaction began in this space. 80 planet-class battleships launched 80 space debris. Each of these 80 space debris occupied a key point. In the end, these 80 key points were connected into one piece. So this piece of space was all turned into 2 dimensions. And in this short moment, Xiaoyu saw that the brilliant light representing the Glory spacecraft appeared in the visible universe again. The Glory spaceship was still floating there quietly, seemingly unaware that it had been exposed. Or perhaps they simply did not expect to encounter such a situation. The two-dimensional weapon has taken effect. The two-dimensional weapon is indeed effective against the space folds. Then the hiding method of the Glory spacecraft is of no use to me. Launch and attack immediately. After the Glory spacecraft was knocked out of the space folds by Xiaoyu after being driven out, Xiaoyu immediately issued orders to the 80 planet-class battleships waiting nearby. As a result, crisscrossing space cracks reappeared, and the space-crushing attack was launched again. After Xiaoyu's attack was launched, the 2 ghost tribes and the alien beast Taihao also reacted. The alien beast Taihao roared excitedly and curled up into a ball again. It hit the Glory spaceship again. A series of violent attacks. The light that hit the glorious spacecraft kept flashing. Several minutes have passed, when the two-dimensional space created by Xiaoyu was completely eroded by the three-dimensional universe, and all the two-dimensional space turned into a three-dimensional space again. The glorious spacecraft seemed not to believe that its space fold hiding technology had been cracked in this way. They seemed to want to try again. So, under Xiaoyu's gaze, it disappeared again. Xiaoyu could understand the mentality of the Guardian civilization at this moment. The reason is very simple. This kind of space folding technology that hides itself must be an extremely high-end technology even within the Guardian civilization. It has withstood many tests, and even the Sweeper civilization may not be able to cracking this hidden technology. So they have enough confidence. Same here. As long as you use the space fold hiding technology, you can definitely avoid this crisis. Think about it. Technology that even the Sweeper civilization may not be able to deal with will be cracked by Xiaoyu. Even if such a thing has actually happened, it is still a bit unbelievable. Then, the Guardian civilization once again used this technology to hide itself and disappeared from the visible universe. Xiaoyu did not hesitate at all, and immediately used the two-dimensional weapon attack method again, once again turning this large area of the universe into a two-dimensional space. The result was not beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. Under the attack of two-dimensional weapons, Xiaoyu saw that the Glory spacecraft appeared in the visible universe again. The alien beast Taihao was about to roar with excitement. Xiaoyu saw that in the continuous melee, an asteroid the size of Pluto had been pulled into the battle group at this moment. The size of this star was even larger than that of the alien beast Taihao. However, after an excited roar, the alien beast Taihao violently hit the planet, and its huge body directly hit the planet. A planet penetrated, and then the planet exploded. A planet was destroyed. But this move seemed to be just a trivial matter to the alien beast Taihao. It destroyed the planet, seemingly just to move its body and vent its excitement. After crashing into the planet, it continued to roar and violently hit the glorious spacecraft. You know, in the previous showdown between the alien beast Taihao and the Glory spaceship, relying on this method of hiding the space folds, the Glory spacecraft escaped countless attacks from the alien beast Taihao. In that showdown, the strange beast Taihao was teased wantonly like a silly monkey. For Taihao, a strange beast with a violent personality who always makes trouble when nothing happens. This is simply the biggest shame since the beginning of the world. You know, even when faced with a neutron battle star whose strength far exceeds his own, the alien beast Taihao would dare to attack head-on, let alone a neutron battle star. Therefore, after seeing that the hidden method of the Glory spaceship was completely cracked by Xiaoyu, the alien beast Taihao was almost crazy with excitement. It didn't care at all how much damage it had suffered now, and it didn't care that hitting the Glory spacecraft would also cause it to suffer back shock damage. It just hit the Glory spacecraft. The alien beast Taihao hit the Glory spaceship firmly this time. The Glory spaceship was rolled over by the impact, and it was unknown how far it ran. But no matter where it retreated, the two ghost tribes and Xiaoyu's 80 planet-level battleships always followed it closely, never leaving, and never stopping attacking. The space around the glorious spacecraft is already full of cracks, and the space cracks crisscross like black lightning. The glorious spacecraft is constantly moving. Every time it comes into contact with these black cracks, the black cracks will disappear instantly, and the space will stabilize instantly. Xiao Yu knew that this was because the space where the Glory spacecraft was located was too solid and tough. But these space crack attacks are not without any effect. Xiao Yu noticed that every time the Glory spacecraft came into contact with these black cracks, the corresponding position on its shield system would quickly turn red and flash before returning to normal. After the space fold hiding itself was cracked by Xiao Yu, the Glory spacecraft never used this technology again. Presumably they already know that using this technique at this time has no effect. Therefore, under the siege of the four powerful beings, the Glory spacecraft showed its true strength, and it began to fight back violently. As soon as it takes action, it is the most powerful attack method. The method of creating a small universe and space-shattering attack appear at the same time. The alien beast Taihao screamed and quickly escaped from the attacked area. But Xiao Yu's 3 planet-level battleships were not so lucky. These 3 planet-class battleships immediately disappeared from the visible universe, and it was unknown which space they were hit into. When the Earth battleship was attacked in this way, Xiao Yu used the method of detonating the ball of death to terminate the attack of the Glory spacecraft. At this moment, these 3 planet-class battleships are not so precious. It is really not worth sacrificing a death ball to save these 3 planet-class battleships. So Xiao Yu watched helplessly as these 3 planet-level battleships were destroyed. Xiao Yu completely observed the entire process of the destruction of these 3 planet-class battleships. After being pushed into the small universe, because the small universe was too small and had no external energy supplement, the small universe quickly died of heat, and its entropy value reached its maximum in a short period of time. The entropy value reaches the maximum, which means that all the materials that make up the battleship have been evenly distributed throughout the small universe. Under such circumstances, there will be no movement of any kind in this small universe. Its temperature has reached absolute zero, and time inside it has stopped, or the passage of time has no meaning to this small universe. In fact, before these 3 planet-class battleships were destroyed by heat death, they had already been cut into pieces by the space-shattering attack of the Glory spacecraft. Because the small universe is very small, and the stability of the space is very low, the power of the space-cutting attack will be greatly increased. This kind of power cannot be resisted by a planet-class battleship. As a result, these 3 planet-class battleships were first cut into pieces, and then evenly distributed throughout the universe. All 3 planet-class battleships were made of rare materials such as the flesh and blood of the Tree clan. Each of them consumed Xiao Yu's huge computing power, and a long time to create. They were destroyed by the attack of the Glory spacecraft. Chapter 649, Semi-Finished Stellar-Class Battleship. The ending of these 3 planet-class battleships made Xiao Yu feel cold in his heart. Xiao Yu seemed to have seen the outcome of the Earth spacecraft if he had not used the ball of death to block the attack of the Glory spaceship. It is certain that if it were not the 3 planet-class battleships, but the Earth battleship that were pushed into the small universe, the outcome would never change. Because although the Earth spacecraft is the most powerful among all Xiao Yu's planet-level battleships, these battleships are on the same level after all. This kind of power is only technically powerful, and there is not much difference in basic technology. Therefore, even if it is the Earth battleship that is thrown into the small universe, the Earth battleship will be destroyed without any accident just like now, and will eventually stay in a small universe without the passage of time and spend an eternal life, facing the attacks of the 4 powerful beings. And after knowing clearly that the space folds technology to hide itself had no effect, the Glory spacecraft launched a frantic counterattack. Xiao Yu knew that the Glory spaceship wanted to open a gap in the siege, escape, and then use the 4-dimensional jumping technology to escape. Because it is obvious that under such a fierce siege, it cannot use the 4-dimensional jumping technology. In this star field, the neutron war star appeared domineeringly and smashed the cuboid into pieces, and then harvested all the cubes. Then it was attacked by all the powerful beings in the galaxy. Until now, the glorious spacecraft has been fighting against the 4 cubes alone. A powerful existence. The crocodile alien beast was held back by Xiao Yu's 10 planet-level battleships with 10 million battleships. The python alien beast was held back by technology Taihao, and the regular fleet of the Guardian civilization was held back by Xiao Yu's conventional fleet after holding on. Only about 10 minutes had passed until the current situation developed. Xiao Yu even had a feeling that these 10 minutes were the most exciting and most dangerous 10 minutes he had ever experienced in his life. In these 10 minutes, Xiao Yu withstood various conspiracies and tricks. After experiencing a death crisis, I saw with my own eyes the power of the neutron battle star and the huge combat power of all the powerful beings in the galaxy combined together. Now, the glorious spacecraft has almost been forced to a dead end. Although the neutron battle star is the most powerful, far more powerful than the glorious spacecraft. When facing the neutron battlestar, the glorious spaceship will definitely be careful not to get close to it, and will never choose a head-on conflict, so he can repeatedly escape. And now, after facing Xiao Yu's conspiracy being broken by a ball of death, he was caught off guard and besieged by 4 powerful beings. It has fallen into total passivity. Even using the 4-dimensional jumping technology to escape is impossible. It is counterattacking like crazy. There are countless powerful space cracks, space smashing, universe cutting, and weird light attacks, etc. All were used by it. But in a head-on conflict, no matter how powerful it is not a neutron battlestar after all, and it cannot be an opponent of the 4 powerful beings. Under this situation, Xiao Yu noticed that the tree beasts and python beasts were becoming more and more crazy. They tried their best to break through the blockade of Xiao Yu's 10 million battleships and technology Taihao, and wanted to rush over to rescue the glory spacecraft. But within a short period of time, they had no way to do this. However, about 7 to 8 million conventional battleships searching for the Guardian civilization broke through the blockade of Xiao Yu's conventional fleet and arrived at the battle formation. Cooperating with the glory spaceship, we began to fight against these powerful entities on the periphery. In such a fierce battle, Xiao Yu's battleships were damaged at an alarming rate, and a large number of battleships were destroyed every moment. But Xiao Yu immediately took out new battleships from the small universe to supplement them. Anyway, Xiao Yu has a total of about 400 million warships in reserve. Such a huge number. It can completely support the current consumption. There is just one thing that is very disadvantageous for Xiao Yu: the new warships made from the flesh and blood of the alien beasts of the tree tribe. Except for the planet class and continent class ones that suffered only a few losses, the ships of the lower models have been damaged by more than 80%. Even if new warships are added, there is still a certain gap between these warships in terms of performance and those warships made of the flesh of the tree tribe. Therefore, Xiao Yu's battleships were lost faster and faster. But at this time, Xiao Yu no longer cared about these things. 30 million battleships? So what if we lose 300 million warships? After losing 300 million ships, Xiao Yu can still have 100 million warships left. Having so many warships in reserve is just for times like this. And as long as the glory spaceship can be destroyed, all these losses will be worth it. It is obvious that the glory spacecraft is not in good condition at the moment. Xiao Yu saw that under the siege of the 4 powerful beings, the glory spacecraft had shown many energy instability trends. And this trend was a prelude to the destruction of the spacecraft. At this moment, Xiao Yu saw an amazing scene. This scene made Xiao Yu convinced that the siege of the 4 powerful beings had indeed pushed the Guardian civilization to the extreme. So much so that they had taken out all their trump cards. It was a stellar-class battleship. A stellar-class battleship that had obviously not yet been fully manufactured. Even in its overall spherical structure, many places are still full of potholes, and a large area is missing in one place. But there is no doubt that it already has certain combat capabilities. Based on the technology of the Guardian civilization, it is very likely that the stellar-class battleship will have the same 4-dimensional jumping technology, universe-cutting and space-shattering technology as the glory spaceship, as well as space the folds hide its own technology. And after possessing these 3 technologies, even an unfinished semi-finished star-class battleship will definitely have many times more powerful combat power than Xiao Yu's Earth spacecraft. Xiao Yu knew that making a star-class battleship was not a simple matter. It was different from making a planet-class battleship. What's more, the restrictions on manufacturing stellar-class battleships no longer just come from the technological and material levels. Otherwise, the Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization would already have star-class battleships flying all over the sky. Why would there be any need to rely on one battleship to conquer the galaxy? How many stellar-class battleships would it take to build in tens of millions of years? The emergence of this second stellar-class battleship once again proved the powerful strength of the Guardian civilization. At the same time, it also allowed Xiao Yu to confirm the small universe of the Guardian civilization, which is the safe zone that the Guardian civilization had previously claimed. Near this universe, it is very likely that it is being pulled by the glory spacecraft. Otherwise, how could this semi-finished stellar-class battleship appear here without any warning? The appearance of this semi-finished stellar-class battleship made Xiao Yu's heart skip a beat. So Xiao Yu made up his mind instantly. Xiao Yu immediately issued a space broadcast. "You guys deal with the glory spaceship, and I'll deal with that half-finished stellar battleship." Under Xiao Yu's command, facing the siege of the glory spacecraft, Xiaoyu only left 20 planet-class battleships to continue to maintain basic strength of space-crushing attacks. And the remaining 57 planet-class battleships, plus the 5 planet-class battleships drawn from the Earth spacecraft escort fleet. A total of 62 ships, plus 10 million conventional battleships, instantly surrounded this new star-class battleship. It seems that the Guardian civilization no longer has a reserve of conventional battleships. So this star-class battleship does not have much escort power. There are only about 300,000 spaceships surrounding it. And that's it. Xiaoyu's fleet launched an attack on this semi-finished stellar battleship without any explanation. Xiaoyu did not have the extravagant hope of capturing this stellar battleship, because Xiaoyu simply could not do this. And Xiaoyu had this self-knowledge. What's more, even if Xiaoyu captures this star-class battleship, Taihao Alliance will not sit idly by and ignore it. There is a high possibility that they will come and snatch this star-class battleship from Xiaoyu. After all, the technological strength of the Guardian civilization is too amazing. So far, they have developed four-dimensional jumping, instant cutting of the universe and space smashing, and space folds to hide themselves. These three technologies are probably not available to the sweeper civilization. With the acquisition of this semi-finished star-class battleship, it is possible to analyze these three technologies. Such a huge temptation will probably make the sweeper civilization swoon. Xiaoyu does not believe that Tai is only united with him because of some kind of interests. The Hao Alliance will be able to resist this temptation. Therefore, Xiaoyu's purpose is only to destroy it and then obtain part of its remains. This is enough. As soon as Xiaoyu's 62 planet-class battleships appeared on the scene, they immediately launched the most powerful attack. The 62 battleships united and jointly launched a space-crushing attack. At the same time, they also used high-power two-dimensional weapons to attack the enemy. The space where this semi-finished star-class battleship was located was swept. And at the same time, the 10 million conventional spacecraft also launched a fierce attack on it. In the fierce exchange of fire, Xiaoyu once again lost more than 10 planet-class battleships in just 10 minutes. This result completely proves the powerful combat power of the stellar-class battleship. Even if it is only a semi-finished product, its strength is still powerful. But Xiaoyu did not give up attacking it because of these losses. Compared with the possible gains, this loss is nothing to Xiaoyu. At this time, another unexpected situation occurred. Xiaoyu realized that his 10 planet-level battleships and 10 million conventional fleets could no longer stop the crocodile beast. At this moment, it had broken through its own encirclement and was quickly rushing towards the besieged Glory spaceship. Chapter 650, Neutron Battlestar is dispatched. Xiaoyu didn't know what agreement the Guardian civilization had reached with the crocodile beast and the python beast, which resulted in the three being so closely linked together. They still refused to give up their covenant under such adversity. He still had to drag his seriously injured body to rescue the Glory spaceship. But now that this kind of thing has happened, Xiaoyu must find a way to deal with it. The 10 million battleships previously assigned to hold back the crocodile beasts, including 10 planet-class battleships, have been severely damaged. Conventional battleships are okay, and the battleships stored in the small universe can come to replenish them at any time. But of the 10 planet-class battleships, there are only 5 left. This proves the strength of the crocodile beast from one side. You must know that under the attack of the Ball of Death, the crocodile alien beast suffered extremely serious trauma. Its body shrank by more than 1/3, and its strength dropped by at least 50%. Under such circumstances, it was able to destroy 5 planet-level battleships, and finally escaped from Xiaoyu's encirclement and came to rescue the Glory spacecraft. The same is true for the battle between Technology Taihao and the Python beast. Until now, Technology Taihao has not come up with the conventional fleet that Xiaoyu guessed, but only relied on the Meson spacecraft to fight against the pythons and beasts. Although the Meson spacecraft is quite powerful, it is not as good as the Glory spacecraft. Although the python beast also suffered some damage from the attack of the Ball of Death, the damage was not too serious after all. As a result, it became a little difficult for the Meson spacecraft to deal with the attacks from the pythons and beasts. In the end, the python and beast also broke away from the control of Technology Taihao and joined the battle circle. At this moment, in this star field, except for the neutron battle star that remained still and unable to move, several powerful entities present were divided into 2 camps with clear barriers. The first one is the 3 Taihao civilizations, as well as Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu's accompanying ghost clan. And the second one, they are the Guardian civilization, the python beast and the crocodile beast. In this battle, there is no doubt that Xiaoyu's side has the upper hand. But Xiao Yu's side had no way to capture the glory spaceship in a short period of time. And under the current situation, the crisis becomes bigger every time passes. Because the neutron battlestar may regain its ability to move at any time. And as soon as the neutron battlestar regains its ability to move, the current situation will be broken. Because all the powerful players do not know who the neutron battlestar will choose as their attack target. They only know that no one can withstand the angry blow of the neutron war star. Time began to become extremely tight. When the crocodile beast and the python beast returned to the battle circle and came to the side of the glory spaceship, technology Taihao and part of Xiao Yu's fleet also returned to the battle circle. The two sides continued to fight fiercely. The Guardian side wanted to escape immediately. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, firmly stopped it. We are determined to eliminate the Guardian civilization here and solve a big trouble for the future. In comparison, it was outside the most intense battlefield. The battle between the semi-finished Star-class battleship and Xiao Yu's more than 60 planet-class battleships. It has a somewhat independent flavor. Xiao Yu's purpose is very clear. To destroy the semi-finished Star-class battleship in order to obtain its wreckage and analyze its technology. The purpose of the semi-finished Stellar-class battleship is also very clear. It is to eliminate a large number of Xiao Yu's active forces. If they cannot be eliminated, at least they must be held back so that they cannot join the siege of the Glory spaceship and increase the pressure on the Glory spacecraft. In such a fierce battle, every second started to feel like a century. Both sides are racing for time. Because the neutron battle stars waiting aside are always exerting huge pressure on these powerful beings. No one wants to stay in a place like this for too long. Everyone wants to get the maximum results. Run away immediately. At this moment, an idea came to Xiao Yu's mind. Do you want to use the ball of death? I am sure that if the ball of death is used here, the Glory spaceship will not dare to say. But this half-finished Star-class battleship will definitely suffer heavy damage. So I will be more sure of taking it. A lot more. Even, the power of the death ball will spread to the battle circle of the Glory spacecraft, affecting the crocodile beasts and python beasts, as well as the Glory. I can even notify the alien beast Taihao in advance, so that it dodges first. The alien beast Taihao and the technology Taihao are the same as me, and will not be affected by the ball of death. This is a very tempting idea. The benefits that can be obtained by using the death ball are really too great. Even if the glorious spacecraft cannot be destroyed, it should not be a problem to obtain some of the remains of this semi-finished interstellar battleship. There is no need to elaborate on how attractive the technology of the Guardian civilization is. Four-dimensional jumping technology, instant cutting of small universes, and space-smashing technology, and space folds to hide one's own technology. Which technology can make the entire galaxy's civilization go crazy? Exist? I am afraid that even the sweeper civilization will have a huge interest in these three technologies. But Xiao Yu still hesitated. This is really a difficult question to decide. Because when using the last ball of death, Xiao Yu had already more deeply realized the huge role of the ball of death. It was something that could be used to save life at a critical moment of life and death. A ball of death was said to be one of Xiao Yu's. The lives that have been reserved are not an exaggeration. The ball of death is precious. And the technology of the Guardian civilization is equally precious. It is really difficult for Xiao Yu to choose between the two. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu made up his mind not to use the ball of death. After all, although the technology of the Guardian civilization is a good thing, you must have a life to enjoy it. The value of the death ball exceeds the technology of the Guardian civilization. After making this determination, Xiao Yu no longer struggled with this issue. Instead, he fully controlled his battleship and launched a three-pronged battle at the same time. The first is to siege this semi-finished Star-class battleship. The second is to cooperate with the Taihao Alliance and his accompanying Ghost Tribe to attack the glorious spacecraft, crocodile beasts, and python beasts. And the third is to control his own large force, trading quantity for time, held back most of the fleets of the Guardian civilization, preventing them from participating in the core battlefield, so as not to affect the battlefield situation. Under this situation, Xiao Yu's battleships were lost as fast as water. The destruction of national-level battleships can no longer cause any psychological fluctuations in Xiao Yu, because the loss of national-level battleships is too common in this battle. Almost every few seconds, there is a national-level battleship exploded. Either it was lost to the attack of the huge conventional fleet of the Guardian civilization, or it was destroyed by this semi-finished Star-class battleship. Only the loss of the Continent-class battleship would make Xiao Yu's heart fluctuate slightly, compared with national-class battleships. The loss rate of Continent-class battleships is slower, probably at an average rate of losing one ship in a few minutes. The situation of Planet-class battleships is better in comparison. After the battle situation temporarily reaches a stable state, one ship is lost in about 10 minutes on average. At every moment, a large number of battleships were mobilized by Xiaoyu from the small universe. And then without stopping at all, they immediately rushed to the front line to participate in the battle against the enemy. Continuous losses, constant mobilization, continual losses, and continual mobilization. This phenomenon has almost become a cycle. At this moment, Xiaoyu has lost about 200 million warships in total, and his warship reserve is less than half of its peak. All the new warships made from the flesh of tree alien beasts, except for the planet-class warships, have been completely damaged. The non-planetary class battleships participating in the battle at this moment are all ordinary battleships made of ordinary materials, calculated based on the fact that an ordinary 6th-level civilization has about 100 million battleships. Xiaoyu's loss alone is now equivalent to about 2 6th-level civilizations. The intensity of the battle is evident. At this moment, Xiaoyu seemed to see the neutron war star move slightly. This situation made Xiaoyu feel anxious immediately. But the next moment, the neutron battle star regained its calmness without any movement, and Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. But after an interval of about a few minutes, the neutron battle star moved again. This time the movement was more obvious. It moved about 3 kilometers. Xiaoyu quickly came to a conclusion. The power system of the neutron battle star is recovering. I'm afraid it won't be long before the neutron battle star will fully regain its ability to move. We must seize the time. Xiaoyu secretly made up his mind. After realizing that the neutron battle star had begun to slowly regain its mobility, all the beings present fell into madness, attacking crazily to try to destroy it, and counterattacking crazily to try to escape. Xiaoyu even noticed that a huge group of battleships once again appeared not far from the battlefield. These battleships were in line with the characteristics of the Guardian civilization creations in terms of presumed technological content and construction style. This huge fleet has a total of about 70 million spaceships. There are no star-class spacecrafts among them, but there are more than 200 planet-class spacecrafts. Xiaoyu knew that the huge reinforcements of the Guardian civilization finally arrived at this time. After dozens of minutes of long rest, the neutron battle star finally regained its mobility. Xiaoyu saw that the neutron battle star had already taken action at this time, and it was getting faster and faster. The direction it is heading towards is the core of the battlefield. It still carries an indomitable domineering attitude and rushes towards this place violently. No one knows who it will choose as its attack target. Chapter 651. Don't hit me. If external influences are not considered. In fact, the Guardian civilization has already won this battle. If we include the Glory spaceship, the Python beasts, and the Crocodile beasts, and the 70 million ships coming to support the fleet, even if the 3 Taihao civilizations in the entire Taihao alliance, and Xiaoyu, together with Xiaoyu's companion Ghost Clan, a total of 5 powerful beings, they can no longer keep the Guardian civilization here. It has become a foregone conclusion that the Guardian civilization will leave calmly. These 70 million warships will become a decisive force. Not only could the glorious battleship be successfully rescued, but even this half-finished stellar-class battleship could escape smoothly, unless Xiaoyu uses the last ball of death to save his life. The overall situation has been decided, and no one can save it. But at this moment, the most powerful existence in the galaxy, the neutron battle star, moved. It seemed to have completely recovered its maneuverability. After traveling for a certain distance, it disappeared from the visible universe and entered curvature navigation. Its speed quickly increased to more than 100 times the speed of light, and it rushed forward quickly. The original location of the neutron battle star was not too far from the battle site between Xiaoyu's side and the Guardian civilization side. At the speed of the neutron battle star, which was more than 100 times the speed of light, the neutron battle star arrived here. And even more, it doesn't take much time at all. At this time, the fierce battle is still continuing here. In other words, no one had time to escape. The Guardian civilization cannot run away because it has been under fierce attack from Xiaoyu's side. Xiaoyu's side, whether it is the companion Ghost tribe or the Taihao alliance members, cannot run away, because if they suddenly run away and give up the attack, they will also have to worry about whether there will be violent backlash from the Guardian civilization. The war has progressed to this point, and whether to end the battle between the two sides is no longer a matter that one party can decide, unless both parties reach an agreement. Stop the attack at the same time. But this is obviously impossible. So both sides must continue to fight. At this time, it is very critical who the neutron battlestar attacks. If the neutron battlestar attacks the Guardian civilization, the Guardian civilization will be destroyed. If the neutron battlestar attacks the Taihao Alliance, the Taihao Alliance will be destroyed. What is more likely is that the neutron battlestar will once again launch a group attack such as Space Starburst. Launch an indiscriminate attack on all current existences at the same time. Judging from the civilized and domineering behavior of the sweepers, it is very possible to do this kind of behavior. Moreover, Xiaoyu can be sure that the neutron battlestar will no longer worry about whether it will be jointly attacked by all the top beings in the galaxy present. First, these beings have all been damaged to a certain extent now. Even if they are united, their attack power has been greatly reduced compared to before. The second is that the neutron battlestar loses its mobility under a joint attack. This situation occurs due to the deliberate calculation of the Guardian civilization. As long as the neutron battlestar is prepared, this situation will never happen. Repeated again, there are a total of 8 powerful beings. Although they are still fighting fiercely at this moment, Xiaoyu can be sure all attention was directed to the approaching neutron battlestar. Xiaoyu also knew that everyone was praying that the neutron war star would not attack him, including Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu is basically certain that he is a goo insect-like existence cultivated by the sweeper civilization, there may still be some surprises after all. Under this situation, Xiaoyu's heart was also hanging. Don't attack me. It's not the time for our duel yet. I can't even deal with the Guardian civilization. How can I be the opponent of Neutron Battlestar? At this moment, Xiaoyu couldn't suppress his nervousness. Neutron Battlestar is so powerful. It is powerful enough to make all civilizations in the galaxy despair. Xiaoyu believes that the Guardian civilization has the most say on this point. After all, the Guardian civilization and the Sweeper civilization have been fighting for tens of millions of years. However, if they were not forced to the point where they had no other choice, how could the Guardian civilization begin large-scale construction, trying to escape the Milky Way and go to another galaxy? Apart from avoiding the Sweeper civilization, what other possible motives do the Guardian civilization have for doing this? I can't afford to offend you, so I can just hide? Right? You are in the galaxy. Is it okay for me to go to the Andromeda constellation? After the neutron battlestar resumed its action, Xiaoyu deeply felt the despair of the Guardian civilization. Under everyone's gaze, neutron battlestar finally made a move. Xiaoyu noticed that the large space in front of the neutron battlestar suddenly began to collapse, and it was disappearing rapidly. Xiaoyu's heart tightened quickly. At this moment, neutron battlestar finally revealed its next intention. This is obviously a prelude to the neutron battlestar launching a space starburst attack. As expected, the neutron battlestar did not attack any single civilization. As soon as it appeared, it was a group attack. It included all the civilizations here at the moment within the attack range. This is in line with the neutron war star and the sweeper civilization's usual behavior, which is arrogant, domineering, and does not take any existence into account. So what if you all unite? You have to take advantage of my negligence to cause me some trivial damage. It only took a few dozen minutes for me to recover. And after I have prepared myself, what if you all unite again? I'll beat you anyway. After realizing that the neutron war star was about to launch a space starburst attack, Xiaoyu quickly started preparations. Xiaoyu quickly gathered his fleet and quickly hit all the warships that were unable to defend against space starbursts behind planet-class or continent-class spacecraft. At the same time, he turned the shield power of all warships to the maximum. What happened next was just as Xiaoyu imagined. After the neutron war star turned a large space in front of it into nothingness, a huge amount of energy exploded out in a very short time. The first to bear the burden were the 70 million spaceships sent to the rescue by the Guardian civilization. Xiaoyu saw that although the Guardian civilization had been prepared before the violent energy of the space starburst arrived, more than 2 million spaceships still exploded and were destroyed under the impact of this violent energy. Next it was Xiaoyu's fleet's turn. Xiaoyu has a total of about 50 million spacecraft in the normal space and time of the universe, and a space starburst attack by the neutron battlestar caused the destruction of a full 4 million spacecraft in Xiaoyu's fleet. After that, the energy of the space starburst reached the core battlefield. Technology Taihao's Messin spacecraft, the Guardian civilization's Glory spacecraft, and the semi-finished Star-class battleship shined brightly at the same time. They turned on the power of their protective shields to the maximum, and relied on their superior performance to withstand the space starburst attack. And the two ghost tribes shrank into a small dot between existence and non-existence at the same time. and withstood the attack in this weird way. The three alien beast civilizations were like the flagships of technological civilization, using their own physical strength to withstand the attack. However, after resisting this attack, each of the three strange beasts showed obvious signs of worsening injuries. If the neutron battlestar could launch such a space starburst attack without restriction, then the Guardian civilization would have been extinct long ago. According to my estimation, even the neutron battlestar could launch such a powerful attack. There must be about an hour's interval between the two times. Fortunately, Xiao Yu secretly rejoiced. While continuing his battle and besieging the semi-finished star-class battleship, he was still paying attention to the neutron battle, the movement of stars. Xiao Yu was convinced that a space starburst attack was just a prelude, and a bigger move was yet to come. At the same time, Xiao Yu also began to make some guesses about who the neutron battlestar would attack. The Guardian civilization is not a threat to the Sweeper civilization anyway. Instead, the Taihao Alliance has been secretly fighting with the neutron battlestar. Perhaps, this time the neutron battlestar will attack the Taihao Alliance. It will attack me. After all, I am still too weak now. Even if there is no such thing as cultivating goo worms, I am not qualified to let the neutron war star deal with me specifically. Then its target should be Taihao Alliance. I don't know if the Taihao Alliance can escape. Without the existence of the Taihao Alliance, I will be in a lot of trouble. At this moment, Xiao Yu's heart gradually rose again. Xiao Yu made this speculation based on a solid intelligence basis. As long as the Sweeper civilization has not lost their reason and still knows how to weigh the pros and cons, they will inevitably make such a choice. Because it is obvious that the Taihao Alliance is a greater threat to the Sweepers than the Guardian civilization. Isn't it reasonable to eliminate the most threatening opponents in advance? Among the Taihao Alliance, Taihao is the weakest in terms of technology, but the most intelligent. In fact, in the Taihao Alliance, technology Taihao has the highest status, and alien beast Taihao is the strongest but has the lowest status. If Xiao Yu were to choose the target, Xiao Yu would definitely choose technology Taihao. Eliminating technological Taihao requires the least effort and yields the greatest rewards. But the result was beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. Xiao Yu saw that the neutron battlestar was heading straight towards the Glorious spacecraft, and it actually chose the Glorious spacecraft as its target. At this time, the Glory spaceship also made a move that Xiao Yu would never have imagined. Chapter 652, Broken Up. When the neutron war star chose to attack the flagship of the Guardian civilization, the Glory spaceship, Xiao Yu realized that he was wrong. At the same time, he also realized the truth more clearly. That is, what kind of position he was in, what kind of mentality does the upper class have. And this kind of mentality is difficult for lower level people to think of, imitate, and speculate on. It's like a rich man in the Earth Age, faced with two pieces of clothing at the same time. One piece of clothing is very cost effective and affordable, while the other piece of clothing has no cost effectiveness and is very expensive. If an ordinary person speculates based on common sense, it is easy to conclude that the rich man will buy the first piece of clothing. This conclusion is very reasonable and has a firm basis in intelligence and logic. But it is probably wrong, because the rich man doesn't care about this small amount of money. He may temporarily put aside his reason and decide which piece of clothing to buy based solely on his own preferences. He may just buy the second piece of clothing because he just thinks it looks better, or he just feels tired and doesn't want to continue shopping. Xiao Yu now made such a mistake. Xiao Yu used his own strength level and his own logical thinking to speculate on the actions of the Sweeper civilization, and came to the wrong conclusion. Maybe the Sweeper civilization doesn't care at all who will survive in this battle, because no matter who survives in the end, they cannot pose a threat to him. The current strength of the Sweeper civilization is enough to ignore these things and make decisions based solely on their own preferences. And since this is the case, relatively speaking, the Guardian civilization that has been fighting against him for tens of millions of years is naturally the most annoying. Because of his strength, he could ignore reason and the principle of investing the least to gain the most, and simply relied on his own preferences to choose the target of attack and destruction on the Glory spacecraft. Only now did Xiao Yu know that in the galaxy, both in terms of strength and mentality, the Sweeper civilization is all well deserved to be the strongest. There is no number one, and the Guardian civilization is worthy of being a powerful existence that has fought against the Sweeper civilization for tens of millions of years. In fact, this move of the Guardian civilization, which was very unexpected by Xiao Yu, had been quietly preparing when the neutron battlestar had just started to launch. But it was only now that it suddenly broke out. What this means is obvious. This means that when the neutron battlestar was first launched, the Guardian civilization already knew that the final target of the neutron battlestar would be itself. The Guardian civilization is worthy of being an existence that has been fighting against the Sweeper civilization for tens of millions of years. In this galaxy, apart from the Sweepers themselves, the one who knows the Sweeper civilization best is the Guardian civilization. I saw this scene. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh, while marveling at the power of the Sweeper civilization. I also deeply admire the ruthless decision-making of the Guardian civilization. Although the Guardian civilization has been included in the list of objects that must be exterminated in the future by Xiao Yu. At this moment, Xiao Yu still has a deep sense of admiration for the decision-makers of the Guardian civilization at this moment. According to common sense, when the Glory spaceship is besieged by the 3 Taihao civilizations in the Taihao Alliance, as well as Xiao Yu and the 5 powerful existences of the accompanying Ghost Tribe, it is almost certain to face the attack of the neutron battlestar. Absolutely no chance of survival. If they can continue to exist under such circumstances, then the most powerful existence in the galaxy will no longer be the Sweeper civilization, but the Guardian civilization. But the Guardian civilization found possibility in this impossibility. Such a ruthless decision. Such quick thinking puts even Xiao Yu to shame. Xiao Yu was thinking that even Ares, the former leader of the Pegasus civilization, who was always known for his strategy and overall perspective, might not be able to think of such a solution and implement it in such a short period of time. Xiao Yu saw it. The semi-finished Star-class battleship, surrounded by more than 60 planet-class spacecraft, suddenly rushed towards the core battlefield as if going crazy. This crazy momentum cannot be stopped by Xiao Yu's 62 planet-class battleships combined with more than 10 million conventional battleships. Because this semi-finished Star-class battleship has completely gone against common sense. It no longer cares about how much damage it will suffer during the period of time when it crashes out like this. It has only one purpose, and that is to rush out and rush into the core battle circle before the neutron battlestar arrives. At the beginning, Xiao Yu still had some doubts in his heart about what this half-finished stellar battleship was going to do, because the neutron battlestar has already arrived. Even if this semi-finished Star-class battleship can rush into the core battle circle before the neutron battlestar arrives, what is the use? Even the glorious spaceship cannot withstand the attack of the neutron battlestar. It is a semi-finished star-level battleship, and its strength is far behind the glorious spacecraft. Even if it arrives, it cannot withstand the neutron battlestar. But after that, Xiao Yu understood what Guardian civilization wanted to do. It was not there to help the glorious spaceship resist the neutron battlestar. In fact, it was not going to aid the glorious spaceship at all. It was there to attack the crocodile beast. Yes, it went to attack the crocodile alien beast. Although the crocodile alien beast had formed an alliance with the Guardian civilization, and in the process of fighting side by side with the Guardian civilization, it suffered extremely serious damage and made a great contribution. When the Glory spaceship was under siege, it still tried its best to rescue the Glory spacecraft. But the fact is that this half-finished Star-class battleship is here to attack the crocodile beast. The actions of the Guardian civilization were not only beyond Xiao Yu's expectations, but also completely beyond the expectations of everyone present. Even the crocodile beast did not expect this. It was still a little confused when it saw this semi-finished Star-class battleship violently rushing towards itself, and a large number of space weapons began to attack itself. It wasn't until the Glory spaceship and the Python beasts began to attack it together that it seemed to understand something. It started roaring wildly. Guardian civilization! Python! We have formed an alliance! I have made such a great contribution to our alliance! Why do you do this to me? Xiao Yu could sense the anger and confusion in the crocodile beast's heart that could tear the world apart. But it was too late. No one was kind enough to clear up this doubt for him. In fact, no one present except Xiao Yu and the Guardian civilization, as well as the Python beast that had obviously communicated with the Guardian civilization in advance. And technology Taihao. No one knew what was going on. Xiao Yu naturally understood what was going on at this moment and made preparations for the next step. But Xiao Yu did not have the leisure to help the crocodile beast answer this question. The crocodile beast was already suffering attacks from Xiao Yu's side. During the process of the Death Ball and previous battles, its combat effectiveness was still at most 40% of its peak. Now, it was once again suddenly attacked by the allies behind it, and it had no possibility of evading it. As a result, the semi-finished Star-class battleship violently hit it with its fast and conventional navigation method. At the same time, the semi-finished Star-class battleship exploded violently the moment it hit it. with the physical quality of a 6th-level alien beast. If it is hit by a huge material equivalent to the mass of a stellar-level battleship, although it will suffer some damage, it will not be fatal. Just like the capital planet of the Pegasus civilization collided with the tree alien beast. It just beat the tree alien beast and fled in panic, but did not threaten his life. The mass of a star-class battleship is naturally much lower than that of a planet. If it simply hits it, it is almost impossible to cause much damage to the crocodile beast. But this half-finished star-class battleship actually exploded when it hit the crocodile beast. Xiao Yu was very sure that this semi-finished star-class battleship exploded on its own initiative, and no foreign objects destroyed it. This is done intentionally. The collision of a stellar-class battleship, coupled with the self-destruction, is different. At this moment, Xiao Yu seemed to hear the painful roar coming from the crocodile beast. "Guardian! Python! We are allies. Why are you doing this?" The crocodile beast did not wait for an answer. After the smoke from the explosion of the semi-finished star-class battleship dissipated, Xiao Yu saw the miserable appearance of the crocodile beast. In this impact and explosion, a large amount of flesh and blood was blown into space, and the crocodile beast's body shrank again. At the same time, because the energy emitted by the explosion of a stellar-class battleship was too explosive, Xiao Yu saw that the body of the crocodile beast seemed to be almost broken into several pieces. Among these different body parts, there are only some things that are very small in comparison and seem to be connected by tendons. But at the next moment, it could no longer maintain this structural form. Xiao Yu saw that the python beast suddenly rushed towards the crocodile beast. With a fierce whip, the body of the crocodile beast was completely broken and scattered into several pieces. Then, several unusually thick and violent, the conspicuous space crack came out of the glorious spacecraft and hit the crocodile beast violently. As a result, the crocodile beast's body completely disintegrated into more than 20 pieces of scattered flesh and blood, which floated away into space. Chapter 653, Trophies. The crocodile alien beast was once the top existence in the galaxy. As one of the 3 6th-level alien beasts, the crocodile alien beast was more powerful than the tree alien beasts and the white dwarf alien beasts. In this battle, completely dead, so dead that he can no longer die, and until the last moment of his death, it didn't understand why it died. But it happened to die in the hands of its most trusted ally, who had contributed the most. Xiao Yu naturally knew why it died, but Xiao Yu was not interested in telling it. The body of the crocodile alien beast has shrunk by more than a third compared to its peak and largest size. But the rest of its body is still very large. Now, its huge body has been completely dispersed into more than 20 pieces of scattered flesh and blood, which exploded into the void of the universe. Along with some of its flesh and blood, there were also some wreckage of the semi-finished star-class battleship after it exploded. The self-destruction of the semi-finished star-class battleship seemed to be deliberately controlled, so its self-destruction did not completely blow it into pieces, but still left some wreckage. In fact, these debris still have a complete structure to a certain extent, and some kind of mechanical structure can still be seen on these debris. There are a lot of these fragments, probably millions of them. These fragments, along with the pieces of meat from the crocodile beast, exploded into the void of the universe. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu knew that the Guardian civilization had once again escaped death and got a chance to survive. It had once again escaped with its life from the neutron battle star of the Sweeper civilization. Because this is an obvious thing. The conventional technology of the Guardian civilization is very advanced. Xiao Yu once estimated that the technological progress of the Guardian civilization may even surpass that of the Sweeper civilization. Although the Sweeper civilization already has neutron battle stars, the development of conventional science and technology is the foundation of a technological civilization after all. Will the Sweeper civilization be interested in the technology of the Guardian civilization? It is certain that the Sweeper civilization must be interested in these technologies, and it is extremely interested. Not only is the Sweeper civilized, Xiao Yu, Technology Taihao, is also interested in these technologies. So, the Sweeper, Technology Taihao, Xiao Yu, are not interested in the fragmentation of this semi-finished star-class battleship after its self-destruction? The answer is also yes. Because these fragments still retain a complete structure to a certain extent. As long as these fragments are obtained, it is possible to finally analyze the technology of the Guardian civilization. They can even obtain four-dimensional jumping technology, or instantly cut the small universe and add space-smashing technology, or even use space folds to hide their own technology. Even, in order to ensure that the attraction is strong enough, The Guardian civilization does not hesitate to sacrifice the crocodile beast, its loyal comrade in arms. Enhance the attraction through the flesh and blood of a level 6 peak alien beast. That's right. The Guardian civilization wants to create chaos by exploding a large number of precious things in the universe, such as warship fragments containing certain technologies, such as the flesh and blood of 6th level peak beasts, to attract Xiao Yu's side. The Taihao Alliance and the Sweeper civilization came to fight for it. And as long as these entities are all caught up in the fight for these baits, the Guardian civilization can break away from the encirclement and then escape again through 4-dimensional jumping technology. Xiao Yu knew that the Guardian civilization's strategy had succeeded because of mutual distrust. After these precious things explode into the universe, no one will pay attention to whether the Guardian civilization escapes, including Xiao Yu, because it's Xiao Yu's side, and the Taihao Alliance continue to attack the glory spaceship. What if these precious 6th level alien beast flesh and blood, as well as the battleship fragments containing the technology of the Guardian civilization, are all taken away by the Sweeper civilization? If the Sweeper civilization continues to insist on destroying the glory spacecraft and continues to attack, then all these things will be taken away by the Taihao Alliance and Xiao Yu. What should I do if I quickly escape? The two sides continue to join forces to attack the glory spaceship. After wiping out the glory spacecraft, they come back to collect these precious things? This situation is absolutely impossible to achieve, although doing so will make Xiao Yu happy. The Taihao Alliance and the Sweeper civilization all benefited the most. The reason is still mutual distrust. The Sweeper civilization does not trust the Taihao Alliance and Xiao Yu, and the Taihao Alliance and Xiao Yu do not trust the Sweeper civilization. Under this situation of mutual suspicion, the comprehensive rate of return cannot be maximized, and both parties can only see immediate benefits, because the immediate benefits are the most practical. This is the entire line of action of the Guardian civilization. It has to be said that the Guardian civilization has a terrifying understanding of the mentality and behavior of the powerful beings in the current galaxy, so it can formulate such an effective strategy in such a short period of time to allow itself to the most important thing of civilization. The battleship glory can be preserved. Everything is as expected by the Guardian civilization. After the flesh and blood of the crocodile beast and the battleship fragments were blasted out, the scene became even more chaotic. All the beings present were caught up in the fight for these precious things, and the Guardian civilization took advantage of this opportunity, and together with the python beasts, controlled the glorious spacecraft and tens of millions of other conventional warships, and quickly took action. He escaped from here using the curvature navigation method and entered the vast depths of the universe. He didn't know where he went. The Guardian civilization and the busy photography beast have successfully escaped. The crocodile beast is dead. In the galactic center area at this moment, only the most powerful neutron battle star, Taihao Alliance, Xiao Yu, and his own are left. There are 3 parties associated with the Ghost Clan. At this moment, these 3 parties have fallen into a fierce competition for the legacy left by the Guardian civilization. Xiao Yu saw that the neutron battle star had cancelled its gravitational shield, and a large amount of alien beast flesh and battleship fragments, and even some of Xiao Yu's less maneuverable battleships, or star fragments, began to look like it rained down towards the neutron battle star, the Ghost Taihao, the alien beast Taihao, and the technology Taihao quickly shuttled through the battlefield. In comparison, Xiao Yu was not to be outdone, even because Xiao Yu had a large number of battleships scattered in this space. And due to the existence of the companion Ghost Clan, Xiao Yu's collection efficiency is higher than that of either of the previous 2. Xiao Yu saw that the body of the accompanying Ghost Clan suddenly stretched out completely, covering tens of thousands of kilometers of resistance. Then its body was like a curtain, covering all the people in this area. The matter was all wrapped up. And in the next moment, these things completely disappeared, and it was unknown where they were stored by the accompanying ghost tribe. When the bodies of the companion ghosts stretched out again, there was no matter in this space, not even interstellar dust. The body of the companion ghost tribe is like a highly efficient vacuum cleaner, cleaning everything in this star field. Before the companion ghost tribe began to clean up this star field, there were at least more than 500 million tons of crocodile and alien beast flesh and blood in this star field, as well as tens of thousands of fragments from the semi-finished star-class battleship. The Ghost Taihao also adopted the same collection method as the companion Ghost Clan. Many tentacles suddenly appeared on the body of the alien beast Taihao. These tentacles were wantonly grabbing any fragments it saw. The efficiency of technology Taihao it is a bit lower. It neither has the strong gravity of the neutron battle star nor the large number of conventional battleships like Xiao Yu. It can only collect materials through the backward method of approaching first and then collecting. Among all the entities that collect precious materials, the most eye-catching one is Xiaoyu's huge battleship group. When the Guardian civilization first started to control the semi-finished star-class battleships and began to rush towards the crocodile beasts, Xiaoyu figured out what the Guardian civilization was going to do. From that time on, Xiaoyu controlled his own huge battleships. The group began to approach here. By the time the crocodile beast died and the semi-finished stellar battleship exploded, Xiaoyu's huge battleship group had already arrived. Tens of millions of warships. Each battleship can act as an individual collecting supplies, which is equivalent to having 50 million Xiaoyus here at the same time robbing these supplies. Xiaoyu's speed is undoubtedly the fastest, and Xiaoyu's efficiency is undoubtedly the highest. At this time, no one can care about fighting each other, because fighting each other is a waste of time. Even some of Xiaoyu's battleships that were too close to the alien beast Taihao were destroyed by the irritable alien beast Taihao at once. And Xiaoyu ignored them. There are only tens of thousands of conventional warships. If they are destroyed, they will be destroyed. At this moment, in this star field, which fragment is not worth more than tens of thousands of warships. Under such circumstances, in less than half an hour, this space with a diameter of billions of kilometers has become clean and smooth. And there are even no star fragments. In such an emergency situation, who would bother to distinguish between valuable and worthless things, no matter whether they are valuable or not? Put them all away first, and leave them for sorting later. In this operation of dividing the spoils, Xiaoyu is undoubtedly the biggest profiteer, because Xiaoyu has too many battleships. Xiaoyu made a rough estimate, and came to the conclusion that among all the alien beasts' flesh and blood and battleship fragments, he had harvested at least 30% of the alien beasts' flesh and blood, and a full 5% of the battleship fragments. 10. After the spoils were distributed, there was a short period of silence in this area. In the end, the neutron war star turned around and entered the curvature navigation without saying a word, not knowing where it went. Chapter 654. The Invigilator fell asleep. Xiaoyu did not expect that the final outcome of the Battle of the Silver Heart would be like this, and end in such a way. The crocodile alien beast died. Its body was cut into pieces, and its flesh and blood was obtained by each of the major beings present. Even its two allies, the Guardian civilization and the Python alien beast, did not let it go. Xiaoyu saw that in the previous fight, before the Guardian civilization and the Python beast escaped, they each tore a large piece of the crocodile beast's flesh and blood before they began to escape. In this incident, from the time Xiaoyu arrived until now, from beginning to end, the Sweeper civilization has not paid attention to Xiaoyu, except for bringing Xiaoyu into the attack range during the two space starburst attacks. Xiaoyu and the Sweeper civilization did not have any intersection during this meeting, but through the civilized performance of the Sweeper, Xiaoyu has completely confirmed his speculation and knows his identity. The Sweeper civilization has departed. Now in this star field, only Taihao Alliance and Xiaoyu are left. Now, can we have an open and honest conversation as equals? After all the enemies left, Xiaoyu sent a message to Technology Taihao. Technology Taihao was silent for a while before replying. Okay, we really need to talk between us. Although I have been secretly watching your growth and have been very influential in your growth process, but I still didn't expect that your growth rate would be so fast. This is beyond my expectation. Why do you want to train me? Xiaoyu asked. Because the 3 Taihaos in our Taihao Alliance all want to be promoted to the level of the 7th level civilization. Technology Taihao answered very quickly. We have now become the Taihao civilization, and we can no longer follow the normal channels. Promoted to level 7 civilization. How can I become a 7th level civilization with the help of me? Xiaoyu asked again. Although Xiaoyu already had a rough guess about these issues, Xiaoyu still wanted to confirm them again from Science and Technology Taihao. As long as you eliminate the Sweeper civilization, the 3 of us, Taihao, will become a 7th level civilization. Technology Taihao replied. Because we have frequently and closely participated in your growth. You and our Taihao Alliance already have a constant connection. In terms of so-called luck? Xiaoyu asked. Yes, from the so-called luck level, Tech Taihao replied. During the exchange between Xiaoyu and Technology Taihao, the Ghost Taihao, the Alien Beast Taihao, and Xiaoyu's accompanying Ghost Tribe all remained silent. However, the communication between the two parties was public, and these existences were informed by Science and Technology of the conversation between Xiaoyu and Technology Taihao at any time. What is luck? Xiaoyu asked. I don't know, Tech Taihao said. I really don't know what luck is. But we know very well how this illusory thing, luck, affects a real existence. Maybe it's the cosmic underworld. A rule set by the Lord of the Underworld. Or maybe all this is just a coincidence. Who knows? Anyway, I don't know. My experience tells me that there is such a thing as luck. And after following the rule of luck, after this rule, our Taihao Alliance has gained certain benefits. So why should we violate this thing? This sentence caused Xiaoyu to think deeply. Xiaoyu has also thought about this issue, and what exactly luck is. But unfortunately, Xiaoyu could not come up with a clear explanation, and could not know why a civilization was wiped out. The luck of your own civilization will improve, and your luck will get better. I want to ask the most important question. Xiaoyu temporarily put the question of luck behind him, and asked a question that both Xiaoyu and the companion ghost clan were most concerned about. Although the companion ghost tribe had already asked Tech Taihao about this question once. At that time, Xiaoyu's strength was too weak. So it was very possible that Technic Taihao didn't tell the truth. Now, both parties plan to have frank and public talks to determine future cooperation matters. So under this situation, Technology Taihao naturally can no longer lie. Otherwise, it would be better not to be discovered by Xiaoyu. Once discovered by Xiaoyu, that's a very serious problem. Xiaoyu believes that Technology Taihao will understand the pros and cons and make the right choice. Did you destroy the Earth? Xiaoyu asked this question. It's not us. Tech Taihao immediately gave a clear answer. Then who destroyed the Earth? Xiaoyu asked immediately. We don't know. We really don't know. Technology Taihao replied. But we can be sure that it was not done by the existence inside our galaxy. Not the alien beasts. Not the sweepers. Not the guardians. We have also done this. There are some speculations. And the conclusion is that the existence that destroyed the Earth is very powerful. And it is at least the level of a 7th level civilization. At least. Xiaoyu was silent for a moment. And then Xiaoyu continued to ask. You know the specific time when the Earth will be destroyed. You already knew long before the Earth was destroyed that during this time, the Earth will be destroyed. But what do you think? They didn't do anything. They didn't try to save the Earth. They didn't issue warnings in advance. And they didn't rescue humans on Earth. Yes. We admit this. Science and Technology Taihao replied. That is indeed the case. Millions of years ago, when I started genetic modification of you humans on Earth, I already knew that the Earth was going to be destroyed. But you have to understand that the universe is dim and endless. Although our Taihao Alliance is considered the top existence in the galaxy, looking at the entire universe. What do we mean? There are some things that even if we know, they are not us. It can be stopped. In fact, we can't even participate. Why do you want to transform us humans on Earth? Xiaoyu continued to ask. Luck. Or rules. Technology Taihao replied. As a Taihao civilization, it is always a little different from normal civilization. We can feel the existence of such rules. The rules tell us that apes can transform the Earth. If we get lucky, we just do it. What kind of existence does Taihao have? How is it different from ordinary civilization? Rules? Who made the rules? I can tell you simply. For example, you tried to cheat during the exam. But during the cheating process, you were discovered by the invigilator. The invigilator will not kick you out of the classroom, but will only treat you pay more attention to prevent you from cheating again. Cheating means being promoted to the 7th level of civilization. And being kicked out of the classroom means being wiped out. Luck is your method of cheating. The higher your luck, the more successful you will be in hiding from the invigilator. The greater the chance of cheating. It is also possible that the higher your luck, the more favorable the invigilator will be to you. So even if he finds you cheating, he will be accommodating. As for Taihao civilization, if you fail to cheat, you will be punished. Candidates discovered. In order not to anger the invigilator and eventually be kicked out of the classroom, we can only choose to keep a low profile and continue the exam honestly. In this process, we continue to accumulate luck and try to arouse the favor of the invigilator. In other words, improve your cheating methods. Tech Taihao replied. But now you don't seem to be low-key. Xiaoyu said. You are gradually becoming active. You are involved in the affairs of all parties, and even formed an alliance to try to obtain the relics of the 7th level civilization during this dispute. Aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of the invigilator? The invigilator fell asleep. Or in other words, the invigilator was temporarily distracted. Technology Taihao replied. We can feel this. The restrictions from the rules are constantly weakening. And maybe there is something powerful. Level 8. Or a 9th level civilization is challenging the rules and trying to drive the invigilator out of the classroom. These are bad things. For our group, we have never seen even a 7th level civilization. The existence of level 9 civilization can only rely on speculation. So who can be sure of these things? At this moment, Xiao Yu thought of many things. All kinds of chaotic thoughts are swirling in Xiao Yu's mind. Shinimo. Extragalactic galaxies. 7th level civilization. Space creatures. Invigilators. Cheating. Luck and other things are constantly entangled in Xiao Yu's mind, making Xiao Yu couldn't figure out a clue. You don't know what kind of existence the invigilator is? Xiao Yu asked feebly. Yes. Tech Taihao replied. It may be a super powerful civilization. It may be the master of our entire universe. Or it may be those illusory gods and the like. Who can tell clearly? What happened to the soul stone? Who gave me the soul stone? Why did I discover a soul stone again when I reached the 5th level of civilization? And it caused a citizen of our Shinjo civilization to transfer his soul to our computers integrated? Xiao Yu asked with some concern. We don't know about the soul stone that created you. We have no clue at all. We don't know where it came from, who took it, or its specific operating mechanism. Tech Taihao replied. However, there is one thing I can tell you. With its superb biotechnology, the Sweeper civilization once tried to create soul stones according to the principles of soul stones to achieve certain purposes. However, the soul stones they created seem to be there are some differences from the genuine soul stone. The soul stone you saw later was an imitation of the Sweeper civilization. Cleaner civilization? Imitation? Xiao Yu was horrified when he heard these two terms. Chapter 655. A bet. In Xiao Yu's view, any items or things related to the Sweeper civilization should attract full attention. After hearing that the second soul stone he obtained turned out to be from the Sweeper civilization, Xiao Yu's heart immediately became cold. Xiao Yu thought of Vicky and the most talented scientist in his Shinjo civilization, Su Junpo. It can be said that Su Junpo's soul comes from Vicky, and the birth of Vicky comes from the imitation soul stone of the Sweeper civilization. This speculation made Xiao Yu couldn't help but shudder. It was only now that Xiao Yu discovered that the Sweeper civilization had already buried nails in its own civilization through this weird method. But Xiao Yu suddenly thought of other things. The so-called rebellion, Su Junpo's performance, and some unreasonable things. The Sweeper civilization treats itself as a poisonous insect. The ultimate plan of the Sweeper civilization is to kill itself when it is the most powerful. So, why has Su Junpo been contributing to himself and helping him solve the problem? A lot of technical problems? Second, why did Taihao Alliance know the name Su Junpo a long time ago? Could it be that Technology Taihao already knew the next step of the Sweeper civilization? What happened to the rebellion you told me by pretending to be me from the future? Why did you do this? Also, why do you know the name Su Junpo? Xiao Yu asked immediately. The name Su Junpo was just made up by us. I'm sorry, because the invigilators were stricter at that time, and we couldn't contact you through normal means. So we could only contact you through this indirect way, and trying to tell you some problems. Yes, the so-called rebellion was fabricated by us, just to let you kill all the intelligent creatures in the Shinjo civilization. Because at that time, we had already obtained the information. The Sweeper civilization plans to plant a nail among the intelligent creatures under you, in order to prevent you from being passive in the future. We came up with this method. But it is a pity that you did not follow our suggestions at that time. Tech Taihao replied. Xiao Yu was silently thinking about the message contained in this passage, when he heard Technology Taihao continue to say, at that time, we did not expect that the Sweeper civilization would eventually infiltrate your Shinjo civilization in this way. Wait until the imitation soul when the stone was discovered by the people of your Shinjo civilization, which caused the soul to be combined with the computer, and finally entered Su Junpo's mind. We were unable to stop it. Therefore, we infiltrated into your Shinjo civilization through some means. Used this method to influence the thinking of the parents, and made them name the child they were about to born Su Junpo. The purpose? Just to attract your attention. You successfully attracted my attention. So that's it. At this time, the problem that had troubled Xiao Yu for a long time was finally figured out by Xiao Yu. Then what are you going to do? Kill Su Junpo? Technology Taihao asked. If you want to kill someone, I'll be happy to do it for you. That's when it happened. Xiao Yu's accompanying ghost tribe suddenly said, you know, for a being who feeds on intelligent creatures, he can watch nearly trillions of intelligent creatures moving all day long. But he can't devour them to his heart's content. Life force is a very cruel thing. Wait until I meet other civilizations again. Don't worry. There will be a day when you can devour them to your heart's content. How do you feel about the intelligent creatures of the Guardian civilization? Xiao Yu casually responded to the companion ghost tribe. And Xiao Yu looked at the technology Taihao continued. I think I have understood the purpose of the Sweeper civilization in installing Su Junpo under my command. Their purpose is not to ask Su Junpo to rebel at all. On the contrary, they want to use Su Junpo. The existence of P is here to help me. This is a bait. But there is no sharp hook behind the bait. Xiao Yu said, you are training me. The Sweeper civilization is also training me. It's just that you both have different purposes for training me. You train me is trying to make me stronger, destroying the Sweeper so that I can be promoted to a 7th level civilization. And the Sweeper civilization cultivates me, trying to eliminate me when I am the most powerful, so as to promote myself to a 7th level civilization. So, what if I never grow up and reach the most powerful level? It's easy to do it. I can use some secret method, such as creating a genius within my civilization, to force me forward. The progress of civilization, Xiao Yu said slowly. Obviously, Su Junpo is the existence sent by the Sweeper civilization to help me grow rapidly. Xiao Yu's words caused Techno Taihao to remain silent for a long time. I am also looking forward to growing up quickly and finally standing in front of the Sweeper civilization. Xiao Yu sighed softly. This is really in line with the consistent behavior of the Sweeper civilization. Domineering, confident, and arrogant. In order to let people, I will reach the strongest stage quickly, and even use my own strength to help me. So I am happy to accept this gift. I want to see how many problems Su Junpo can help me solve in the future. Perhaps that's true. Tech Taihao finally began to speak. When you were still a 5th level civilization, we used some covert means to perform Su Junpo without attracting your attention. A comprehensive physical examination. Our conclusion is that except for his smarter brain, Su Junpo has nothing different from ordinary people. We can confirm that the Sweeper civilization has not tampered with Su Junpo, although our technology not as civilized as the Sweepers. But we are sure that if they did something, we would be able to detect it. Yes, this is consistent with my conclusion, Xiao Yu said. After I became a 6th level civilization, I also conducted more than one inspection on Su Junpo, and the conclusion of each inspection was completely normal. It seems that this Su Junpo is really just a gift given to me by the Sweeper civilization. It's just... After Xiao Yu paused for a moment, he said in an incomprehensible tone, it seems that the Sweeper civilization is really confident. Very confident. So, do you Taihao Alliance still have confidence? What if I am here? If you fail to fight against the Sweeper civilization and are destroyed, you, the Taihao Alliance, will not be able to escape. In any case, this is the only path our Taihao Alliance can take. No matter whether we succeed or not. We can only do this. If we do it, there is still a chance of survival. If we don't do it, we will die. We don't trust the Invigilator. He will continue to sleep. During this period of time, we must fight for life and death. Technology, Taihao said, with a bit of decisiveness in his tone. We have placed all our bets on you. Now that the gambling is about to begin, all of us have no way out. Yes, there is no way out for all of us. Whether it is you or me, we can only continue on this path until we reach the Sweeper civilization, and then engage in the final battle within the galaxy. The battle will determine the survival or death of the top beings in our 6 river systems. Xiao Yu sighed slightly and said, by the way, Ghost Taihao, you once gave me a so-called ghost heart, saying you want me to take it and go find the corpse of MSI civilization? Yes, said the silent Ghost Taihao, because after millions of years of discussions between me and Technology Taihao, we believe that the only thing that can fight against the neutron battlestar is the corpse of my former master civilization. I am no longer a pure ghost race, so the ghost heart is no longer useful to me. And your accompanying ghost race is pure. Perhaps, through the ghost heart, you can find the remains of MSI civilization, and then control MSI. The remains of civilization will collide with the neutron battlestar. This is the only possible way for our side to achieve final victory, after millions of years of discussion. The neutron battlestar is too powerful. The neutron battlestar is too powerful. Technology, Taihao murmured. Did you see it? Just before. A total of 8 powerful existences of ours united. This is already the most powerful thing in our galaxy. Except for the Sweeper civilization. We have all the high-end combat capabilities. But what is the outcome of our cooperation? The neutron war star only lost its mobility for about an hour. And then nothing happened. We have no way to its destruction is simply not something that our 6th level civilization can fight against. Xiaoyu feels the same way about this. As powerful as a space creature, it also obtained the legacy technology of the 7th level civilization in the space direction, Taiyu civilization, and could create a zero-dimensional space to trap the neutron battle star in it. But it still died in the end. If you hadn't sneak attacked the space creatures, maybe the neutron war star would have been destroyed at this moment. Xiaoyu said, destroying the sweeper civilization is just a way for your Taihao alliance to advance to the 7th level civilization. For me, this is not necessarily the case. It is entirely possible that I will be promoted to the 7th level civilization without having to fight against the sweeper civilization. You killed the space creatures, and then forced me to fight against the sweeper civilization. I am not satisfied with this. Whether you are satisfied or not, things have developed like this. We should not make unnecessary complaints now. We should think about how to solve the problem. Technology, Taihao said. You remember this. Xiaoyu said. Due to practical reasons, we have to join forces now. But when the matter of the sweeper civilization is over, if we are all still alive, I will come to you and work for the space creatures are vengeful. Chapter 656, Methods to Destroy the Neutron Battle Star. Chinemo has a very special meaning to Xiaoyu. This special meaning is not only that Chinemo may still be alive, but she also has powerful energy that can help Xiaoyu overcome difficulties, such as sending space creatures and the like. The most important thing is Xiaoyu's feelings for Chinemo, and the space creatures may be Chinmo's subordinates. But the space creatures did not die in the upright confrontation, did not die in the hands of the sweeper civilization, but because of too much died in a sneak attack by the Hao Alliance. This alone was enough for Xiaoyu to have murderous intentions towards the Taihao Alliance. Anyway, the cooperation between the two parties is only due to the ties and interests of the fait accompli. If the matter of the sweeper civilization is over, and Xiaoyu successfully eliminates the sweepers, then all the help the Taihao Alliance has given him will have been repaid. By that time, Xiaoyu, will not know your Taihao Alliance. And everything will depend on means. This is what Xiaoyu thinks. And Xiaoyu doesn't hesitate to say this now. I remember that your Earth civilization said something like this. At this time, the alien beast Taihao, who had been silent, opened his mouth, his tone full of sarcasm. It's not afraid that Fengdo will flash his tongue. How about, shall we fight now? If there's a fight, I'll be happy to accompany you. Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but the accompanying ghost tribe spoke in a presumptuous manner. Although you are seriously injured now, you have been a level 6 civilization for nearly tens of millions of years. It has only been more than 1,000 years since I was promoted to the 4th level ghost tribe. If we fight now, it is still fair. Speaking of which, the last time I tried the vitality of alien beasts was when I faced the alien beasts of the tree tribe. That sweet taste, I can't forget it until now. Let's fight. Let's see if you eat me or if I break you up. The alien beast Taihao laughed loudly. Exotic beast. Be honest. Ghost. Now is not the time to fight them. Xiaoyu and Technology Taihao sent messages at the same time to stop the imminent alien beast Taihao and the accompanying ghost tribe. In any case, both sides are now in a state of cooperation, and dealing with the sweeper civilization is the top priority. There is no need for internal friction now. After stopping the alien beast Taihao, Technology Taihao said lightly, I promise you this. After the sweeper civilization matter is completed, there will be no grudges between our Taihao Alliance and your Shinjo civilization. At that time, if you want to seek revenge from us, we will be happy to accompany you. Very good. Xiaoyu also said calmly. Now, tell me some information about the corpse of MSI's civilization. After I have digested the gains from this incident, I will embark on a journey to find the corpse of MSI's civilization. What do you want to know? Ghost Taihao asked. Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Asked, what kind of state of existence is the corpse of the MSI civilization? Dense stars such as neutron stars or white dwarfs? Ghost Taihao replied. In the beginning, he separated his soul just like you. It's just that what he possessed was a small stone. Using this small stone as the source, he began to continuously devour other asteroids, interstellar dust and the like, increase their size and mass. After the mass increases to a certain extent, it begins to devour planets. When the mass becomes larger, it begins to devour stars. At this time, its mass and his body size is already quite large. Well, about dozens of times the size of the sun. At this time, he is probably equivalent to a peak level 5 civilization. On the road to promotion to level 6 civilization, he realized that improving his density is the key according to the principles of the right path. He stopped swallowing stars and began to reduce his volume while maintaining his mass. That is, to increase his density. In the end, he turned into a similar thing with a diameter of about 300 kilometers and an extremely high density. A neutron star, or a white dwarf star. At this time, he is equivalent to a 6th level peak civilization. It turns out that things in the universe with this development model are really strange, Xiaoyu said with a slight sigh. Then, the corpse of the MSI civilization is such an existence. In essence, it is the same as an ordinary neutron star or white dwarf star. There is no difference. All the difference is that through the Ghost Heart and my companion Ghost Clan, we can control it. That's it. Right. Yes. That's it. Ghost Taihao replied. Transforming dense stars, like white dwarfs or neutron stars, is something that only level 7 civilizations can do. Although a single level 6 civilization like ours can survive on the surface of a white dwarf, it cannot to be able to freely control a white dwarf star can only slowly change its orbit at most. It is precisely because of this that the neutron battle star of the sweeper civilization is so terrifying to us. But if we have the corpse of the microstar civilization, and if we can control him, the situation will be different. This means that we also have a neutron star-like object that can move quickly. At that time, we only need to control the corpse of the MSI civilization to hit the neutron battle star. Destroy it. This is something that is easy to understand. Although neutron battle stars are invincible in the galaxy, not to mention a neutron star, even if it collides with a white dwarf star, it will definitely be destroyed. Or it collapses into a black hole under its own gravity. Or it completely changes its structure due to a sudden collision. No matter which outcome it is, it means that the neutron battle star has been destroyed. This is indeed a feasible and good method. And it is also the only method that can deal with neutron battle stars at this stage. If the corpse of the MSI civilization is really what you said, then this method is indeed feasible, Xiaoyu said. The collision of two neutron star-level stars will definitely destroy any man-made equipment built inside the neutron star. This point, and it has been confirmed in the ruins of the 7th level silicon-based civilization. I control the white dwarf star to collide with the broken neutron battle star, and finally destroy the neutron battle star. Neutron warfare of silicon-based civilization stars can be destroyed in this way. And I believe that the neutron battle star created by a 7th level civilization in the direction of the extreme star can also be destroyed in this way. It's just that I have a doubt, Xiaoyu continued. Since manipulating the corpse of the MSI civilization to hit the neutron battle star can destroy it, then why didn't the MSI civilization hit the neutron battle star before it was killed? Zi Zhanqing? Before death really comes, no one will believe that they will die immediately, Ghost Taihao said quietly. At that time, how could Wei Xing think that he would not be able to escape the attack of the neutron battle star? Continue escape. No matter how slim the hope of survival is, there is always hope of survival. And if you hit the neutron battle star, you will die. The neutron battle star will be destroyed, and the microstar itself will die. So, it goes on and on. In the face of the hope, MSI could not make up its mind to die together. So it died, and it did not hit the neutron battle star until it died. After pausing and thinking for a moment, it seemed that it was a bit difficult, and Ghost Taihao continued to speak. Perhaps, I have to bear the main responsibility for this matter. At that time, the relationship between me and MSI, and the relationship between you and you now, the relationship between the companion Ghost Clan is the same. If you die, your companion Ghost Clan will die. And if your companion Ghost Clan dies, you will also die. That was the case at the time. In order to prevent myself from dying, I discouraged MSI with the thought of dying together. I told him that there was hope ahead, and as long as he continued to escape, he would be able to escape. As a result, we did not escape in the end. Wei Xing died, and I became Taihao's civilization. This is really a sad story, Xiaoyu said. I hope such a story will not happen again to me. So, can you tell me some information about the search for the corpse of MSI civilization? In fact, I don't know where the corpse of the MSI civilization has gone, Ghost Taihao said. In these millions of years, the alien beasts, and technology, our 3 Taihao civilization, we have traveled almost throughout the entire galaxy. but we have never found the corpse of the MSI civilization. But the ghost heart still exists. The ghost heart represents the connection between me and the MSI corpse. As long as the ghost heart exists, the corpse of the MSI civilization, it must exist. It must still be hidden in a corner, rather than being attracted by a black hole, or being destroyed in a collision with other stars. Ghost heart? Xiaoyu quickly glanced at the warehouse of the Earth spacecraft, and after confirming that the ghost heart was still safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. You have been searching for millions of years, and still haven't found the body of the MSI civilization? Then where will it be hidden? Do you have any suggestions for my upcoming search journey? Xiaoyu asked. Searching for the corpse of the MSI civilization is a long project, and it is unlikely that the results will be obtained in a short time, so you don't have to be too impatient. Moreover, Ghost Taihao pondered for a moment before continuing. We are already in the Milky Way. We have been searching for millions of years, but still haven't found Wei Xing's body. So you might want to consider looking for it in extragalactic galaxies. Extragalactic galaxy? This term made Xiaoyu's heart suddenly move, because Xiaoyu suddenly remembered a powerful existence and the last wish it had given to him when it was about to die. If, one day in the future, your technology develops to a sufficiently advanced level, remember to avenge me, and please go to the large Magellanic Cloud to help me fulfill my last wish. Chapter 657. The road ahead is long. Yes, the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao from the large Magellanic Cloud left a last wish for Xiaoyu to fulfill. In fact, until now, Xiaoyu is still enjoying the legacy of the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao. There are still more than 30,000 for protection covered generators working on Xiaoyu's spacecraft, protecting Xiaoyu's most critical more than 30,000 spacecraft. Until now, the fourth protective cover is still the most outstanding one among the shield systems of the spacecraft manufactured by Xiaoyu. It is not even comparable to the second protective cover created by analyzing space creatures. Xiaoyu has been remembering this matter and the last wish of the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao. But Xiaoyu is not that strong now, so this matter has been delayed. The last wish of the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao is not easy to say simple, not difficult to say difficult, and even a little weird. The last wish of the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao is that he asked Xiaoyu to go to the large Magellanic Cloud to help him find an asteroid when he becomes strong enough in the future, and then transport the asteroid to the Milky Way. As for the specific reason for doing this, semi-fourth dimensional Taihao did not tell Xiaoyu the reason. He only said that this asteroid was of great significance to him, and it was his mission to transport this asteroid to the Milky Way. Now that he is dying, there is no way to complete this task, so he entrusts Xiaoyu to help him complete it. And the reward is 100,000 for protection shields. Of course, by now, Xiaoyu has only more than 30,000 left. Xiaoyu once asked him why he didn't bring this asteroid with him when he came to the Milky Way from the large Magellanic Cloud. Half-four-dimensional Taihao replied that he wanted to confirm that the Milky Way was safe and that there was no threat. After arriving at the asteroid, transport it over. To this, Xiaoyu expressed some doubts, but did not continue to delve deeper. Because an existence like Taihao always seems to be mysterious, it seems normal to have a little quirks. The matter passed like this, without Xiaoyu investing too much energy into it. But now, after hearing the ghost Taihao say, maybe Xiaoyu can go to the extragalactic galaxy to look for it, Xiaoyu suddenly thought of it. It is impossible for Xiaoyu to forget one thing now. Naturally, Xiaoyu has never forgotten the instructions of the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao. But it was just the former Xiaoyu, because there is a lack of specific information on the bodies of microstar civilizations, such as size, composition, etc. I have never thought about this aspect and did not consider the asteroids mentioned by the semi-four-dimensional Taihao, connected with the corpse of MSI's civilization. Thinking about it now, this thing does seem a bit weird. First, Ghost Taihao said, the diameter of the corpse of the MSI civilization is about a few hundred kilometers. Isn't this exactly the size of an asteroid? Moreover, how could an ordinary asteroid be taken so seriously by the semi-four-dimensional Taihao? Xiaoyu felt a little excited in his heart. But Xiaoyu did not tell the matter, and just said, I know. After digesting the gains from this harvest, I will go to several satellite galaxies in the Milky Way to try to find the corpses of the MSI civilization. The large Magellanic Cloud is a satellite of the Milky Way. The distance between the two is only about 100,000 light-years. But in a broad sense, the large Magellanic Cloud can indeed be regarded as an extragalactic galaxy. The difficulty of completing the last wish of the semi-four-dimensional Taihao. That's why the distance is too far. After ruling out the method of using the Guardian civilization to sail across the river system, Xiao Yu now does not have the ability to sail a distance of 100,000 light years without making any supplies along the way, and to use the method used by the Guardian civilization. The project is too huge and a waste of time. This is a very uneconomical thing. For a real voyage to the river system, it may be worth spending such a huge amount of energy. But just for a voyage of 100,000 light years, it is not worth it. Xiao Yu can't do anything now. But it doesn't mean that Xiao Yu can't do anything in the future. Xiao Yu believes that by analyzing the geometries left over from this 7th level civilization in the mechanical direction, he will be able to obtain a more efficient way to utilize energy. By analyzing the fragments of the explosion of the half-finished star-level battleship of the Guardian civilization, he will also be able to certain advanced technologies can be obtained. When the time comes, by combining these two technologies, and combining them with our current technological foundation, it should be completely possible to conduct a long-distance voyage of 100,000 light years. Besides, Xiao Yu can still go upstream along the Magellanic Stream and get some supplies along the way. It's not like a real river voyage where there is nothing. Okay, do you have any questions to ask us? If not, we have to leave to find a quiet place to digest this harvest. Alien beasts and ghosts also need to recuperate. Technology Taihao said. Yes. Xiao Yu sighed slightly and asked this question. What happened to Zhang Xingya? Zhang Xingya? Oh, you mean the girl from Earth on the spaceship of the 1990s? Technology Taihao said. Yes, that's her. Xiao Yu said. You imprisoned a level 6 alien beast on a white dwarf star. I don't care what kind of experiment you conducted. I just want to know why you did it. Where will this Earth girl be imprisoned? Also, besides Zhang Xingya, do you have any Earth humans in your hands? Tech Taihao was silent for a moment before replying. I'm sorry. This matter is beyond our control. We do not have the rest of the Earth's humans in our hands. In fact, before the destruction of the Earth, we did not remove any. No human being has been captured. Even this Earth girl was obtained through other channels. What channel is it? Xiao Yu asked immediately. This is related to the question of whether there are still humans on Earth surviving in today's universe. And Xiao Yu cannot help but pay attention to it. I'm sorry. We can't answer this question for you. I can only tell you this information. Technology Taihao was silent again, seeming to be considering what things can and cannot be said. After a while, Technology Taihao said, You can understand it this way. There is an existence. Well, who this existence is, I can't tell you. It handed over this Earth girl to me, and ordered us to do this. So we did it, because we couldn't disobey its orders. This information was something Xiao Yu had never heard of before, and Xiao Yu's heart moved slightly. We put this Earth girl into a village-level special spaceship, and gave her the right to name it, and then performed a certain degree of physical stimulation on her in this spaceship. This process there may be a certain amount of pain, but you have to know that this was not what we did intentionally. We were just doing what we were told. Then we followed the instructions and killed it. Of course, we deceived her and said it was a separated soul. But in fact, we don't have this kind of technology. We just used some kind of technological means to kill her without causing any damage to her body. And then took away the 1990 spacecraft. Then, after you searched for the alien, he just put the 1990 spaceship there in front of his fingers. Said Taihao of Science and Technology. Technology Taihao may not understand the communication between Xiao Yu and space creatures. But as a person involved, Xiao Yu is very clear. Xiao Yu noticed that the rhetoric of Technology Taihao was somewhat similar to that of space creatures. Both of them refer to the mysterious it, and through the tie brought to him by the space creature. Xiao Yu speculated that it should be Chen Mo. So will the person who sent Zhang Xingya, a girl from this Earth, still be Chen Mo? If Chen Mo did this, what would she want to do if she sent an Earth girl to herself? Xiao Yu was full of doubts and couldn't figure it out no matter what. Give yourself a tie, and then let the space creatures help you clear some obstacles on the way forward. These things can still be explained. So, what would be the reason for sending a girl here? Xiao Yu couldn't figure this out. The things ahead are always shrouded in a layer of fog. Perhaps, after I become stronger and really see this, it, or her, who may be Chen Mo, this matter can be explained. It's over. Xiao Yu thought silently. Let's put this matter aside for now. I don't have the ability to deal with this matter yet. I have one last question, Xiao Yu said. Since your Taihao civilization has not captured any humans on Earth, Do you know any existences that have captured humans on Earth? We can understand your mood, Technology Taihao said. But unfortunately, we don't know. We have been monitoring the Earth. During the monitoring process, we have not found any such incidents. Even if there are, this kind of mental civilization has been driven away or eliminated by us. Perhaps there are some beings more powerful than us who have done such things without us noticing. But these things are not something we can do. Got it. Is that so? Xiaoyu said silently. Very good. I have no problem. Let's say goodbye. After that, I will digest my gains, and then embark on a journey to the extragalactic galaxy to find the corpse of the MSI civilization. I hope this gamble, the final winner, will be us. Wish us good luck. After Technology Taihao said the last words, he entered the curvature space with the ghost Taihao and the alien beast Taihao. And he didn't know where he went. The road ahead is long, Xiaoyu sighed, and with the accompanying ghost clan, he also entered the curvature space and left here. Chapter 658 Love Saint. Xiaoyu has already determined what he will do next. Therefore, Xiaoyu's course was also very clear. After observing the position of the large Magellanic Cloud at this moment, Xiaoyu chose a direction and sailed there in a curvature manner. After all, the location of the galactic center is too dangerous. There are basically not many normal stars. Moreover, various forms of energy explosions are very common here, which is not conducive to Xiaoyu's peaceful development, because Xiaoyu already has a small universe. And the small universe can store dozens of stars and nearly 1,000 planets, which completely solves the problem of insufficient supplies. Up to now, he has been looking for star systems to station and develop, and sailing during the voyage. Along with development, there is no difference for Xiaoyu. The center of the Milky Way is about 50,000 light-years away from the edge of the Milky Way. With my current technology, it would only take about 1,000 years to sail this distance. Well, if I try my best to compress the supply time. But after the voyage is completed, the material reserves in the small universe will drop to a dangerous level. If we want to completely replenish our supplies, the time it takes for the voyage will increase to 3,000 years. However, if there is a breakthrough in the technology of transporting matter between large and small universes, then the time will be greatly shortened, and it is expected to save half of the time. Xiaoyu was thinking while driving quickly. In the end, Xiaoyu decided to go all out to break through the technological limitations of transmitting materials, while ensuring that the voyage time was shortened. He also needed to maintain material reserves in this small universe. Xiaoyu believes that 1,500 years is enough time for him to complete all scientific and technological development tasks. If everything goes well, by the time he reaches the edge of the galaxy, he will have almost completed the development of technology and the application of the latest technology, as well as the material reserve work. By then, he can directly leave the galaxy and start Xiaoyu's life journey. The first cross-river voyage in China went off, although it was only to a satellite river system in the Milky Way. This kind of voyage, to use a metaphor, it is somewhat similar to the moon landings of humans in the early Earth era. The relationship between the Earth and the moon is essentially the same as the relationship between the Milky Way and the large Magellanic Cloud. During this voyage, Xiaoyu had already started the preliminary preparations for technological analysis. Those two geometric bodies, one is a sphere and the other is a cube. These two things are not big. The diameter of the sphere, described in Xiaoyu's length measurement unit, is exactly 2.6 meters, and the length of the edge of the cube is 1.9 meters. It's the same as the previous cuboid. This sphere and this cube is under Xiaoyu's precise observation methods. Still can't find any errors in them. Therefore, in the laboratory, Xiaoyu and the scientists conducted detailed research on these two 7th-level civilization creations, trying to analyze the technology contained in these two things. There are two technologies that are expected to be analyzed. One is more advanced material technology, because the materials used to make these two geometric objects have become so advanced that even Xiaoyu cannot detect unevenness. This material has completely surpassed the material used to make water droplet detectors. The second type of technology is more advanced and precise casting technology, which is also what Xiaoyu values the most, because as long as this technology is analyzed, Xiaoyu may use it to develop more efficient ways of utilizing energy. While sorting out the flesh and blood of the crocodile beast, Xiaoyu made an unexpected discovery. That is, in a piece of flesh and blood of the crocodile beast, Xiaoyu once again discovered two geometric bodies. One was a cylinder, and the other was a triangle. Obviously, these are two of the 4 geometric entities obtained by the crocodile beast. Poor The crocodile alien beast was the one that harvested the most geometry in this incident. Even the sweeper civilization only got 3. And the crocodile alien beast itself got 4. But it was cut into pieces. Naturally, the geometry it obtained was also snatched away by other civilizations. I happen to get these too. And I don't know which civilization got the rest of the geometry. Thinking of what happened to the crocodile beast, Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. The crocodile beast's flesh and blood harvested by Xiao Yu this time had a mass of more than 80 billion tons, which was almost 1/3 of the entire flesh and blood of the tree tribe's beasts. This is another big gain for Xiao Yu. The flesh and blood performance of crocodile alien beasts is a bit stronger than that of tree alien beasts. So Xiao Yu immediately started a new round of warship manufacturing plan. In the battle for the center of the galaxy, Xiao Yu lost more than 300 million warships. It would be impossible not to have enough warship reserves. A complete analysis of technological development has been carried out. But before proceeding with these things, Xiao Yu has another matter to solve. That is to speculate on the appearance of Zhang Xingya, a girl from Earth. Xiao Yu already has a solution to Su Junpo's matter, since this is the catalyst given to him by the sweeper civilization to spur his rapid growth and help him reach the strongest level as soon as possible. Xiao Yu has no reason to evade it. So now, the only problem that bothers Xiao Yu is Zhang Xingya. If the being who entrusted Taihao civilization to hand over Zhang Xingya to me is really Chenemo, then for what reason would Chenemo do such a thing? Just because I am bored. So give me an earthling accompany me to relieve my boredom? Then why was Zhang Xingya already dead when he was sent here? There is no reason. Moreover, this being who was suspected to be Chenemo later entrusted space creatures to give me a tie and also sent space creatures help me remove obstacles on the way forward. What is this for? Luca number 2. I need a social psychology expert on relationships. I need him to think about some things for me. Puzzled, Xiao Yu connected to Luca number 2's communication line. What problem do you need to solve? I can find suitable talents for you based on the type of your problem. Luca number 2 replied. Emotional matters are too broad. Well, Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and replied. About the explanation of a certain behavior of some kind of female intelligent creature in love. Yes. I need an expert in this field to come tell me why she would do such a thing and what her reasons were. I understand. Luca number 2 replied. Then I recommend Luo Fei to you. He is an outstanding social psychologist. But outside of his own work, he is very happy to study what you are talking about. These problems, and he has achieved many achievements. You may not have noticed these data. Well, according to my statistics, he has captured the hearts of more than 30,000 female intelligent creatures in the past 2,000 years. He transformed himself into a down-and-out eater and made himself look ugly and dirty through facial modification. But even with this identity, he successfully developed a beautiful lady with a very high social status into his own. A long-term lover. He knows almost everything that is on any woman's mind. Ask him these questions of yours, and you will definitely get satisfactory answers. Okay. I understand. Xiao Yu replied, cutting off the connection with Luca number 2. The next moment, Xiao Yu found Luo Fei's figure from the huge surveillance system, combining relationship experts and social psychologists into one. Luo Fei is indeed the best candidate to solve Xiao Yu's current problem. I hope he can find the answer for me. Xiao Yu sighed softly. Through the surveillance equipment at an entertainment venue in the most prosperous city on Planet 9, Xiao Yu saw Luo Fei, a legendary figure. Xiao Yu saw that Luo Fei was down and out at this moment. He looked like one of those social worms who only relied on social welfare to live, and then did not rely on their own efforts to change their living conditions, or indulged in wine and sex, the general dregs of society. His hair was messy, as if it hadn't been taken care of for many days, and his body exuded an unpleasant smell, as if he had just crawled out of the garbage. But I don't know why. With his appearance, there are still many ladies who look extremely beautiful according to Luo Fei's race. 6 or 7 in total, surrounding him. Perhaps he will really know what Chenemo is thinking, and will know the reason why Chenemo did this. Xiao Yu thought secretly, directly took over the control system of a service robot, and controlled the robot to move towards God Luo Fei. Hello, Luo Fei. I am here to take you back under the order of the social committee. There is a major criminal case suspected to be related to you. Please come with me and cooperate with the investigation. Xiao Yu said. Luo Fei seemed to still be unconscious at this moment. He waved his hands randomly and shouted, Get away! Get away! Xiao Yu couldn't help but control the robot to catch him. put him on his shoulders and walked out. During the arrest, the ladies surrounding him screamed. After Luo Fei left, these ladies were still looking at the direction in which Luo Fei left. Major criminal case? This is unbelievable. How could such a dirty thing have anything to do with the noble him? The social committee must have made a mistake. A female intelligent creature said. Yes, there must be a mistake. However, even if he really did something like that, it doesn't matter. I love him and I am willing to forgive any of his mistakes, as long as he is willing to be gentler to me. Another said, a female intelligent creature. Yeah, any mistakes he made are worthy of forgiveness. Chapter 659, Jin Mo's Thoughts. After Luo Fei was forcibly taken out of this place by Xiaoyu, he stopped struggling. He quietly leaned on the back of the robot and asked in a calm tone, Who are you? You may not know my identity yet. I am Luo Fei, a first-level scientist from the Department of Social Psychology of the Central Academy of Sciences. First-level scientists are already the highest-level existences in the Shinjo civilization. In terms of status, scientists at this level are second only to the members of the Social Committee and some of the top scientists of the Central Academy of Sciences. Of course, one thing you can be sure of is that Luo Fei has never exposed his identity when interacting with other female intelligent creatures. Xiaoyu controlled the robot, put Luo Fei down, and said lightly, I am Xiaoyu. Now I have taken over the control of this robot. The reason why I brought you out is because I have some the matter is coming to you. Go back to your office immediately and wait for my next instructions. After hearing what Xiaoyu said, Luo Fei, who was originally calm and composed, immediately became respectful. Okay, I will follow your instructions. Master, I will arrive at my place in 5 minutes. Office. Very good. Then I'm leaving now. Xiaoyu said a word and took back control of the robot. As a result, the robot's current behavior and actions are again controlled by its intelligent program. After seeing the disheveled Luo Fei, the robot asked, Do you need any help? Well, call an S-type flying instrument for me immediately to pick me up here. I am a first-level scientist, Luo Fei, and I request the greatest privileges I can use in an emergency, Luo Fei said. Okay, your request has been sent by me, and a flight instrument will be here to pick you up in a minute. The robot answered Luo Fei respectfully. And then, after confirming that Luo Fei no longer needed any other services, replied, Arrive at your original place. 5 minutes later, Luo Fei appeared in his office on time. At this time, Xiaoyu turned on the three-dimensional projection equipment equipped in his office. Xiaoyu's shadow appeared here. Hello, Luo Fei. There is something I need to tell you in advance, Xiaoyu said. From now on, the content of our conversations will be classified as top secret. If you leak this information to the outside world, you will be punished, to be obliterated immediately. Master, please rest assured, Luo Fei replied very solemnly. This is the first time Luo Fei communicates directly with Xiaoyu. Even though Luo Fei has become a first-level scientist, he is still not qualified to talk directly to Xiaoyu in non-emergency situations. He has an extremely lofty identity and status in the Shinjo civilization. The total number of people above him in the entire Shinjo civilization does not exceed 1,000. And the current Shinjo civilization already has nearly 1 trillion people. His status can be imagined. Not only does he have such a lofty status, he also has a mentality that matches his status. Especially as a scientist in the Department of Social Psychology, he has a more accurate grasp of his own psychology. But when facing Xiaoyu directly, he still couldn't control his inner excitement, because he knows what it means. I want to ask you a question, Xiaoyu said. After excluding any other utilitarian factors, and simply using the feelings between the two parties, and the status between the two parties as the basis for judgment. Then, a woman, sending if I give you a strange gift. What does it mean? Can you help me guess this woman's mentality? Excuse me, what kind of weird gift is it? Also, can you tell us in detail about the circumstances when you received this gift? Luo Fei's brain was running rapidly. Since Xiaoyu had a direct conversation with him, it showed that this matter was of great importance, and he had to think carefully about the answer to such a question. Xiaoyu paused and continued. The situation at that time was like this. You have to know that my predecessor was just an ordinary intelligent creature. At that time, I had a female subordinate who fell in love with me, and I chose to refuse at that time. Later, the home planet where I lived was destroyed, and I escaped alone. Originally, I thought that my female subordinate was dead. But now, after learning some things, I found that things don't seem to be that simple. You don't need to know the specific details. I will only tell you my conclusion. In my deduction, she may be very powerful now, and has even reached or exceeded the level of 7th level civilization. And it is she. In some time ago, through some secret method, the body of another girl of our kind was handed over to me. The whole process was very secret, and I never found out that she had given it to me until recently. I just discovered this. So I approached you, and I want you to tell me what her reasons were for doing this. Well, as a supplement, I can tell you some follow-up. After I received the body of this girl of the same type, during a certain period of time, I received her gift again, which was an ornament in our civilization. It is usually used as a gift for others, Xiaoyu said, introducing the Tai and the two-dimensional creature to Luo Fei. Can you tell me why this is? Xiaoyu asked. Luo Fei's face was already tightly wrinkled. He is using all his brainpower and all his thinking abilities to try to solve this problem. Before I give you the answer, I hope you will answer a few questions, Luo Fei said. You can ask, Xiaoyu said. In your civilization, what are the common triggers for this wonderful emotion between men and women? Luo Fei asked. This is very important to my reasoning. Appearance, personality, family background. Well, maybe you should also add whether you are considerate or not. Very good. It seems that the tricks played by intelligent creatures are all the same. Luo Fei's expression relaxed. Since the feelings in your civilization are the same as the feelings I understand, that's easy to handle. But I still need to rule out one thing before I can answer it. Master, are you really sure that the girl named Zhang Xingya you mentioned is not Qin Mo's love rival as you said? This question made Xiaoyu feel dumbfounded. Xiaoyu replied, You are worrying too much. This is not the case. In fact, I didn't know Zhang Xingya at all before. Okay, please continue to answer me. Have you found out that this girl named Zhang Xingya has anything in common with the Qin Mo you mentioned? Please note that you have to answer in the following 3 aspects. That is the 3 prerequisites for triggering this wonderful emotion are appearance, surname, and family background. You have to analyze whether Zhang Xingya and Qin Mo are similar from these 3 aspects. Well, Xiaoyu's heart moved slightly. To be honest, Xiaoyu had never thought of this problem before. Now after thinking about it for a while, Xiaoyu discovered that there were actually some things in common between Qin Mo and Zhang Xingya. The option of family background can be eliminated, because the earth is gone, and family background is meaningless. In terms of appearance, although Zhang Xingya and Qin Mo have different looks, their temperaments seem to be the same. They all give people a very gentle and pleasant, with a playful and lively feeling despite being quiet. As for her personality, I have never been in contact with Zhang Xingya, so I don't know much about it. Well, by the way, I have seen her diary. If you look at her diary, if we analyze the words and sentences in the diary, as well as the psychological information revealed, it seems that her and Qin Mo's surnames are really similar. Yes, their appearance and surname are very similar. Xiaoyu replied Road. So, when you were still on Earth, were you sure about Qin Mo's feelings for you? Luo Fei asked. I can be sure. Xiaoyu replied. I can be sure of Qin Mo's feelings for me. The most important point is, after you leave the Earth and enter the universe, can Qin Mo still get information about you? I'm not sure about this, Xiaoyu said. But if Qin Mo is really as powerful, and has that kind of strength as I speculated, then it shouldn't be difficult to get my information. Since the Tai House civilization can monitor Xiaoyu in real time, it is naturally easier for Qin Mo, who is at a higher level than the Tai House civilization, to obtain Xiaoyu's information. Okay, based on my understanding of this wonderful emotion and female intelligent creatures, I probably have an answer. At this time, Luo Fei's face was full of confidence. Tell me. At this time, Xiaoyu felt a little nervous in his heart. After all, this is information about Qin Mo. In Xiaoyu's heart, Qin Mo is the most important person, bar none. I think that during that period, Qin Mo may have encountered some troubles, and then he handed over an Earth girl who had many similarities to himself, whether it was appearance, temperament, or personality. You hope that this girl will replace her position in your heart. In other words, Qin Mo hopes that you can forget her. In other words, it is very likely that the trouble Qin Mo encountered will lead to she will never be able to see you again, whether she dies completely or is imprisoned forever. In short, at that time, Qin Mo should have thought that he could not pass this level, so he handed over Zhang Xingya to you. Chapter 660, The fight between Chinemo and the Invigilator. Hearing Luo Fei say these words, Xiao Yu's heart suddenly tightened. But then Xiao Yu thought of several doubts. This speculation is not reasonable. When it comes to his own professional field, Luo Fei was obviously unhappy with Xiao Yu's doubts. In fact, the scientists in the Shinjo civilization are like this, and they are absolutely obedient to Xiao Yu in other aspects. But when it comes to things like science, even a low-level scientist dares to argue with Xiao Yu. This phenomenon was deliberately created by Xiao Yu over thousands of years. It is precisely because of this relaxed academic atmosphere that the science and technology of Shinjo civilization can continue to develop forward. Do you have any questions? Luo Fei asked. First of all, if Chinemo really handed over Zhang Xingya to me based on this mentality, then why did he hand it over through the hands of Taihao civilization? Secondly, why was Zhang Xingya dead? Thirdly, among Taihao civilization, why did Zhang Xingya suffer some specially arranged torture? Fourth, if she really wants someone to replace her position in my heart, then why doesn't she simply use biotechnology to create an earthling in her own image? Humans then send them here? Hearing the series of questions asked by Xiao Yu, Luo Fei showed a helpless expression. Master, although I have to admit your outstanding scientific talent and research and development capabilities, in this regard, there are too many things you don't know. To answer your first question first, think about it. If Chinmo's purpose is to make you forget about her, would she show up directly in this case? If she appeared in front of you, wouldn't it deepen your impression of her even more? Second question. I need you to answer a few questions for me first. First, does Zhang Xingya have memories from the Earth era? Yes, there is. Xiao Yu replied. This is very obvious because it is in Zhang Xingya's diary. These things have been shown. So Xiao Yu answered without hesitation. Second, with the technology you had at the time, when you obtained Zhang Xingya's body, did you have the ability to resurrect her? No. Xiao Yu replied. So after becoming a level 6 civilization, do you have the ability to resurrect it? Yes. Xiao Yu replied. Because her body is very complete, and all her organs, especially the brain, are well preserved. It is this completeness that provides the possibility of resurrecting her. Through the 6th level civilization with the level of life technology, I now have the ability to resurrect her. But I don't want to do it now, because she is the only one of her kind that I know. And she and I have the same memory of the Earth era. And I have no intention of resurrecting her until I have full strength to protect her. It is for this reason. That's why she died. Luo Fei replied. First of all, you can know in advance how she is very similar to Chinemo. And she is the only one of the same kind that you know. Because for these two reasons, if nothing unexpected happens, she will quickly gain an important position in your heart. According to common sense, it means that you will be very looking forward to the day when she is resurrected. Does this mean that you will work harder to develop your own technology so that you can one day have the ability to resurrect her? But I'm not in a hurry to resurrect her. I want to do it after my strength is strong enough. At this time, Xiao Yu's tone began to become hesitant, because he found that what Luo Fei said seemed to make sense. I'm asking you, based on common sense. Luo Fei strengthened his questioning tone. Yes. Xiao Yu replied. According to common sense, I should be very anxious to resurrect her. You have an enviable lover. Luo Fei sighed. Chinemo specifically killed Zhang Xingya to encourage you to quickly develop your own technology and become stronger quickly. Because if you want to resurrect her, you must become stronger. Otherwise, why would she take this step? What about a method of killing that maintains the integrity of the body? Based on my understanding of the current level of technology in our civilization, it seems that if an intelligent creature dies due to body trauma, there is no way for us to resurrect it. Right? This is true. As long as this intelligent creature is not dead, Xiao Yu can take out its brain and then create a mechanical body for it to continue to survive. But if it is already dead, then Xiao Yu has absolutely no choice. Things like life are really too mysterious, and Xiao Yu doesn't understand much about them. Zhang Xingya has this specialness because her body is so completely preserved. Regarding this integrity, Zhang Xingya described in her diary that it was due to the separation of souls. The so-called separation of souls has been denied by Taihao civilization. In other words, Zhang Xingya's death was caused deliberately. The following is the third question. Why did Zhang Xingya suffer some arranged torture? This is easier to explain. Luo Fei said. Zhang Xingya is the only one of the same kind you know. So naturally, between you and Zhang Sheng's sense of intimacy and identification will be formed between Zhang Xingya and Zhang Xingya. After learning that Zhang Xingya has suffered this kind of pain, will you feel a sense of sympathy and a desire to protect her? You have to understand that in many times. Sympathy and the desire to protect a person, especially when the person being protected is a girl. This desire can easily be transformed into love. Xiao Yu was speechless. Chen Mo has created all the necessary conditions for the love between you and Zhang Xingya. You are the only ones of the same kind. Zhang Xingya is in line with your aesthetics in terms of appearance, temperament and personality. You sympathize with her, and she wants to protect her. And I'm sure that your character and your appearance when you still had your body are exactly what Zhang Xingya likes. Also, you are the strong one, and you are the one who protects her. So, she loves. Isn't it a natural thing to have sex with you? The only surprise is that due to some reasons, you did not resurrect Zhang Xingya in time. So the love between you did not arise. Luo Fei said, okay, maybe these analyses are correct. But my last question is, why doesn't Chen Mo just make a body with his own appearance and give it to me? I know. This is not difficult. Chen Mo can definitely do it. Made it happen. Well, this explanation is a bit complicated. You have to know that women's minds are very contradictory and entangled. Luo Fei replied, I can answer it for you like this. When I decided to give you an Earth girl, Chen Mo's mood is also very contradictory. Because he knows that he may not be able to survive this disaster. He takes such an action. Before executing this matter, Chen Mo hopes that you can forget her, but also does not want you to forget her. And you can assume that Chen Mo made a body in his own image and gave it to you. Then you must think that this is Chen Mo's real body. And you will completely forget that you are in a certain corner of the universe. And there is a real Chen Mo. Chen Mo wanted you to forget her. So he didn't come forward himself. And Chen Mo didn't want you to forget her. So he sent you Zhang Xingya instead of herself. Do you understand? Chen Mo has always preserved his feelings for you, and has never forgotten it. Of course. I mean that the existence you speculated is really Chen Mo. Luo Fei said, I understand. I understand. Xiao Yu manipulated his phantom, nodded gently, and said, then let's keep it confidential. The content of our conversation today is not allowed to be leaked to anyone. Please rest assured. Luo Fei said respectfully. Xiao Yu closed his phantom display and left Luo Fei's room. But Luo Fei's words were still swirling in Xiao Yu's mind. If all these speculations are correct, then, Chen Mo, are you in trouble, and you don't think you can get through it? What will happen? It's a pity. It's a pity that until now, I have not been able to help you. But later, you sent that Tai over again, and appointed space creatures to help me clear the obstacles. So can I understand that you have successfully overcome this difficulty? Where are you now? What kind of existence is it, and where are you? Are you really in the Andromeda Galaxy? If you wait for me, I will definitely find you. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. At this time, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered another thing. That's what Tai Hao Wenming said. The invigilator fell asleep. Xiao Yu began to carefully think about all the whereabouts of Tai Hao civilization. The time interval between low profile and high profile. It seems that Tai Hao civilization began to become active after I obtained Zhang Xingya's body. In other words, it was only from that time that the invigilator began to fall asleep. And at this time, it is speculated that it was a time when Chen Mo was in big trouble and thought he couldn't get through it. Gradually, an amazing idea appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. The big trouble Chen Mo encountered was the invigilator. It was precisely because the enemy was the invigilator that Chen Mo thought he was unlucky and gave Zhang Xingya to me, hoping that I could forget her. According to what happened later, Chen Mo seemed to have survived this disaster safely. And it was at this time that Tai Hao civilization began to become active. Does that mean that the invigilator was damaged to a certain extent in the fight with Chen Mo?